when their plane crashes. Lu Zhe and 5 female classmates are stranded on a deserted island. With no supplies or hope of rescue, survival seems impossible. But Lu Zhe awakens a mysterious system that grants him unparalleled survival knowledge and skills. From finding water to taming the wild, he becomes their undisputed leader. As they build a new life from scratch, secrets emerge, including the true identity of one flight attendant who is more than she seems. This is a story of resilience, innovation, and the unbreakable bonds forged in paradise. Chapter 1. A calamity at sea, stranded on an island. The gentle waves caressed the young man's pant legs. The scorching sun bore down, casting a crimson hue over his eyelids. He extended his hand to shield himself from the blinding light. Struggling, he propped himself up from the sandy beach. As the camera zooms out, the vast expanse of the cerulean sea and sky unfolds. A close-up reveals the golden, soft sand shimmering under the sun's rays. Turning back, he gazes at the dense, enigmatic primordial jungle behind him. The air above the ground wavers in the heat. He makes a concerted effort to rise, his steps unsteady. Finding a large broadleaf plant, he sought refuge in its shade. He closed his eyes, a contemplative expression etched on his face. Images of the airplane cabin flashed in his mind. A violent impact, passengers screaming, a gaping hole in the fuselage. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open as he remembered his identity. A university student, marooned here due to a plane crash. He let out a self-deprecating chuckle. At that moment, a system notification chimed in his mind. A semi-transparent holographic attribute panel unfurled, displaying 5 attributes: strength, stamina, physique, agility, and focus. He licked his parched lips, the expression of extreme thirst evident on his face. He scanned his surroundings for a water source, but was disheartened to find no coconut trees in sight. With a moment of contemplation, he accessed the system's functions. The survival manual flipped through pages in his mind, pausing at a description indicating that abandoned water bottles may contain fresh water. Gritting his teeth, he tore off a large leaf from a towering tree to shield himself from the sun. He trudged along the scorching beach, heading in the direction indicated by the system. Amidst the crevices of several rocks, he stumbled upon a few plastic bottles washed ashore by the waves. Carefully, he picked up each bottle, shaking them gently. One bottle contained more than half a bottle of liquid, and a hopeful smile spread across his face. He twisted off the cap and cautiously tasted the liquid with the tip of his tongue. Immediately, he grimaced in pain and spat it out. He opened another bottle with water, sniffed it, and took a small sip, his face lighting up with joy and satisfaction. Restraining himself, he only drank a third of the water before securely capping the bottle. He carefully tucked the precious water bottle into his pocket. His gaze was drawn to a figure lying on the distant beach. Shielding his eyes, he squinted to discern the shape. As he approached, he recognized the familiar JK uniform and Hello Kitty hairpin. His heart sank, worry and sorrow washing over him. He knelt beside the figure. Gently, he turned the girl onto her back. A close-up revealed a beautiful young face, marred by seaweed and mud. Tenderly, he wiped away the debris from her face. The moment his fingers brushed her cheek, words appeared in his mind. Lin Xianxian, female, 18 years old. He softly called out, "Hey, wake up, classmate Xianxian." He gently patted her cheek, but she remained unresponsive. He checked her mouth, probing with his fingers to ensure there were no obstructions. He placed his fingers beneath her nose, feeling her faint breath. Immediately, he turned his head, redirecting his attention, a hint of embarrassment coloring his features. He employed the head tilt maneuver to open her airway. Taking a deep breath, he began administering rescue breaths. A notification resonated in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have completed today's check-in. Stamina 1. A surge of newfound strength coursed through him, his gaze growing resolute. He continued the rescue, performing 30 chest compressions. He leaned down again, delivering 2 rescue breaths. After 3 cycles, Lin Xianxian emitted a faint sound from her throat. She began to breathe weakly but independently. Lu Zhe was elated, instinctively quickening his rescue breaths. Suddenly, a girl's surprised voice rang out nearby. Lu Zhe, Xianxian. Lu Zhe looked up, following the voice. Not far away stood 2 astonished girls. Ning Shu, in a dirty white tennis outfit with a high ponytail, exuded a capable demeanor. Tang Xiaohua, in a tattered brown dress, wore an expression of anger. Tang Xiao was stormed over, pointing at Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe, are you molesting Xianxian? Lu Zhe was taken aback for a moment, then wore a resigned expression. Huh? Isn't molest a bit exaggerated? Ning Shu approached, scrutinizing the scene. Lin Qianqian's open collar and Lu Zhe's actions. Sighing, she adopted a serious tone. Sigh, Lu Zhe. You need to explain? Lu Zhe took a breath and clarified. Qianqian had stopped breathing. I was performing rescue breaths. The two girls immediately gathered around Lin Qianqian, concerned for her well-being. Though her complexion remained pale, her breathing had become gentle and steady. She murmured incoherently. Lu Zhe quickly retrieved the precious water bottle from his pocket. He cautiously opened the cap and poured a small amount of clean water into Lin Qianqian's mouth. She coughed twice, her breathing growing stronger. Ning Shu looked at Lu Zhe, her skepticism dissipating, replaced by remorse. So, we misunderstood you? Tang Xiaohua, blushing, bowed her head and murmured, Sorry, Lu Zhe. I thought you were taking advantage of Qianqian. Lu Zhe turned to Tang Xiaohua, a hint of a wry smile on his face. Guar, is that really the image I present to you? Tang Xiaohua frowned, playfully scolding. You don't have a good image anyway, you're usually such a fool, yet you're more cunning than anyone. Humph, you wasted your first kiss and still don't cherish it. Lu Zhe immediately retorted. Idiot, I was trying to save her, not for a first kiss. Ning Shu interjected, her tone serious. Yes, Guar, let's not dwell on such matters right now. We should check on Qianqian. The three of them bent down together, anxiously observing Lin Qianqian. Her breathing was steady, her pulse normal, and her condition was stabilizing. A collective sigh of relief escaped them, the tense atmosphere easing. Lu Zhe raised his head to look at Ning Shu and Tang Xiaohua, asking, By the way, how did you two end up here? Is the plane still nearby? Have you seen Yao Yao? Ning Shu's face revealed a look of dismay as she shook her head. Lu Zhe, we have not seen Yao Yao either. Chapter 3. Hope and the rescue team. Ning Shu earnestly reminisced about her experiences. I was awakened by Guer's cries for help. Upon regaining consciousness, I found myself beneath a broadleaf tree. Surely it was the cushioning of the branches and foliage that allowed me to survive. And her? Lu Zhe pointed towards Tang Xiaohua. She was rather fortunate, hanging precariously from a tree at the time, having lost her shoes. Surviving such a situation is indeed a stroke of luck. Lu Zhe, filled with concern, worried for Jiang Yao's safety. Ning Shu continued, After rescuing Guer, I thought the rescue team would arrive shortly. We decided to head towards the beach. There are no obstructions here, and if a helicopter passes, it should spot us quickly. Just as we reached the shore, we encountered you and Qianqian. I see. Lu Zhe nodded, recounting his own experience of finding Lin Qianqian in full detail. We were indeed in the midst of a rescue. Ning Shu nodded. I apologize, but the scene at that moment was truly open to misinterpretation. That's merely your overthinking. Tang Xiaohua retorted, feeling wronged. Regardless, my first kiss is gone. Whose first kiss are you referring to? Tang Xiaohua pouted. Of course, it's Qianqian's. Yours is hardly something to cherish. Ning Shu sighed in exasperation. Guer, what time is it? And you still act so willfully? Can you not be more considerate? Upon hearing this, Tang Xiaohua realized her words were somewhat inappropriate and sheepishly apologized to Lu Zhe and Ning Shu. I was wrong, all right? At that moment, a faint, delicate voice emerged. Suddenly, Lu Zhe, Ning Shu, and Tang Xiaohua all recognized something, turning in unison to see Lin Qianqian, her hands pressed against the ground. Struggling to lift herself, gazing at them weakly. She has awakened. Though frail, it was a cause for jubilation. Wonderful. Qianqian, you're awake. Ning Shu hurriedly rushed to support Lin Qianqian's shoulder. Lin Qianqian glanced around. Squad leader, Lu Zhe, where were we now? Lu Zhe sighed. The plane encountered some issues mid-flight. Unfortunately, we fell, but fortunately, we are all alive. Lin Qianqian recalled the chaos inside the cabin. Her eyes reflecting fear and helplessness, as if a nightmare lingered in her mind. Ning Shu felt it necessary to change the subject. There is no need for concern. The rescue team should arrive soon. Let's hope so. Lu Zhe noticed Ning Shu carrying a backpack. There must be something in there. Quickly take it out and replenish our energy. We're nearly parched. Ning Shu chuckled ruefully, removing items from her backpack one by one. My goodness. A novel title master of husbandry, a 100 milliliters bottle of Vaseline hand cream, a bundle of premium hair ties, a pencil case, a diary, 2 packs of tissues, a set of keys, a whistle, and an unopened pack of sanitary napkins. As for food, it's not entirely absent. A can of xylitol gum and 5 bags of spicy snacks. Lu Zhe picked up a bag of snacks and remarked, the gum is one thing. But what purpose do these serve? Ning Shu sighed. They won't allow chili sauce on the plane. I feared I might not adjust to the in-flight meal, so I brought some spicy snacks instead. Lu Zhe could only sigh in resignation. Ah, this girl is quite the penchant for spicy food. He was parched, unable to even contemplate consuming such snacks. Just when he spotted a large 1L cup of water, only 2 drops emerged from it. I say, there's no water. Ning Shu shrugged. There was some earlier, but I was so thirsty that and I finished it off. The water was gone, leaving only a backpack filled with useless items. Ning Shu reassured, but there's no need for everyone to worry too much. Let's hold on a bit longer. This incident is already known nationwide, and I believe it won't be long before the rescue team arrives. Then we can eat burgers and drink juice while being interviewed by the news. Ning Shu's words held a semblance of reason, yet exceptions always exist. What if help doesn't come? Lu Zhe said anxiously. If the rescue team hasn't arrived in 5 hours, we might as well embrace our fate here. At that moment, Lin Qianqian regained her composure, weak yet resolute, stating, everyone, don't lose heart. I believe Sister Ning is right. With something this significant, the country will surely take action. We just need to wait. No, we cannot sit idly by. Suddenly, Lu Zhe had an idea and rummaged through his pockets. Everyone, check for your phones. Prompted by Lu Zhe, they all began to search their belongings. Lu Zhe's phone was already lost. He rummaged fruitlessly through his pockets. Tang Xiaohua had also lost hers. Lin Qianqian, however, still had hers. She searched her clothing pockets and produced her new Apple phone. But the water gushing from the charging port indicated that it had been submerged in seawater for too long and was surely ruined. After attempting to power it on, it was confirmed to be non-functional. Ning Shu proudly waved her shiny phone screen. See? In critical moments, one must rely on the class monitor. Enough chatter. Let us hurry. Who are we calling? Of course, 110. Will there be a signal on this island? Lu Zhe replied, it's worth a shot. Doing nothing is worse. Besides, 110 has a dedicated maritime police channel. If we're close enough to the mainland, we might just catch a signal. Ning Shu quickly unlocked her phone, but then a heart-stopping notification popped up. Warning, battery depleted. The phone will shut down in 30 seconds. Chapter 4. The fifth victim in unison. The 4 exclaimed, no way. Lu Zhe, quick on his feet, snatched the phone, opened the dialing pad, and dialed 110. But just then, the screen suddenly blacked out, offering no further response. Damn it. Lu Zhe tossed the phone aside and gazed skyward with a heavy sigh. Ning Shu tapped her phone and remarked, it hasn't even been 30 seconds and it's already turned off. Lin Qianqian explained, if the battery is too low, making a call will accelerate power consumption, causing it to shut down even faster. Tang Xiaohua couldn't help but complain. Why do we always encounter such misfortunes? Class monitor. Why didn't you charge it fully? Ning Shu muttered, I thought we weren't allowed to use our phones on the plane, so I played with it a bit more before boarding. Who would have anticipated this situation? Tang Xiaohua sighed dramatically. What are we going to do now? Lu Zhe attempted to seek answers from the system, but it offered little more than a survival manual, aside from enhancing abilities through check-ins. What now? Rationally considering the situation, they should utilize the survival manual to endure on the deserted island, establish basic survival conditions, and then await the rescue team, significantly increasing their chances of survival. Lu Zhe encouraged the 3 girls. Before the rescue team arrives, we cannot simply wait idly. We must do everything possible to survive here. Ning Shu nodded. Lu Zhe, do you have any ideas? First, we need to find fresh water, Lu Zhe stated earnestly. A person can survive over 20 days without food, but only a few days without water. If we want to last until the rescue team arrives, we must find fresh water at all costs. Tang Xiaohua expressed doubt. Can one really last over 20 days just on water? Where did you read that? Ning Shu patted Guer's shoulder, gravely stating, this is not from a book. It's from the Inhumane Human Experiments at Unit 731. What? Tang Xiaohua shivered involuntarily, exclaiming, those detestable Japanese devils. Fresh water. Ning Shu glanced around. Where are we supposed to find it? Other islands have coconut trees. This wretched island doesn't even have a single coconut tree. Lu Zhe recalled the remnants of bottled water found by the seaside. Though limited, it solved a significant problem. We can search along the beach. Some bottles might still contain leftover fresh water. Even if we can't find fresh water, we can collect some bottles and plastic bags. The sunlight is abundant now. We can use them to distill seawater. Ning Shu nodded. Yes, that is a splendid idea. The question was, Lu Zhe asked Lin Qianqian. Qianqian, can you walk? I'll give it a try. With Ningxu as support, Lin Qianqian managed to stand, though she remained quite weak and needed assistance to walk. Lu Zhe intended to support her from the other side, but Tang Xiao quickly interjected, pushing Lu Zhe aside. No need for you. I can support her. She seemed overly protective, as if fearing Lu Zhe would touch Qianqian too much. Yet in the process of pulling and pushing, she inadvertently bumped into Lu Zhe several times. Lu Zhe reminded them, remember to walk along the edge of the jungle and avoid standing in direct sunlight. This will help conserve energy. Ningxu chuckled. Lu Zhe, you seem quite knowledgeable. Of course, the more you read, the more you understand, he replied. The four of them, resembling scavengers, searched along the beach and collected 2 intact plastic bags and 11 clean bottles. Fortunately, they stumbled upon a bottle of Nongfu Spring and a bottle of Pulse. The discovery of domestic beverage containers suggested that this island might not be far from their homeland. However, it was regrettable that none of the bottles contained drinkable water. Lin Qianqian was exceedingly fatigued and felt a twinge of despair, but just then, she spotted a dark object lying on the beach ahead. Look over there, Tang Xiao exclaimed. Could it be a stranded dolphin? Lu Zhe squinted. What kind of eyes do you have? It's clearly not. Lin Qianqian furrowed her brow. It does resemble someone. Is it Yao Yao? Ningxu rubbed her eyes. It truly might be her. Let us hurry and check. Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Zhe had already dashed towards a 5th victim. Chapter 5. Cooling down a companion, she was dressed in a white casual outfit, a denim skirt, lace-trimmed socks, and little leather shoes. Her complexion was remarkably fair, with slightly chubby cheeks and long, pale legs that had been sunburned. It was none other than Jiang Yao, the class representative and a partner in their club activities. Upon recognizing her classmate and companion, Lu Zhe rushed over, lifting Jiang Yao's neck. Hey Jiang Yao, Yao Yao. He attempted to check her breathing, which was faint. Yet, her condition was dire. She was fully exposed to the scorching sun, her face flushed, and her body severely dehydrated. Fortunately, she was still alive. Thanks to his attendants, Lu Zhe had gained stamina recovery and advancement, making it easier to carry Jiang Yao. Danxia Google Mumbai. Seeing Yao Yao makes her want to hug her immediately. Ningxu interjected, Guar, now is not the time for chatter. We need to help. As Lu Zhe cradled Jiang Yao, the contact with her skin revealed her dangerously high body temperature. Let's find some shade. He carried Jiang Yao beneath a broadleaf tree, laying her down in the cool shade, referring to the survival manual. He noted that excessive clothing could hinder heat dissipation and that they should assist their companion in removing her garments to cool her down. He contemplated the implications of this suggestion, knowing that Tang Xiao would likely misunderstand his intentions. Yet, time was of the essence, and hesitation was not an option. While unfastening Jiang Yao's clothing, he adopted a serious tone. Jiang Yao has too many clothes on. It will hinder her breathing and heat dissipation. Dan Xiaguo Pautet, are you sure you have no ulterior motives? Lu Zhe retorted coldly. Her body temperature is dangerously high. If we don't find a way to cool her down, she will soon dehydrate and perish. If there is a singular purpose, it is simply to keep her alive. Ningxu remarked, it seems her condition is quite severe. You both should feel her arm. Ningxu and Tang Xiao touched Jiang Yao's arm, recoiling in shock. Heavens, it's scorching. The sun had taken its toll. Lin Qianqian helped Jiang Yao remove her shoes and gently squeezed her delicate feet. In a soft, soothing voice, she said, Lu Zhe is right. We must act swiftly to cool Yao Yao down. Let us hasten to remove her clothing. All right. Ningxu nodded and called out, Guer, come help. Tang Xiao wanted to tell Lu Zhe, turn your face away. No peeking. However, she soon realized that Lu Zhe had already turned his back, busy inspecting Jiang Yao's phone. As expected, it had indeed suffered water damage and was completely unresponsive. Meanwhile, with Tang Xiao's assistance, Ningxu managed to remove Jiang Yao's water-soaked sailor suit and skirt, loosening the clasp of her bra, which merely rested upon her chest. The next step was to find a way to cool her down. Ningxu suggested, it would be best to dampen a towel with cool water and place it on her forehead. Lu Zhe suddenly had an idea. Sea water, due to its continuous evaporation, absorbs heat during the process, resulting in a lower temperature than the air. Lin Qianqian interjected, however, the salt will cling to the skin, leading to the reverse osmosis of body fluids. Our goal is to cool her down. A layer of plastic wrap can suffice between the cool water and her forehead. Ningxu nodded and inquired, who has a towel? A handkerchief will do. The three exchanged glances, each shaking their heads in response. Suddenly, Lu Zhe noticed Lin Qianqian's knee-high socks. These long socks would serve as an excellent substitute for a handkerchief. Quickly, Qianqian, take off your socks. Lin Qianqian appeared bewildered. What? It'll be too late. Blushing, she removed her shoes and then one sock, revealing a delicate, fair foot that shyly hid behind her other leg. Her bashful demeanor was utterly charming. However, Lu Zhe was too preoccupied to appreciate it. He rushed to the shore with the knee-high sock, soaked it in the sea water to cleanse it, wrung it out partially, folded it into a small square, and placed it on Jiang Yao's forehead. Tang Xiaoguo picked up a leaf to fan her, while Lin Qianqian rubbed her palms and soles. Remarkably, Jiang Yao's body temperature began to decrease. At that moment, Jiang Yao's cracked lips slightly moved. Chapter 6. Verifying supplies. Everyone noticed this subtle movement. Yao Yao's lips moved. Did you see that? Yes. Yao Yao, can you hear us? Jiang Yao Yao Yao. She softly uttered a single word, water. Lu Zhe expressed his concern. Cooling her down alone, isn't enough. She needs fresh water. She has been exposed to the sun for too long and is surely parched. If we want her to survive, we must hydrate her immediately. Lin Qianqian weakly breathed. But we have traveled so far without finding a single drop of water. Ning Shu lamented. What are we to do? Grr, and I have already consumed it all. Had I known this would happen, I would have saved some. Lu Zhe sighed. There's no point in lamenting now. We must think of another solution. Despite his words, Lu Zhe felt equally helpless. Fresh water was a scarce resource on this island, and given their current physical state, swiftly locating a source to replenish Jiang Yao's fluids would be more challenging than climbing to the heavens. As he reviewed the survival manual once more, it provided a rather dire suggestion based on their situation. He felt somewhat speechless. However, the situation was urgent, and there were no other options. He lifted his head and looked towards Ning Shu and Guoyer. Ning Shu felt a twinge of anxiety under his gaze. Lu Zhe, what are you doing? You've both had water, right? Yes, go fetch some water. As he spoke, Lu Zhe handed Ning Shu a bottle he had found. If we had water, would we still be waiting? Hey, Lu Zhe, what do you mean? Lu Zhe replied sternly. At this moment, life takes precedence over all else. So do not ask questions. If you believe something is right, then bravely see it through. Remember, you are saving a companion's life. Tang Xiaoguo appeared distressed. No way. Ning Shu furrowed her brow, seemingly steeling herself, and accepted the bottle. The situation is urgent. We must act decisively. Let us go. With that, she pulled Guoyer along and departed. A few minutes later, the two returned. Ning Shu presented a full bottle, but when Lu Zhe reached for it, she pulled it back. Remember, if Yao Yao asks, say it's water from a seaside mud pit. Lu Zhe responded earnestly. Isn't that the truth? Indeed. Ning Shu nodded in satisfaction before finally handing the bottle to Lu Zhe. He carefully administered a third of the contents to Jiang Yao, who reacted with signs of rejection, beginning to spill slightly from the corners of her mouth. Tang Xiaoguo blushed and said, that should be enough. Let her rest for a while. Ning Shu adjusted Jiang Yao's position. After replenishing her with fresh water and resting in the shade for a bit, Jiang Yao's condition appeared to improve significantly. They were merely waiting for her to regain consciousness. Qianqian pointed to the remaining half bottle. Can I have some? Lu Zhe offered it to her. Qianqian managed to drink half. Lu Zhe, would you like some? No, it's all right. I can manage for now. Tang Xiaoguo sat at the base of a tree, casting a pleading glance at Ning Shu. Ning Shu shrugged with a helpless expression. Lu Zhe felt they could not simply remain idle and needed to find something to do. He contemplated for a moment and said, I would like to verify our supplies with everyone, to see what useful tools and resources we have at hand so that we can better survive on this island while awaiting rescue. This time, everyone was cooperative. Ning Shu emptied her bag. You've seen these items before. A novel, hand cream, hair ties, tissues, a thermos, a pencil case, a diary, a spoon, a key. A pack of something you need not know about, edible items including a can of gum and a few bags of spicy strips. Additionally, I possess a phone that is out of battery. Lu Zhe opened the pencil case, which contained 3 water-based pens, a mechanical pencil, 2 boxes of pencil leads, an eraser, and a plastic ruler. The notebook had only 3 pages used, the rest blank and quite thick. The cover displayed a Chinese girl and a Western girl leaning against each other, with an abstract world map in the background. The pens and notebook could be utilized to record important locations, species of flora and fauna, tidal timings, and more. They could also be fashioned into a message in a bottle or used to sketch coordinates and a map of the deserted island. Ning Shu sighed. How could you possibly think of these things? Lu Zhe retorted, what have you thought of? Ning Shu candidly replied, shouldn't it be something like a farewell letter? Lu Zhe gave her a weary expression and picked up some spicy strips. The spicy strips, being a soy product, offer a modest amount of protein. However, their excessive saltiness and spiciness can lead to increased thirst, so one should avoid consuming them. The three nodded in agreement. Ning Shu inquired, what about chewing gum? That's also quite good, but if it were pure sugar, it would be more beneficial than xylitol at this moment. He then picked up a whistle and blew it twice, producing a loud sound. Class monitor, what made you think to bring this? Ning Shu explained. I was worried that the classmates might get lost at the airport, so I bought it specifically. Lu Zhe nodded. The whistle can serve as a means of communication when we are separated at close quarters. He then took out a keychain. 2 large keys, 3 small ones, and a magnetic door card, none of which seemed particularly useful. The only thing Lu Zhe could think of was using the keys to open a clam. Fortunately, the keychain also contained a nail clipper, so everyone no longer had to fret about trimming their nails. This constituted all the supplies and their purposes in Ning Shu's backpack. Chapter 7. Preparation. After confirming Ning Shu's supplies, Lu Zhe turned to Lin Qianqian. What about you? Lin Qianqian rummaged through her pockets and produced 3 items. A phone number that was out of service, a card holder containing several bank cards, a student card, and plastic membership cards from various stores, totaling 11 cards, along with a few coins. Beyond that, there was nothing else. Lu Zhe nodded. The cards can be used to wipe off the seawater after swimming, reducing the amount of salt that adheres to the skin. As for the coins, I'm not yet certain of their utility. Perhaps they might come in handy if we encounter a vending machine on the deserted island. Or what about you? Tang Xiaowu blushed, and upon hearing Lu Zhe call her name, she hurriedly responded and removed her belongings. A Givenchy necklace, earrings, and a Longines bracelet watch still functioning perfectly. Lu Zhe examined them, noting the necklace and earrings are currently of uncertain use, but the watch, which can track time, is indeed a vital resource. Ning Shu asked, Lu Zhe, what do you have? Lu Zhe rummaged through his pockets, only to discover a dead hermit crab that had somehow made its way inside. My pockets are cleaner than my face now. He then shook his wrist. I have a Casio mechanical watch. It not only keeps track of time, but also records the date and sets alarms. Tang Xiaowu glanced at her watch. To synchronize, it's 1:30. Lu Zhe checked his watch and confirmed, indeed, it is June 10th, 1:30 in the afternoon. I remember we boarded the plane at midnight. Ning Shu recalled it quite clearly. To be precise, we boarded at 1:55 in the morning. Lin Qianqian added, I remember we 5 had a midnight snack at the airport right at midnight. Tang Xiaowu inquired, did we not share a delightful barbecue together yesterday afternoon? Who could have anticipated that we would find ourselves in such a ghastly predicament now? Lu Zhe furrowed his brow slightly, feeling perplexed. It struck him as odd that in the aftermath of the plane crash, the only survivors he encountered were classmates. Where were the other passengers? Not a single body was in sight. He recalled how inexplicably they had all been upgraded to first class after boarding. During the flight, a gaping hole had suddenly appeared in the first-class cabin. Could it be that only those in first class had suffered misfortune while the others remained unscathed? A nagging sense of having been duped lingered in Lu Zhe's mind, but he dismissed it for the moment. He conducted a final check on Jiang Yao, discovering nothing but a non-functional mobile phone on her person. Lu Zhe exhaled deeply. This was all the supplies they had at their disposal. Henceforth, they would need to utilize these items to endure until help arrived on the island. While this declaration was simple to utter, the execution would prove to be arduous. Lu Zhe understood that most of the supplies appeared to be of little use. In fact, it could be argued that in the wild, all these items combined were worth less than a single lighter or a sturdy knife. Furthermore, he was burdened with 4 vulnerable young ladies. This initial situation was far more challenging than if he had been alone and unencumbered. What should be done next? The heat was oppressive. They needed to locate a suitable spot to establish a temporary campsite, creating a relatively comfortable and cool environment. But where should they set up this camp? Given that Jiang Yao was still unconscious and Lin Qianqian appeared quite weak, neither was fit for a strenuous trek. Drawing upon the survival manual, Lu Zhe proposed an idea. We find ourselves at the juncture of the beach and the jungle. Ahead lies the beach, which can provide marine resources, while behind us is the jungle, offering refuge from the searing sunlight. Should a helicopter pass overhead, we would be able to swiftly reach the beach to seek assistance. Rather than embarking on a long journey, We might as well make this area more comfortable and establish our camp here. Ning Shu inquired. How shall we set up the camp? Should we erect a tent? Lu Zhe shook his head. We lack the strength and energy for such an endeavor. We can only create a relatively simple, cool shelter conducive to restoring our energy. We will rest, distill fresh water, and wait for rescue. His clear plan instilled a sense of trust among the young women. Ning Shu was the first to voice her agreement. All right, Lu Zhe, we shall follow your lead. Above all, we must ensure Yao Yao's safety, await the rescue team, and then return home together. Tang Xiaowu raised her tiny fist, declaring, absolutely. We came here as 5. We must return together. Although Qian felt weak, her spirit lifted in response. Lu Zhe, I can contribute as well. Chapter 8. 2 types of water collection devices. Seeing that everyone was invigorated, Lu Zhe nodded appreciatively, surveyed their surroundings, and began to assign tasks. Here, an abundance of broadleaf plants graces the surroundings. We shall gather some nearby to lay upon the ground, as their leaves possess transpiring qualities, rendering their temperature slightly lower than that of the ambient air. This will also serve to mitigate the bites of ants and other insects. Meanwhile, Guo ventured to collect seawater in a plastic bag. The seawater, with its high heat capacity, is cooler and can provide a refreshing effect against Jiang Yao's skin. Lu Zhe endeavored to simplify the tasks as much as possible, ensuring that everyone would be motivated to fulfill them. Qian inquired, Lu Zhe, what should I do? Just rest as much as you can, and if you have the energy, help Yao with her face and fan her. All right, in a mere 10 minutes. Lu Zhe and Ning Shu had spread broadleaf plants across an area of approximately 4 square meters. They then gently placed Jiang Yao upon the leaves, lying flat, while Qian stood guard her side, tending to her face and providing a soothing breeze. Tang Xiao would dash to the seaside under the scorching sun, filling several bottles with seawater. Upon touching it, she found it to be somewhat cool, albeit not by much. She set the bottles beside Jiang Yao. Whether it was a psychological effect or genuinely effective, those gathered, either sitting or lying on the foliage, felt a hint of coolness. However, the sun outside the shade remained relentless, scorching the sandy ground beneath their feet. Lu Zhe contemplated that this situation could be ingeniously utilized to create a distiller. He selected clean bottles, opting for a smaller-necked one to fill halfway with seawater, which he then buried partially in the hot sand. A larger bottle was fashioned into a U-shape, angled delicately over the smaller bottle's opening, supported carefully by twigs. The heat from the sand, combined with direct sunlight, would cause the water to evaporate, and the resulting vapor would condense into droplets, collecting at the base of the bent bottle. Thus, it would yield fresh water suitable for consumption. Regrettably, he had only 3 bottles that could fit together, and lacking the tools to cut more. He lamented that he could have fashioned a dozen or so distillers. However, to obtain fresh water through distillation would require several hours, necessitating alternative strategies. The survival manual contained various methods for acquiring fresh water, albeit each requiring specific conditions. Lu Zhe lifted his gaze, surveying his surroundings. The beach, the thicket, palm trees, grasslands, and countless unfamiliar plants. Wait a moment, palm trees? He looked up and noticed no coconuts hanging from the branches. Yet the absence of coconuts did not preclude the possibility of sourcing water. Approaching the tree, he reached out to touch its trunk. An information flooded his mind. Palm trees are prevalent in tropical and subtropical regions, valued for their ornamental qualities and utility in crafting items. The fronds can be used for rope making, and they hold significant economic value. Their sap is rich in tannins, imparting a bitter taste and poor flavor. Nonetheless, in critical moments, it can provide hydration, though excessive consumption is ill-advised. Lu Zhe mused, if only it were a birch tree. However, he reassured himself that any means of survival was welcome. Qian, may I borrow your keys? Oh, what do you intend to do? Lin Qian asked, already extending the keys toward him. Let us experiment with another water collection device. Lin Qian looked on in bewilderment. Can keys even be used for that? In this moment, Lu Zhe carefully selected a position on the palm tree, employing the tip of his key to drill and twist into the trunk. After nearly 20 minutes of laborious effort, he managed to create a small hole. He then retrieved a water pen from his pencil case, removed its tip and ink cartridge, and inserted the pen casing into the opening. Ning Shu and Tang Xiaowu, driven by curiosity, leaned in to observe. Tang Xiaowu inquired, Are you attempting to extract water from the tree? Ning Shu expressed her skepticism. Is it even drinkable? The sap from a palm tree contains tannins and may taste quite unpleasant, though it could be life-saving in dire circumstances. It hardly seems like it would yield water. We might as well give it a try, Lu Zhe decided. After another 10 minutes, he secured the pen casing and arranged small stones around it to form a makeshift bowl to collect the water below. Moments later, a droplet indeed formed and fell into the plastic bag. Tang Xiaowa nodded in surprise. There's actually water. Not bad, young man. Ning Shu added at this rate. We might fill a bottle cap by tomorrow morning. However, the evaporation rate might surpass our collection. Lu Zhe acknowledged her point. Initially, it may be slow, but I expect it will accelerate soon. Every drop could mean the difference between life and death. As anticipated, the dripping quickened to a steady rhythm of a drop every 3 seconds. Should I attempt to make another hole? Lu Zhe contemplated, glancing at his palm, which had turned crimson from the effort, and ultimately decided against it. His companions, whether lying or sitting under the broad leaves, managed to create a semblance of survival, alleviating their earlier distress. Meanwhile, Tang Xiaowa and Ning Shu had woven 2 headbands from branches and leaves. Although simplistic and lacking in vibrant hues, they served to shield their heads from the scorching sun. Here, a gift for you. Tang Xiaowa offered one to Lu Zhe. Though she often teased him, she was always the first to share good fortune. To Lu Zhe, she oscillated between being somewhat irritating and remarkably thoughtful, an undeniably unique girl. Accepting the headband, he noted its effectiveness in providing protection against sunburn. Thank you. The girls settled beneath the verdant shade, engaged in conversation as they continued crafting headbands. There was little else they could do. Ning Shu attempted to mimic Lu Zhe's technique with the key, but her strength waned after just 2 minutes. Gathered upon the grassy floor, a sense of comfort began to emerge among them. Lu Zhe remained deep in thought, observing their current predicament. He mused that if the rescue team arrived within 24 hours, they might indeed endure. But what if they did not come? He understood the necessity of preparing for the worst-case scenario. Should the rescue team fail to arrive, they would need to procure essential survival resources. Freshwater, undeniably, remained of paramount importance. Relying solely on tree sap and distillation would not suffice. Alternative methods must be sought. Lu Zhe decided to embark on an adventurous expedition into the forest. For only by discovering a sustainable source of water and food could they truly liberate themselves from the looming specter of death. Chapter 9. The first foray into the jungle having made his decision, Lu Zhe rose to his feet. You 3 stay here and keep watch over Jiangyao. I shall venture into the woods to see if I can find some fresh water and food. Ning Shu expressed her concern. No, it's too perilous. You cannot go alone, Lu Zhe replied. Having more people would only complicate matters. I won't stray too far. If anything happens, you can sound the whistle. That is not acceptable either. Ning Shu stood resolutely, asserting, it's not easy for us 5 comrades to come together. If you venture into the forest alone and encounter danger, how shall we explain it to your parents? But if we don't go, we might all perish here. Tang Xiaowa chimed in anxiously. Even if you are a bit reckless, you are still her classmate. I shall not allow you to take such a risk alone. If you insist on going, I shall reluctantly accompany you. Lu Zhe scoffed. Tang Xiaowa, who are you calling reckless? Tang Xiaowa stuck out her tongue sheepishly. Perhaps I should go with Lu Zhe, Ning Shu suggested, standing up. You've lost one shoe. You experienced the difficulties of walking in the forest just now. Didn't you? Tang Xiaowa recalled the awkwardness of hobbling with one bare foot and one clad in a high-heeled sandal, nodding helplessly. You should remain at the camp and take care of Qianqian and Yao Yao. If any danger arises, just blow the whistle. We won't stray far. Ning Shu seemed to have made up her mind. Tang Xiaowa reluctantly nodded. Just be careful. Lu Zhe felt reassured knowing that someone as sensible as Ning Shu would accompany him. All right, let us set off. Where do we enter? Lu Zhe surveyed the surroundings and pointed to a relatively flat area in the southwest. It would be easier to enter the forest from here. Our primary targets are small rivers, streams, berries, or tubers. Ning Su frobnet, rotens. You don't mean rats, do you? I mean sweet potatoes and cassava, of course. However, catching a rat would be even better. It's a good source of protein. Ning Shu shuddered in distaste. Ugh, I detest rats. Fear not. If you encounter one, you can call for me, and I shall handle it. You promise? Lu Zhe and Ning Shu donned their newly woven, simple headbands to shield themselves from the searing sun, carrying a plastic bag with 2 collected empty bottles as they ventured into the jungle. The terrain in the forest was somewhat elevated, replete with weeds and uneven ground, making their trek quite exhausting. After searching for a while among the grass, Lu Zhe noticed that Ning Shu was struggling to continue. "Class monitor, do you need a rest?" Ning Shu, hands on her knees, gasped for breath and nodded. "I haven't exercised much recently." "It's all right. I was just thinking of resting too." Ning Shu hesitated, as if grappling with something on her mind. "What is troubling you?" "Previously, I had quenched my thirst with water, and while I felt it unseemly to utter such sentiments, I must confess, I find myself a trifle parched." She wiped the perspiration from her brow. Lu Zhe was acutely aware that it had been over 2 hours since their encounter. They had been busy cooling Jiang Yao with a washcloth and setting up camp. Ning Shu and Tang Xiao had scarcely rested, despite having consumed a considerable amount of fresh water earlier. As they traversed this path and perspiration increased, the moisture within her body began to dwindle. Lu Zhe offered her a bottle of electrolyte drink, indicating, "Is there any left?" Ning Shu understood precisely what Lu Zhe meant, her cheeks flushing as she retorted, "None left. It seems most of it has been expelled through sweat. Shall I escort you back to the campsite?" Ning Shu shook her head. "No need. I can hold on. It's merely that my throat feels a tad parched. Perhaps a brief respite will remedy it." "Very well. Sit here for a spell. I shall scout the vicinity. Hey, don't wander too far. Fear not. I shall remain within 20 meters of your line of sight. Should I stray, just call out." "All right." Lu Zhe commenced his search nearby, but after a thorough exploration, he found naught. Approaching a thicket of shrubs, he stumbled upon something intriguing. He parted the wild grass to reveal a small patch of damp, muddy earth. This area appeared to be lower lying, leading Lu Zhe to surmise it was rainwater that had pooled during a downpour, with the dense foliage delaying evaporation. He dipped a finger into the mud, rubbed it between his fingers, and tasted it. There was no hint of saltiness, indicating that the water within the mud was fresh. "Squad leader, come and see. Have you discovered something remarkable?" Ning Shu inquired, curiosity evident in her tone. Lu Zhe presented the wet earth to her nose. Ning Shu wrinkled her brow. "What is this?" "It's damp earth, and the water within it is fresh. Don't tell me this is drinkable. Perhaps it can be filtered." "Filter with what?" "We possess neither filter paper nor measuring cups." "True, but we can use pure cotton socks to encase the mud and extract the liquid." Ning Shu regarded Lu Zhe in shock. "Lu Zhe, what an unorthodox method. How did you conceive of this?" Lu Zhe replied earnestly. "Bear Grylls utilized socks in Arizona to procure fresh water from muddy sources. To survive, one must not be overly fastidious. Now, the quandary arises. Shall we use yours or mine?" Chapter 10. Extracting fresh water from the mud. Lu Zhe's suggestion left Ning Shu feeling somewhat uneasy. "Lu Zhe, I've watched survival shows. It said that water from the earth is not safe to drink. It harbors microorganisms, and consuming it recklessly could lead to parasitic infections." "You are absolutely correct," Lu Zhe nodded. "Yet remember this. Only by surviving can one afford the luxury of worrying about infections. Currently, we have not located a source of fresh water, nor do we have the means to boil it. Our only recourse is to resort to makeshift methods." Ning Shu grimaced. "Must it be this way? Infection is merely a matter of probability. Yet if we abstain from hydration, we are certain to perish from thirst." As she spoke, Lu Zhe removed his shoes and socks. "My socks have been thoroughly washed by the ocean, rendering them unsuitable for filtration. How about yours?" Ning Shu, feeling both irritated and shy, exclaimed, "I cannot fathom why you always entertain such peculiar ideas, Lu Zhe. That previous incident was already beyond comprehension. Is the water filtered through socks even drinkable?" "Of course," Lu Zhe replied, donning his own socks once more. "Let's not forget that very incident was instrumental in restoring Yao Yao's bodily functions. Should she be fortunate enough to survive, you'll be her savior. Can we please not bring that up?" Ning Shu fidgeted, a frown adorning her face, her stance seemingly wavering. "I am merely curious. From where did you acquire such bizarre survival knowledge? Survival shows, survival-themed anime, and of course the countless questions of why." He answered, "Are you certain this isn't some elaborate jest at my expense?" "Absolutely not. I am utterly sincere. If possible, I would like to borrow another pair from you." Ning Shu blushed. "No way. The very thought of letting a boy drink from my socks is utterly absurd." Lu Zhe nodded, reclining on the grass. "Then drink it yourself. Just remember, if I perish from thirst, ensure I am buried properly, lest I rise on the 7th day to seek you all out." "How can you say such things?" Ning Shu was at a loss for words. Yet, despite her grievances, she understood that Lu Zhe had done so much for their classmates, expending considerable energy in the process. Contributing a little herself seemed only fair. Additionally, she enjoyed watching survival shows and recalled that, indeed, Yi had employed this very method. After a moment's hesitation, she sighed, "I feel utterly insane for even considering this." With that, she removed her sports shoes and white socks, hesitating briefly before bashfully offering one of her cotton socks to Lu Zhe. "Here you go. Please don't think poorly of it." Lu Zhe accepted it, inspecting it. After traversing through the jungle for so long, the bottom remained pristine white. He sniffed it. It bore no foul odor, only a faint scent of sweat. "No sniffing, no sniffing." Ning Shu playfully swatted at him. "I merely wished to ascertain my tolerance. It appears you possess a goddess-like constitution. It's not that difficult to accept." Flattered by Lu Zhe's compliment, Ning Shu felt a surge of pride, indeed. Lu Zhe then picked up a piece of bark, scooping some damp earth into the little white sock. Tightening the opening, he gently squeezed, and, to their astonishment, relatively clear droplets of water began to form at the bottom. Ning Shu was first perplexed, then astonished. It actually produced water. Lu Zhe raised it above his head, tilting back to catch the falling droplets with his mouth. "It truly quenches thirst." After a moment's hesitation, Ning Shu followed suit, and indeed, she too managed to drink some water. "How does it taste?" "Quite nice. Very refreshing. But didn't you say it's fresh water? Why does it still have a hint of saltiness?" "That would be the residue of sweat from your sock." Ning Shu gagged slightly. Lu Zhe teased, "Ha! Even you disdain yourself? It has nothing to do with ownership. Anyone would find it unappealing. Imagine yourself as a celestial being." They were indeed. Two individuals sat back to back on the grassy expanse, bantering with one another while sipping water filtered through a sock. The afternoon sun bathed the scene, infusing it with a sweetness and romance that was unexpectedly delightful. After changing the damp soil thrice, they could no longer extract a drop of water. However, their extreme thirst had somewhat abated. Lu Zhe nodded. "Let us proceed and continue our search." He shook the dirt from the sock and tucked it away. Lu Zhe pulled her up, and together they scoured the thicket again, finding neither fresh water nor tuberous plants. It was then that Lu Zhe spotted a cluster of shrubs adorned with dozens of small yellow fruits, akin in size to jujubes. Unsure of their edibility, he plucked one and pondered, allowing information about it to surface in his mind. Ning Shu leaned closer. "What is this, a jujube?" Lu Zhe shook his head. "This is called a wild persimmon, scientifically known as Diospyros lotus. It is a wild fruit. While it can be consumed when ripe, it is currently unripe, too sour and astringent, and may induce diarrhea. We should remember this location and return when it ripens." Before Lu Zhe could finish, a piercing scream echoed from afar, followed by a series of urgent whistles. Both Lu Zhe and Ning Shu jolted in alarm. "Oh no, something has happened at the camp." Chapter 11. Tang Xiao has been bitten by a snake. Lu Zhe spared no time to ponder, grasping Ning Shu and sprinting towards the camp. Upon arrival, they found Lin Qianqian cradling the unconscious Jiang Yao in a corner, while Tang Xiao was sat before them, frightened to the point of tears. Approximately a meter away, a magnificent 5-foot-long multicolored snake lay coiled, its head raised, flicking its tongue amidst the leaves. Upon witnessing Lu Zhe's approach, Lin Qianqian gasped, "Lu Zhe the snake." Lu Zhe endeavored to maintain his composure. "Do not move." Recalling a technique from his childhood, where his grandfather would catch snakes, he removed his long trousers, tied the legs together, and stealthily circled behind the serpent. With the trousers acting as a bag, he lunged forward. The snake, adept at attacking but not at evasion, found itself ensnared within the fabric. As it sought to bite, it could not find a purchase within the trousers, desperately attempting to escape towards the light. Just as its head emerged, Lu Zhe swiftly subdued it. Grasping the snake, information unfurled in his mind like a vision. New species, Southeast Asian silver ring snake subspecies. Known for preying on birds and rodents, occasionally pilfering seagull eggs, with a volatile temperament and a tendency to attack mammals. The system designated it as the BM silver ring snake. Its venom consisted of neurotoxins, with a lethality rate of 10. It is edible and rich in protein. The snake continued to writhe, an unsettling sensation coursing through Lu Zhe. He quickly secured it within the fabric of his trousers, fastening the waist with a belt to create a sealed pouch. He then hung the pouch from a tree before returning to check on Tang Xiaohua. Tears streamed down Tang Xiaohua's face as she saw Lu Zhe approach, and she burst into tears, exclaiming, "Lu Zhe, I was just bitten." "What?" Lu Zhe rushed to Tang Xiaohua's side. "Were you bitten?" Tang Xiaohua bit her lip, enduring the pain. "My foot, my d." Lu Zhe grasped Tang Xiaohua's right foot, and there on the delicate, fair toe were two tiny puncture wounds. It turned out that just 2 minutes prior, a foraging snake had slithered past, heading toward Jiang Yao and Lin Qianqian. In her fright, Tang Xiaohua had shouted to protect her companions, resorting to kicking the snake in a moment of panic, only to be bitten on her big toe in return. Ning Shu remarked, "Fortunately, it's not a viper. This snake should be non-venomous." However, Lu Zhe's expression darkened. "Not all oval-headed snakes are harmless. This is a subspecies of the silver-ringed snake, and its venom is quite potent." "What?" Upon hearing this, the others were at a loss. Tang Xiaohua sobbed, "What does that mean? Am I going to die?" "Of course not," Lu Zhe replied dismissively, but time was of the essence, and he could not afford to hesitate. He swiftly rolled down her stockings and pinched the base of her toe to constrict blood flow. Then he gently pushed forward, tried to expel the snake venom from the wound. His grip was a bit firm, causing Tang Xiaohua to cry out in pain, "Ouch, oh, oh." "Focus, Tang Xiaohua," Lu Zhe admonished. This time, she fell silent, her cheeks flushed as she meekly responded. At last, no more blood emerged. It seemed that most of the venom had been expelled, but that did not signify Tang Xiaohua was out of danger. The survival manual suggested using tannic acid to neutralize the venom, which could significantly alleviate the effects of poisoning. Tannic acid? Yes. It can counteract the alkaline proteins in snake venom and is the best antidote found in nature. But where could they find it? Suddenly, Lu Zhe recalled palm juice. Its astringency was due to its high tannic acid content. He examined the small amount of tree sap collected in a plastic bag. Although it was but a sip, it could potentially save Xiaohua's life. With utmost care, Lu Zhe applied the tree sap to her wound. Tang Xiaohua watched as her small foot was cradled in his hands, her face turning as red as a ripe apple. Once he had treated the wound to a satisfactory extent, he asked, "Do we have a rubber band?" Ning Shu rummaged through her backpack, but Lin Qianqian quickly pulled off her hair tie, saying, "Use mine." Lu Zhe took it and secured it around Tang Xiaohua's toe, striving to further restrict blood flow. "Xiaohua, how does it feel?" Tang Xiaohua shook her head. "I don't feel anything." Lu Zhe exhaled in relief. "Even if some venom has entered your body, it shouldn't be in significant amounts. As long as your sensory and respiratory systems remain intact, you should be safe." Chapter 12. "This snake shall be our dinner." Ning Shu felt a sense of relief and inquired, "Lu Zhe, is there any significance to applying tree sap on wounds?" Lu Zhe provided a succinct explanation. Snake venom is alkaline, and the tannins found in plants can effectively neutralize the venom. The sap from the palm tree is astringent, and nearly all astringent foods contain tannins, such as unripe persimmons. Ning Shu nodded, suddenly remembering, "By the way, do you recall the plant we saw earlier, the jujube? You mentioned it wasn't ripe yet and would be astringent." "Indeed," Lu Zhe responded. "Wait here. I will gather a few." "All right, it's wise to keep some in reserve. Just be careful." "Not a problem." 2 minutes later, Ning Shu returned with a small bunch of jujubes and applied it once more on Tang Xiaohua's wound. The crisis was temporarily averted. However, the camp now had 3 weakened girls, leaving Ning Shu as the sole capable worker. It appeared that the forthcoming survival challenge would be considerably more formidable. Tang Xiaohua nodded, eyeing the jujubes with curiosity. She placed one in her mouth and chewed, only to grimace as the astringency nearly propelled her off the ground. She immediately spat it out, exclaiming, "Wow, it's so sour and astringent. That's not for you to eat. Are you hungry?" Lu Zhe pointed to the snake. "This serpent will serve as our dinner." Lin Qianqian expressed concern, but wild snakes can harbor parasites. Consuming them may lead to illness. There is no need for excessive worry, Lu Zhe assured her. The snake population on the island is relatively isolated, reducing the likelihood of parasitic infection. Nonetheless, we must ensure it is cooked thoroughly. Lin Qianqian and Tang Xiaohua exchanged glances, both harboring a profound apprehension towards consuming such a slippery creature. Ning Shu nodded. "I have eaten snake before, and it was spicy, but how do we prepare it?" "I'll take care of that," Lu Zhe replied. Tang Xiaohua prayed, "May the heavens bless us. I hope we can find other food." Lin Qianqian eagerly added, "Catching a tuna would be splendid, and I would also be content with a coconut crab." Ning Shu sighed, "What are the odds of that?" I'm not asking for much. A wild rabbit roasted would suffice. Tang Xiaohua, feeling anxious, remarked, but rabbits are so adorable. Wouldn't eating one evoke guilt? Ning Shu sighed again. Given the circumstances, we should set aside our affection for rabbits. Having something to eat is a blessing. Lin Qianqian noted, I've heard that rabbit meat is low in fat. Consuming too much could leave one even hungrier. Ning Shu nodded, thus in the wild. The rabbit's skin and innards are more valuable than its meat, for the subcutaneous fat and visceral fat content is the highest, yet still far inferior to pork or beef. Tang Xiaohua pondered, so, rabbits are actually a weight loss delicacy? Lin Qianqian questioned, didn't you just say that rabbits are cute? Tang Xiaohua affirmed, but if they could maintain their figure, that would be a different story. Lin Qianqian patted Tang Xiaohua's slender calf. Gwr, you are already quite slim. Ning Shu sighed, alas, I find myself yearning for the spicy rabbit heads from my hometown. As the rescue team had yet to arrive, Lu Zhe found himself in a peculiar situation. Although his outer trousers had been repurposed to contain a snake, he was comforted by the fact that he wore a pair of everyday athletic shorts underneath. This was a result of his initial choice to don shorts before boarding the plane, only to layer on additional trousers due to the chill of the aircraft's air conditioning. Intended to catch some rest. After conducting a thorough check around the forested area and confirming the absence of any other serpents, he finally felt at ease. Meanwhile, Tang Xiaohua clutched her abdomen, her brows knitted tightly, as an ominous sensation crept upon her. Ning Shu noticed the anomaly. Gwr, what troubles you? I'm fine. Gwr managed to force a strained smile, her voice barely above a whisper. Squad leader, do you have any toilet paper? Ning Shu instantly comprehended the situation. Miss Gwr was in dire need of a restroom. Lu Zhe had long since grasped Tang Xiaohua's predicament. To spare her from further embarrassment, he suggested, I shall take a stroll by the seaside to see if I can collect any marine treasures. With that, he meandered toward the shore alone. At that moment, the tide was rising. The beach yielded little more than a few tiny hermit crabs, leaving him bereft of any substantial finds. He picked up a shell for examination. Although larger specimens were tolerable, these diminutive shells offered scant nourishment, insufficient even to provide the energy needed for digestion. He sought a sharp stone or an oyster shell to fashion into a tool, but after a lengthy search, he found nothing suitable. Indeed, the reality of survival was far removed from the seemingly effortless portrayals by so-called survival experts on platforms like Douyin and Kuaishou. Nevertheless, Lu Zhe ultimately stumbled upon a valuable resource, a sizable patch of kelp adrift in the surf. This seaweed, rich in vitamins and carbohydrates, was edible. However, its toughness posed a challenge, as consuming it raw could burden his stomach. Yet, having something was better than nothing. He rolled the kelp up and stowed it in a plastic bag, pleased to return to camp with a modicum of success. Tang Xiaohua appeared to have completed her first bathroom endeavor, yet her furrowed brow and pained expression suggested that the experience had not been seamless. Given her injured foot and the sting from a snake bite, the absence of a proper toilet made squatting nearly impossible. So simply managing to relieve herself was an achievement in itself. Gwr, how are you holding up? He inquired. I'm all right, just a bit uncomfortable. It will pass. She replied. At that moment, Lu Zhe's mind was suddenly interrupted by a notification from the system. Ding. Important resource detected within a radius of 100 meters. Strawberry seeds. Elated, Lu Zhe's heart raced. Strawberries were among his favorite fruits. He understood that the presence of strawberries on this island would elevate their quality of life significantly. Following the system's directions, he ventured forth, traversing approximately 40 meters until he reached the designated spot. There, he discovered a broad leaf on the ground, indicating that the seeds lay beneath it. Curiously, he approached and lifted the large leaf. To his utter astonishment, he found himself in a state of disbelief and despair. In that moment, he nearly succumbed to shock. I cannot fathom why I must endure this ordeal. Beneath the leaves, I discovered a small pit containing a puddle of yellow substance adorned with several black specks and a few pristine white tissues. Lu Zhe could not suppress a dry heave, but soon comprehended the situation. It seemed that Guer had recently consumed strawberries, thus transporting the seeds into his stomach and ultimately to the island. Due to the presence of digestive inhibitors in the seeds, and possibly accelerated by diarrhea, they had not been fully broken down by gastric juices. The pressing question arose. What course of action should Lu Zhe undertake? Should he surrender entirely or valiantly seek out those seeds and find a suitable place for their cultivation? Initially, he considered relinquishing hope and relying on the rescue team to arrive promptly. However, upon further contemplation, he shook his head. What if the rescue team failed to arrive in a timely manner? They might have to endure an extended stay on the island. Life with strawberries would be utterly different from a life devoid of them. No, I cannot compromise my principles for the sake of strawberries. With this resolve, he clenched his teeth. Absolutely not. Lu Zhe had steeled himself for the challenge. Yet upon closing his eyes, he envisioned countless plump, juicy strawberries swirling around him. Chapter 14. Discovering new freshwater resources. Ultimately, Lu Zhe articulated his thoughts with a grave demeanor. We, castaways on this desolate island, must gather every available resource. Before boarding the plane, we consumed various fruits, and their seeds have inevitably found their way into our stomachs, accompanying us to this island. Since these seeds contain antioxidants, they will not be entirely digested. With these seeds, we could cultivate the land and grow fruit. Even if we are rescued later, our situation would not be dire. Upon hearing Lu Zhe's reasoning, the two young women exchanged glances, appearing to find merit in his argument. I understand the logic, Lin Qianqian weakly inquired. But what peculiar line of thinking led you to search for seeds within excrement? Ning Shu remarked, speaking of which, neither Bear Grylls nor De Ge have engaged in such bizarre practices, have they? Lu Zhe shrugged. De Ge would roast and consume undigested beans from his own feces when starvation reached its peak, and Bear Grylls would extract water from elephant dung. Compared to that, our endeavor seems trivial. The two girls simultaneously grimaced. That is still quite disturbing. Lu Zhe pondered a crucial question. By the way, what did both of you eat on the plane? Did you consume any fruit? Lin Qianqian frowned in refusal. I don't wish to disclose that. Ning Shu crossed her arms defiantly. Humph, you shall not learn. Lu Zhe chuckled. It matters not if you choose not to speak. However, if we fail to secure rescue, in a few months, you will either gnaw on tree bark and consume seaweed or partake in various fruits. The choice is yours. Upon hearing this, the two young women appeared somewhat swayed. Ning Shu whispered to Lin Qianqian, there is a modicum of truth to that. Lin Qianqian blushed and replied, but we can't let the boys rummage through our belongings. It would be mortifying. Just then, from a distance, Tang Xiaoguo called out feebly, Class Monitor, Qianqian, Lu Zhe, where have you gone? We're coming. They had momentarily set aside their playful banter. Upon returning to the campsite, everyone noticed that Tang Xiaoguo's complexion was ashen. Her body heated, and her breathing somewhat labored. Lu Zhe realized that a small amount of snake venom had infiltrated Tang Xiaoguo's heart and lungs. With no antidote available, and the unripe wild persimmons themselves being toxic if consumed in excess, the only recourse was to ensure she drank plenty of water to hasten her bodily fluid metabolism and eliminate the toxins. He hurried to check the distillation apparatus. After over 4 hours, each of the 3 distillers had produced approximately 10 milliliters of fresh water, totaling around 30 milliliters, barely a sip. He quickly administered it to Tang Xiaoguo. As for the misunderstanding surrounding the two girls, he decided to let time gradually dissolve it. Glancing at his watch, Lu Zhe noted it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Soon darkness would descend. He understood that survival could not solely rely on distillation. He needed to procure more fresh water before nightfall. Resolutely, he decided to venture deeper into the woods. This time, he instructed Ning Shu and Lin Qianqian to care for Tang Xiaoguo and Jiang Yao while he ventured alone into the forest. Navigating a relatively steep path, he climbed into the northern woods, which were evidently denser than the southern area, filled with the sounds of unknown insects. He searched cautiously, and fortune smiled upon him as he discovered a small patch of fish mint beneath a tree. Carefully uprooting it, he found a small handful. This herb, with its distinctive flavor, is rich in nutritional value, providing vitamins and carbohydrates, making it an excellent wild vegetable resource. More importantly, it possesses certain detoxifying properties, albeit not very potent. The discovery of one patch indicated the presence of this species on the island, and he was optimistic that more could be found with diligent searching. His spirits lifted, he continued to forage, and his efforts were finally rewarded when he stumbled upon a freshwater puddle at the base of a small hill. Though modest in size, with an estimated capacity of around 2 liters, it likely formed from dripping mountain runoff. Dipping his finger in, he tasted it. No flavor. Freshwater indeed. This was cause for celebration. Alas, the water appeared somewhat murky, necessitating a more effective filtration method. He perused the system manual for suggestions. which advised that excessively turbid water could be filtered using the cotton pad from a bra. Chapter 15. Look, another misunderstanding. While the method was sound, executing it posed a considerable challenge. Should he dare to borrow? Now, both girls have begun to suspect their own peculiar attributes. Yet they still seek to borrow that item from others. Whether or not the person will lend it is a matter for another time. The stigma of their odd personas may be impossible to shed for the rest of their lives. However, upon further reflection, if they do not take such measures, they will be unable to procure clean, fresh water. The absence of fresh water poses a danger not only to Tang Xiaohua and Jiang Yao, but also to him and Lin Qianqian, as well as Ning Shu, who could all perish in this desolate place. There is no room for choice. For the sake of survival, they must press on, regardless of the consequences. He returned to the camp, only to find that 4 girls had dwindled to 2. Lifting his gaze, he saw Ning Shu and Lin Qianqian gathering sticks to construct a snake-proof barrier around the camp. Inside, Jiang Yao remained in slumber, while Tang Xiaohua lay asleep, perhaps overcome by exhaustion. Explaining the situation to them would require considerable effort, so he decided to take action directly. Seizing the opportunity while Ning Shu and Lin Qianqian were occupied, he silently approached Jiang Yao. Gently, he brushed his fingers against Jiang Yao's forehead. Her temperature had already decreased, and her breathing was steady and strong. It was only a matter of time before she awakened. Her clothes were bunched beneath her, and the strap of her bra had loosened, resting precariously across her chest. If he worked swiftly, perhaps he could complete everything before they stirred from their sleep. Lu Zhe delicately removed it, the light shining brilliantly. He quickly shook his head, dispelling the unwelcome thoughts, and covered her with the garment. With this, he could filter the fresh water. If time permitted, he might even return it unnoticed. Nodding to himself, he hastily departed, making his way to the waterhole. Crouching down, he stacked 2 bowls together and scooped muddy water with leaves, pouring it over. The murky water trickled through the layers of cotton padding, gradually transforming into clarity. Truly, it was a miracle of filtration. Such a tool was remarkably effective. He hurriedly filled his bottle. A few minutes later, Ning Shu and Lin Qianqian returned, only to be met with a bizarre sight. Ning Shu's expression shifted, and she pointed at the reclining Jiang Yao. "Don't you think something seems amiss?" she inquired. It was her bra. Lin Qianqian gasped in alarm. Could there be a thief on this deserted island? After a moment of contemplation, she pondered, could it be a squirrel? What would a squirrel want with such items? I have no idea. How embarrassing. Qianqian, lend me a hand, Ning Shu requested. All right. The 2 girls carefully pulled Jiang Yao's sailor uniform from beneath her and ensured she was covered more securely. What a strange occurrence. At that moment, Tang Xiaohua woke with a yawn. Ning Shu promptly asked, Guo, did you see anyone take Jiang Yao's bra just now? What? Tang Xiaohua's eyes widened in shock. The bra is missing? Ning Shu and Lin Qianqian nodded in affirmation. Tang Xiaohua hastily tugged at her collar to check for herself, exhaling in relief. Mine is still here. After a moment of contemplation, she expressed her concern. Could it be Lu Zhe? Ning Shu shook her head, confidently asserting, although Lu Zhe has been acting a bit strangely lately, his behavior stems from a survival perspective. I don't recall him being the sort to pilfer a girl's clothing. Tang Xiaohua pouted, but he is the only boy here. Who else could it be? Ning Shu hesitated. How about this? I'll confront him directly. By the way, where has Lu Zhe gone? Lin Qianqian recollected. He mentioned he was just wandering nearby. He should have gone far. Ning Shu imagined Lu Zhe in a compromising situation and shuddered. Has he gone off to play with that sort of thing again? Has he? Tang Xiaohua looked puzzled. What sort of thing? Ning Shu, certain that if she revealed, Lu Zhe is indulging in the excrement of the fruit you produced. Tang Xiaohua would surely faint on the spot. She casually deflected. Oh, just insects or something. Tang Xiaohua frowned. Do boys really enjoy playing with such things? Yes. Ning Shu sighed. Why must he be such a source of worry? Class monitor, don't fret. Lin Qianqian comforted. Lu Zhe is usually quite reliable. He shouldn't stray far. Let us just wait patiently. In this unfamiliar wilderness, how could one not be anxious? At that moment, Tang Xiaohua seemed to hear something. Hey, do you hear that sound? It seems someone is whistling, and the tune is rather inappropriate. Tang Xiaohua listened intently. It Shu Beiji carries his wife. Ning Shu straightened up. I'll go take a look. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe had filtered 4 bottles of fresh water by the puddle. Feeling elated, he couldn't help but whistle a cheerful tune. He stuffed the water into his pockets and began his return journey. Buoyed by his good spirits, he praised 35D with a familiar milky scent. It turns out my desk mate is indeed genuine. If I were to use curse words, I'd probably need another hour. However, before he could reach the camp, he spotted Ning Shu suddenly emerging from behind a tree, hands on her hips, eyes narrowed, shaking her head in dismay. Her gaze resembled that of a weary mother who, upon discovering her son, whom she had invested boundless expectations in, was surreptitiously downloading adult films. Lu Zhe's heart sank, and instinctively, he hid what he was holding behind his back. 3 minutes later, 3 girls sat opposite Lu Zhe. Ning Shu was furious, Qian was perplexed, and Guo was on the verge of tears. Jiang Yao's bra lay before them like damning evidence. Is this really necessary? Tang Xiao lamented. Since arriving on this island, Lu Zhe has transformed from a normal boy into a pervert, resorting to stealing girls' clothes. Who knows what else he might do in the future? Lu Zhe was exasperated. How many times must I say it? I used this to collect fresh water in the puddle. He shook the water bottle. Look, the evidence is right before your eyes. Tang Xiao continued, all right, even if I understand your need for fresh water, you ought to have consulted us first. Stealing it away, so secretly, is no different from being a pervert. With the matter laid bare, Lu Zhe stood his ground. Do you truly believe I would have received your consent if I had been forthright? Ask yourselves honestly, would any of you lend me anything? Lin Qian and Ning Shu exchanged glances, both conveying a firm refusal. Look at me. In my quest to save everyone, I risk being unjustly labeled a lecher and a deviant. And what about you? At this critical juncture, you won't even part with a brassiere? Yet you still blame me. Who said that? Tang Xiao pouted. If you had spoken to me properly, perhaps I would have considered lending it to you. This unexpected response caught Lu Zhe off guard as he retorted, your cup is far too small. Even if you used it, it wouldn't suffice after an hour. Tang Xiao glanced down at her modest bosom. A wave of intense inferiority surged within her, igniting a fiery indignation as she lifted her head defiantly, fists clenched. Lu Zhe, what do you mean by that? At that moment, Lu Zhe caught sight of the furious expression on Tang Xiao's face. I will strangle you. Chapter 16. Jiang Yao awakens. Helping you overcome your cleanliness obsession, the little girl suddenly leaped onto him, straddling his body, her tiny hands gripping his neck, looking adorably fierce. Lu Zhe exaggeratedly cried out for help. This only amused Tang Xiao, who pinched him playfully. You silly Lu Zhe, I'm not even using any force. Just then, a muffled call broke through Lu Zhe. Everyone froze, for it was Jiang Yao's voice. They all rushed over, believing she had awakened, only to find her eyes closed, her lips trembling slightly. Lu Zhe, Jiang Yao, Yao Yao, they all called out. However, Jiang Yao did not respond. She merely mumbled Lu Zhe's name repeatedly. Tang Xiao, frustrated, exclaimed, Lu Zhe, why does Yao Yao keep calling your name? How would I know? Lu Zhe replied, equally perplexed. He had known Jiang Yao since childhood. They were dance partners, and while their relationship was amicable, it hardly warranted such dreams. Do you two share something more? After pondering, Lu Zhe hesitantly replied, I don't think so. Yet, the uncertainty lingered. Tang Xiao waved her small fists in a flurry. Stop it. Lu Zhe grasped her tiny hands. And even if there were, what does it have to do with you? Tang Xiao shot him a glare. I cannot bear to see you deceive an innocent girl. Ning Shu interjected, enough quarreling, listen closely. Then, they heard Jiang Yao mumble again, Lu Zhe, wash your hands before you touch me. Lu Zhe breathed a sigh of relief. This was a familiar exchange between them. As dance partners, it was inevitable that they would hold hands or link arms during performances, and Jiang Yao always insisted that Lu Zhe wash his hands multiple times. She often remarked, I love cleanliness. My partner must be pristine as well. With misunderstandings cleared, it was time to focus on rescuing her. Lu Zhe offered a bottle of water, saying, use this. All right. Ning Shu took the bottle, clumsily twisting off the cap to pour the contents into Jiang Yao's mouth. However, her lack of control caused the liquid to spill, prompting Lin Qian to interject. Let me do it. With utmost care, she poured water into the cap, then gently administered it to Jiang Yao. Before long, Jiang Yao slowly opened her eyes, only to be met with the sight of her disheveled classmates. Ah, she gasped, nearly fainting again. A few of them hastily fanned her, offered water, and pressed her pressure points. After a while, Jiang Yao finally regained consciousness. What kind of water is this? Tang Xiao blurted out. Oh, it's nothing. Just water from a muddy puddle. Ugh. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yao began to retch uncontrollably. Indeed, the first thing Jiang Yao did upon awakening on the deserted island was to vomit, having ingested the repugnant water. How disgusting! Jiang Yao screamed in despair. What are we going to do? In that moment, Lin Xianqian and Tang Xiao were at a loss, and Ning Shu was equally uncertain. However, Lu Zhe remained remarkably composed. While everyone usually indulged Jiang Yao's fastidiousness, the harsh environment and scarcity of resources in the wilderness did not allow for such indulgence. Realizing this, Lu Zhe stood up and said in a serious tone, "Everyone, step aside. I need to talk to her." Ning Shu hesitated. "Are you sure you can handle it?" Lu Zhe replied confidently, "Rest assured, I know her best." Lin Xianqian and Tang Xiao will move to the side. "Jiang Yao, keep your distance." Lu Zhe sneered as he forcefully turned her body, restraining her arms and lifting her up. Jiang Yao, bewildered, exclaimed, "Hey, what are you doing? This isn't the time for dancing." Lu Zhe assertively pushed her against a tree, holding her shoulders firmly, and gravely stated, "Everything I am about to tell you is the absolute truth. Although it may sound unbelievable, it is precisely these events that saved your life." Jiang Yao had never seen Lu Zhe like this before. She curled her arms, her face flushed, and with wide, tearful eyes, she nodded helplessly. "Indeed, we fed you muddy water, and not only that, I must inform you that the bottle we used was also scavenged." "What?" Jiang Yao's face turned crimson, and she felt a wave of nausea rising again. Lu Zhe smirked, quickly covering her mouth to prevent her from vomiting. She struggled fiercely, but Lu Zhe's strength was unmatched. The other three girls stared in shock at the scene before them, unsure whether to intervene. Yet, even the muddy water was of little consequence. Lu Zhe spoke with an unsettling calmness. "To help lower your temperature, we soaked a sock in seawater and placed it on your forehead." "A sock? On my forehead?" Jiang Yao's eyes were filled with despair. This revelation pained him slightly, yet he understood that showing compassion at this moment would only hinder her recovery. Gritting his teeth, he continued, "You might find this unbearable, but I must tell you, there is something even more outrageous." Ning Shu, in a hushed tone, urged, "Let us refrain from discussing that matter." Unperturbed, Lu Zhe continued, "When I first encountered you, you were severely dehydrated, on the brink of death. We resorted to administering something far more unsavory to save you." Crack! Like a bolt of lightning cleaving the serene sky, his words struck Jiang Yao with an overwhelming force. In that instant, she was beset by dizziness. The other three girls stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom the impending ramifications. Jiang Yao clutched Lu Zhe's wrist desperately, unable to articulate her thoughts, only managing to emit faint whimpering sounds. Yet Lu Zhe was not inclined to cease. Even the hand that covers your mouth had, not long ago, rummaged through the excrement of wild animals in search of 20-odd strawberry seeds. The realization that the very hand that sought seeds and dung now silenced her was a blow to Jiang Yao, akin to a nuclear detonation. Tang Xiao muttered incredulously, "What wild animals?" Lu Zhe, with a grave demeanor, continued, "However, I must convey to you that during your unconscious state, we encountered numerous adversities, all of which we surmounted. Qian fanned you and tended to your body, while I and the class monitor scoured for fresh water and sustenance. Horror, in her efforts to protect you, suffers snakebite on her toe. Everyone is striving to survive, exerting every ounce of strength to procure limited resources, all to endure the arduous days ahead. I ask you, what right do you have to be petulant, and what right do you have to squander?" These pointed inquiries rendered Jiang Yao crimson, alleviating her nausea. Lu Zhe recognized that his approach was effective. "I shall now lower my hand, and I permit you to vomit. But heed this, whatever you expel must be consumed again. Remember, this is not a mere game. This is genuine wilderness survival." Chapter 17. The first retreat. With those words, Lu Zhe gradually released his grip. Jiang Yao stood frozen, her pupils trembling, once more beset by the urge to retch, and she hastily covered her mouth, ultimately refraining from vomiting. Jiang Yao had never witnessed Lu Zhe in such a manner before. In her eyes, he had always been the easygoing, responsible, yet carefree boy who never retaliated, even when girls bullied him. However, today, she glimpsed an entirely different facet of Lu Zhe. Bewildered, she pondered, "Is this truly the Lu Zhe I know?" She felt she should despise his brusque demeanor, yet instead of loathing, she sensed an unexpected intrigue. "Xiao Zhe," she murmured, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. "Thank you." "You're welcome," Lu Zhe replied with a faint smile, his tones softening from earlier. "I understand that it is unrealistic to expect you to transform entirely in such a brief time, but you must learn to adapt. That is essential for survival. Do you understand?" Jiang Yao nodded, resolute. "I will strive to do so." Ning Shu rose, extending a friendly hand. "Welcome, Jiang Yao, to officially join the survival team of the School of Management at Jiaodong University." After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Yao reached out, shaking Ning Shu's hand. "Thank you, class monitor." Then she expressed her gratitude to Lin Qianqian and Tang Xiaohua, saying, "Thank you both." Lin Qianqian replied with a smile, "The environment is a bit harsh. I hope the class monitor does not mind." Jiang Yao glanced around. "Indeed, it is a bit dirty, but it's all right. This is all thanks to our collective efforts." Suddenly, she looked down, sensing something was amiss. "Where's my Victoria's Secret?" The question left Lu Zhe at a loss for words. Scratching his head, he pointed towards the beach. "Ah, it seems something is over there. I shall take a look." And with that, he decisively slipped away. Seeing Lu Zhe depart, Ning Shu sighed in resignation. She handed over her bra, saying, "I removed it for you as it was hindering your breathing." Jiang Yao took it, looked it over, and suddenly gasped in astonishment. "Why is it so dirty inside? It's covered in mud. I cannot wear it." Ning Shu chuckled helplessly. To be honest, the water in these bottles was filtered through it. What? Whose idea was that? To avoid any unnecessary embarrassment between the genders, Ning Shu gritted her teeth and decided to take the blame for Lu Zhe. "It was me." Jiang Yao was momentarily taken aback. "You class monitor?" Initially, Jiang Yao seemed poised to erupt in anger, but instead, she maintained her composure, seemingly a bit disappointed. "Oh, I thought it was Lu Zhe." "Yao Yao, you aren't angry with me, are you?" "Of course not. The class monitor's method is quite clever. I thought I was useless, but it turns out even in my fainted state, I contributed to the team." As she spoke, she puffed out her chest deliberately. Tang Xiaohua, observing her proud stature, remarked with a hint of envy, Hey, girls should maintain some modesty. Don't forget there's a boy here." "Are you referring to Lu Zhe?" Jiang Yao said, glancing at Lu Zhe's figure in the distance, shrugging lightly. "But what can I do? I can't blindfold him, can I?" Jiang Yao's affectionate reference to Lu Zhe as Xiao Zhe irked Tang Xiaohua. "By the way, Guer, I heard you were bitten by a snake. How is it?" Upon hearing Jiang Yao's inquiry, Tang Xiaohua extended her small foot to show the wound, feigning a pitiful tone. "The snake's venom is potent. Thankfully, classmate Lu Zhe helped suck out the poison. I'm feeling much better now." "Wait, he personally sucked out the snake venom?" Jiang Yao exclaimed in surprise. Tang Xiaohua, with a hint of mischief, responded, "It was quite embarrassing, but there was no other choice. The situation was dire, and without his assistance, I might not have survived. I wonder if his future girlfriend will be put off by that." Jiang Yao contemplated for a moment and smiled lightly. She wouldn't. He acted to save a life. If she is understanding like I am, she would not only comprehend his actions, but also take pride in him. Tang Xiaohua suppressed her irritation, forcing out a smile. "Why does it sound like you're already his girlfriend?" "Just hypothetically. But even as a childhood friend, I find his actions quite manly. Don't you think?" Tang Xiaohua was momentarily speechless, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Since being stranded on this desolate island, she felt she had encountered a genuine crisis. In her mind, she drew comparisons. Compared to Jiang Yao, although she was slightly shorter and less endowed, her beauty was certainly not lacking, and in terms of adorability, she might even have the upper hand. Moreover, she was talented in singing and dancing, exuding an elegant aura, leaving no reason to be inferior to this cleanliness fanatic. Sigh. She wondered what on earth Lu Zhe was thinking. As for Lu Zhe, he was lost in thought, merely wandering to the beach, meticulously observing the shoreline and the waves. Before long, he uncovered a significant detail. The highest point the waves had recently reached was no longer being touched by the surf. This indicated that the tide was beginning to recede. "Look, the tide is going out." Several girls turned their gazes toward the sound. At that moment, the sun hung lower in the sky, edging closer to the horizon, and the air finally took on a refreshing coolness. Seagulls and terns began to appear, soaring along the coastline in search of food. Indeed, the girls exclaimed in delight. Ning Shu sighed, but still, there is no sign of a rescue team. Lu Zhe returned. glanced at his watch, and addressed the four girls, "Friends, it is now 4:30 in the afternoon, marking the beginning of the island's low tide." Lin Qianqian quickly retrieved her notebook to take notes. Lu Zhe continued his analysis. The tide began receding at 4:30. Estimating with the pattern of 2 low tides a day, it will reach its lowest point at 10:30 tonight, after which it will begin to rise again. The second low tide will occur around 4 or 5 in the morning tomorrow, with another rise around 10 o'clock in the morning. Ning Shu gave him a thumbs up. "Impressive, you know all this." Tang Xiaohua exclaimed joyfully, "With the tide going out, can we go treasure hunting by the sea? Just like those Douyin beachcombers who return with baskets full of seafood." Lu Zhe nodded. "Yes, we can, but don't get your hopes too high. Most of what those Douyin beachcombers showcase is fabricated. Genuine beachcombing is far from easy." "Oh, perhaps fortune will smile upon us," Tang Xiaohua said eagerly. "If we find a king crab, we won't have to eat that wretched snake." "King crab?" Ning Shu replied in surprise. "What's wrong? Isn't that possible?" "Gwar," Lu Zhe said with a serious expression. "I can assure you that the probability of finding a king crab on this beach is akin to discovering a box of fish-flavored shredded pork rice." "Why is that?" Lin Qianqian timidly interjected. "If I recall correctly, king crabs reside in the frigid depths of the ocean, don't they?" Chapter 18. Misunderstandings arising from fire by friction. Tang Xiaohua felt a tinge of disappointment, but soon her enthusiasm rekindled. "If we can't find a king crab, then a hairy crab would be quite splendid too." "Finding hairy crabs on the beach?" Jiang Yao expressed her astonishment. "I can assure you I have indeed found one before," Tang Xiaohua asserted confidently. Ning Shu laughed. "Are you certain it was a hairy crab and not a swimming crab?" Tang Xiaohua pondered for a moment. "What's the difference? Aren't all crabs essentially the same?" Lin Qianqian replied. "Not at all. Some are sea crabs, while others are river crabs." Lu Zhe preferred not to engage in a discussion regarding the possibility of finding hairy crabs on the beach, and instead remarked, "The real question is, can your feet walk?" "Let me try." She attempted to waddle on her little feet, reminiscent of a tiny penguin, taking 2 steps. "See, no problem." However, after just those 2 steps, the sand kicked up by her 3rd step inadvertently brushed against her injury, causing her to cry out in pain. "I think it would be best for you to stay at the campsite." "No, I want to go," Lin Qianqian suggested. "How about we take turns supporting Gua-er? We can let her sit wherever it's fun, all right?" Several girls raised their hands in agreement. Jiang Yao playfully winked and invited. "Xiao Zhe, you should join us too." To be candid, searching for supplies by the seaside was indeed an enjoyable endeavor, but Lu Zhe was acutely aware that he had a more pressing task at hand. "No, you all go ahead and have fun. Just remember, the 4 of you must stay together and not wander too far from the campsite. If you sense any danger, blow the whistle." Jiang Yao pouted in disappointment, admonishing, "You must be careful." Tang Xiao was sulked. "Yao Yao, come help me." Lu Zhe smiled and made an okay gesture. Observing the cheerful figures of the 4 girls retreating into laughter, Lu Zhe felt his spirits lift. With a makeshift campsite established and a few bottles of life-sustaining freshwater at hand, he contemplated the urgent need to start a fire. A campfire not only serves to cook food, but also brings light, warmth, and hope. It can produce smoke from wet wood and plastic to signal for rescue from passing boats or search teams. The campfire was as vital to survival as freshwater. He deemed it necessary to ignite a fire before nightfall. However, he did not smoke and lacked a lighter. Even if he did, bringing one aboard the plane was prohibited. What methods exist for starting a fire in the wild? One could seek flint to strike a spark, employ the principle of a magnifying glass to focus sunlight, or utilize the more common technique of friction with wood. And there's also the option of using a battery to start a fire, this being the simplest method. Yet, at present, the 3 mobile phones either had drained batteries or had been submerged in seawater for too long, rendering them utterly useless. What are the other methods? He had no idea where to find flint and lacked any apparatus resembling a magnifying lens. The only viable option was to create fire by friction. This method, too, had various techniques. There was the direct hand drill, the Iroquois-style pressure fire-making device, the bow drill, and the hand drill method. Lu Zhe carefully weighed his options in his mind. Direct hand drilling would certainly not work. It would require calloused hands and a deft application of force. Otherwise, within 10 minutes, his palms would undoubtedly be adorned with several shiny blisters. As for the Iroquois-style pressure fire-making device, that was also unfeasible. The apparatus was complicated, necessitating a drill bit, and currently, he possessed neither a drill nor a knife, making it impossible to complete. The rubbing method? Also known as the fire plow technique, the methods employed by Tom Hanks during his survival ordeal may be deemed somewhat inefficient. It is worth noting that the most suitable fire-starting technique for him would undoubtedly be the bow drill, a method frequently utilized by survival experts. This apparatus is relatively simple to construct. One merely needs to find a flexible piece of wood and a length of cord to fashion a bow. Subsequently, a small stick is procured, which is then encircled by the cord and pressed against a piece of wood. As the bow is drawn back and forth, the small stick spins rapidly, proving to be far more effective than the conventional hand friction method. Indeed, the bow drill is the way to go. With a plan firmly in place, he set about putting it into action. First, he sought a location sheltered from the wind to prevent the fledgling flame from being extinguished. He resolved to establish the fire site beneath a tree, approximately 40 meters from camp. Once the fire had stabilized, he would relocate it to the camp. Next came the task of finding suitable branches, which proved to be uncomplicated. In less than 5 minutes, he discovered a 30-centimeter long twig. A simple bend revealed its perfect flexibility. As for the cord, there was no time to weave a new one, so he resorted to using his shoelaces. He secured one end tightly, bent the stick, and then fastened the other end. In under 3 minutes, he had successfully crafted a compact and efficient bow drill. Preparing the tinder was equally straightforward. He gathered 2 dry leaves and rubbed them together in his palms, achieving the desired result. He then found a dry stick of about 15 centimeters in length and a thicker piece of wood. The ends of the stick were rounded on a stone, and a shoelace from a bough was wrapped around it twice, with a thicker wood serving as a base and a shell weighing down on top. Although the materials were not perfect, they were functional enough. With his left hand pressing down on the shell and his right hand pulling the bough, the stick began to spin with remarkable speed. However, after only a brief exertion, his arms began to feel fatigued. Reluctantly, he adjusted his stance, gripping the end of the bow with his right hand and moving it up and down, allowing his arms to only exert force in the backward motion. Surprisingly, this adjustment felt much more manageable. In no time, a small pit had formed in the thicker wood. Yet, this was merely the beginning. To truly ignite a fire, one would require immense patience and perseverance. Half an hour later, he had produced a substantial amount of wood shavings, which had darkened in color, indicating that the tip of the drill was heating up. At this critical juncture, it was imperative not to relent, but to persist. Meanwhile, several young women had stumbled upon a treasure trove of their own. Their small bottles were filled with various sizes of hermit crabs, while colorful shells filled a plastic bag. Perhaps, in their eyes, the nutritional value was of little importance. Aesthetics reigned supreme. With their impressive haul, they could now elicit a newfound respect from Lu Zhe. Alas, they had not encountered any large crabs, but they had indeed discovered a plethora of smaller ones, likely tiny sea crabs. In fact, they were so diminutive that, upon a cursory glance, one might mistake them for coins. By the way, do you know how to eat a hermit crab? I don't know. Perhaps Lu Zhe knows how to eat it. Let us go and see him together. The 4 girls supported each other as they returned to the camp. But they did not see Lu Zhe. Ning Shu stood on tiptoe, looking around, and spotted Lu Zhe not far away, sitting on the grass, seemingly engaged in some activity. Over there. Let us go. The 4 girls approached, but stopped in unison when they were about 30 meters away from Lu Zhe. Huh? What is he doing? Not far off, Lu Zhe sat on a rock with his back to them, vigorously waving his right hand up and down, seemingly engrossed in some task. The 4 girls exchanged puzzled glances. Tang Xiaowu questioned, "Who knows what he is doing?" Lin Xianxian, bewildered, shook her head. "Why don't we just go ask him?" "No." Ning Shu suddenly seemed to grasp something. Her expression turned grave, her brow furrowed, her face pale, yet slightly flushed. Jiang Yao, confused, asked, "What is wrong, class monitor?" Ning Shu pressed her lips together, sorrowfully stating, "I never imagined he would be doing that legendary kind of thing." Chapter 19, The First Plan to Save Lu Zhe. What does that legendary thing entail? The 3 girls were utterly befuddled. Lin Qianqian, curious, "What exactly is it?" Tang Xiaowu pressed, "Yes, class monitor, could you please clarify a bit more?" That is, Ning Shu, embarrassed and frustrated, stamped her foot. "Oh dear, I can't bring myself to say it." Jiang Yao shrugged lightly. "Well, since the class monitor won say, let us just go take a look ourselves." Tang Xiaowu nodded in agreement. "Yes, perhaps we'll discover something quite amusing." Ning Shu immediately ran ahead, blocking their path. I said you cannot go." Even if what Lu Zhe is doing is inappropriate, we must afford him at least a modicum of respect. Lin Qianqian gently replied, but class monitor, the more you say that, the more curious we become. What on earth is it? Fine, I'll tell you, but you must return to the camp first. Ning Shu led them back to the camp, took out a book titled Mastering the Art of Captivating Men, and opened to a certain page. Ignorant girls? Take a look at this page. Lin Qianqian skeptically picked up the book, her clear voice reading an excerpt. At the age of 14, Shi Minxiang discovered a mysterious act in the night. From then on, his understanding of the word tremble was evidently different from that of his peers, leading him closer to Goethe's intentions. The deceased German elder once stated, "Fear and trembling are the ultimate virtues of humanity." The three girls looked up, their sparkling eyes revealing deep confusion. Ning Shu sighed with concern. This is a peculiar and undesirable habit unique to boys. Regardless, we must save him, just as the girls chattered excitedly about how to help Lu Zhe rid himself of this bad habit. A thin wisp of black smoke finally began to rise from his ash pile. He was overwhelmed with joy, neglecting the fatigue in his aching arms as he hurriedly poured the wood ash onto the prepared dry leaves fluff, blowing on it fervently. Moments later, a flame leapt forth, igniting the dry leaves. Perseverance pays off. He finally had fire. It was fortunate that he had regained some strength from a shallow sign-in. Otherwise, in his current state, it would have been impossible to spark a flame. He cautiously tended to the fire, nurturing it to grow stronger. Once it blazed a little more, he could relocate the bonfire closer to the camp. He wondered how delighted the girls would be to see that he had managed to light a fire. As the fire settled into a stable state, he intended to inform the girls to gather some stones and would nearby to construct a proper fire pit, allowing him to transfer the bonfire. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he made his way back, just in time to see several girls seemingly engaged in a hushed discussion. Lu Zhe felt a flicker of curiosity. What were these girls conspiring about? They appeared rather secretive. He cautiously approached, but to his surprise, he was noticed. Tang Xiaohua exclaimed in alarm, Lu Zhe is here? The four girls instantly huddled together, tense and wary. Lu Zhe was perplexed. Hey, what's going on? Lin Qianqian, flustered, dropped her notebook, and Lu Zhe swiftly picked it up. The four girls shouted in unison, Don't look. Lu Zhe was taken aback. Could it be that there were photos of the girls hidden within? Why were they so secretive? Was it a matter of privacy? It was not that. Lu Zhe discerned that the girls were concealing something from him. Driven by intense curiosity, he stole a glance at the notebook. The faces of the four girls turned ashen. In elegant handwriting, it read, a plan to help Lu Zhe overcome bad habits. Beside it was a cartoon drawing of a boy sitting with a backpack, with several wavy lines on his arms, signifying movement. In an instant, Lu Zhe understood everything. Chapter 20, A Collective Social Death Scene. Next to the drawing were various methods for overcoming these habits: balanced diet, healthy exercise, and distraction techniques. This was too specific. Lu Zhe felt as if he had turned to stone in shock. Well, now that the cat's out of the bag, Ning Shu said with a serious tone, everything is for your own good, Lu Zhe. Tang Xiaohua sighed helplessly. Lu Zhe, this isn't right. You must quit. Jiang Yao added with concern, Xiao Zhe. Although it's embarrassing to be found out by others, especially by girls, believe us, we only want what's best for you. Lin Qianqian timidly implored, please prioritize your studies, Lu Zhe, and refrain from harmful habits. Lu Zhe felt teary-eyed. The sensation of being suspected of having bad habits by girls was utterly overwhelming. What was worse, these girls were all united in their efforts to help and rescue him. He was utterly at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Just you wait. 3 minutes later, Lu Zhe moved the bonfire to the campsite. He stated emphatically, ladies, I trust you have observed clearly that I was merely attempting to create fire by friction. The four girls sat in a row before the flames, utterly astonished. A bonfire? No, it was not merely a bonfire. It resembled a site of collective social execution. We thought, oh dear, let us not discuss it further. It's utterly mortifying. It's all the squad leader's fault for leading our thoughts astray. How can you blame me? In such a scenario, anyone would misinterpret it. All right? Perhaps only you would. The rest of us wouldn't. Sigh. How shall we face others from now on? Lu Zhe found the situation both amusing and exasperating. Nevertheless, witnessing the four school beauties awkwardly digging their toes into the ground was a rare spectacle. What to do now? Should he graciously forgive them? Absolutely not. This was the perfect opportunity to rectify the survival ethos. Lu Zhe deliberately adopted a serious tone and coughed twice. In our pursuit of survival, I have tirelessly labored to create fire, to the point of exhaustion. Yet, I am misunderstood as indulging in a disreputable habit? Who among you harbors such impure thoughts? The three girls pointed accusingly at Ning Shu, squad leader. Ning Shu chuckled awkwardly. I shall reflect on this. However, Lu Zhe, you must also understand my position. As the squad leader, I am responsible for the mental and physical well-being of each student. You have undergone so much recently, and, as a boy, it must be challenging to maintain composure. Lu Zhe queried, what do you mean by maintaining composure? Are you well-versed in the male psyche? Ning Shu sighed, not entirely, but I have read a few female-centric online novels, which delve into such matters in great detail. Tang Xiao pouted, a few? Squad leader, if memory serves me correctly, you spend most of your free time reading novels. Jiang Yao nodded, grinning. At the last sports meet, I inadvertently caught a glimpse of a particularly risque segment. Lin Qianqian blushed. I saw it too. Ning Shu, exasperated, retorted. How can you all be so insistent? It's merely an occasional occurrence. I appreciate the captivating plots, exquisite writing, and passionate romances, not the salacious elements. Jiang Yao mused. Who has to say for certain? Ning Shu, irritated, continued to argue. Hey, I say enough of this. Lu Zhe felt compelled to intervene before the topic veered further off course. Let us set aside literary appreciation for now. How shall we resolve the misunderstanding from today? How to resolve it? What else is there to do? Ning Shu expressed her inner turmoil. Lu Zhe, is an apology not sufficient? Jiang Yao playfully twisted her body, approaching Lu Zhe to pinch his arm. Indeed, dear classmate, we are but naive girls beguiled by tedious literature, utterly clueless. Would you truly punish us? Tang Xiao wore an expression of unadulterated confidence. Even if we are at fault, as a boy, you should be a bit more magnanimous. Lin Qianqian whispered during gym class. You have always been quite considerate of us girls. Lu Zhe feigned agony, clutching his chest. Back then, I was not wronged, but now I am unjustly accused. Do you have any idea of the profound emotional trauma I, as a male, am currently enduring? Tang Xiao pouted and said defiantly. Is it only by punishing our adorable selves that you can soothe your wounded spirit? Lu Zhe was resolute. Absolutely. At that moment, Ning Shu stood up. With a sense of responsibility, she patted her chest. As the class monitor, I am the mastermind behind this incident. They are merely accomplices and should not bear the brunt of the consequences. If punishment is necessary, let it fall solely upon me. Chapter 21. The method of punishing the class monitor. Seeing Ning Shu's commendable sense of responsibility, the other three girls cast her looks of admiration and gratitude. Yet Ning Shu understood the situation. What could Lu Zhe possibly impose as punishment? It would likely involve doing extra chores or taking care of their companions. What else could it entail? Among the girls, she was the only one in the best physical condition. Even without punishment, she would still have to work. It was better to take the initiative and accumulate some goodwill. Lu Zhe raised his thumb in approval. As expected of the class monitor, you possess a strong sense of duty. Ning Shu responded with a charming fist salute. You flatter me. Lu Zhe nodded. I initially intended to punish 4 individuals, but since the class monitor has volunteered to bear the responsibility alone, I shall only penalize her. Ning Shu declared resolutely. Speak up. What is my punishment? What to impose? Lu Zhe pondered what the most pressing task was. Cooking? Building a shelter? Both seemed urgent, but not the most challenging tasks. The most arduous task was undoubtedly that particular matter. Lu Zhe nodded. Very well. The class monitor shall be responsible for finding seeds for everyone. Not a problem. Ning Shu replied nonchalantly, but soon felt a sense of unease. What kind of seeds? Lu Zhe explained. Before boarding the plane, everyone likely had some fruit. If they ate watermelon or cantaloupe, they might have inadvertently swallowed seeds, which they brought to the island. Ning Shu suddenly recalled the image of Lu Zhe searching for seeds in Tang Xiao's excrement, and her complexion turned pale. You can't be suggesting I search in that. Lu Zhe raised his thumb, exclaiming in admiration. Is that not why you're the class monitor? You grasped the situation immediately. Ning Shu was momentarily dazed. In that instant, a gentle breeze tousled her hair, leaving it in disarray. She looked at her delicate, fair, almost boneless hands. Surely, these hands could easily serve as a model. Would she truly be expected to seek out such things? Is this the burden a flower like maiden should bear? Ning Shu couldn't help but retch slightly. Lu Zhe, perhaps before we manage to cultivate any fruits, the rescue team will arrive. There is no need to exert ourselves further on such matters, Lu Zhe stated bluntly. It would be ideal if a rescue team were to arrive. But what if they do not? Ning Shu pondered. Isn't there a black box? Lu Zhe replied. But is the black box nearby? Do we know how far the plane glided after we fell from it? Even if, hypothetically, the black box were right beside us, would it necessarily be found? Ning Shu was taken aback, realizing that Lu Zhe's words were not meant to frighten, but in truth, the probability of locating a black box in the sea is exceedingly low. Hearing this, Tang Xiaowu began to weep. Ah, my parents and Lu Xiaozhe must think I am dead. Lu Zhe frowned. What on earth is Lu Xiaozhe? My family SB shown Frize. Lu Zhe retorted angrily. Tang Xiaogu, your dog's name is utterly ridiculous. It's merely a coincidence. Jiang Yao sighed with melancholy. Now, no one can stop my parents. They can comfortably plan for a second child. Lu Zhe sincerely remarked. I say, everyone, we need not be blindly optimistic, yet we shouldn't be so pessimistic either. After all, we are all still alive, and as long as we live, there is hope. His voice was not loud, yet it exuded a comforting reassurance. Ning Shu nodded in realization, wiping her nose. Classmates, do not worry. I shall take care of that matter. But Lu Zhe, she raised her head, posing a rather pragmatic question. It won't involve yours too, will it? Lu Zhe shook his head. Apologies. But I haven't consumed any easily transportable fruits this past week. If you intend to search through my excrement, I fear you shall be disappointed. Ning Shu retorted indignantly. Who would be disappointed? I am exceedingly relieved. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Since Lu Zhe hadn't eaten any easily transportable fruits within the week, if the other companions had also abstained, might it be unnecessary to pursue this matter? Right. What fruits have you three consumed? Lin Qianqian, Jiang Yao, and Tang Xiaowu all shook their heads vigorously. None. Lu Zhe was at a loss for words. Jiang Yao and Qianqian can be excused, but Tang Xiaowu, you are mistaken. Tang Xiaowu pouted. I haven't either. Lu Zhe produced a small plastic bag containing strawberry seeds. Then tell me, what is this? Tang Xiaowu feigned ignorance. What? How would I know what it is? Who knows where you got it from? Don't you realize that these strawberry seeds were found in your excrement? Certainly not. You must have sourced them elsewhere, deliberately claiming they are mine. I am a fairy. How could a fairy be so careless as to relieve herself like Lu Xiaozhe? Tang Xiaowu, enough with the fairy nonsense. Let's just be human, shall we? No, that is too shameful. Lu Zhe sighed. It seems everyone is prepared for the reality that in 4 months, we may need to rely on tree bark for carbohydrates. At that moment, Lin Qianqian spoke up. I believe what Lu Zhe has said holds merit. On a deserted island, the presence or absence of fruit signifies an entirely different existence. Moreover, I believe that planting and nurturing can imbue life with anticipation and hope. Lu Zhe remarked approvingly. Look, our class representative possesses a keen awareness. And you all, Lin Qianqian, what did you consume before boarding the plane? I had pineapple, peach, and drank passion fruit tea. The seeds of the passion fruit might still be viable. Lu Zhe nodded in delight. With strawberries included, we now have 2 types of seeds to cultivate. Jiang Yao, how about you? Jiang Yao, blushing, ponder for a moment before finally responding. Star fruit, sweet orange, and watermelon. Do they count? Absolutely. The seeds of watermelon are likely to be preserved. That makes 3. Class leader. What about you? It seemed there was no escaping it. Ning Shu sighed. All right, I had banana, cherry tomatoes, pineapple, and cantaloupe. Cantaloupe? Didn't you discard the seeds? Ning Shu shook her head. Actually, I quite enjoy the seeds and flesh of cantaloupe, so. Why sigh? This is a good thing. Class leader. Have you come to terms with it? Ning Shu gazed at her delicate hands, shivering slightly. This means I must search for seeds amid the waste of all the surviving girls. She looked up at the sky, tears unshed. Oh, rescue team. When will you come to save me? Chapter 22. Tang Xiao was upset stomach seeing the class leader in such a state. Lin Qianqian sighed. How about this? Let's not burden the class leader alone. We shall all accept the punishment and search for our own. Jiang Yao nodded in agreement. I concur. The thought of others finding their own is simply sinful. I would rather search myself. Lu Zhe agreed. That works, but we must meticulously sift through, ensuring not a single seed is overlooked. Tang Xiao spread her hands. Since you've searched for mine, does that mean I need not look anymore? Lu Zhe waved his finger. No, we must gather as many seeds as possible. Rest assured, my stomach has been thoroughly cleared. Just as she uttered that, Tang Xiaoguo's stomach gurgled, and that utterly distressing sensation returned. Blushing, she silently lamented, "Cursed wild persimmons, you've caused me great trouble." Ning Shu inquired curiously, "Guo, are you about to go again?" Tang Xiaoguo, distressed, just finished declaring her emptiness when the urge struck her anew. How embarrassing. She could not admit it. She must not concede. At least she would endure for a moment, waiting for Lu Zhe to be occupied before revealing the truth. Her face flushed. She shook her head. "No way. I just said I was empty. I'm merely a bit hungry." Lu Zhe, undeterred, remarked, "Speaking of which, we are all quite famished, aren't we?" The other 3 girls nodded in agreement. Lu Zhe checked the time. It was 6:30 p.m., the sun just grazing the horizon. He noted the date and time of sunset, then closed his notebook. "Now, let's prepare dinner. Hooray! I'm so eager. What shall we eat?" "Snakes." As he spoke, Lu Zhe removed the bag containing the snake from his trousers. In his childhood, he had witnessed his grandfather deal with snakes. Once the head was handled, the snake completely lost its capacity to attack. Lu Zhe's method was both simple and brutal. He observed the approximate position of the snake's head and then smashed it with a stone. After a few strikes, the snake began to convulse, revealing an abstracted head. He then pressed the snake against a stone, picking up another rock to continuously grind at the neck, swiftly severing the head. For safety, he dug a hole to bury it along with the fangs. The headless body of the snake continued to writhe. Lu Zhe remained unfazed. He gripped the snake's skin, and with a forceful tug, the skin peeled off as effortlessly as removing the casing of sausage. The entire process was executed with precision, akin to that of a professional snake butcher. Tang Xiaoguo watched in horror, yet fear was overshadowed by her pressing need. She longed for an opportunity to send Lu Zhe away so that she could persuade the class monitor to take her to the restroom. "Lu Zhe, please process the snake elsewhere. Doing it here is both cruel and disgusting." Before Lu Zhe could respond, Jiang Yao retorted, "It's almost dark. Where do you expect Xiao Zhe to go?" "Yao Yao, do you enjoy witnessing such brutality?" Ning Shu interjected. "Gur, stop causing a scene. Lu Zhe is doing this for everyone's sake." The class monitor's partiality was evident. In truth, Tang Xiaoguo had no desire to oppose Lu Zhe. Her stomach was churning increasingly. She furrowed her brow, struggling to endure the discomfort, but it was becoming unbearable. Suddenly, a reason sprang to her mind. "Class monitor, I can't bear to watch such a gruesome sight. Please take me away." As she spoke, she glanced at Ning Shu, only to find her transfixed on Lu Zhe as well. "Class monitor, how can you be like this too?" Ning Shu shrugged. "It's already done. What are you so anxious about, Guo?" Just then, a sound of despair reverberated through the air, causing everyone to freeze in unison and turn towards Tang Xiaoguo. Her disheveled hair, pale face, and eyes filled with desperation would soften even the coldest of hearts. Chapter 23. Selecting the strawberry seeds on one's own in this predicament. The only option was to rinse with seawater. If they could collect seawater in bottles near the camp, it would preserve the seeds perfectly. Ning Shu was at a loss. "What should we do?" Lu Zhe replied with a wry smile. "Class monitor, find a few clean bottles and fill them with seawater." He then turned to Jiang Yao. "Yao Yao, go find some large broad leaves. We need whole ones." "All right." Finally, he instructed Lin Qianqian, "Qianqian, use your cards." There was no time for lengthy explanations. Everyone needed to follow his directives immediately. Seeing Lu Zhe's serious demeanor, the 3 girls understood the gravity of the situation and hurried to comply. Tang Xiaoguo cried out, "What about me?" Lu Zhe pointed at her abdomen. "Is there still more?" Tang Xiaoguo nodded with a sense of grievance. "Can you still crouch down?" Tang Xiaoguo pouted and shook her head. At that moment, Jiang Yao had already brought the broadleaf. Lu Zhe spread the broadleaf on the sand and instructed, "Step on it and remove everything that's stuck." "How do I do that?" Tang Xiaoguo stamped her feet in frustration. Sensing her predicament, Lu Zhe turned his back, saying, "Is it okay now?" "It is indeed." Yet, the once self-proclaimed little fairy, Tang Xiaoguo, found herself in an utterly embarrassing situation, wishing to transform into a hermit crab, burrowing into its shell and hiding in the sand forever. However, there was no escape. The distressing sensation in her stomach compelled her to comply. After several minutes, she finally accomplished this monumental task of social demise. Next, Ning Shu and Qian Qian prepared seawater and a bottle. They poured seawater over her to assist in cleansing her body. Oh, great. Ning Shu hurriedly complied, but halfway through, she pondered, why not just let her wash in the sea? Lin Qianqian discerned the crucial point and whispered, perhaps it's to avoid washing away the seeds? As the seawater cascaded onto Tang Xiaohua, the impurities were washed away, settling on the leaves. The gentle sea breeze carried away the unpleasant odors, and the atmosphere became considerably less awkward. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe had cleaned his hands in the sea and continued to prepare the snake meat. He hung the snake's skin on a branch, extracted the innards, and placed them into a torn plastic bag. Then, he retrieved the large kelp he had collected earlier and skillfully wrapped the succulent snake meat within it, using the snake skin to tie it securely into sections, creating a kelp and snake meat roll. Finally, he arranged the kelp and snake around the campfire, allowing the heat to evenly permeate both, soon releasing a delightful aroma of cooked meat. Tang Xiaohua diligently washed herself at the shore several times, while Qian Qian used a car to help her scrape off the seawater. She felt clean, yet her clothes were stained. Qian Qian lent her a khaki vest, but it only covered part of her. The bottom remained bare. Tang Xiaohua kept tugging at the hem of the vest, attempting to shield her modesty, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. The girls exchanged glances, uncertain of how to proceed. Just then, a pair of shorts was tossed towards her. If you don't mind, wear mine. Tang Xiaohua was taken aback to find that it was Lu Zhe's athletic shorts. Wait, he gave me his shorts. What will he wear? Turning to look at Lu Zhe, she discovered he had donned the casual pants he had previously used to carry the snake. Tang Xiaohua gazed up at Lu Zhe, an indescribable gratitude swelling within her heart. Despite witnessing her numerous embarrassing moments, he did not cast her aside. In her eyes, she still held the utmost importance among all the girls. With a slight smile, she felt a sweetness blossom in her heart. Soon, she slipped into Lu Zhe's shorts and tightened the waistband. Though the vest and shorts were a tad loose, they were significantly more comfortable than a formal dress. Her body regained its cleanliness, and with it, her spirits soared. Thank you, Lu Zhe. This time, Tang Xiaohua genuinely expressed her gratitude to Lu Zhe. However, his response was, now, you can extract the seed yourself, can't you? Tang Xiaohua replied yes. Her heartfelt thanks had initially anticipated a generous understanding, leading to reconciliation and a blossoming friendship where they could share everything. Eventually, the fact that she didn't mind wearing his shorts would stir feelings that transcended mere friendship, culminating in a passionate romance. Such sweet love stories often unfold in this manner. Following that, they would rescue each other, graduate together, and take entrance exams side by side. With the blessings of their classmates, they would step into the sanctity of marriage. The bridesmaids would undoubtedly be the class monitor, Qian Qian and Jiang Yao, for their bond of camaraderie was undeniable. Once married, they wouldn't rush into parenthood. Instead, they would spend 3 years traveling the globe, and in the 4th year, they would welcome a son and a daughter. The son, a slightly stronger version of Lu Zhe, named Xingzhe, and the daughter, as adorable as her, named Aigua. Indeed, the moment Tang Xiaohua donned Lu Zhe's shorts, she had already envisioned names for their future children. Yet, Lu Zhe's words abruptly yanked her romantic dreams back to reality. Seeking the seeds meant bearing the burdens that one of her age ought not to endure. Oh well, let it be a sacrifice made for love. She returned to the nearby broadleaf, where a layer of yellowish sludge lay atop the leaves. Floating amidst there were some tiny black sesame seeds. Were these strawberry seeds? With eyes closed, she pondered for a moment, then picked up a small stick and crouched down, pinching her nose with one hand and wielding the stick with the other. She meticulously extracted each sesame seed onto a tissue, cleaning them one by one. At last, there were no more floating black sesame seeds in sight, and Tang Xiaohua was moved to tears. Finally, it was done. She found another stick and dug a small hole in the sand, burying the broadleaf along with the sludge. An innocent little hermit crab was inadvertently buried in the process, and she could only apologize, "I'm sorry, little hermit crab." Yet, she watched as the little crab touched the yellow substance, and, rather than fleeing, extended its tiny pincers and began to munch contentedly. Tang Xiaohua blushed in embarrassment, feeling utterly out of sorts, and immediately developed a psychological aversion to the hermit crab. Nevertheless, the most arduous task was accomplished. Approaching Lu Zhe with a shy demeanor, She handed him the small bag of seeds, saying, I have completed my task. Lu Zhe took it, opened it, and estimated there were over 30 seeds. Each one impeccably cleaned. He nodded in satisfaction. Gwr, you've done well. Qian teased. Indeed, only a delightful girl like Gwr could preserve such sweet strawberry seeds. Enough of that. Qian, Tang Xiao pouted. I really wish I could go a lifetime without eating anything with seeds. At that moment, the sun had completely dipped below the horizon. And while the darkness had not yet fully enveloped the sky, the moon had already made its appearance. It was then that Lu Zhe noticed a swift drop in temperature. Chapter 24. As night falls, the temperature plummets. The long-awaited rescue team had yet to arrive. The campfire had become the most radiant source of light, providing warmth and solace to all. It was difficult to fathom what kind of night they would face had the fire not been kindled. Meanwhile, the snake meat was perfectly roasted, emanating an enticing aroma. Dinner is ready. Let us feast. Lu Zhe exclaimed, his anticipation palpable. If only it were not snake meat. He used a twig to lift the kelp-wrapped snake, placing it upon a clean stone. The kelp had crisped to perfection. Its saltiness and savory essence infused into the snake meat, creating an irresistible fragrance. Lu Zhe peeled back a piece of roasted kelp and took a bite, the sound of crunching filling the air. Delicious. It seems I have a knack for being a chef. Would you care to try? The four girls exchanged glances, each cautiously taking a small piece to taste. Soon, they were all exclaiming in delightful surprise, Wow, this is incredibly delicious. This is merely the kelp. You have yet to taste the snake meat, but it's venomous. Have you not heard the saying? The more venomous the snake, the more exquisite its flavor. This is a true delicacy among snakes. Oh, Lin Qian quickly jotted this down in her notebook. Lu Zhe revealed the tender snake meat nestled within the kelp, perfectly cooked and steaming, soft and white. He tore off a piece. It was hot to the touch. Blowing on it, he placed it in his mouth, savoring it alongside a spicy strip and some fish meat. The combination of flavors was extraordinary. Initially, the girls had some resistance to the snake meat, yet they could not resist Lu Zhe's enticing samples and the aroma wafting from the meat. They carefully took a small morsel to taste. In that instant, joyous squeals of happiness erupted from everyone. A single snake, a piece of kelp, a handful of fish mint, and a bag of spicy strips, boiled in muddy water from a can, became the five-stranded soul's first dinner on the deserted island. The delicious food and the warm fire created an ambience reminiscent of a camping trip among dear friends, evoking a sense of bliss. Yet, Lu Zhe understood that this was merely the beginning. Should the rescue team fail to arrive, they would face even graver survival challenges ahead. Having finished the snake and kelp, everyone felt a modicum of fullness. Lu Zhe, can we eat the hermit crabs? Lin Qian inquired. Lu Zhe picked up a small hermit crab, recalling information about them, and explained the meat in the crab's abdomen is edible, though it carries a rather unpleasant odor, and these are too small. They do not provide enough energy to warrant digestion, so I would not recommend consuming them. Jiang Yao, curious, picked up a hermit crab, sniffed it, and then disdainfully tossed it aside, exclaiming, It truly does smell awful like something from the toilet. Tang Xiaowo recalled the image of a hermit crab consuming excrement and stifled a gag with her hand over her mouth. Ningshu, intrigued, inquired Lu Zhe, How did you acquire such peculiar knowledge? Naturally, Lu Zhe could not reveal that it was his system providing the information, so he casually replied, When I was a child, I often read 100,000 Whys, and as I grew older, I watched survival shows, which naturally expanded my understanding. Tang Xiaowen nodded in agreement. It's like our class monitor, who frequently indulges in strange novels, even knows about the odd preferences of boys. Ningshu retorted, It's purely literary. I'm not some sort of fujoshi. Besides, Qian also reads novels. By the way, Qian, what do you read? Lin Qian pondered for a moment before casually naming a few titles. I read Deep Sleep, Dreams Have Their Orders, and A Heartfelt Thud for You. Those kinds of warm stories. Ningshu was taken aback. Oh, those seem to be Yuri novels. Jiang Yao and Tang Xiao expressed their surprise in unison. Yuri novels? Lin Qian, slightly flustered, defended herself in a hushed voice. Just because someone reads a certain genre doesn't mean they're like that. Ningshu nodded. True, I occasionally read them too. She then turned to Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe, what are you most concerned about right now? Lu Zhe contemplated for a moment before uttering two words, temperature. Remarkably, just as he finished speaking, Ning Shu let out a sneeze. Was it psychological suggestion? No. The other three girls also sensed it. The temperature had inexplicably dropped, with the sea breeze bringing a touch of chill. Jiang Yao hugged her shoulders. I hadn't noticed until you mentioned it. Why is it suddenly so cold? Lu Zhe shook his head. Is it due to the significant temperature difference between day and night on the island? Ning Shu scoffed. Aren't we in a tropical area? Even with a large temperature variance, it shouldn't be this cold. Lu Zhe was uncertain of the cause, but speculated. Perhaps there are cold and warm currents alternating near the island. Lin Qianqian gazed at the campfire, disheveled by the wind, and added, the convergence of different temperatures can also accelerate air circulation, hence the stronger winds at night. Jiang Yao exclaimed, what should we do then? Tang Xiao curled up. We're definitely going to catch a cold tomorrow. Lu Zhe glanced at his watch. It was already 8 in the evening. He solemnly stated at this hour, everyone would typically be lounging on the sofa, scrolling through their phones, or studying. But now, we must unite our efforts to face the cold night. How do we confront it? Ning Shu asked. Should we build a shelter now? There's no time. Lu Zhe shook his head. Even if we had the time, we have already expended a significant amount of energy today seeking food, fresh water, and starting a fire. It will be challenging to construct a shelter now. We can only manage basic defenses. What are your plans, Lu Zhe? Lu Zhe considered gathering some firewood to enlarge the fire for additional warmth. However, upon seeing the seemingly bottomless jungle, he hesitated. Venturing into the jungle alone at night posed too great a risk, and bringing a girl along would only hinder progress. Reluctantly, he decided to abandon the idea. Upon consulting the survival manual, the suggestion given was to boil water to create a hot water bottle. Suddenly, Lu Zhe's eyes sparkled with inspiration. I have a solution. Ning Shu inquired, what is it? The sand on the surface is cool, yet the sand near the fire is warm. Jiang Yao remarked, but we cannot remain too close to the fire indefinitely. Tang Xiao added, even if we stay near the fire, we can only warm our hands and feet. Our bodies will still remain cold. All right, let me explain further. Lu Zhe continued. This task can be divided into 3 steps, each of which is not too difficult to execute. However, I need everyone's unconditional cooperation. The girls exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. The first step involves digging a sand pit where we can all sleep, surrounding it with broad leaves to shield us from the sea breeze. Ning Shu nodded. Excavating a pit in the sand is not overly challenging. Placing the broad leaves is simple as well. What comes next? The small pebbles we dig up can be heated in the fire. Tang Xiao questioned, heating stones? Aren't we the ones who are cold? Indeed, but we need to utilize the stones for warmth. Lin Qianqian nodded in understanding. Is the third step to layer heated stones in the sandpit? This would raise the temperature within the pit compared to the outside. Lu Zhe shook his head. That's not correct. If dispersed, the heat will dissipate rapidly. Jiang Yao asked, then what should we do? Lu Zhe held up a bottle. We can collect seawater in a found bottle and place several scorching small stones inside. This will yield a hot water bottle of approximately 50 to 60 degrees. Excellent idea. Ning Shu couldn't help but praise. Qianqian counted the bottles. We have gathered 20 bottles, which means we effectively possess 20 warmers. These should help us endure the frigid night ahead. A splendid concept. Jiang Yao also commended. Most importantly, it is easy to implement and can be replenished at any time. Tang Xiao nodded. I still have my flare from back in the day. Lu Zhe cautioned. Remember to be careful when placing the small stones into the bottles to avoid scorching the opening and making it difficult to seal. Jiang Yao assured, don't worry. I'll handle that. With the plan in place, they began to execute it. The sand on the beach was quite soft, making it easy to dig. Lu Zhe and Ning Shu took charge of digging, while Tang Xiao collected stones, and Jiang Yao was responsible for placing the stones in the fire to heat them. Lin Qianqian gathered seawater and carefully used sticks to retrieve the heated stones, gently placing them into the bottles. As the hot stones were placed into the bottles, the seawater hissed as it boiled. However, after a gentle shake, it mixed with the seawater to create hot water at around 50 to 60 degrees. While it was still somewhat hot to the touch, it would not damage the bottle. In just half an hour, Jiang Yao had produced over 10 hot water bottles, which were then buried in the sand for insulation. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe and Ning Shu had also excavated a square sand pit measuring 2 meters by 2 meters, which they dried using fire. Then, they arranged the broad leaves around the edges, creating a cozy blanket that enveloped the entire sand pit. The thermos inside the pit exuded waves of warmth, akin to a heater, driving away the chill of the midnight air. Tang Xiaohua lay contentedly in the sand pit, exclaiming, "Wow, this is warm and blissful." Jiang Yao joined her, adding, "It's akin to sleeping in a grave." "Do you think a native might leap out at midnight and bury us all?" Startled, Tang Xiaohua screamed, Ning Shu shivered, saying, "Yao Yao, could you refrain from telling terrifying stories at this hour?" Jiang Yao stuck out her tongue. "How thrilling." Tang Xiaohua retorted, "What is thrilling about that? It scared me to the point of nearly wetting myself." At that moment, Ning Shu realized a new dilemma. Sleeping four in a 2-meter-wide sandpit was already a tight fit. There was no way Lu Zhe could squeeze in. Lin Qianqian, blushing, remarked, "Moreover, since we're all girls, it's not an issue to share, but having a boy here complicates things." Jiang Yao, lying at the edge, pushed aside the leaves and suggested, "Xiao Zhe, just squeeze in next to me." Tang Xiaohua, feeling a bit uncomfortable from Jiang Yao's nudging, protested, "Yao Yao, don't push me." Jiang Yao dismissed her concern. "I'm merely worried about Xiao Zhe. I want him to fit. Can't you be a little accommodating?" Tang Xiaohua retorted, "Is it only you who can show concern?" Jiang Yao chuckled, "Of course. Unlike you, who only causes trouble for Xiao Zhe." Ning Shu sighed, "You two are so petty." She added, "By the way, Lu Zhe, why didn't you dig a bigger pit?" "Because it isn't necessary." Lu Zhe gazed out at the distant sea. "Why not? Has the rescue team arrived?" "There's no sign of anyone." Lu Zhe explained, "Tonight, we 5 cannot all sleep. One of us must keep watch." "What?" Upon hearing the words "keep watch," the 4 girls gasped in unison. "Must we really keep watch? We're exhausted. Who can do that? I'm so sleepy. I could sleep until the mountains crumble and heaven and earth merge into one." Only Ning Shu spoke seriously. "Is it really necessary to keep watch?" Lu Zhe nodded. "This is our first night stranded on this deserted island. In case of any unexpected situations during the night, we must be prepared. Additionally, someone needs to tend to the fire, add firewood, and change the hot water for our companions. If a rescue team does arrive, we must be able to signal them quickly. Therefore, someone must keep watch." However, everyone was simply too fatigued. "We could draw lots, or take turns keeping watch. If no one is willing, then I will do it," Lu Zhe stated. Ning Shu contemplated for a moment and, displaying her sense of responsibility, said, "You've worked the hardest today, Lu Zhe. It wouldn't be fair to make you keep watch. If someone must do it, then let it be me as the class leader." Her willingness to take on responsibility moved everyone. Lin Qianqian thought for a moment and added, "Class leader, you're tired too. I haven't done much since I woke up. I should keep watch instead." Tang Xiaohua was also touched and said, "In truth, I'm not that tired. I can keep watch all night. Just leave it to me today." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yao also expressed her agreement, stating, "Everyone should stop competing. I woke up the latest and have done the least work, so it is only right that I take the night watch." Lu Zhe understood that although the girls often chattered noisily, they were quite sensible and understanding when it truly mattered. As for himself, with the enhancement of the system, his physical abilities had surpassed his original limits. Although he had exerted considerable effort, he was far from exhaustion. Given this, he decided it would be best not to let them take the watch. Stretching lazily, he remarked, "I suddenly thought that if a prehistoric python or Godzilla were to emerge in the middle of the night, you might not know how to respond. So I shall personally take the first watch." Tang Xiaohua pouted, "You're just trying to scare us." Jiang Yao expressed her concern, "But you can't stay awake all night." Lin Qianqian added, "Your body will suffer." Lu Zhe smiled, "When the sun rises, I will take a nap, and then you can take over." Ning Shu contemplated and said, "No need to wait until then. I will wake up in 4 hours to relieve you for the latter half of the night, during which the rest can sleep soundly." After some thought, Lu Zhe agreed, "All right, everyone, get some rest and gather your strength for tomorrow's challenges. I believe there will be no obstacles. The rescue team's boat will surely come for us. That's best." "Thank you, class leader and Lu Zhe. Then let us sleep. Good night." "Qianqian, you're holding me too tightly." "I'm sorry." The 4 girls nestled closely together in the sandpit, and soon sweet snores filled the air. They were utterly exhausted, falling asleep as soon as they lay down. Lu Zhe sat by the fire, warming his hands, while gazing at the 4 enchanting beauties before him. A sense of protectiveness and responsibility welled up within him. "I should add some firewood." He broke several branches and tossed them into the fire. The flames danced and crackled, bringing warmth to the tranquil night. Lu Zhe picked up a hot sand bottle and placed it against his chest, feeling the warmth spread. This night was destined to be a challenging one. Since he had no time during the day, he decided to take advantage of the quiet night to check his system data. Chapter 26. It was not my intention to touch the girl's feet. Host, Lu Zhe. Age, 18. Abilities, 1. Survival Manual. 2. Discerning Touch. 3. Toxic Resistance. Lu Zhe had a good understanding of the characteristics and usage of these 3 abilities. The Survival Manual was an encyclopedia of survival knowledge accessible in his mind at any time. Discerning Touch allowed him to identify the properties of objects by touch. And Toxic Resistance granted him immunity to toxins. Now, let's take a look at the specific data. Strength, 10 Stamina, 10 Agility, 11 Spirit, 10 Physique. To note, a score of 10 represents the host's original physical attributes. Each additional point equates to an increase of 110 in the initial Lu Zhe's capabilities. Below is a detailed explanation. 1. Strength enhances the power of limbs. Explosive force, biting strength, jumping ability, and throwing prowess, among other tangible manifestations of strength. This attribute can be infinitely accumulated. 2. Stamina increases the limits of endurance, energy reserves, recovery speed, and overall endurance. Each point added instantly restores 1 unit of the host's initial stamina. This attribute can also be infinitely accumulated. 3. Agility augments running speed, reaction time, jumping speed, climbing velocity, evasion, and more. This attribute can approach the limits of carbon-based life forms infinitely. 4. Perception strengthens sensory systems, including vision, with capabilities for adjusting to long-distance sight and night vision, as well as enhancing throwing and shooting accuracy. Hearing, with the ability to discern sound location at the carbon-based biological limit, and smell, also at the carbon-based biological limit, allowing for a seamless transition between initial and enhanced states. 5. Physique increases muscle strength, bone density, skin toughness, as well as resistance to viruses and infections, and accelerates recovery from injuries. This attribute can also approach the limits of carbon-based life forms infinitely. These are my 5 capabilities. They appear commendable, yet the rate of increase is rather slow. By signing in once a day, I randomly accumulate 1 point, thus after a full day's labor. I have only gained 1 point in stamina. Were it not for being stranded on this deserted island, in 3 to 5 years, I could possess the physique of Captain America. By the way, when can I sign in for the second time? Sign-in occurs at midnight. The next day sign-in can be initiated then. Additionally, there are weekly, monthly, and yearly sign-ins. Weekly sign-in, after signing in consecutively for 7 days. An important hint will be awarded. Monthly sign-in, after signing in continuously for a month, a randomly selected skill with 1 year of proficiency will be granted. Note, if the sign-in is not completed within 24 hours of the day, it is considered a break in sign-in. A break cannot be compensated. While it does not affect daily sign-ins, it will impact the rewards for weekly and monthly sign-ins. Please take heed, host. So that is how it is. But what exactly constitutes a sign-in? Such a significant matter, and the system has not provided a clear explanation. Or perhaps I have overlooked it, and the system assumes I already know the sign-in method? Lu Zhe recalled that his first successful sign-in occurred while rescuing Qian. Could it be that saving someone counts as a sign-in? That would be exceedingly difficult. Lu Zhe sighed, pondering the system's contents, yet found no further clues. Never mind. Relying on this feeble system is less promising than depending on myself. He then began to contemplate the tasks for tomorrow. It remains true that if the rescue team arrives, all issues will be resolved. But what if they do not come? Continuing the search for fresh water and food must remain the utmost priority. The consideration of seeking a more suitable campsite remains paramount. Once a location is identified, the construction of a proper shelter must be prioritized. An abundance of firewood is essential. Foraging for branches can be tedious. Thus, if feasible, crafting a stone axe for timber acquisition would be prudent. Additionally, it is crucial to gather ample resources washed ashore before the tide recedes by 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, including water bottles, plastic bags, cans, and various forms of debris. Collecting as much as possible is imperative. One must also seek an open area to display a distress signal, ensuring that rescuers aboard helicopters or speedboats can easily spot it. Furthermore, further exploration of the island is in order, circling the coastline and ascending to the highest point to sketch a topographical map of the isle. There is no need to dwell on thoughts. However, once one begins to ponder, the multitude of urgent and significant matters becomes apparent. It appears that surviving on a resource-scarce deserted island is indeed more challenging than initially imagined. Thus, it is best to focus on immediate tasks. He prepares to retrieve several chilled bottles, intending to refill them with warm seawater. As his hand reaches into the sandpit through the leaves, he inadvertently brushes against a delicate foot, warm, slender, and easily enveloped by his grasp. It elicits a flutter in his heart. Judging by the position, it must belong to Yao Yao. Apologies, this was not an intentional act of touching a female classmate's foot, but merely an effort to retrieve a sand bottle. He extracted the bottle beneath her foot and replaced it with a warm one. Upon shifting to another spot, he encountered another small foot. A jolt ran through Lu Zhe. This one felt as cold as ice. As he ventured further up, he noticed the calf was slightly trembling. Lu Zhe gently tapped the leg. "Is it Guo?" No response came, but beside him, Jiang Yao rubbed her eyes and sat up. Pouting slightly, she said with a hint of acidity, "Xiao Zhe, if you wish to touch, do so discreetly. I shall pretend not to see." "Why call out to Guo?" he replied. "I thought you were asleep." She chuckled softly, lifting her foot to nudge Lu Zhe's arm. "At least you just woke me." He sighed. "How did I not realize before that you have a penchant for touching girls' feet?" Lu Zhe, feeling helpless, explained, "It was a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding? Did you not touch mine before moving on to Guo?" Lu Zhe's head throbbed. "I merely intended to change your sand bottles and happened to notice Guo's foot was cold." "Is that so?" Jiang Yao remarked, poking Tang Xiaoguo's foot and recoiling in surprise. "Wow, so cold." Her exclamation stirred Ning Shu and Lin Qianxian, who also rubbed their sleepy eyes and sat up. "What is happening? Guo seems unwell. Wake her." Tang Xiaoguo lay between Lin Qianxian and Jiang Yao, and the two called her name in unison. She trembled slightly, murmuring indistinctly. "This is bad. She is having a fit. No, wait, this isn't a fit." He reached out to touch Tang Xiaoguo's forehead, and a message resonated in his mind. A small amount of snake venom had infiltrated the patient's immune system, leading to a severe cold induced by the chill. So that was it. The ability to discern could also detect illness. This was a cold caused by the destruction of immunity, not merely a simple ailment. A chill? Jiang Yao exhaled in relief. "Thankfully, that is just a common cold, right?" Ning Shu shook her head. "We lack medication and antibiotics. Even a common cold could prove fatal. Furthermore, this is not an ordinary cold." Lu Zhe's expression turned grave. "This is a complication brought on by snake venom assaulting the immune system," Lin Qianxian added. "This implies that until the immune system recovers, any slight disturbance could render her ill." "Indeed," Ning Shu expressed her concern. "What should we do now?" Lu Zhe pondered for a moment. "Without medication, we must ensure she maintains her body temperature. Everyone gather the hot sand bottles." Several girls hurried to bring the warm sand bottles and arrange them around Tang Xiaoguo. Yet, she remained with her eyes tightly shut, mumbling incessantly, her body trembling uncontrollably. The sea breeze blew in, and they could still feel the biting cold. The girls instinctively huddled their shoulders. Chapter 27. Saving Tang Xiaoguo. Tang Xiaoguo had fallen ill with a cold due to her compromised immune system, shivering uncontrollably. Lin Qianxian timidly suggested, "Rubbing our hands together can generate warmth. We could use this method to keep Guo warm." Ning Shu nodded. "A splendid idea." The group rubbed their hands together, warming their palms before placing them on Tang Xiaoguo. However, even this felt like a mere drop in the bucket, and it seemed her condition had worsened. What to do? Watching Tang Xiaoguo mumble in distress, Lin Qianxian felt a pang of heartache. Lu Zhe plunged his hand into the sand pit, and a sudden realization struck him. He found that the temperature of the sand pit had decreased compared to earlier. He understood now. Although they had placed the sand bottles around Tang Xiaoguo to provide warmth, the other three girls had sat up, unaware that they themselves were stable sources of heat. By lifting the leaves and removing their bodies from a sand pit, they had allowed precious warmth to escape. Lu Zhe consulted the survival manual, which offered no groundbreaking advice. In cold conditions, companions should huddle closely to prevent heat loss. This reminded him of scenes often depicted in dramas. A woman falling into icy waters, with a man using his body to maintain her warmth. The warmth of companions. Nevertheless, while it may sound somewhat cliched, it remained an effective solution. If he were to suggest it, he would surely be met with suspicion. However, there were still 3 girls present. Saving a life is of utmost importance. "I need you all to huddle together and warm Guo with your body heat." Ning Shu contemplated. "Yes, that is a plan. I'll go first." Lin Qianqian blushed as she spoke. Let me go first. If it means saving Guer, I wouldn't mind embracing her in the nude. Ning Shu frowned slightly. Is it really necessary to be undressed? Lu Zhe interjected. It would be best if two of us position ourselves, one in front and the other behind, maximizing her warmth. No need to argue. Qianqian, you take the front. I will be at the back. Lin Qianqian blushed even deeper. All right. Lin Qianqian and Ning Shu embraced Tang Xiao closely, using their body heat to provide warmth for their companion. Indeed, it appeared that Tang Xiao's condition was improving somewhat. Jiang Yao inquired, what should I do? While replacing water and sand, Lu Zhe replied, you can continue to rest. If I need you, I will call you. Jiang Yao pondered for a moment before sitting beside Lu Zhe. I think I might have slept too much during the day, and now I can't seem to fall asleep. Let me help you. Without waiting for Lu Zhe's response, she began to assist him. With her help, Lu Zhe's speed in heating stones and filling bottles significantly increased. Before long, a new round of hot water bottles was prepared. Lu Zhe handed the last 2 heated sand bottles to Jiang Yao. Thank you for your effort. You should rest now. Come on, we have been friends for years. There is no need for formalities. Saying this, she placed the bottles at Tang Xiao's feet and settled next to Lu Zhe. Honestly, Xiao Zhe, I find you quite warm. Would you mind if I leaned on you for a bit? Of course not. We are the best partners. Lu Zhe generously patted his shoulder. Jiang Yao smiled sweetly, linked her arm with Lu Zhe's, and rested her head gently on his shoulder, resembling a young couple. They sat in silence before the fire. However, after a while, Lu Zhe noticed that Jiang Yao had started to quietly sob. Hey, what is wrong? It's nothing. Jiang Yao sniffled lightly, using the back of her hand to wipe her tears. I was just moved seeing everyone working together to save Guer. I can't help but think that when I sleep, everyone must be desperately trying to save me too. Lu Zhe understood that although Jiang Yao and Guer often bickered, they genuinely cared for each other. Indeed, when we found you, you had been exposed to the sun for who knows how long. Your body temperature was scalding. If we had been even 10 minutes later, you might have perished. You're awful. Jiang Yao playfully pinched him, then continued, and Guer. When faced with a snake, wouldn't a girl's first instinct be to flee? Yet, she chose to kick it away to protect me. She looked at Tang Xiaogua, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Guer, though she can be quite troublesome and headstrong, is truly a wonderful girl. This was the first time Lu Zhe had witnessed Jiang Yao being so sentimental. Yet, it was understandable. In the face of immense disaster, one's mindset inevitably shifts. Lu Zhe, do you think the other passengers will all perish? Lu Zhe sighed deeply. To speak candidly, since awakening to the present moment, he has yet to earnestly ponder this matter. It is not due to a lack of will to contemplate, but rather a fear of the conclusions that might emerge, which could unleash overwhelming anguish and shatter his will to survive. And now, Jiang Yao has inquired. Lu Zhe can only shake his head. In truth, I'm also at a loss. Yet, among the multitude of passengers on the aircraft, why is it that only a select few of us have survived? Indeed, it is peculiar that only a handful from our class remain. Logically, there should have been a diverse array of passengers, with some surviving and others perishing. Jiang Yao nodded. Could it be simply because we were seated in first class? A statement that initially seemed rather far-fetched sparked a thought in Lu Zhe's mind. He turned to Jiang Yao and remarked, you may be onto something there. It is worth noting that the summer camp organized by the school has a history spanning 7 years. 16 universities in the region share a friendly partnership, conducting an international academic summer camp each graduation season. Each institution sends a number of student representatives to partake in various knowledge and physical competitions. In this instance, due to flight complications, 5 seats were lacking, resulting in the remaining 50 students from other classes boarding a flight to Australia on June 9th, while the 5 students from a management class were relegated to a flight on June 10th. At that time, a charming flight attendant informed them, to compensate for the flight oversight, we are pleased to upgrade you 5 to first class at no charge. Initially, the students anticipated a relaxing journey in genuine leather recliners, sipping coffee as they leisurely approached their destination. Little did they expect that it was this very cabin that would suffer a catastrophic breach mid-flight. Lu Zhe nodded. Thus, it is conceivable that only we were forcefully ejected from the aircraft, while others remained unscathed. Jiang Yao pondered for a moment before suggesting, but if only the first-class cabin was breached, might the others not continue on to their destination? Lu Zhe contemplated this for a while, then shook his head, setting aside whether the aircraft could regain its original altitude. Even if it could, a plane with a breach is highly susceptible to fracturing due to pressure differentials and impact. Then, do they have no chance of survival? Lu Zhe reflected further. Not necessarily. If the plane were to perform an emergency landing over the ocean, given the lightweight materials of the aircraft, water would initially not rush in through the breach. If rescue personnel were to arrive in time, everyone on board could be saved. Jiang Yao sighed. Do you think we're fortunate or unfortunate? Lu Zhe smiled. Fortunate. I would say. Indeed, while the final hypothesis holds a certain probability of occurrence, the likelihood remains exceedingly slim. It is also plausible that the entire crew may have met their demise at sea. Lu Zhe's words offered Jiang Yao some solace, as a faint smile graced her cheeks. Leaning against Lu Zhe, she adjusted into a more comfortable position and gradually drifted into slumber. Concerned that she might feel cold, Lu Zhe held her a bit tighter. Under the moonlight, Jiang Yao's hair partially obscured her delicate face, stirring a sense of affection within Lu Zhe. He reached out, gently brushing her hair aside, unable to resist placing a soft kiss on her strands. At that moment, a notification flashed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed check-in, Agility 1. You have checked in for 2 consecutive days. Chapter 28. It seems I must take action myself. Lu Zhe was startled. How had he suddenly completed another check-in? Glancing at his watch, he noted it was 1:55 a.m. What had triggered this? He was unsure. Nevertheless, it mattered little. It appeared that completing the check-in was rather effortless. At this moment, what use was agility? Surely, strength would prove more beneficial. In deep thought, he could distinctly feel his body becoming more nimble. His personal record for the 100 meters was 11.9 seconds. He wondered how much faster he could run now. Xiao Zhe, Jiang Yao murmured softly. Lu Zhe sensed Tang Xiao's thoughts, and similarly, he could perceive Jiang Yao's feelings. At this juncture, he could establish a relationship with either of the two. But he pondered, which one did he prefer? After much contemplation, he could not arrive at a definitive answer. He found Lin Qianqian and Ning Shu quite appealing as well. However, it was only natural. Each of the 4 girls possessed their unique sweetness and charm, making the choice akin to solving a world-class dilemma. Moreover, once a romantic relationship was established with one, he would need to maintain a deliberate distance from the others. Future interactions would require careful consideration, which would neither promote survival nor foster camaraderie among classmates. Thus, the wisest course of action seemed to be to maintain the status quo. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, fatigue began to envelop Lu Zhe. Just as he was about to doze off, he heard a sudden achoo. Who sneezed? It was me, came Ning Shu's voice. Jiang Yao, who had also been restless, awoke. How is Guo? Unfortunately, Guo's condition had not improved. I sneezed too, she said, following it with another sneeze. It was apparent that she too was affected by the cold. She sat up, clutching a hot water bottle, shivering slightly. What about Qianqian? Parting the leaves and aided by the firelight, Jiang Yao saw Lin Qianqian cradling Tang Xiao. With a sigh, Jiang Yao remarked, "Oh dear. Reading too many Yuri stories must be affecting us." Ning Shu scratched her head. I read them too, but I wouldn't act like her. Jiang Yao reached out to touch Lin Qianqian's hands and feet, which were icy cold. Worry crept in her voice. If this continues, Qianqian might catch a cold as well. Lin Qianqian stirred at the sound and awoke. It's all right, Achu. Lu Zhe remarked. Indeed, you both must stop now. You have caught a chill. But Guo is still feeling cold, Lin Qianqian lamented. With a sigh, Jiang Yao responded, There's no remedy. Our bodies as girls are simply too frail. Suddenly, she thought of something, slowly lifting her head to gaze at Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe felt a bit uneasy under her scrutiny. What is happening? Although I still harbor some reservations, there is no alternative. The task of rescuing Guo must rest upon your shoulders. Me? Among us, you possess the best constitution. Even in such cold weather, you remain warm. Together, if we embrace Guo, we can surely alleviate her chills. From a psychological standpoint, who would mind holding a lovely girl? Yet, to accept it outright would appear too eager. I feigned reluctance, fearing that any delay might truly disadvantage Guo. At this moment, Ning Shu interjected. Although Guo may misunderstand, the urgency of the situation leaves us with no other options. Lu Zhe, you must step forward. Lin Qianqian added. Even if Guo is upset, I believe she will eventually forgive you. Ning Shu scoffed. Humph, she wouldn't be angry at all. Seeing that all three girls had spoken in agreement, there was no more hesitation. It was time to act. Very well. I shall reluctantly assist her this once. By the way, what about you, class monitor and Qian? Lin Qian replied. You need not worry. I can huddle with the class monitor for warmth. Ning Shu shouted. Who wants to huddle with you? Lin Qian earnestly explained. It has been said in survival shows that companions embracing one another can reduce heat loss. Lu Zhe and Jiang Yao exchanged glances and nodded, shielding Tang Xiaohua together. Originally, the 2-meter-wide sandpit became a tight fit as everyone huddled together for warmth, and surprisingly, the 5 of them managed to squeeze in. Remarkably, this arrangement began to warm Ning Shu and Lin Qian, while Lu Zhe and Jiang Yao provided a stable source of heat for Tang Xiaohua. Only then did Gu's condition truly stabilize. Xiao Zhe. Jiang Yao pursed her lips and remarked, Don't we resemble parents embracing their sick child? Tang Xiaohua, standing at approximately 1.55 meters, appeared petite and adorable, nestled in the arms of Lu Zhe and Jiang Yao, truly resembling a sickly child. Your imagination is rather vivid, I said. If I had such a daughter, I certainly wouldn't want a second child. Jiang Yao smiled, holding Lu Zhe's hand. What do you think, Xiao Zhe? Lu Zhe mumbled a vague agreement. He had little interest in playing house with Jiang Yao. He understood that in this survival scenario, a sustainable freshwater source had yet to be located. It was essential to conserve energy and temper emotions. Indulgence and recklessness would endanger both Gu and himself. What to do? Perhaps recite some classical literature. He had forgotten much, but the memorial on the expedition was still within his memory. He recited it twice, and despite holding a lovely girl, he soon fell asleep. It was unclear how long he slept, but Lu Zhe was awakened by the system's incessant notifications. Groggily, he opened his eyes to find the sky shrouded in gray. Suddenly, a ray of sunlight cascaded down, filtering through the gaps of broad leaves and illuminating the faces of him and Tang Xiaohua. It was a splendid morning. He glanced at his watch. It was 5:45 in the morning. Goodness, he had slept for 11 hours. Tang Xiaohua remained nestled in his embrace, her nose barely 2 centimeters away from his. Her breathing was steady, her murmurs ceased, and her body temperature had returned to normal. Lu Zhe felt a surge of joy in his heart. It appeared that Gu had pulled through. Only then did he take the opportunity to observe Tang Xiaohua closely. Her delicate complexion was as smooth as cream, devoid of any freckles or blemishes, adorned with long eyelashes and a sweet scent. It was no wonder so many boys at school were enamored with her. Unbeknownst to him, he too began to harbor feelings for Tang Xiaohua, unconsciously leaning a bit closer. Just then, she let out a soft sound and opened her eyes. At that moment, their noses were nearly touching. Tang Xiaohua felt a bit puzzled. How was it that she had gone to sleep beside her friends, yet awoke in Lu Zhe's embrace? What had transpired? Her face flushed a bright red. Is he about to kiss me? Why did he stop? Lu Zhe, why can't you be a bit braver? I want to hold it against you. Yet Lu Zhe hesitated, realizing that if he kissed Tang Xiaohua, their relationship would undoubtedly progress to dating. After all, he still held Jiang Yao's hand. Just then, Tang Xiaohua suddenly leaned forward, colliding directly with Lu Zhe's lips. They kissed. Then, she exclaimed in annoyance, "Who bumped into me?" Behind her, Jiang Yao sleepily opened her eyes. I didn't move at all. Tang Xiaohua pouted. Yao, you bumped into me, causing me to lose my first kiss. First kiss? And you, Lu Zhe? Tang Xiaohua playfully hit Lu Zhe's chest. You just stood there and didn't dodge. Clearly, you were trying to take advantage. Be reasonable. Even bandits aren't as unreasonable as you. Is that so? Tang Xiaohua's face turned crimson. Regardless, my first kiss is gone. What do you suggest we do? Chapter 29. The beginning of the second day of survival. Tang Xiaohua's antics left Lu Zhe feeling as if he had been a victim of a scam. And why was I sleeping in your arms? I haven't even had my first love, and here I am sleeping with you. I want to let this go easily. You must take responsibility. Tang Xiaohua's small fist pounded against Lu Zhe's chest. Stop being willful, Gu. Who is being willful? You secretly held me while I slept, and don't want to take responsibility? Jiang Yao sighed. You fainted from the cold yesterday, and nearly faced danger. Everyone used their bodies to keep you warm so you could make it through, and now you wake up and cause a ruckus. I was trembling all over, like I was in a fit. Was it that serious? Tang Xiaohua recalled the chilling sensation of plunging into an icy abyss during her dreams, still haunted by the memory. Do we not have a campfire? She pondered. At the mention of the fire, Lu Zhe suddenly recalled its significance. Yes, the campfire. He hastily moved Tang Xiaoguo's head aside and wriggled through the broad leaves. Could you be less rough? Tang Xiaoguo exclaimed. Lu Zhe, unfazed by her protest, hurried to the fire pit. Alas, the flames had vanished, leaving behind a smoldering heap of charred wood, with only a wisp of blue smoke rising languidly. See, this is the consequence of neglecting the fire, he thought. He quickly added some twigs and blew fervently until the flames finally flickered back to life. A cold sweat broke out on Lu Zhe's brow. That was close, he gasped. Jiang Yao inquired. Xiaozhe, what's wrong? The fire nearly extinguished, he replied. Oh, but don't worry, it's revived now, he reassured her, prompting a sigh of relief from Jiang Yao. Lu Zhe then glanced at his watch. It was precisely 6 o'clock a.m. on June 11th, marking the second day of their ordeal on the deserted island. The sun was just beginning to rise, casting a golden hue over the crashing waves. The vast expanse of the sea revealed no signs of rescue. Lu Zhe contemplated the situation. The minimal difference between day and night indicated their location between the Tropic of Cancer and the equator. The significant temperature fluctuations suggested the presence of intermittent cold currents nearby. Although the heat was not yet unbearable, it would soon escalate on the island. What about the other two girls? He wondered. Pushing aside the foliage, he found Ning Shu sprawled comfortably in a sandy mound, while Lin Qianqian lay on her side, resting her arm across Ning Shu's chest, her legs draped over hers in a posture of utter dependence. Hearing the commotion, Lin Qianqian and Ning Shu stirred, rubbing their eyes as they sat up from their sandy refuge. Lin Qianqian pursed her lips and softly greeted, "Good morning, everyone." Ning Shu stretched languidly, exclaiming, "Ah, what a beautiful day. Oh, Guer, you're all right." Tang Xiaoguo smiled. "The little princess is fully revived." Jiang Yao commended. "It seems everyone is in good spirits." Lu Zhe nodded. "Congratulations, everyone. We have successfully endured our first day on this desolate island." After exchanging pleasantries, Ning Shu distributed chewing gum to each person, and they began to deliberate their survival strategy for the following day. They needed to find fresh water, food, maintain the fire, construct a shelter, create distress signals, and gather seeds to fashion tools. Each task seemed urgent. Yet, Lu Zhe believed that the three most pressing matters demanded their immediate attention. First, the search for fresh water. An average person requires approximately 12 liters of fresh water daily, especially in the sweltering conditions of a tropical island, where the demand is even greater. Having exhausted the water from the muddy pit yesterday, they now possessed not a single drop, making it imperative to secure a sufficient supply before the temperature rose further. Second, maintaining the campfire. The fire was of paramount importance to their survival. Firstly, it serves to roast food and distill fresh water. Secondly, it provides warmth during the night. Thirdly, should vessels pass by, one can toss plastic materials into the flames to create black smoke, signaling to the ships. However, maintaining a campfire necessitates an ample supply of wood. Without sufficient fuel, the fire will extinguish. Currently, the availability of branches is alarmingly scarce. Thus, gathering enough wood is of paramount importance. Furthermore, it is essential to establish a distress signal. Although merely a day has passed since the calamity, the outside world must be aware, and rescue teams may arrive shortly. Since the campfire cannot constantly produce black smoke from plastic, a more visible signal for help is required. This could involve arranging an SOS signal in an open area or tying a conspicuous flag at a high point to facilitate detection by helicopters and rescue boats. Failing to catch the first rescue attempt would significantly diminish the intensity of searches in the same location, rendering subsequent efforts largely futile. Lu Zhe concluded, "I have decided that our task for this morning will be threefold. First, to search for fresh water and food. Second, to collect wood to sustain the fire. And third, to set up a distress signal." With the plan established, the next step was execution. Ning Shu stretched lazily and inquired, "Should we split into groups or work together?" Lu Zhe pondered, "We must divide. To search for resources, we need to leave the camp. Guer cannot trek far right now. She requires someone to care for her. Who will stay with her?" Tang Xiaoguo volunteered, "I can stay." Lu Zhe shook his head. "No, your immunity is too low. If anything happens, there will be no saving you. Moreover, with the scarcity of branches, the fire needs supervision, so it's best for you to remain at the camp." Lin Qianqian stepped forward. "I can stay with Guer." Jiang Yao nodded. "Then Qianqian and Guer will remain at the camp, while Lu Zhe, the class leader, and I will search for supplies. All right, Ning Shu queried Lu Zhe. What do you think of this arrangement? Lu Zhe nodded. It's acceptable. Where shall we begin? He pointed towards the beach. The tide is currently receding. We should head west along the shore, an area yet to be explored. We must collect any usable plastic bags, bottles, cans, and edible shellfish or crustaceans, essentially anything of value that we come across. Ning Shu and Jiang Yao simultaneously gave an affirmative gesture. Thus, the three bid farewell to Lin Qianqian and Tang Xiaohua, shouldered their empty backpacks, and set off towards the west. The sun had just risen, yet the day was already brilliantly illuminated. The morning sea breeze was gentle and soft, the sky a deep azure, the nearby waves resembling snow, and the distant clouds akin to cotton. The sky was crystal clear, with occasional unknown seabirds soaring by, emitting their vibrant calls, uplifting the spirits. Ning Shu spread her arms wide. If our clothes weren't so grimy, I would think we were attending a beach summer camp party. Jiang Yao nodded slightly. Indeed, if it weren't for the mishap with the plane, we would be across the ocean by now. Lu Zhe glanced at his attire, covered in a layer of grayish-white sand, appearing rather unkempt. However, it was of little concern. A quick shake, and he would be as good as new. Jiang Yao teased. Xiao Zhe. Boys can casually shed their clothes to shake off the sand, but what are we girls to do? Lu Zhe chuckled. I could turn around and avert my gaze. Jiang Yao smirked. I long for a warm bath. With that, she approached the shoreline and leaped into the sea with a splash. The morning water was surprisingly warm and comfortable, not at all chilly. She swam joyfully, the sand and dirt washed away by the gentle waves. Emerging from the water, her hair clung to her face, droplets glistening on her chest, revealing her enchanting figure, reminiscent of a mermaid come to life. Chapter 30. Stacking for coconuts. Hey, Xiao Zhe. She playfully splashed water at Lu Zhe, bursting into laughter. It was then that Lu Zhe noticed her exquisite figure, something he had overlooked despite their prolonged partnership. Ning Shu placed a hand on her forehead. Yao Yao, have you forgotten what you're missing? It dawned on Jiang Yao that her undergarment had become soiled, leaving her clad only in a wet outer garment that clung to her, accentuating her alluring silhouette. You've splashed water all over my face. Oh dear, I didn't notice. My apologies. Jiang Yao rushed to Lu Zhe, concern evident in her voice. Let me help you wipe it off. She playfully lifted her garment, attempting to dab his nose, inadvertently showcasing her slender waist. Is this really for wiping water? It seems intentional. Can we please not make a fuss? Although Lu Zhe found himself momentarily captivated, he understood that this was not the time for flirtation. He feigned annoyance, furrowing his brow. We have little time. If we cannot find fresh water by noon, we may all be in peril. Jiang Yao nodded. Oh, let us keep moving then, keeping an eye on the supplies underfoot. With that, Lu Zhe strode ahead, determined to lead the way, mindful that Ning Shu might make peculiar assumptions if she noticed any changes in his demeanor. Jiang Yao pouted slightly, murmuring, fine, before following suit. The trio continued onward, collecting various items such as bottles, cans, plastic bags, and a few flip-flops. Fortunately, they discovered 2 pairs of sandals, one red and one yellow, both size 34, which could be paired together. Ning Shu tried them on. They're a little small, but Guair can wear them. She won't have to don her high heels anymore. They also gathered a small bag of mussels, along with a few crabs and sea snails. Barnacles clung to the rocks, but without suitable tools, they could not pry them open. Reluctantly, they abandoned that idea and pressed on. Soon, they encountered something they had long anticipated: coconut trees. 2 coconut trees stood tall, each adorned with 15 or 16 ripe coconuts, alongside clusters of unripe ones dangling from the branches. A few ripe coconuts had fallen to the ground, displaying a subtle shade of coffee brown. This sight was incredibly exhilarating. At that moment, Ning Shu and Jiang Yao exchanged high fives and laughter. Jiang Yao exclaimed joyfully, each coconut contains approximately 200 milliliters of coconut water, with around 30 coconuts. That amounts to nearly 6,000 milliliters. Ning Shu snapped her fingers, declaring, today's freshwater supply is secured, along with the distilled water that should suffice. Lu Zhe, too, was filled with delight, for he understood that while the fresh water provided by these 2 coconut trees would not last them long, it indicated the existence of coconuts on this island. This possibility opened up the prospect of discovering more coconuts on the island. However, while fallen coconuts were manageable, Retrieving those still hanging from the trees posed a challenge. They needed to inspect the fallen ones, as some might be spoiled and inedible. Lu Zhe observed the two coconut trees, noting their differing characteristics. One was tall and slender, while the other was short and stout. The tall tree had a diameter of about 30 centimeters and soared over 10 meters high, its trunk bending gracefully. Rubbing his palms together, Lu Zhe embraced the trunk and, with relative ease, ascended, plucking the coconuts one by one and tossing them onto the beach, accumulating a total of 15 coconuts. The other coconut tree, though only 5 meters tall, had a diameter nearing half a meter and bore even more coconuts. However, its thick trunk made climbing nearly impossible. What to do? Should they strike the coconuts down with stones or wait for them to fall? Lu Zhe shook his head. We don't have time to wait. After a moment of contemplation, he devised a plan. Standing at 8 meters tall, with Ning Shu at 67 meters and Jiang Yao at 64 meters, they could potentially reach nearly 5 meters by standing on each other's shoulders. Let us coordinate, he suggested. Class leader, you'll stand on my shoulders first, and then Yao Yao can climb up onto yours. Ning Shu's eyes sparkled with excitement. What a brilliant idea. But Lu Zhe, can you bear the weight of 2 people? Lu Zhe chuckled. That weight is hardly a concern. The real question is whether you can manage it. Me? Of course. Jiang Yao replied. Climbing onto the class leader's shoulders feels a bit awkward. Ning Shu waved her hand dismissively. For the sake of survival, it's a trivial matter. Lu Zhe nodded, instructing, I will bend forward at the base of the tree. The class leader will go up first, then Yao Yao will climb onto your shoulders. Remember to lean forward and rest your body against the trunk. Do not lean back. Understood? The 2 girls nodded in unison. Understood. Lu Zhe positioned himself beneath the tree. Bending down, Ning Shu removed her shoes, placing her bare feet on Lu Zhe's shoulders. All right, it's your turn, Yao Yao. Class leader, I'm sorry. Jiang Yao also took off her shoes, gripping Lu Zhe's arms as she climbed up, and then shifted onto Ning Shu's shoulders. At last, Lu Zhe straightened his posture, followed by Ning Shu, and finally, Jiang Yao also stood upright. Ning Shu, barefoot, stepped onto Lu Zhe's shoulder, while Jiang Yao, with one hand gripping the trunk of a tree, extended her other hand upwards to reach the coconuts above. To her delight, she effortlessly plucked one down. The coconut fell with a resounding thud onto the beach. Haha, perfect. Yao Yao, that was splendid. Keep it up. It's quite easy after all. Yao Yao excels at standing tall. With a playful laugh, she reached for another. This time, the coconut landed on a protruding rock before bouncing onto the sand. One after another, she managed to bring down several more. As the pile of coconuts on the ground grew, excitement filled each heart. Just a little to the left. Xiaozhe, someone called out. All right, hold steady. Lu Zhe gradually shifted to the left, but as he did, Jiang Yao nearly toppled over. Hey, you two, watch out. I'm not ready yet. Lu Zhe had no choice but to look up, but upon doing so, he was met with an unexpected sight. Ning Su, clad in a tennis skirt, had neglected to wear any shorts beneath. The fabric featured a white base with pink edges, adorned with a cartoon bear. It was purely accidental, a sheer coincidence. I truly did not intend to witness this, he thought. Ning Shu sensed something amiss and lowered her gaze, only to find Lu Zhe looking up at her with surprise. Realization dawned, and she involuntarily shuddered. Ah, you pervert, she exclaimed. This was an accident, truly. In a fluster, she instinctively adjusted her skirt, momentarily losing her balance. Consequently, she stumbled backward. Fearing they might fall, Lu Zhe reached out to catch her, but the bear obscured his view and came crashing down toward his face. Chapter 31. A bear to the face, ah! The 3 of them screamed simultaneously as they fell. Ning Shu rubbed her waist, complaining of the pain, while a deep voice from beneath her exclaimed, Shouldn't it be me who is saying it hurts? Startled, Ning Shu realized she was inadvertently seated on Lu Zhe's face, distinctly feeling the breath escaping from him. Is that his nose? She pondered, her face flushing crimson. Ah, terrified, she leaped to her feet. Lu Zhe, are you all right? Lu Zhe rubbed his sore nose and replied, Don't mind me. Check on Yao Yao. Ouch, it hurts. Jiang Yao cried, her voice laced with tears. A sudden realization struck Ning Shu. Compared to her, Jiang Yao's fall from a greater height must have been more severe. She quickly asked, Yao Yao, how are you? My foot, I landed on a rock. Jiang Yao gasped. Ning Shu's heart sank as she noticed a large red mark on Jiang Yao's ankle. Oh no. Lu Zhe hurried over to gently examine Jiang Yao's ankle. Ouch, that hurts. A notification chimed in. Ankle ligament sprain, commonly known as a twisted ankle. She sprained her ankle, and it was quite severe, but fortunately, it was not fractured. Oh dear! Yao Yao felt both guilty and pained. Jiang Yao shook her head, saying, "Class monitor, it's truly not Lu Zhe's fault. It was I who suggested he look up." Ning Shu hesitated, wanting to argue, but sighed. "In truth, I understand." Lu Zhe furrowed his brow. "What do you know? I know that if you want to move, you have to look up, but it's only natural for a normal boy to notice you while looking up. It's perfectly normal for him to glance a bit longer at such a sight." Jiang Yao nodded in agreement. "Indeed, that only signifies that you are quite charming, class monitor." "Yao Yao, could you not think so irrationally?" Ning Shu retorted, then added, "Alas, it's all my fault that you got hurt." "It's nothing," Jiang Yao replied, though her brows were tightly knitted, clearly enduring excruciating pain. "Lu Zhe, how is Yao Yao?" Lu Zhe examined Jiang Yao's ankle, stating, "With this degree of sprain, it will be difficult to heal in less than a week. During this time, the foot must remain in a state of rest, and daily herbal massages will be necessary." "What?" Jiang Yao exclaimed in surprise. "Does that mean I can't walk?" Lu Zhe nodded. "To be frank, yes." Ning Shu, still racked with guilt, said, "I should have worn leggings, and even if I had been seen, I should have prioritized the safety of myself and my companions." Lu Zhe nodded. "Your recognition of this indicates that there is still hope." Ning Shu, feeling helpless, said, "Lu Zhe, think of a solution." The situation was dire. Lu Zhe pondered for a moment. Now that Yao Yao cannot move long distances, and Guo is also unable to walk far, we must make a choice. Either bring Yao Yao to the campsite or bring Guo and Qian here. Ning Shu replied without hesitation, "The campsite is over there, and the bonfire is over there, so we should bring Yao Yao back." Jiang Yao inquired, "But what about the coconuts?" Ning Shu paused. "Indeed, with so many coconuts, even if we carry 4 or 5 at a time, it will take many trips." Lu Zhe considered, estimating Jiang Yao to weigh around 90 pounds and Tangua to be less than 80 pounds. "Then it's more practical to move Guo Jiang Yao shrugged. "But if we do that, that little troublemaker Guo will surely complain. How about you support me back instead? We can transport the coconuts gradually. After all, there is no one else on this island, so they won to be stolen." "Little troublemaker?" Ning Shu remarked, intrigued. "What kind of language is that, Yao Yao?" "That is not the point," Lu Zhe interjected, standing up to survey the surroundings. "Have you noticed? The variety of vegetation here exceeds that of the campsite. And there are also more stones." Ning Shu looked closely and observed many plants that she had not seen at the campsite, nodding. "I hadn't noticed until you mentioned it." "Indeed. The abundance of plants suggests that food may be more plentiful here than there. The abundance of stones implies it would be easier to set up a distress signal." Jiang Yao nodded. "I see. Oh, it hurts so much." Lu Zhe solemnly instructed, "Class monitor, you stay here to take care of Jiang Yao and gather some firewood and stones. I will return to find Qian and Guo and bring the campfire along." Ning Shu responded with an okay gesture. Once he had arranged for Ning Shu and Jiang Yao, Lu Zhe set off alone back to the campsite. He moved swiftly, and in less than 10 minutes, he arrived back at the camp. Lin Qian and Tang Xiaoguo were surprised to see Lu Zhe return alone. Tang Xiaoguo exclaimed, "Lu Zhe, have you lost the class monitor and Yao Yao?" Lin Qian frowned. "Guo do not speak such ominous words." Tang Xiaoguo immediately covered her mouth. Lu Zhe replied in a low voice, "Yao Yao has injured her leg and cannot move long distances. I thought it would be better to bring you over instead of carrying her back, while also relocating the campsite." Upon hearing that Jiang Yao was injured, Lin Qian grew anxious and asked with concern, "Is it serious?" Lu Zhe shook his head. "Not very serious, but not light either. She cannot move for the time being." Tang Xiaoguo protested, "Why are we the ones moving? Look, my foot is still hurt." She added, "The living conditions there are better than here, with coconut trees, making it more suitable for a campsite." Lin Qian exclaimed in surprise, "Coconut trees? Are there coconuts?" Lu Zhe nodded. "We picked over 20. "Really? That's wonderful. Where do we set off?" "Now." Lu Zhe took out a can, stuffed it with dry grass, added half-burnt charcoal, and filled it with more grass to seal the top. This way, the charcoal would neither extinguish nor burn too quickly, lasting at least half an hour. "Leave the rest of the things here. We will come back for them later." With his belongings and a torch in hand, Lu Zhe led Lin Qian, who was supporting Tang Xiaoguo, forward. However, their pace was too slow. Lu Zhe glanced at the fire source in his hand, realizing that at this rate, They would likely arrive with the fire extinguished. Should I carry Tang Xiaogua? Walking on the beach was already unstable, and carrying a girl would risk stumbling. Instead, he decided to hoist her up. Chapter 32. Chewing gum and coconuts guerre. Would you like a ride? Tang Xiaogua's expression lit up with anticipation. Oh, why are you so kind today? We're moving too slowly. We must quicken our pace, or we won't reach our destination before the fire goes out. Tang Xiaogua tilted her head. Do you want to carry me? Not quite. Saying this, Lu Zhe squatted down, grasped Tang Xiaogua around the waist, and lifted her up. Hey! Tang Xiaogua found herself resting on Lu Zhe's shoulder, her delicate legs dangling in front of him. Oh dear, why are you doing this? Big brother, you can't even carry me properly. Lu Zhe retorted, be quiet, or I might just drop you. Oh, Tang Xiaogua obediently closed her mouth. With Tang Xiaogua on his shoulder, Lu Zhe found it quite effortless to balance her while holding a bag of empty bottles and cans in his left hand. The fire source was being tended to by Lin Qianqian. Lin Qianqian smiled. It felt akin to carrying a little pig. After approximately half an hour, the trio arrived at the 2 coconut trees. Ning Shu had gathered a pile of wood nearby and prepared the campfire, now diligently attempting to crack open a coconut. At this moment, the spark in Lin Qianqian's hand was about to extinguish, prompting Lu Zhe to quickly set down Tang Xiaogua and rekindle the fire. Lin Qianqian set aside her belongings to check on Jiang Yao's sprained ankle, discovering it had swollen to the size of a large radish. She expressed her concern. Does it hurt? A bit, Jiang Yao replied, glancing at Tang Xiaogua. By the way, you're being quite willful. Even little Zhe is so worn out, yet you continue to tease him. Tang Xiaogua retorted with a hint of pride. It was little Zhe who insisted on carrying me. He refused several times, but I believe he felt sorry for me and insisted I shouldn't walk on my own. I implore you to act like a decent person, Lu Zhe said, his expression one of helplessness. Indeed, it was my choice to carry you, but it was because you're moving too slowly on your own. I feared that the spark would extinguish if we took too long. Hence I brought you along. Tang Xiaogua sheepishly stuck out her tongue. Jiang Yao wore a look of realization. Oh, I see now. Haha, it truly resembles a father carrying his daughter. Tang Xiaogua, frustrated, exclaimed, Who has the daughter? Jiang Yao replied languidly. Whoever is adorable is. In a moment of confusion, Tang Xiaogua fell silent. While they were idly chatting, Lin Qianqian noticed over 20 coconuts on the ground and exclaimed in delight. There really are so many coconuts. Now we have something to drink. Tang Xiaogua urged. Quick, open one. I'm nearly dying of thirst. Ning Shu rubbed her sore arms and warned. Don't celebrate too soon. I've been smashing for ages, and Haven Tea cracked a single one. Lu Zhe inquired. What have you been using to smash them? Ning Shu pointed to a protruding rock on the beach. This. I saw a good doing it in survival shows. He smashed coconuts against rocks. Lu Zhe examined the stone. That's a method, but this rock isn't sharp enough, and your strength isn't sufficient to break it. It's quite normal that you Haven Tea succeeded. Can you do it? Of course, Lu Zhe replied. However, upon seeing the 20-plus coconuts, he thought to himself, I can crack them open, but if I manage to open all these coconuts, I'll be utterly exhausted. Do we have any tools? Nothing at all. At that moment, Tang Xiaogua blew a small bubble with her chewing gum. Lu Zhe suddenly had an idea. Class monitor, pass me your gum. One piece isn't enough, she retorted. Just give it to me. Ning Shu hesitated for a moment, then shyly handed the gum over to Lu Zhe. Not the one in your mouth. Oh. Ning Shu awkwardly tossed the gum in his direction. Lu Zhe took a few pieces, chewed them briefly before spitting them out, then formed a cone shape on the rock. He lifted a coconut and forcefully smashed it down onto the cone. Chapter 33. Signaling for help puff. The chewing gum had vanished, and upon examining the bottom, only a white dot remained, which was the gum embedded in the coconut. Lu Zhe pried it out, revealing a small hole. Haha, success, he exclaimed, lifting it to his mouth as a stream of coconut water flowed down, filling his mouth. Ning Shu widened her eyes in astonishment. Wow, Lu Zhe, you truly are remarkable to devise such a ridiculous method. Tang Xiaogua exclaimed, This is utterly unscientific. Lin Qianqian chimed in. In fact, it is quite scientific. This is a non-Newtonian fluid that is incredibly solid upon impact, supported by scientific principles. Jiang Yao nodded in agreement. Strange knowledge indeed. Hey, buddy, how come I never noticed your ingenuity before? Lu Zhe displayed no modesty, That is because you never paid attention. Had you observed more keenly, you would have discovered it sooner. Wait a moment. I'll open a few more, so we can all share a drink. With that, Lu Zhe used the gum as a sharp tool and successfully opened 5 coconuts in succession. Cheers! Each person received one, indulging in the refreshing coconut water, which was utterly delightful. Each individual consumed approximately 200 milliliters of coconut water. However, this still left the coconut meat unattainable. But this is wonderful at last. We have some coconut water. I mean, who goes wilderness survival without coconut water? Tang Xiao was said gleefully. Jiang Yao expressed concern. But do we have to consume several pieces of gum each time? Ning Shu shook the gum bottle. There are still over 40 pieces left. Enough for another 7 or 8 usages. Lu Zhe weighed a stone in his hand. Do not worry. While there are no sharp stones here, there must be some elsewhere. As long as we have sufficient strength, opening coconuts will not be an issue. Tang Xiao added. As long as we can hold out until the rescue team arrives. That's what matters. Oh, why hasn't the rescue team come yet? Have they truly abandoned us? Ning Shu voiced her worries. What if the rescue team arrives? But the landing point happens to be where our previous adversaries are. Lu Zhe shrugged nonchalantly. No matter. As long as the rescuers can discern signs of our existence, they will search the island. When we left the camp, I marked our route on the rocks. If the rescue team passes by there, they will surely notice. Ning Shu inquired, so what will we do next? Just wait here? Lu Zhe pondered for a moment. We certainly cannot just wait idly. I plan to create a landmark and gather some tools. Regardless, we must prepare for the possibility that the rescue team may not come. Lin Qianqian timidly said, Lu Zhe, we are all uncertain about what to do. Ning Shu also expressed, we will follow your lead. Lu Zhe nodded. Now, while the sun isn't overly bright, let's gather some stones nearby. 1. We can arrange them to signal for help. 2. We can search for sharp stones to craft tools. Additionally, I noticed some cow tending grass at the beach's edge. Let us gather as much as we can and lay it out on the rocks to dry. In a few hours, under the sun, it will turn into hay. Ning Shu asked, what is hay good for? Is it fuel? Lu Zhe plucked 2 blades of grass and held them in his hand. Dry grass can be twisted into ropes, fashioned into grass shoes, and even laid on the ground to serve as a blanket, offering far greater comfort than sleeping directly on the beach. Ning Shu stroked her chin, contemplating, an excellent idea. I certainly felt miserable sleeping in that sand pit yesterday. Indeed, since we have found ourselves stranded here, not only must we survive, but we should also strive to do so with a modicum of comfort. Otherwise, eczema and dermatitis may well claim our lives. Lin Qianqian interjected. I find myself rather eager to get to work. Jiang Yao added. Then Guer, and I cannot merely gather stones and pull grass. We need to engage in something more substantial. Yao Yao, you can boil seawater in a tin can and place it aside, covering it with a plastic bag. After a while, the steam will condense on the bag, providing us with potable fresh water. Do we not have coconuts? These few coconuts will not sustain us for long. Until we locate a reliable source of fresh water, we must collect every drop available. Tang Xiao inquired, should I do that too? Lu Zhe produced Ning Shu's plastic bag and poured out some gathered mussels and small crabs. Guer, why not roast some seafood for breakfast? Very well. As our family runs a restaurant, this is my specialty. With that, they divided tasks and got to work. Chapter 34. The making of distilled water. The beach was littered with stones of various sizes, and it wasn't long before they had nearly cleared the nearby area, collecting over 80 pieces in total. Lu Zhe arranged these stones into a large SOS signal measuring 5 meters wide and 8 meters long. He was confident that should a helicopter circle the island in search, even without fire or smoke, it would surely spot this signal. Qianqian collected 3 bottles, 2 cans, an assortment of plastic bags, and a beer bottle cap from the vicinity. Meanwhile, Ning Shu toiled for quite some time, pulling grass until her hands felt sore. Yet she had only managed a small pile, her efficiency lacking. The temperature rose swiftly during the day. By around 10 in the morning, it approached 30 degrees Celsius. Lu Zhe weighed the situation and realized that persisting in such arduous labor could lead to heat stroke. Taking appropriate breaks and conserving energy was crucial for survival. He called a few companions to join him under a tree for water and shade. The coconut water, rich in electrolytes and sugars, helped restore their strength somewhat. On Jiang Yao's side, she had successfully distilled 50 milliliters of fresh water using steam, though it was not a large amount. It signified a second source of fresh water had been secured. Tang Xiao was grilled crab and mussel skewers were also ready. Despite the overwhelmingly fishy odor, they endured a rather nauseating seafood feast. Yet, one could not blame Guerre, with the fire difficult to control and the seafood cooked without seasoning. The amalgamation of burnt flavors and half-raw fishiness was less than appetizing. Nevertheless, on a deserted island, this was the finest fare available under the circumstances. After finishing this breakfast, their strength was finally somewhat restored. The sun ascended to its zenith, and the temperature continued to rise. At this moment, working under the glaring sun was no longer feasible. He resolved to utilize this time to craft a tool. What should he create first? He rummaged through the available materials and stumbled upon a 20-centimeter plastic ruler. Although the plastic ruler could be sharpened into a knife, what utility could a plastic knife serve? Was that not rather impractical? He tossed the ruler to Ning Shu. Class leader, could you sharpen the plastic ruler on one side to make it suitable for cutting grass? Oh, that's a good idea. My hands are about to wear out. Let's not sharpen the centimeter side just yet. Focus on the inch side. It might prove useful later. Understood. Ning Shu found a stone to begin sharpening. If only we had a metal ruler. Suddenly, Lu Zhe noticed a bottle cap lying nearby. An idea sparked in his mind. If the cap were flattened and its edges sharpened, wouldn't that effectively create a small knife? With a wooden stick to hold it in place and some grass rope to secure it, it could indeed serve as a small knife. But what could such a small knife accomplish? It would hardly suffice for chopping wood or hunting. It could easily slice through fish or peel the skin off small animals. Moreover, it could be used to sharpen branches, and possessing a pointed branch would be tantamount to wielding a weapon for self-defense and a true hunting tool. Lu Zhe gathered 2 stones and began to strike them together carefully, aiming to flatten the bottle cap as much as possible. He ground the edges on the stones, occasionally pouring a bit of seawater to lubricate the process, thereby enhancing the sharpness of the blade. Jiang Yao observed for a while before tying her hair back with a leather strap. Lu Zhe, this is simple. Let me handle it. All right. Lu Zhe handed the circular piece of cap to Jiang Yao. Just sharpen one side. Understood. With the task delegated, Lu Zhe did not wish to idle. He continued his search along the beach for stones, hoping to find suitable materials for crafting an axe. Presently, he knew he would not find the ideal stone, but he could at least select the most appropriate one among the existing options. Chapter 35. The commencement of tool creation. Lu Zhe examined the SOS stones once more, but found not a single suitable piece. Nevertheless, he encouraged himself not to lose heart. If he could not find one, he would create it. He picked up a hefty stone weighing 5 or 6 pounds and struck it forcefully against another stone. Crack! The 2 stones collided violently, sending shards flying. Upon closer inspection, he discovered only a prominent white spot on the stone, which remained quite hard. He picked it up and struck again. Crack! After 3 successive blows, the stone finally fractured. Yet, he still had not found a suitable material for crafting a stone axe. Tang Xiaohua, perplexed, inquired of Jiang Yao nearby, "What is Lu Zhe doing?" Jiang Yao, equally puzzled, pondered for a moment before responding. Perhaps he is attempting to generate air waves through the strikes, causing the satellite to deviate from its predetermined orbit, thereby allowing the rescue team to traverse the temporal rift to locate us. Your assertion is rather absurd. Could there be an even more outlandish statement? Perhaps akin to crafting primitive stone tools. Tang Xiao sighed in exasperation and turned to observe the object in Jiang Yao's hands. "What are you working on?" Jiang Yao gazed at the polished small disc, uncertain of its utility. Yet she pondered and earnestly provided an explanation. It might serve as a quantum key generator operating on a microscopic scale, resonating with the ripples of dark matter in the universe due to its uniquely polished surface structure. However, at that moment, it appeared more like an ordinary circular iron disc with one side smoothed to a sheen. Tang Xiaohua, feeling drained, replied, "Can we please converse in human language?" Jiang Yao, with a charming smile, responded, "Whatever Xiao Zhe instructs me to do, I will diligently pursue without questioning his reasoning." Tang Xiaohua, feeling exasperated, exclaimed, "Lu Zhe, find me something to do. I can't endure this green tea personality any longer." Lu Zhe cast a glance at Tang Xiaohua and solemnly advised, "You still bear snake venom within you. Strive to survive, rest vigorously, and just don't perish." With that, he forcefully struck the stone again. Crack! Another stone shattered. Upon examining the fracture, Lu Zhe was thrilled to discover a piece resembling a hand-sized axe head, weighing over 3 pounds. With careful polishing and affixing a wooden handle, it could indeed serve as an axe. Elated, Lu Zhe promptly began his work on the stone. Meanwhile, Ningxu utilized a sharp ruler to cut grass, significantly enhancing efficiency. Albeit the ruler wore down quickly. Qian was crafting a distiller from a newly found bottle while documenting the distillation results in her notebook. Ignored by everyone, Tang Xiaowa waved a large leaf to fan Lu Zhe. His heart warmed. The typically prideful girl exhibited a charming side on occasion. The edges of this stone were already broken and could serve as an axe blade. However, it was crucial not to make it too sharp. Intentionally dulling it a bit and thickening the edge would ensure the axe's durability. Lu Zhe effortlessly polished it to his desired state. On Jiang Yao's side, she had sharpened the edges of the flat bottle cap impressively. "How about that, my friend? Am I not doing well?" Lu Zhe took it, examined it, and replied, "Absolutely splendid. Just what I need." He fetched several wooden sticks, used a small blade to peel off the bark, and then utilized a thicker stick as an axe handle. Binding the stone axe head with bark twine, tightening it securely with each rep. "You truly crafted a stone axe?" Lu Zhe swung it in his hand. "Using this to chop wood will be far more efficient than gathering kindling." Jiang Yao picked up the small disc. "What about this?" "Wait," he instructed. "Use the stone axe to chop a 20 centimeters long, thumb-thick branch, and then use the round disc to smooth its surface. Then, splitting it in half from the middle." A circular blade was clamped inside, and with a sturdy rope tightened up and down, a uniquely shaped small knife with a handle was crafted. "This marks our second tool, does it not?" Ningxu shook the slender ruler in her hand, stating, "This is indeed my first tool. Lu Zhe, we can't sharpen it any further. It will break. Can we fashion a sickle or something similar?" "That's not feasible either." Lu Zhe glanced at the pile of dried cowgrass on the ground. "These grasses, once dried and laid out, will afford us a comfortable night's sleep." He put the ruler away. Perhaps it would serve another purpose later. Chapter 36. Crafting a slingshot and calculating directions. After toiling for most of the day, having fashioned 2 decent tools, hunger struck again. They hadn't ventured to the beach to forage for food, nor had there been any sign of the rescue team. However, with the axe now in hand, they could experiment with other food sources. Lu Zhe gripped the stone axe, feeling as though he held the world within his grasp. He drew in a deep breath and struck down fiercely at a coconut. Thud! To his surprise, a notch was cleaved into the coconut, and coconut water gushed forth. He quickly cupped it to drink every drop. With a few more strikes, he fully split the coconut open, revealing its white, fleshy interior. Lu Zhe pulled out a piece. "Everyone have a taste." Tang Xiaowa took a small bite. "It's nothing like the crunchy coconut meat from a can." Ningxu sampled it and nodded. "The flavor is acceptable, though it is rather greasy." Lu Zhe split another coconut. "For us, the oily coconut flesh holds greater value. Let us indulge." They consumed several raw pieces, then used the small circular blade to cut the flesh into smaller bits, placing them on stones to roast. Afterward, they enjoyed more, feeling warmth spread through their stomachs and strength coursing into their limbs. With renewed vigor, Lu Zhe took the axe to chop down small trees. Without much effort, he felled a dead tree, about the thickness of his wrist. He broke the branches into segments to stockpile firewood for the night. The long trunk was left intact, as it could be repurposed for a proper shelter. Next, Lu Zhe discovered something intriguing. This little tree fork is rather splendid. It was a tree fork with a main branch approximately 25 centimeters in diameter and 2 slightly thinner forks, each thicker than a thumb. Such a perfect shape would be wasted if not fashioned into a slingshot. Observing the seagulls and terns soaring in the distance, and the pebbles scattered across the ground, Lu Zhe deemed it necessary to give a try, first gathering materials. The tree fork would serve as the main body of the slingshot. Next, he needed to find elastic bands. He recalled that Ningxu had a bundle of high-quality hair ties, containing 20 pieces. Having used a few, there were still several left, though he was uncertain if they would be suitable for making the slingshot as elastic. Lu Zhe retrieved one, using the sharp, small, circular blade to slice open the decorative exterior. Inside was a ring resembling a valve core, a soft rubber tube that was much thicker and possessed greater elasticity. The ring fit perfectly around a girl's slender wrist, measuring 15 centimeters when severed, and could stretch up to 40 centimeters when pulled. Moreover, the resilience of the material is remarkable, rendering it an exceptional choice for crafting a slingshot. The leather pad, fashioned from salvaged flip-flop soles, is complete. Next, I rounded the jagged edges on a stone and utilized a small round knife to carve tiny vertical notches into the bark, stripping it away to leave a smooth surface. In pursuit of power, Lu Zhe dismantled 8 rubber bands, binding 4 together, then perforated the leather pad with a ballpoint pen, securing one end of the rubber bands to the pad. Thus, a perfect slingshot was born. Lu Zhe pulled it back, and goodness, the force was considerable. He took a round pebble and aimed at a tree 20 meters away. Upon releasing, a sharp crack echoed as the stone soared, striking the trunk and leaving a large white mark. When Lu Zhe approached, he realized the bark had been shattered. If it had struck a bird, the impact would have been exhilarating. He tried a few more times, but unfortunately, the scarcity of perfectly round pebbles hampered accuracy, resulting in a hit rate of merely around 30%. Lu Zhe recalled the system's ability, precision. It could enhance accuracy, which would surely assist in his slingshot endeavors. However, he was uncertain when it would reach a functional level. Meanwhile, several girls busied themselves washing the soiled clothes and socks of the group, naturally using seawater. The clean garments were hung on a makeshift clothesline made of tree branches, basking in the sun's rays. Once dried, the salt left the fabric stiff. A gentle rub or shake caused numerous grains of salt to cascade down. Though still somewhat coarse to wear, it was far preferable to being perpetually soiled. Tang Xiao's dress was also spotless, yet she expressed a preference for a light shoulder wrap and Lu Zhe's shorts for comfort. Despite the occasional wardrobe malfunction or a glimpse of her behind, she seemed entirely unconcerned. Comfort was paramount. Checking the time revealed it was already afternoon. The distant blue sky and white clouds, coupled with the azure sea, offered no sign of a rescue team in sight. It appeared that waiting for salvation today might be in vain, leaving everyone quite disheartened. They could no longer engage in labor-intensive tasks. Lu Zhe attempted to use the slingshot to catch birds, but met with failure. The oval pebbles seemed to possess a mind of their own, stubbornly refusing to follow Lu Zhe's intended trajectory. Now that they were airborne, perhaps they would be easier to strike down. Nonetheless, idleness was not an option. Lu Zhe began to contemplate whether he could determine the island's coordinates based on the resources at hand. Chapter 37. Casting drift bottles to ascertain the island's orientation. A compass was essential. Crafting a compass sounded somewhat challenging, yet upon calm reflection, it did not seem entirely unfeasible. To create a compass, a magnetic needle was required. What materials at hand might possess magnetic properties? Ning Shu's magnetic door card, as well as Lin Qianqian's bank card magnetic strip, and even the phone contained magnet-like components. It appeared that there were multiple avenues to pursue in the quest to construct a compass. In the simplest terms, Lu Zhe produced a bank card and, using a ruler and a pencil, marked 2 lines approximately 3 millimeters apart over the magnetic strip. Then, with a small circular blade, he meticulously scored along these lines repeatedly. After about 50 strokes along each line, the magnetic card was severed, yielding a slender plastic strip measuring 54 millimeters in length and 3 millimeters in width, with the magnetic strip positioned in the center. He then trimmed the excess plastic from the other end of the magnetic strip, leaving a plastic magnetic needle of approximately 35 millimeters. Finally, he took a half-filled bottle, added water, and gently placed the magnetic needle on the surface, which, after a short while, began to align in a specific direction. Lu Zhe tested this several times, each time confirming the accuracy of the direction. Meanwhile, the girls were seated in the shade, seeking refuge from the heat while engaging in conversation. Tang Xiao lamented, "It seems we won't be rescued today. They must think we are dead and don't wish to waste time searching for us." Qian Qian replied, "It's only been half a day. Perhaps they will begin searching for us this afternoon." Ning Shu listened for a moment before exclaiming, "Listen, I think I hear the sound of a helicopter." This remark stirred excitement among the group, prompting them to strain their ears in anticipation. Ultimately, Jiang Yao sighed despondently, "What helicopter? That's just your stomach growling, class leader." Upon further listening, it indeed turned out to be the case. "Oh dear, that little bit of food was hardly sufficient. There's still coconut flesh over there. I can't eat any more. It's too rich," Tang Xiao admitted. "Me neither," she echoed. Clutching her stomach, Tang Xiao exclaimed in frustration, class leader, hurry and summon the helicopter to take us home." Ning Shu retorted, "Get away from me." At that moment, everyone noticed that Lu Zhe had been quietly engrossed in his own task, sketching something in Ning Shu's notebook. Curious, Ning Shu asked, "Hey, what are you up to?" "Our esteemed committee member," Lu Zhe responded, "I am calculating our location." "Location? Is that even possible?" The group was skeptical. Although not exceedingly precise, it should theoretically be calculable. His assertion piqued the interest of the others, who gathered around him. Ning Shu urged, "Please, tell us where we are. Start with your reasoning." After a moment of contemplation, Lu Zhe continued, "In the northern hemisphere during summer, the daylight lasts significantly longer than the night. However, here, the difference between day and night is less than half an hour. Do you know what that signifies?" Tang Xiaohua looked bewildered. "Are we in the southern hemisphere?" Jiang Yao pondered aloud. "Are we not on Earth?" Lu Zhe shot her a disdainful look. "Then where exactly are we?" Jiang Yao retorted in confusion. "Aren't you the one calculating?" Lu Zhe fell silent. It was Lin Qianqian who provided a plausible explanation. "The closer one is to the poles. The greater the variance in day and night duration. Conversely, the nearer one is to the equator, the lesser the difference." "Precisely," Lu Zhe affirmed. Lu Zhe nodded approvingly, pointing to the background map on the cover of the notebook. "Today is June 11th, around the summer solstice. Here, the difference between day and night is approximately 2 hours, indicating that we are at a low latitude, likely between the equator and the Tropic of Cancer." While speaking, he carefully drew a horizontal line on the hand-drawn map. "How meticulous!" Ning Shu patted Lu Zhe on the shoulder. "Buddy, I hadn't even noticed that this notebook contained a map of the Pacific Ocean. Moreover, you filled in the areas that were obscured. Well, the concealed section pertains to the Indian Ocean, which is not particularly significant." Lu Zhe examined the map again. "Although it may not be entirely precise, it should be approximately accurate." Ning Shu observed, "At this latitude, we should be between 15 and 30 degrees, nearing Indonesia." Jiang Yao then inquired, "Now that we have the latitude, how do we calculate the longitude?" "Simple." Lu Zhe drew a vertical line on the map. "By connecting the routes from Pudong Airport to Kingsford Smith Airport and finding the intersection with the latitude, we can ascertain our approximate location." As he spoke, he marked a small circle at the point where the two lines intersected. The four girls glanced at the map. "Where is this?" "To the west lies the Philippines, to the east should be Palau and Micronesia, to the south is Indonesia, and to the northeast are the Mariana Islands." "If you ask me which island we are specifically on, I honestly do not know," Jiang Yao remarked. "So, it seems quite possible that the black box has indeed fallen into the Mariana Trench." Ning Shu inquired, "If we cannot identify the island, can we determine which country's territory it belongs to?" Lu Zhe shook his head. "This is also unclear. We are likely in international waters, but it can be confirmed that we are definitely not within our country's jurisdiction." Upon hearing this news, the girls felt both dejected and disappointed. Tang Xiaohua sighed. "No wonder the rescue team couldn't find us. It turns out we are stranded out here. Indeed, based on the circumference of this circle, we could be over 800 kilometers from any nearby country." Tang Xiaohua mused. 800 kilometers? That doesn't seem too far. Lu Zhe nodded. "Yes, it's not far. Roughly the same distance as from our capital to Seoul." Tang Xiaohua, not particularly sensitive to numbers, suddenly grasped the sense of distance upon hearing the name of the city. Her face paled in shock. "Is it really that dire? There's one more thing I don't understand." Lin Qianqian tilted her head in thought. "Since we are in the tropics, it shouldn't be so cold even at night. Under normal circumstances, it shouldn't be cold, but if we are at the confluence of cold and warm currents, such a situation may arise." Jiang Yao inquired curiously, "Shouldn't this be the warm pool of the Pacific? Are there cold currents here as well?" "It's possible." Lu Zhe adjusted to a more comfortable position. "I suspect that the northward flowing Kuriel current splits upon reaching the Philippines, with a small portion flowing here, interacting with the north equatorial current, thus creating a significant temperature difference between day and night." Listening to Lu Zhe's words, Lin Qianqian suddenly recalled, "I remember reading about it in world geography. The Galapagos Islands in South America are just like that. The convergence of the cold Peru current from the south and the warm equatorial current from the north creates a significant temperature difference between day and night in this tropical archipelago, which is home to both tropical jungles and penguins." Jiang Yao exclaimed, "Tropical penguins? How abstract." Lu Zhe nodded. "Compared to the Galapagos Islands, the warm current here is stronger while the cold current is weaker, so it is not as frigid. However, in comparison to other tropical islands, the diurnal temperature variation here remains quite pronounced." Lu Zhe's expression turned grave, echoing the girls' concerns. Outside of their homeland, the National Rescue Team's access to territorial waters requires intricate procedures and restrictions, drastically diminishing their chances of being located. Furthermore, in this vast expanse of sea, There are nearly 1,000 islands of varying sizes. They themselves were unaware of which island they were on, even if the rescue team had all the necessary paperwork. Could they truly search every small island? Tang Xiao spoke with a quivering voice. So, we won't be found, right? Lu Zhe reassured. As long as we are alive, there's hope. Let us not lose heart. We can send information to the rescue team through our own means. The four girls exchanged glances, each wearing a bewildered expression. Chapter 38, Discovering New Economic Crops. We all know we need to contact the rescue team, but our phones are either broken or out of battery. What else can we do? Jiang Yao inquired. Then we shall resort to the most primitive method. Lu Zhe picked up a bottle and shook it. Let us create a message in a bottle. Message in a bottle? The four girls exchanged glances once more. Oh yes, we can find plenty of discarded bottles on the beach. We also have a notebook to write notes and stuff them inside. More importantly, we can sketch a map to illustrate our approximate location. Thus, we possess all the elements necessary for casting drift bottles. However, Jiang Yao still harbored some doubts. But how much can the probability of being discovered really increase? Lu Zhe stated. Frankly speaking, it won't significantly enhance our chances of being rescued, but it is certainly better than doing nothing at all. Even a 1% increase in the likelihood of being found is worthwhile. So what do you think? Shall we proceed with this? Ning Shu nodded. Absolutely. Qian added. Indeed. Just as our teacher said during college entrance exams, every little effort increases our chances of success. Jiang Yao and Tang Xiao also nodded in agreement. Agreed. Let us get started now. Ning Shu waved her small fist. United in our efforts, we shall not rely solely on divine intervention. Jiang Yao remarked. At this moment, perhaps we should have a bit of faith. Who knows? Maybe someone will take care of this and deliver our message in a bottle to the rescue team. Tang Xiao jested. Maybe it's Ma Zhu or the Dragon King of the East China Sea overseeing this. Jiang Yao nodded. Then let us pay our respects to them. They are all deities, after all. Let us not give them a reason to take offense. When making a message in a bottle, the most crucial element is the bottle itself. It must be sturdy and well sealed so that it can traverse the ocean and reach the shore. Survival necessitates the possession of bottles, and the few they currently have at hand are limited, ultimately yielding 3 relatively clean ones. Lin Qianqian sketched 3 maps on the cover of her notebook, inscribing an SOS symbol at the approximate location of the incident. She meticulously noted their number, names, and other vital information in both Chinese and English. Once the notes were complete, Lin Qianqian handed them to Lu Zhe, asking, "Could you review this for me? Is there anything else that needs to be marked?" Lu Zhe examined the notes, acknowledging their thoroughness, yet he pointed out a crucial detail that was missing. Qianqian, we should add one more piece of information. Today is June 10th. The sun set last night at 6:30 p.m. and rose this morning at 5:45 a.m. Including the date and the precise times of sunrise and sunset would greatly assist the rescue team in accurately determining their location. Lin Qianqian tapped her pen against her lovely face, exclaiming, "This information will undoubtedly enhance the rescue team's ability to pinpoint our position." Lu Zhe praised her insight exactly. Following his suggestion, Lin Qianqian added the times to the 3 notes. "Shall we cast the bottles now?" she inquired. "It is currently high tide. If we throw them now, they will likely be washed back. We should wait until the tide recedes before we cast them. Of course, there remains a chance they may still be returned by the waves, but there is also a considerable probability they will enter the ocean currents, which would yield much better results." Lin Qianqian nodded in understanding. "Yes, I comprehend." Jiang Yao drew a cross over her chest and fervently prayed, "Amitabha, may the Almighty bless us. We hope the rescue team discovers our messages in the bottles." Ning Shu then asked, "So, shall we wait for the tide to recede?" "Indeed, we will wait for the tide to recede, cast the bottles, and then gather some marine bounty for tonight's meal." She then turned to Lin Qianqian, asking, "By the way, Qianqian, how much water did we manage to distill earlier?" Lin Qianqian shook her bottle, about 300 milliliters so far. There is now a thick crust of salt inside the jar, which makes it somewhat laborious to scrape off. Otherwise, we could have distilled more. Lu Zhe nodded approvingly. "Not bad. Later, we can use a small knife to create a few more natural distillers. We might be able to extract an additional 100 to 200 milliliters of fresh water throughout the day. We could prepare soup for dinner." Lin Qianqian replied joyfully. "I am beginning to look forward to it." Calculating, it had been over 24 hours since they regained consciousness. The afternoon sun on the beach was scorching. rendering it unsuitable for searching along the shore, so they decided to scour the vicinity of their campsite and wait until later to cast the bottles. After circling the camp, he discovered a small pile of black pellets beneath some bushes. Picking one up and pinching it revealed a faint, unpleasant odor. A message echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have discovered healthy mouse droppings. Seriously, this is mouse droppings? He thought incredulously. Well, it would indeed be abnormal for an island to be devoid of mice. Lu Zhe understood that while mice are synonymous with viruses and diseases in urban settings, not all mice fit that description. The island's mice are rarely disease-bearing, and in the wild, they can even be regarded as a delicacy for survivors, providing protein and digestive-aiding amino acids. In comparison to inferior seafood, the flavor of a mouse is undeniably more robust. Of course, Lu Zhe had never tasted it. He merely heard such tales from Yi and Bei Yi. Yet, having encountered mouse droppings without even catching a glimpse of the creature, how could one possibly capture them? Should he smoke out their burrows? Without knowledge of how many cunning holes lay hidden, such an approach would only serve to startle the prey. Snakes? The thought of that serpent brought to mind the remnants of its entrails. Initially intended as bait for fish, why not repurpose it for trapping mice? He recalled an age-old adage: snakes prey on mice for half the year, while mice feast on snakes for the other half. This implies that during summer, snakes hunt mice. But in winter, as the snakes hibernate, should they be discovered by the rodents, they become mere canned goods. These creatures exist in a delicate balance, each relishing the other as a delicacy on their respective menus. Employing the snake's innards as bait would surely entice the mice, allowing him to set traps for their capture. An exquisite plan. But how to construct such traps? Lu Zhe consulted his survival manual and discovered a method utilizing a spring mechanism. First, he required a long, thin, and supple rope. Ning Shu's pencil case contained a small bundle of rubber bands. He took 3, which, in conjunction with some twigs, could serve as a substitute for the rope. He fashioned a slack knot, securing it to the end of a branch. Next, he found a resilient twig to embed in the ground, using a small branch balanced on a stone as a trigger. Then, he could scatter the snake's entrails on the ground as bait. As long as a hungry rodent passed by and disturbed the twig or trigger, the branch would spring up, ensnaring the mouse's foot or tail with a tight grip. After successfully testing the trap twice, Lu Zhe was satisfied and sought other locations to set additional traps. He dedicated over half an hour to crafting 3 more rodent traps. Not content to wait idly for the mice to take the bait, Lu Zhe resolved to be proactive. Checking the time, he noted that it wasn't yet time to cast a message in a bottle. After spending the night on the sandy ground, Tang Xiao had nearly succumbed to the cold. It was high time to construct a proper shelter. Armed with a stone axe, he ventured into the woods in search of suitable saplings for his refuge. The undergrowth was rampant with weeds, and nameless insects scuttled amid the shrubs, prompting a sense of distaste. Lu Zhe carefully shooed them away. The forest boasted a rich variety of flora, yet finding the right timber proved challenging. Fortunately, with a stone axe in hand, locating and felling appropriate trees became significantly easier. After an hour of labor, he had chopped down several branches, each about 2 to 3 meters long and as thick as his thumb. Just as he was about to bundle them together for transport, he suddenly heard a whistle emanating from the camp. Chapter 39. The method by which girls establish territory. Something is amiss. Lu Zhe hastily set down the branches and dashed toward the camp, only to find several girls beckoning him with expressions of excitement. Lu Zhe, come take a look. His first instinct was that a rescue team had arrived. He rushed toward the beach but found nothing amiss. Turning back, Ning Shu and Lin Qianqian each held a cluster of green bananas, their faces alight with excitement. Have you found the bananas? Bananas are a high-calorie fruit, rich in carbohydrates and vitamins. In certain circumstances, they can even serve as a staple food. This is indeed a cause for great enthusiasm. Lu Zhe approached. Where did you find them? Just over there in the woods. Lu Zhe was taken aback. What were you doing in the woods? Ning Shu playfully punched him. Boys are so clueless. I was accompanying Qianqian to the restroom. By the way, did you find any seeds? Is that all you can think about? Can't you think of something else? Isn't there something more important? Bananas? This is a type of hemp banana, a smaller variety. Ning Shu explained knowingly, then broke off one to offer Lu Zhe. Give it a try. As Lu Zhe took it, the moment his hand touched the fruit, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Important tool material discovered, hemp banana. Below was a plethora of encyclopedic information about the hemp banana. However, Lu Zhe distinctly noted that it clearly stated, not edible. Hey, have you all eaten any? Not yet. We were waiting for you to share. Look how considerate we are. Yes, Xiao Zhe. How fortunate you are. Lu Zhe nodded. It's good you haven't eaten. What do you mean by that? Lu Zhe weighed the item in his hand. You indeed found something significant, but this is a hemp banana, not a banana, and it is inedible. Tang Xiaohua blinked. Hemp banana, banana? Cauliflower, flower cauliflower. Is there really a difference? Ning Shu, somewhat skeptical, peeled one open. The inside revealed white flesh, indistinguishable from banana. As she broke off a piece, a swarm of tiny black insects suddenly erupted from it. Startled, Ning Shu screamed and immediately discarded the banana. Oh, they're bugs. How disgusting. The other three girls also tossed their bananas and huddled together. No need to be so alarmed. Lu Zhe, however, remained remarkably composed, picking up a half-eaten banana and explaining. The black specks are not insects, they are its seeds. Both the flesh and seeds are toxic and inedible. Upon hearing Lu Zhe, the girls leaned in to look, discovering that the black dots were indeed immobile seeds. Lin Qianqian exclaimed, They really are seeds? Jiang Yao sighed, Why is it that, despite being a type of banana, it is inedible and looks so repulsive? Tang Xiaohua remarked, Because it's not proper. Lu Zhe collected some hemp banana seeds and placed them in an empty bottle. Lin Qianqian said, Lu Zhe, you mentioned that this hemp banana is also an important material, right? Indeed. Lu Zhe nodded. Since it cannot be consumed, what else can it be used for? This substance is known as banana hemp, also referred to as manila hemp. Its fruit resembles a banana, and it stands as one of Southeast Asia's most significant economic crops. The stems and leaves are rich in plant fibers, which can be utilized to manufacture ropes, fishing nets, and various other items. Ropes crafted from this material are considerably more effective than those made from ordinary tree bark. Ning Shu nodded slightly. Let's head to the temple. Tang Xiaohua, perplexed, inquired, What do we need ropes for? We require food and fresh water. Lu Zhe elucidated. Xiaohua. Ropes are an indispensable resource in survival situations. They're as crucial as flint, machetes, cookware, and tarps. They're essential for crafting safety lines, shelters, bamboo rafts, and hammocks. Is that so? Let's first examine the banana hemp. Ning Shu instructed, Qian, take care of them. I will accompany Lu Zhe. Following Ning Shu, Lu Zhe entered the woods from a different direction. Indeed, it wasn't long before they spotted a banana hemp plant. It stood approximately 2 meters tall, with a trunk as thick as a thigh and long, robust leaves adorned with clusters resembling bananas. A rough estimate suggested that this single plant could yield dozens of meters of fibrous rope. Clearly, this forest housed more than just this solitary banana hemp. As Ning Shu was about to proceed, Lu Zhe suddenly pulled her back. What's wrong? She began to speak, only to have Lu Zhe cover her mouth and gesture forward. Ning Shu peered closely and noticed a large rat cautiously emerging not far ahead. Had Lu Zhe not muffled her voice, she would have undoubtedly cried out. Do not shout. Lu Zhe whispered in her ear, then quietly picked up a stone, preparing to strike as the rat approached. However, the rat took a few steps forward and, upon noticing 2 puddles on the ground, sniffed the air and hastily retreated into the underbrush. Lu Zhe, disappointed at missing his target, let the stone fall. Ning Shu furrowed her brow. Does the rat have a cleanliness obsession? You and Qian urinated there. Ning Shu remarked irritably. Indeed. Lu Zhe pondered for a moment before concluding. Many mammals use the scent and volume of urine to ascertain the size of others and may perceive themselves as encroaching upon another's territory. Clearly, it believed it had mistakenly wandered into your designated area. Designated territory. Ning Shu's imagination conjured a scene of dogs marking their territory at the roots of trees, causing her to tremble with anger. How ridiculous, Lu Zhe. The girls merely needed to relieve themselves. Is that truly marking territory? Class monitor, do not be upset. Yet, truth be told, my assertion is not inaccurate. At times, the scent of human urine can indeed repel certain animals, albeit only those smaller and more sensitive rodents. Comparatively, male urine is often more effective at deterring them than female. However, if we 5 were to collectively urinate at the base of a tree, it would be sufficient to frighten off some medium-sized carnivores. Ning Shu sighed in exasperation. I truly cannot fathom where you acquire all this peculiar knowledge. Lu Zhe certainly could not disclose to her that his system contained a survival manual. Instead, he evasively remarked, 100,000 whys. Didn't we all read those as children? I read books too, but how come I didn't acquire such peculiar knowledge? While others were gathering firewood, you were busy researching ways to help boys abandon their bad habits. By the way, class monitor, isn't your knowledge even stranger? As soon as these words left his mouth, Ningshu immediately lost her temper and muttered, your behavior back then was identical to what is described in the books, which is certainly suspicious. What kind of books did you read? Why would they contain such content? I believe that when life is at stake, what we previously read becomes irrelevant. Let's focus on the jute instead. Chapter 40. The accumulation of strange knowledge. Lu Zhe approached and plucked a leaf, pulling at its base to reveal a long fiber. By removing the leaf's flesh, soaking it, and then drying it, he could twist several strands together to create a rope. The fibers stripped from the leaves could be fashioned into thin cords. For sturdier rope, one could extract fibers from the stem, though it required more time and effort. As he spoke, Lu Zhe began to tear apart the jute fibers. Indeed, Ningshu assisted in removing the remaining leaf flesh. In no time, the two had stripped 10 thin jute ropes from the plant. Observing their progress, Ningshu remarked, this should be enough, right? At least around 60 strands. What we need so many for? To construct a shelter. Are we finally starting on the shelter? Ningshu's spirits lifted. It's much better than sleeping in a sand pit. Let us hurry. Half an hour later, they had gathered over 60 strands of jute, each over 2 meters long. They then braided 3 strands together, forming 6 or 7 thicker ropes to be used for binding. Afterward, Lu Zhe returned with the 7 long branches he had previously cut. Ningshu found a relatively sheltered spot between 2 naturally growing small trees, declaring, friends, today we shall build our shelter here. Tang Xiao chimed in. What if a rescue team arrives while we're halfway through? Lu Zhe chuckled, then we shall celebrate. However, I believe we should prepare for the worst. Jiang Yao sighed. Indeed, I do not wish to sleep in the sand pit any longer. Ningshu affirmed, let us not dwell on that. For the sake of our shelter, let us get to work. Lu Zhe picked up the longest branch, instructing, class monitor, hold that end for me. We will bind the longest one between the 2 small trees, and then place the other branches on top. Understood. Lu Zhe began to intertwine the branches. Lin Chanqian approached, asking, what can I do to help? Go gather a large quantity of leaves. The more, the better, as we will use them as windbreaks. All right. Jiang Yao and Tang Xiao chimed in. What about us? Yao Yao, you weave the leaves together. You continue collecting fresh water. Lu Zhe pondered for a moment before adding, be careful not to burn yourselves. Got it. A group of individuals laboring together, though weary, found solace in their collaboration and encouragement, momentarily dispelling the sense of despair that loomed over them. Lu Zhe first interlocked 2 robust branches, firmly embedding them into the sandy ground, and then, 3 meters away, constructed another pair of branches. The apex of these 2 structures was joined by a lower branch, creating a relatively stable framework for their shelter. Subsequently, Lu Zhe bound fine grass ropes between the 2 sets of frames and meticulously arranged the leaves collected by Lin Chanqian and Jiang Yao atop them to serve as windbreaks. Finally, he laid down sun-dried wild grass, completing the makeshift refuge. Although the shelter appeared rather rudimentary, its functionality was exceptional. During the sweltering daytime, one side could be left as a windbreak for shade, while the other could be removed for ventilation. As night fell and temperatures dropped, ropes could be pulled to hang leaves on all sides, providing excellent insulation against the chill. Once finished, several girls promptly settled inside. Tang Xiao was stretch her limbs, exclaiming, wow, it feels much cooler in here. Lin Chanqian rubbed her dirty little face, saying, I don't feel so frightened anymore. Ningshu reclined within the tent, remarking, this has the essence of summer camp. However, I feel so sleepy. Jiang Yao extended her legs and picked up a dried coconut fruit, adding, finding joy in hardship. I truly miss the snacks and drink from home. As she spoke, she shifted her bottom to the side, calling out, Xiaozhe, come join us. Lu Zhe entered, indeed feeling a significant improvement in comfort. Glancing at the sky outside the tent, he noted the sun's descent and suggested, everyone can take a moment to rest now. Let us gather our energy. Once the tide recedes, we can throw our message bottles and go beachcombing. Just then, Jiang Yao's brow furrowed slightly. She leaned over to whisper something in Ning Shu's ear, who shook her head hesitantly before confiding in Lin Qianqian. The two girls then nodded in agreement. Lin Qianqian retrieved 10 tissues from her backpack, handing 5 to Jiang Yao, and assisted her in standing. You both rest for a bit. I'll accompany Yao Yao for a moment. A moment? What sort of moment? Lu Zhe speculated that the two girls might need to relieve themselves and quickly reminded them. Remember the seeds. Jiang Yao replied with a hint of exasperation, I know. Lin Qianqian supported Jiang Yao as they ventured into the woods. Before long, a piercing scream echoed through the air. Ah, are we in danger again? Ning Shu and Tang Xiaohua immediately tensed up. Lu Zhe spoke in a low voice, stay here. I'll go check it out. Be careful, they urged, concerned about encountering wild beasts or snakes. Lu Zhe seized a stone axe and dashed toward the source of the sound. Ultimately, it was a false alarm. Jiang Yao had simply lost her balance and sat down awkwardly, getting herself dirty in the process. After a bout of nausea and vomiting, Lin Qianqian helped her to the seaside for a wash. Lu Zhe realized that it was no longer feasible for her to collect the seeds by herself. It seemed that he had to step in. After experiencing such events, one comes to understand that even the most adorable little girls are not as pristine as crystal macarons. They carry the scent of fruit. Just a glance at such situations can be overwhelming. However, this glance allowed Lu Zhe to notice the small black dots within. He recalled Jiang Yao mentioning that she had eaten dragon fruit. Could those be the living seeds of dragon fruit? Carefully, he used a twig to pick one up and gently touched it with his finger. Ding! Congratulations, host, you discovered a significant resource, a viable dragon fruit seed. Indeed, Lu Zhe felt both amused and exasperated. Should he break it open and crush it to extract the seeds? No, there must be another method. He removed one of his socks and, using 2 twigs, secured the seed within the fabric. Lu Zhe understood that in the wilderness, excrement is also a vital survival resource. It may sound unbelievable, but it is the truth. Human feces contain a considerable amount of fat, making it an excellent source of nutrition for many wild animals. For instance, Bear Grylls and Ed Stafford often use their own feces as bait to lure small fish. Moreover, feces can serve as a warning signal. In the African savanna, survivors gather all feces, mixing it with some blood and bone remnants, and pile it near their camp to deter lions and hyenas. The large heaps of dung, with their intense, bloody odor, create the impression of gigantic, fearsome carnivores lurking nearby, causing lions and hyenas to think twice. Additionally, many animals' excrement has various uses. Some can be medicinal, some can be used for fuel, and others can mask human scent, while some even serve as sunscreen. The most outrageous yet true fact Lu Zhe had heard was that the people of the grasslands use cow dung to wash dishes. This luxury, however, is reserved for esteemed guests. Now, with the seed in his sock, Lu Zhe devised a dual-purpose plan, to use it for catching small fish and to separate the seeds. Chapter 41. A suspicious object appears on the sea surface. He returned to the camp, where the coastline had reached its highest point and the SOS signal was partially submerged. Lu Zhe knew that just before the distress signal, there were some large rocks. A cluster of stones, when the tide receded, would form several enclosed small pools. If fish remained trapped in these pools as the tide retreated, they would have no choice but to wait for the next tide to escape. Was this not an ideal fishing spot? Gwr, I need to borrow your stockings. At that moment, Tang Xiaohua, who was distilling water, flushed crimson. Lu Zhe, what do you need them for? Fishing. Fishing is fine, but must not be inappropriate, she replied, though secretly pleased. Lu Zhe sensed that she seemed eager for him to engage in something more risque. He took a pair of stockings, inspected them, and though some areas were frayed, there were no holes. The quality of Balenciaga was indeed commendable. He gathered some resilient twigs, bent them into a circle, and secured them tightly with banana fibers. Thus, 5 circles of approximately 15 centimeters in diameter were formed. Subsequently, stockings were sequentially placed over the 5 circles, maintaining a distance of about 10 centimeters between them. The branches supported the stockings, creating an appearance reminiscent of a fishing net. However, a mere net is insufficient. Bait is also required. This was readily available. Lu Zhe placed the socks given by Jiang Yao into the net. He then positioned stones at various points within the net to prevent it from floating. With this task accomplished, they awaited the arrival of small fish. Lu Zhe thoroughly washed his hands several times and then enjoyed a coconut. At that moment, the sun was setting, The temperature was pleasantly mild, and the tide had begun to recede. It was once again time to gather at the shore. But should they all go together this time? Previously, the three girls had found it quite inconvenient to care for Tang Xiaoguo alone. With two more girls nursing foot injuries, it was truly unmanageable. Jiang Yao remarked, "Forget it. I shall not add to the trouble. I will remain at the camp to tend to the fire." Tang Xiaoguo had initially intended to join, but upon hearing Jiang Yao's words, she also said, "Then I shall not go either. I will continue to distill fresh water for everyone." Lu Zhe felt it unnecessary as well. There was no need for too many people at the shore. The two injured girls required attention, and he could manage alone today. "No way," Ning Shu declared, wiping her small dirty hands on her clothes. "Although you're a boy, venturing out alone could still present risks. How about I accompany you?" "All right, let me prepare." "Prepare what?" Lu Zhe smashed the dried sea salt blocks on the stones until they shattered into granules and then filled a bottle with the salt dust. "Let's see if we can catch some clams." Lu Zhe and Ning Shu walked side by side along the evening beach, watching the sunset cast a red glow on the sea, elongating their shadows. This sight lifted Ning Shu's spirits, and she suddenly felt an urge to hold the boy's hand. However, she quickly shook her head, internally chastising herself. "What am I thinking? In such circumstances, I should not entertain such frivolous thoughts. Besides, I am the class monitor. I cannot be infatuated like Guo or Yao Yao." Yet, glancing sideways at Lu Zhe, she found him strikingly handsome, growing more appealing the longer she looked. It seemed Guo had an eye for talent. If it weren't for a hint of perverse inclination, he could truly be considered boyfriend material. It was evident that both Yao Yao and Guo were interested in him, but whom did he prefer? If he liked neither, could it be that his affections lay elsewhere? Perhaps with Qian, or even with herself? Why not inquire? If the four girls asked him to choose one as a girlfriend, whom would he select? "Hey, Lu Zhe," Ning Shu hesitantly called out. "What is it?" "I want to ask you a question." Lu Zhe nodded, surprisingly serious. "I know what you were going to ask." Ning Shu felt her cheeks flush. "Is it convenient for you to share the answer?" "Of course." "Very well, go ahead." Lu Zhe replied earnestly, gesturing toward a small hole in the sandy ground. "Right here." He proceeded to pour crushed salt into the opening, and before long, a bamboo clam emerged. Lu Zhe swiftly reached out to capture it, gently pulling it out, and waved it before Ning Shu, explaining, "See? This salt powder is used to catch these." Ning Shu's mouth fell agape, her eyes twitching slightly. Did he really think I was curious about the purpose of the salt powder? Not every small hole harbors bamboo clams. Some may contain sea snails or hermit crabs. Yet they do not emerge on their own. We must excavate them. However, without proper tools, digging deep may yield nothing. As he spoke, Lu Zhe began to excavate another hole that had yet to reveal any creatures. Soon, he unearthed a sea snail, triumphantly shaking it in front of her. "Look, I am indeed fortunate." Ning Shu took it from him to inspect. This sea snail was as large as a baby's fist, the largest one caught since their arrival on the deserted island. The white flesh contracted into the shell, expelling jets of seawater. "Remarkable indeed." Lu Zhe generously praised her. "Our class monitor is so perceptive, focusing on survival with me, unlike those other girls who concern themselves with trivial matters." Ning Shu chuckled awkwardly. Just a minute ago, she had considered asking Lu Zhe something rather mundane. Given the circumstances, she thought better of it. The two walked approximately 2 kilometers, collecting various items along the way. Empty bottles, torn swimsuits, old flip-flops, plastic bags, and other materials. Lu Zhe even discovered a bundle of seaweed, and upon pulling it up, found it teeming with over 20 mussels of various sizes. In total, they had gathered 5 bamboo clams, more than 20 mussels, 2 sea snails, and several starfish. Ning Shu pondered, "Can you eat starfish?" Lu Zhe nodded, "Of course. Why didn't you mention that sooner?" Ning Shu exclaimed, immediately reaching for a plastic bag to scour the beach for starfish. "Wait," Lu Zhe quickly interjected. "You can't just collect starfish." "Why not?" she inquired. "Only the females are edible. How can you distinguish between the sexes?" Lu Zhe produced a starfish, pointing to its underside. "Observe its mouth. The female is orange, while the male is white. Furthermore, not all females are consumable. Only those in the breeding season are suitable, so we must seek the heavier females." Ning Shu gazed at the flower-like, writhing mouth, feeling a sense of discomfort wash over her. They had flipped through 50 or 60 starfish before managing to select 3 that were suitable. Indeed, it was not an easy task. As Ning Shu straightened, supporting herself against her waist, she spotted something unusual, a boat. Upon hearing her exclaim about a vessel, Lu Zhe rushed to the shore. In the distance, on the horizon, something indistinct lingered there. It was unclear what it was. Ning Shu shouted with all her might. Lu Zhe echoed a few calls, but quickly realized something was amiss. Stop shouting. It's too far. They can't hear us. What should we do? We have no fire either. Just wait. I'll climb a tree to take a look. Lu Zhe glanced around, but found no suitable trees to ascend. In desperation, he lifted Ning Shu onto his shoulders. Stand on my shoulders. All right. Ning Shu, akin to a performer in a circus, precariously balanced on Lu Zhe's shoulders, while he held her ankles to maintain her stability. With both hands shielding her eyes, she peered into the distance. However, at that moment, the sun descended beyond the other side of the island. The surroundings turned a dull gray, obscuring any details. In a panic, Ning Shu exclaimed, "Why is the sun setting at this time?" Lu Zhe lowered her down, saying, "The sun hasn't dipped below the horizon. We've simply shifted to the other side of the island, shielded by its elevation." Lu Zhe, is that a ship? He shook his head, candidly admitting to be honest. I don't know. What now? We have two choices. Either wait here or return to the camp. If we stay here, we might freeze to death tonight. Lu Zhe nodded. Ning Shu continued. If we return to the camp and miss this rescue, we may never have another chance. Lu Zhe nodded again. However, we can create a distress signal here and arrange small stones to spell out our names, indicating that there are people here. We can check back tomorrow. That's the only option. Let us hurry. The two of them set down their belongings and quickly gathered stones to create a landmark. After over half an hour of effort, they finally completed a modest SOS signal. They also arranged smaller stones to spell out, 5 people on the island, need rescue. Ning Shu glanced at the words. Yet, as the darkness deepened, even if a ship passed by, it might not be able to spot us. Rescue boats typically do not search at night. That's enough. Let's head back. Only then did they gather their things and start walking back. At that moment, Lu Zhe noticed something that seemed to flicker briefly. Chapter 42, Eating Roasted Rat Meat. It was subtle, swift, and fleeting. Did you see that? What? That thing seemed to flicker. I didn't notice. Ning Shu tiptoed to take a look. I don't see anything. Perhaps you were imagining things. Lu Zhe gazed at the rising moon in the distance and remarked softly, perhaps. An hour later, the two returned to the camp, only to find no one by the bonfire. Where is everyone? Have they been taken by the rescue team? Surely not. As they approached, they discovered 3 girls huddled inside the shelter, trembling with fear and too scared to emerge. Lu Zhe inquired, "What is going on with you all?" From within, Tang Xiaoguo's voice emerged. "There are ghosts, ghostly cries." Ghostly cries? What ghostly cries? It just sounds like you 3 scaredy cats. Jiang Yao interjected, "No, really, there are ghosts." Lin Qianqian remarked, "Indeed, indeed. Listen, he is still calling. Is it an auditory hallucination? Clearly, there is nothing." Just then, a rustling sound emanated from nearby, followed by piercing cries. Ning Shu felt as if her scalp were about to explode. She instinctively clutched Lu Zhe. There really is something. Lu Zhe finally heard it too. The sound was not loud, but was high-pitched and mournful. Startled, it indeed resembled a ghostly wail. However, Lu Zhe quickly discerned the source. Instead of being frightened, he was filled with delight. Huh, that is not a ghost. Just wait. The 3 girls peeked out. It seems Lu Zhe knows what is happening. Why hasn't he told us? Surely, he doesn't intend to scare us on purpose. To frighten girls is rather ungentlemanly. And while Lu Zhe might be a bit peculiar, he wouldn't be so childish. As the girls conversed, Lu Zhe had already ventured into the thicket with a torch. Moments later, he emerged holding a large rat, which was emitting the same strange sound. The girls turned pale with fright. Lu Zhe shook the rat. "See? It's just a rat. This fellow triggered the trap I set. While I comprehend the logic, why does the rat emit human-like sounds?" Tang Xiaoguo exclaimed. Jiang Yao speculated. Could it be that the rat has become a spirit? Upon hearing this, the girls clung to one another in terror. Many rodents emit such bizarre sounds in emergencies as an instinctive means of protecting their kin, signaling them to steer clear of danger. Lin Qianqian marveled. Life is truly wondrous. Ning Shu reflected. Remarkable indeed. Even rodents can speak a foreign language. The magnificence of life sometimes manifests in the survival of a species. This spirit of self-sacrifice for the greater good is worthy of admiration. Thus, I have decided to grant it an opportunity to fulfill its purpose. With that, Lu Zhe grasped the rat by its tail and slammed it against a rock. With a resounding thud, it fell silent. Let's consume it. Ning Shu stared in disbelief. Does it not owe you gratitude? Gratitude is unnecessary. However, it should feel proud. For it is the first rodent on this island to have the chance to become human sustenance. As he spoke, Lu Zhe used a small round blade to slice through its skin and, with a firm tug, pulled the entire skin off. He then severed its head, tail, and claws, inserted his fingers into its bloody carcass, extracted the entrails, and discarded them. He rinsed the body with seawater, transforming the rat into a rat fillet. Next, he spread the body open and secured it to a branch. Subsequently, Lu Zhe pried open a starfish, scooped out its yolk, and placed it into a spicy snack bag, mixing the leftover spicy oil and starfish yolk thoroughly before applying it to the rat meat. Finally, he placed the rat meat over the fire to roast. Jiang Yao whispered to Qian Qian, just a few minutes ago, it looked utterly disgusting. Why now does it seem somewhat appetizing? Lin Qian Qian smiled, saying, I consider my culinary skills to be quite decent, yet I never thought I could transform a rat into something like this. Tang Xiaowu remarked, regardless, I would never consume such a thing. Ning Shu nodded in agreement, I abhor rats. Lu Zhe, indifferent, stated, on this deserted island, given the circumstances, it doesn't matter if no one else eats. I can manage on my own. Ning Shu sighed, perhaps I shall prepare something else. Tang Xiaowu inquired, class monitor, have you found anything else? Ning Shu emptied the contents of her plastic bag. When the girls spotted the bamboo clams, they were astonished. How could Lu Zhe catch such a thing while we could only gather hermit crabs and conchs? Ning Shu chuckled. He employed a special technique. I can teach you later. The girls began to collaborate in preparing the food. They roasted mussels and combined the bamboo clams, kelp, and conch meat into a can, adding water to make a soup. Coconut chips roasted by the fire served as the staple. Compared to the first night, the quality of today's meal had evidently improved significantly. In no time, the rat meat emitted an enticing aroma, distinct from seafood, with a hint of chicken flavor, stirring everyone's appetites. Lu Zhe tore off a small egg and exclaimed, delicious! Want a bite? The four girls exchanged glances. Lin Qian Qian was the first to speak. Please give me some. Lu Zhe handed her a large leg of the rat. Although it could not be compared to a chicken leg, it was indeed the meatiest part of the rat. Lin Qian Qian tore off a piece and tasted it. This is quite delectable, akin to chicken. Seeing Lin Qian Qian indulge, Tang Xiaowu swallowed hard and said, I want some too. Lu Zhe tore off another leg and passed it to Tang Xiaowu, who took a bite, her mouth filled with oil. Wow, this is really tasty. Lu Zhe, filled with pride, declared, I told you it wouldn't last. Ning Shu and Jiang Yao exchanged knowing glances, chuckling as they seized the remaining rat meat and divided it into 3 portions. Though they each had only a few bites of the rat, the flavor brought an unprecedented sense of satisfaction to everyone. After they had savored the rat meat, Ning Shu used a blade to cut open several bottles, crafting bowls from their bottoms and spoons from shells, distributing the seafood soup and roasted coconut flesh. The seafood soup, though somewhat fishy, was still quite flavorful. The dread of the future was lessened. Lin Qian Qian reflected, life in the wild isn't as dreadful as I imagined. Ning Shu smiled and patted Lu Zhe on the shoulder. In truth, we ought to be grateful to our sports committee member. Jiang Yao chuckled, indeed. Xiaozhe has never allowed me to lose face. Tang Xiaowu furrowed her brows and remarked, Hey, Xiaozhe is one of us. Why do you speak of him as if he were family? Ning Shu replied, You might not believe it, but after being stranded on this deserted island, I truly feel that we are like family. Lin Qian Qian nodded in agreement. The class monitor is right. Lu Zhe has given me a new perspective on boys. Curious, Lu Zhe inquired, what perspective? Lin Qian Qian smiled. Boys can actually be quite nice at times. Jiang Yao, with a hint of suspicion, asked Qian Qian, You're not developing feelings for Xiaozhe, are you? Tang Xiaowu interjected, Hey, Qian Qian, aren't you into girls? Chapter 43. Capturing the little fish, finally. Guo voiced the question that had piqued everyone's curiosity. Is Qian Qian truly into girls? Lin Qian Qian blushed and frowned. Of course not. Not entirely convinced, she added. I just think girls are a bit cuter. Ning Shu wrapped one arm around Jiang Yao and the other around Guo, playfully asking, So, who do you think is the cutest among us 3? Huh? Qian Qian gazed at the 3 girls, all of whom, despite their disheveled appearances, exuded a beauty akin to blooming flowers. She unconsciously swallowed. You are all so adorable. By the way, Lu Zhe, if it were you, who would you choose? Only children make choices, Lu Zhe chuckled, extending his right hand in a grasping motion. I want them all. You wish. You greedy boy, the three girls exclaimed in unison. What are you even thinking, you scoundrel? Instantly, the trio retaliated, playfully pouncing on Lu Zhe, delivering light punches and pinches. Lu Zhe quickly shielded his head, aware that the girls were merely jesting. A little playful banter helped alleviate the despair and pressure brought on by their island predicament. The girls giggled as their newly erected tent swayed precariously. Hey, stop it. The little tent is going to topple over. Oomph. Then you could just set it up again, one teased. Exactly. Who is going to care about that? Though they said so, the girls did indeed pause. Each slightly flushed after their playful antics, their hair somewhat tousled. Qian was momentarily stunned, her heart racing like a startled deer. Grr, with a hint of pride, waved her tiny fist at Lu Zhe, declaring, I'll let you off this time, but if you speak nonsense again, I won't be so forgiving. With a rosy hue on her cheeks, Jiang Yao adjusted her hair and asked, by the way, did anything interesting happen during your time here? Exchanging glances, Lu Zhe and Ning Shu replied, actually yes. We encountered something strange that resembled a ship, but it was too dark at night to see clearly. Ning Shu then recounted the mysterious object they had spotted on the horizon. Jiang Yao speculated, could it be a rescue boat? Tang Xiaohua expressed her concern. What if they come to this island while we're not there? Wouldn't that mean we miss our chance? Ning Shu reassured her. We set up a distress signal on the other side of the island. If they are indeed a rescue team, they will surely notice it. Lu Zhe continued. If it's merely passing merchant ships or fishing boats, at such a distance, even if we scream until our throats are raw, they would be unable to hear us. Lin Qian nodded. Lu Zhe, what do you intend to do? Lu Zhe set an alarm on his wristwatch. I will rise early tomorrow to ascertain the situation over there. Ning Shu offered. I will accompany you in the morning. Lu Zhe acknowledged her with a nod. That sounds good. Today's dinner finally provided a semblance of satisfaction to everyone. A few girls squeezed into the shelter, inviting Lu Zhe to join them. As companions cast adrift, they did not isolate Lu Zhe due to gender distinctions. Lu Zhe, you should come in as well. Indeed, it's rather chilly outside. You are like a little heater. With you here, the temperature rises by a couple of degrees. We have enough firewood today, so there's no worry of extinguishing the flames. Besides, you constructed this shelter. It would weigh heavily on our hearts to have you sleep outside. Lu Zhe did not decline. Since you all invite me so earnestly, I shall not be coy. The girls prepared warm bottles using heated sand and seawater, encircling themselves with them. Outside, the sea wind howled, yet inside the shelter, it felt pleasantly spring-like. Ning Shu directed, to avoid unnecessary awkwardness between the genders, let us 4 girls lie in a row, and Lu Zhe, you can sleep upright. Is that acceptable? Tang Xiaohua blushed and interjected. What if I get cold at night? Perhaps I should reluctantly allow little Zhe to sleep beside me instead. Ning Shu frowned. You don't have any inappropriate thoughts, do you? The tent is small, after all, and there are others here. Of course not. She's rather innocent, replied Jiang Yao, casting a sidelong glance at Tang Xiaohua. Apologies, but I fail to see that, she retorted. Lu Zhe recognized Tang Xiaohua's desire for closeness, yet recalling the intense feelings from that one night. He rationally concluded that what he needed most was quality sleep. Thus, he declined. The temperature here is higher than in the sandpit yesterday, and since you're in the middle, you generally shouldn't get cold. It's best that we do not disturb each other. With that, he lay down. However, Tang Xiaohua was not content to remain still. She playfully nudged Lu Zhe's abdomen with her icy little feet. He swiftly grasped her feet. What are you doing, Guara? Your hands are so warm. Warm me up a bit, she replied. Lu Zhe feigned annoyance with a sigh, holding both her feet in his hands. This feels rather dismissive. I want to let go. After a while, gentle and sweet snores filled the shelter as the girls drifted off to sleep. Soon, Lu Zhe also felt the weight of sleepiness and gradually closed his eyes. Morning arrived. The alarm on his watch beeped insistently, and Lu Zhe sat up. It was June 12th, the 3rd day since they had been marooned on this deserted island. 3 girls were still indulging in their slumber, while Ning Shu had already departed from the shelter. He parted the grass barrier and saw Ning Shu roasting coconut meat over the fire. Good morning, class monitor. You're awake, Lu Zhe. MHM. Is breakfast just roasted coconut meat? Lu Zhe stretched lazily, feeling considerably rejuvenated after a night's rest. What's wrong with that? As long as there's food, it's good enough, he replied, brushing off the effort. He emerged from his shelter and noticed that the tide had receded. The spot where he had set traps with Yao Yao was now devoid of the sea, revealing a small pool of water. In the distance, the scenery appeared significantly clearer. Relaxing further, his vision reverted to a state of mild myopia, approximately 200 degrees. What's going on? He pondered. Upon accessing the mindfulness system, Lu Zhe discovered that the system's data had been updated. Strength, 10, stamina, 11, physique, 10, agility, 11, perception, 11. Checking the system log, he noted that he had completed the check-in at midnight, which had increased his perception by 1 point. No wonder his vision had improved. With a slight focus, he found that his hearing and sense of smell had also become more acute. He was uncertain how the check-in had been completed, but he was relieved that it had. He then inspected the traps he had set the previous day. The rodent trap yielded no results, but when he lifted Tang Xiao's pantyhose trap, he was overjoyed. Inside, there were dozens of small fish, about an inch long, bouncing around. Ning Shu leaned over to take a look. Did you catch all these little fish? What bait did you use? Lu Zhe pulled out his sock from the trap. My sock mixed with Yao Yao's oligo. What? Ning Shu's face contorted in disbelief, her entire demeanor changing. How could such adorable little fish be attracted to that? Human waste contains a significant amount of fat, which is a rare source of nutrition for them, he explained, turning the sock inside out. Moreover, there is something even more crucial. Ning Shu observed the tiny black specks adhering to the sock. Look, most of the waste has dissolved in the water and seeped out through the sock's seams, leaving behind dragon fruit seeds. With seawater, he had effectively separated the waste from the seeds. Ning Shu gagged slightly. The method is clever, but what about those fish? You're not planning to eat them, are you? Of course, they're meant for consumption, Lu Zhe replied, his eyes wide. You can't be unaware of what they eat. Lu Zhe remained unfazed. In fact, many marine creatures feed on the waste of other organisms, including the seafood we consume in urban settings. It's entirely normal. What about the contents of their stomachs? Understanding Ning Shu's concern, Lu Zhe reassured her. It's simple. We can slice open their bellies with a small blade and remove the entrails, thus discarding the undesirable parts. Though these fish are quite small, making the extraction a bit challenging, it's still achievable with some effort. With that, Lu Zhe took a small round blade and carefully made an incision on a small fish's belly, using a twig to delicately extract the fish's intestines. Then, he sharpened another twig and threaded it through the fish's mouth. Just like this, we can skewer them and prepare them for roasting. The little fish, stripped of its innards and pierced through, still wriggled with life, eliciting a sense of discomfort in Ning Shu. Ah, there are still 2 bags of spicy strips left. If we coat them in chili oil, they will possess a unique flavor. Ning Shu hesitated and murmured, all right, but do not disclose to them what bait you used or how you caught them. Understood. A total of 30 little fish had their innards removed, with every 6 skewered together, resulting in 5 perfect chunks. Coated in chili oil and grilled over the fire, the delightful aroma of roasted fish soon wafted through the air. The enticing scent infiltrated the shelter, prompting the 3 young girls to emerge. The fragrance of fish. One exclaimed, wow, it smells divine. I long to taste a bit. Class leader Lu Zhe, where did you procure the fish? Just as Lu Zhe was about to respond, Ning Shu pinched his arm, interjecting. Lu Zhe caught them by the seaside. The meal is ready. Come out and eat. Lu Zhe is incredible. Thank you for your hard work, class leader, and for your efforts, Lu Zhe. On behalf of all the lovely ladies from Shanghai Jiaotong University, I express our heartfelt gratitude for your labor. By the way, is there anything else to eat? Ning Shu replied with a smile. In addition to the spicy strips and oil-grilled fish, we have roasted coconut meat and crab seaweed soup. This is our last bit of spicy strips. The situation remains dire, yet breakfast is quite satisfactory. As they enjoyed their meal, casual chatter ensued. Ning Shu posed an important question. Lu Zhe, what are your plans for today? Lu Zhe glanced at his watch, noting it was 7:40. Soon, I must venture to the other side of the island to see if that thing at sea level is still there. Chapter 44. The Objective. The highest point of the island, the thing Lu Zhe referred to was presumably a rescue team, or something related to the island. Everyone understood. Ning Shu concurred indeed. This matter is of utmost importance. If what we saw yesterday was a rescue team, we could return home today. Let's pray. By the way, how many coconuts do we have left? There are 5 with water and 11 without. Lu Zhe pondered. We need to find more fresh water. Qian, could you please distill some more? We also need to gather additional supplies. The more cans and bottles we can collect, the better. Lin Qianqian tilted her head with a smile. No problem. What about you, class leader? Ning Shu savored the last bit of chili oil on the branch. I cannot allow Lu Zhe to go alone. I will accompany him. I fear I won't be able to stay with the sisters at the campsite. The other girls also felt uneasy about Lu Zhe going alone. Jiang Yao patted Ning Shu on the shoulder. We entrust Xiao Zhe to you. Lu Zhe and Ning Shu made simple preparations, taking half a bottle of coconut water and an empty backpack as they set off to explore the other side of the island once more. Along the way, they collected more supplies. Lu Zhe carefully washed and neatly packed everything he deemed useful. The previously unexplored sandy beach was littered with debris, bottles, plastic bags, tattered fishing nets, lengths of rope, and a solitary flip-flop. As Ning Shu picked up the bottles, she jested. Once we return, we could establish a recycling station. Does my brother's demeanor resemble that of a scrap collector? She scrutinized Lu Zhe. He had once been radiant and handsome, with a chiseled physique. But after a few days of hardship, he appeared somewhat disheveled and weary. Yet, his inherent charm remained undeniable. With playful sarcasm, Ning Shu remarked, "You fit the bill perfectly. Perhaps you could follow the path of a shrewd entrepreneur." Lu Zhe nodded. "All right, I'll be the boss, and you'll be the employee." "Why should I be the employee? What do you wish to be then? The boss's wife?" Ning Shu lightly nudged him. "Hey, daring to take advantage of me? Just wait until I twist your ear." Lu Zhe quickly withdrew his arm. "Why do you always resort to twisting? Are you a great white goose?" "Lu Zhe, why are you so infuriating?" she retorted, though her eyes furtively wandered back to him. Frankly speaking, Lu Zhe was rather handsome. Disregarding his occasional eccentricities, he could be a commendable choice for a partner. However, with Gua Er and Yao Yao competing fiercely for his affection, she feared her involvement would only complicate matters. Yet, there was still something she longed to ask Lu Zhe that she had not had the chance to voice previously. "Hey, can I ask you something?" "Go ahead. You must have noticed that both Yao Yao and Gua Er harbor feelings for you, right?" Lu Zhe candidly nodded. "Indeed, throughout my life, many girls have shown interest in me. My mother says I have no other faults, just a knack for attracting women. A fortune teller once predicted that I am cursed with romantic entanglements, a rare heartthrob." Ning Shu regarded him earnestly. "If you weren't boasting, we could still be friends." "Boasting? I consider myself quite humble." "Stop sidestepping. Speak seriously." Ning Shu shifted to a more solemn tone. "If Gua Er and Yao Yao asked you to choose one as your girlfriend, whom would you select?" Lu Zhe chuckled. "Must it be just one? What if I want both?" "How greedy!" Ning Shu pointed her finger at him. "I'm serious. I need a serious answer." Lu Zhe, rarely witnessing such seriousness from the class monitor, quipped. "What? Is the monitor now managing classmates' romantic affairs? Are you going to report me to the teacher? Am I that kind of person?" Lu Zhe pondered. "Well, to be honest, I'm not sure. I want to say I like both, but I'm afraid you'll call me a scoundrel." "However," Ning Shu interjected, exasperated, "if you truly like both." "Not quite." Lu Zhe responded with a newfound seriousness. "I actually like four, including Qian and you, class monitor." "I?" Upon hearing this, Ning Shu felt a twinge of surprise. She believed she should be furious, yet somehow, she couldn't summon the anger. "Why?" Even she was uncertain. "Are you attempting to play four boats at once?" "Sigh." Lu Zhe sighed. "I know this isn't right, but each of you possesses unique virtues, charms, and quirks. If I must choose just one, I might as well meet my end." Ning Shu feigned anger and said, "Humph, then you might as well go die." She then mumbled, "When I ask you a question, you just give me perfunctory replies. Not a single word of truth." Lu Zhe scratched his head, feeling that he had not been dismissive at all. On the contrary, he believed his responses had been quite sincere. The two walked and chatted along the way, and before long, they arrived at the same place they had visited the previous day. "Hey, Lu Zhe, look over there." Lu Zhe turned his gaze, and, indeed, the object was still present. "Has it not moved at all? It seems a bit closer. It could be that the poor lighting last night had obscured their view." "Is it a boat?" "It doesn't appear to be." This time, Lu Zhe observed it more clearly than the night before. After some contemplation, he felt as if he were wearing a pair of exceptionally fitting, high-quality glasses. He then discerned that it was, in fact, a small island. "Have you figured out what it is?" Ning Shu inquired. "It's a small island, not a rescue boat." Ning Shu sighed in disappointment. The island was quite distant, its specific features obscured, and the curvature of the horizon concealed the lower half of the isle. To gain a clearer view, they would need to ascend to the highest point of the island they were currently on. He glanced back at the dense tropical jungle. Venturing into the thicket would not be an easy task, requiring them to contend with insects, snakes, and unforeseen circumstances. However, this endeavor was essential. Even if they did not observe the small island, it was crucial to gather information about their own. For instance, knowing where rivers flowed, where bamboo groves were located, and where land was suitable for cultivation. Thus, from any perspective, ascending to the highest point of the island was imperative. With this thought in mind, Lu Zhe addressed Ning Shu. "Class monitor, I intend to enter the jungle." "Why?" "I need to reach the highest point of the island. Firstly, to get a clearer view of the island across the way. Secondly, to better understand the conditions of our own island." Ning Shu nodded. "All right, let's go together." Lu Zhe felt it would be unwise to leave Ning Shu behind, and after a moment's contemplation, he added, "We should enter the jungle together. But we must exercise utmost caution. There may be numerous dangers lurking within." "We have explored jungles together before," Ning Shu replied. "That time was merely at the edge. This time we shall delve deep into the heart of the jungle. The level of danger is different." Ning Shu nodded seriously, saying, "Rest assured, I will heed your words and be very careful." Lu Zhe nodded and extended his hand. Ning Shu paused, asking, "What are you doing?" "Let me hold your hand. In case of any emergencies, we can assist each other." "Oh." Ning Shu hesitated, but eventually placed her hand in Lu Zhe's palm. At the moment their fingers touched, Ning Shu's heart raced as if a gentle fawn had collided with it. Chapter 45. A monumental misunderstanding. This was a sensation Ning Shu had never experienced before. Caught off guard, I found myself pondering the situation. What was happening? I recalled the last time we ventured into the jungle together, hand in hand. Why was the atmosphere so different now? Could it be that I had developed feelings for this fellow? Surely not. This was a survival scenario, not a romantic rendezvous. Blushing, Ning Shu followed Lu Zhe, stepping cautiously into the dense foliage, her heart in a whirl. The jungle was treacherous, and Lu Zhe treaded carefully to ensure their safety. He wielded a branch to clear the grass ahead, driving off any lurking venomous creatures. As they navigated the wilderness, Lu Zhe stumbled upon a delightful discovery, a shrub adorned with small red fruits. Upon closer inspection, he recognized them, raspberries. Joy surged within him. These tangy, sweet berries, though modest in flavor, were excellent for quenching thirst and possessed detoxifying properties. He and Ning Shu gathered a small bag, each indulging in several of the succulent fruits. Yet, as they ventured deeper, an unfortunate predicament arose. Ning Shu suddenly clutched her abdomen, a pressing urge to find a restroom overtaking her. "Darn it, why now?" Lu Zhe inquired, glancing around. With an awkward smile, Ning Shu replied, "I need to use the bathroom." Lu Zhe surveyed their surroundings and nodded. "Right here will do. I'll turn around." "Wait, that won't do." "Why not?" Her cheeks flushed. She hesitated. "It's a number 2. "A number 2? Lu Zhe exclaimed in surprise. "Goodness. Is the melon seed finally making its grand debut?" Ning Shu playfully punched Lu Zhe. "Don't mention seeds. Just give me a moment to find a spot." She began searching for a secluded area, while Lu Zhe discovered a raised rock and inspected it for signs of snakes or insects. "This looks perfect," he declared. Ning Shu glanced at it and nudged Lu Zhe. "All right, off you go. Keep your distance. I'll handle this myself." "Fine, I shall depart," he said, already stepping away. "Hey, don't wander too far. Rest assured, I'll remain within your line of sight. Call if you need anything. Just don't turn around. I'm not that bored." Lu Zhe occupied himself by examining the surrounding plants for edible greens and herbs. Before long, Ning Shu exhaled in relief, having resolved her predicament. However, just as she was about to pull up her pants, a dreadful realization struck her. She had forgotten to bring tissue. "What now?" "Hey, Lu Zhe, what's the matter? Do you have any tissue?" "No, I don't." Ning Shu's voice trembled with distress. "What am I supposed to do?" Lu Zhe offered a straightforward solution. Simple. "Don't wipe. Just pull your pants up and wash at the beach later." Ning Shu bristled. "Lu Zhe, are you intentionally trying to embarrass me?" Remaining calm and collected, Lu Zhe replied, "Not at all. I'm suggesting the safest, most reasonable, and scientifically sound approach. You can't expect me to go back to fetch it, can you? That is quite a distance." Ning Shu conceded. "I'll figure out myself." Lu Zhe suddenly recalled something and advised, "Class monitor, I strongly recommend that you refrain from attempting any methods, especially using leaves. Just pull up your pants and come out immediately. There's no need for your concern." Ning Shu stepped outside, holding a tightly knotted small plastic bag. "All done." Lu Zhe grasped her wrist and inquired, "Did you use anything to wipe?" Ning Shu raised an eyebrow. Why should you care? As she attempted to venture back inside, she felt an unbearable itch at the base of her thigh. She thought of scratching, but was apprehensive that such an action would tarnish her feminine image. Enduring the discomfort was proving to be quite a challenge. At that moment, Lu Zhe discerned the truth. You did use leaves, didn't you? Ning Shu retorted. I'm a girl. I can't just leave it as is. I just did it casually. Lu Zhe replied sternly. Even a brief exposure is better than suffering an injury. Do you know that when the military was in Southeast Asia, some used unknown leaves from the golden skin tree for wiping? Guess what happened? Ning Shu, perplexed, asked what happened. Lu Zhe mimicked a gun with his fingers and tapped his temple. Bang. They ended up taking their own lives. Is that amusing to you? I thought they had been poisoned. It's not as if I haven't heard similar jokes, like the one about the dog that died after eating mushrooms, and the owner ended up throwing up, only to find the dog had been crushed by a car. Lu Zhe continued with a serious tone. Do you know why they took their own lives? The gravity of his words made Ning Shu uneasy. Stammering, she asked why. The unbearable, which made life feel worse than death. Ning Shu shivered at the thought, and recalling her current discomfort, cold sweat began to bead on her forehead. Which leaf did you use? Just as she contemplated moving closer, it felt as if 100 tiny insects were crawling on her, and despite stomping her feet, relief eluded her. Lu Zhe, with a sigh of resignation, approached and picked up a leaf smeared with excrement. Information about the leaf flooded his mind. New species S. Genus of nettle. It is covered in fine hairs, stinging like a bee, causing excruciating itchiness. The purple-backed variant has medicinal properties, with a pungent, bitter, and cold essence. Highly toxic. It treats persistent vomiting, snake venom, and is effective against the initial onset of wind rash. It seemed that the purple leaves could detoxify, but this particular plant was green and devoid of medicinal value. The crucial issue was that a mere touch on the back of the hand could induce relentless pain. Applying it to sensitive areas was unimaginable, and Ning Shu was about to face unimaginable torment. Ning Shu cried out, "Throw it away, it's disgusting." It was evident that she was at her limit. The discomfort was not merely physiological. Witnessing her class's heartthrob, holding a leaf smeared with excrement made her feel utterly mortified. After reading the information, Lu Zhe felt relieved. Although the itching was relentless, it posed no life-threatening danger. But how could they alleviate the toxicity? Lu Zhe consulted the system manual, which presented 3 methods. 1. Wash with copious amounts of soapy water. But they lacked the conditions for such a remedy. 2. To detoxify using herbs such as mugwort, purple aster, white flower snake tongue grass, and wild mint. Crush them and apply to the affected area. However, such herbs are now hard to come by. 3. In the field, an emergency treatment method involves swiftly washing the affected area with urine. Chapter 46. Perhaps we should date. Half a minute later, Lu Zhe handed a bottle of warm water to Ning Shu, saying, "Here, use this to wash." Ning Shu took the bottle and inquired, "Boss, what is this?" Lu Zhe replied with a composed demeanor, "Don't ask. It's sterile water." Eventually, Ning Shu understood. Lu Zhe patted Ning Shu's shoulder. "There's no other way. This is the only option. You can either continue to suffer or take proactive measures. The choice is yours." With that, Lu Zhe placed the bottle down and walked away. Ning Shu gazed at the bottle, her voice tinged with despair. "Oh heavens, why must I endure this? Just end my suffering." Gritting her teeth, she began to rinse. The unbearable itchiness finally subsided. "Is it over? Then let us go." Yet, she remained rooted to the spot. Noticing her hesitation, Lu Zhe turned back, asking, "What's wrong? Perhaps we should date." "Huh?" Lu Zhe turned again, seeing Ning Shu still standing there. The usually bright and straightforward girl appeared somewhat gentle and shy today. "What's the matter?" Ning Shu sniffled, her voice laced with a hint of longing. "Can't we just date for a day?" "What?" "We've crossed the boundaries of friendship, and I find it hard to accept. Just like that, we date for a day and then break up tomorrow." Lu Zhe perceived that while Ning Shu appeared bold, she was fundamentally a traditional girl. She cared deeply about crossing the line with boys, unless they were a boyfriend. If this was rejected, she might suffer for a long time. "Lu Zhe, you won't despise me, will you?" Lu Zhe chuckled. "We agreed on a day." "All right, just a day." He then extended his hand. "Shall we walk together now, my class monitor goddess?" Ning Shu blushed, pursed her lips, nodded vigorously, sniffed, and stepped forward to place her hand in Lu Zhe's. The island was small. Though the central area was somewhat steep, it was not very high. The two climbed it in half an hour. Looking around, They confirmed there was no higher ground. The ridge stood over 200 meters high, with a large banyan tree at one end. Lu Zhe removed his shirt and began to observe and document this small island. He didn't have a notebook, so he drew a map of the island on his tank top. Ning Shu gazed at Lu Zhe's perfect abs, feeling inexplicably dizzy. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe's thoughts were solely focused on the island. Estimating its size, he concluded that the island was only as large as 20 football fields, surrounded by the sea. The center featured elevated terrain and dense forest, while the periphery comprised sandy beaches and coastlines. There were no lakes, no streams, and not even a puddle in sight. Freshwater resources are alarmingly scarce. How can one survive if the rescue team does not arrive? This thought left him somewhat disheartened. At this moment, Ning Shu pointed towards the western coastline, exclaiming, "Look, there are numerous coconut trees on that island." Lu Zhe observed thoughtfully and remarked, "The ocean currents flow from north to south, bringing coconuts from the opposite island to our shores. They will drift past the western side of our island, take root, and eventually bear fruit. Indeed," he continued, "we shall venture there shortly to gather some coconuts, ensuring our freshwater supply for tomorrow." But what of the freshwater supply beyond tomorrow? This small island's resources are insufficient to meet the daily needs of 5 individuals. What if we were to find another island? Once the thought crossed Lu Zhe's mind, he began to scrutinize the distant island. Although the 2 islands were far apart, he could discern a volcano, its summit cloaked in verdant hues. Evidently dormant for quite some time, the island appeared expansive, likely far larger than their current refuge, for even from the mountaintop, the lower regions remained obscured from view. At that moment, the sun blazed overhead, casting a radiant sheen upon the ground, and the oppressive heat enveloped them once more. A wisp of smoke lazily ascended from the northeast beach, indicating the direction of their camp. "Let us take a moment to rest before returning," Lu Zhe suggested. Ning Shu nodded in agreement, and the 2 reclined beneath the banyan tree, gazing at the nearby sands, the distant waves, and the small island on the horizon. Their minds wandered in myriad directions. "Lu Zhe, what if the rescue team never finds us?" Ning Shu pondered aloud. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Zhe replied, "We must persevere. I believe a fishing boat will eventually pass by." "Will it take long?" Ning Shu inquired. He reflected for a while before shaking his head. "I cannot say." With a sigh, Ning Shu turned her gaze back to the sea, suggesting, "Let us bestow a name upon this island." Lu Zhe felt a spark of inspiration. "That is a splendid idea." After some contemplation, Ning Shu proposed, "Since the 5 of us have been cast ashore together, how about naming it 5-Person Island?" Lu Zhe shook his head. "That sounds akin to a mooncake. It would be better to call it Egg Yolk Lotus Paste Island, or perhaps Rose Bean Paste Island. Much more delectable than 5-person. Ning Shu could not suppress her laughter and playfully nudged him. "Be serious." "I am quite serious," he replied. After a moment of reflection, Ning Shu agreed. "However, 5-person does indeed resemble a mooncake, given the island's shape resembles that of a goose egg. Let us call it Egg Yolk Island, and the island with the volcano can be Volcano Island." "Agreed." Then, she produced 2 prickly berries, offering one to Lu Zhe. With a cheerful tone, Ning Shu declared, "Let us toast to the day we may return to our homeland and our school together." Lu Zhe found the gesture somewhat juvenile. Yet recognizing the value of a positive and optimistic spirit in the wilderness, he decided to indulge her. "Here's to never failing a class upon our return." They clinked their small berries together before tossing them into their mouths. Then, they exchanged glances, involuntarily bursting into laughter. Ning Shu remarked, "I feel rather foolish." "It's you. I've become more normal," he retorted, playfully annoyed. She playfully pinched Lu Zhe again. "Are you a big white goose? Why do you keep pinching people?" "Do you think I pinch just anyone?" Ning Shu smirked. "I only pinch those I have a good relationship with. I wouldn't even touch those I'm not close to." "So, I should feel honored?" Of course. Unbeknownst to them, their proximity had diminished, their faces almost touching, both feeling a twinge of shyness and awkwardness. They adjusted their seating. Ning Shu tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, gazing at the clouds in the sky, and softly uttered, "How about we share a kiss?" "What?" Lu Zhe responded, somewhat astonished, thinking he had misheard. Ning Shu's cheeks flushed as she lifted her head. "Regardless of anything, we've been a couple for a day. Since we're about to part ways soon, we might as well do something that couples do, so it won't be a wasted encounter." There was a semblance of reason in her words, but upon hearing "but," Ning Shu immediately adopted a serious demeanor, extending a finger. "Let me tell you. This opportunity is a one-time affair. Once it's gone, it won't come again. So this opportunity is indeed quite precious. Enough with the trivialities. Just answer me. Will we kiss or not? Yes, we might as well. They both closed their eyes, leaning in, their lips gently brushing against one another. It was as delicate as a dragonfly touching the surface of water, yet it stirred a flutter within Lu Zhe. In that moment, he sensed Ning Shu tremble slightly. What is wrong? Oh, nothing. It's just the first kiss, a bit exhilarating. Same here. Stop pretending. I saw you kiss Qian Qian and Gui'er. Qian Qian was a rescue, and Gui'er was purely an accident. Ning Shu, far from being angry at Lu Zhe's clever rebuttal, merely smiled, then it settled. They don't count. I'm your true first kiss. All right, certified by Zhe. Ning Shu smiled mischievously. You know Lu Zhe? What? Having read so many romance novels, I always wished to experience love during college. Yet, I never found the right one until today. She exhaled deeply, tears glistening in her eyes, her face radiant with warmth. Ning Shu am fulfilled. With that, she stood up, arms wide open, facing the wind, the blue sky, and the sea, shouting at the top of her lungs, Yo! Her sweet call was carried away by the wind and the waves, yet it did not erase her sadness and worries. In that moment, Lu Zhe truly felt a stir within his heart. Chapter 47. Discovering new survivor information. Ning Shu's candidness stirred emotions in Lu Zhe for the first time. Yet, he understood that while playing house was one thing, the current situation did not permit them to engage in a genuine romance. It would hinder their survival and complicate the relationships among the girls involved. At present, there exists nothing more precious than the spirit of collaboration. Ning Shu, feeling fatigued, settled beside Lu Zhe, seeking a moment of respite. Without hesitation, she wrapped her arms around his, resting her head on his shoulder, and soon succumbed to slumber. A gentle breeze swept across the mountaintop, and Lu Zhe, concerned for her comfort, encircled her in his embrace. A faint smile graced her lips, as if she were lost in a delightful dream. Lu Zhe chuckled softly, surmising she had drifted off, and tenderly pressed a kiss upon her strands of hair. After a while, fatigue overcame him as well. He leaned against a tree, closed his eyes, and quickly fell asleep. When they eventually awoke, the sun had already begun its descent, marking the hour as past 3 in the afternoon. It was time to return. A pang of hunger struck him, and he wondered if Qian Qian and the others had prepared any food. We still have some berries here, Ning Shu remarked, plucking a few to eat. I'll save the rest for the others. They haven't tasted them yet. She added, these aren't particularly exquisite, far inferior to the fruits of the city. By the way, Lu Zhe, now that we have the seeds, when can we plant the fruits? Lu Zhe shook his head slightly. We haven't located a stable freshwater source or suitable land for cultivation. We need these conditions to plant. Oh, Ning Shu sighed in disappointment. If we do manage to plant them, how long until we can harvest the fruits? Lu Zhe rose to his feet. Strawberries will take no less than 4 months. Cantaloupes typically within 4 months, and if all goes well, 2.5 months. Watermelons will require about 5 to 6 months. Such a long wait, she mused. Indeed, surviving on a deserted island is no simple feat, and to do so with a semblance of quality is even more challenging. We must prepare for the worst. Ning Shu nodded in agreement. It seems that for the initial months, we'll have to satisfy ourselves with berries and coconut meat. She tossed a prickly berry into her mouth as she spoke. Lu Zhe smiled reassuringly. Do not worry. Everything will turn out well. Yes, she replied. Let us head back. They retraced their steps down the mountain and then took another route back to the camp, intending to gather more coconuts along the way. Absolutely. We are relying entirely on coconuts now. The two made their way back to the spot where they first observed the island and then strolled along the beach in a different direction. Following this path back to the camp would complete a circuit of the island, allowing them to document all the information they could about their surroundings. By 5 in the afternoon, they arrived at a grove of coconut trees. Though modest in number, with merely 20 to 30 trees, this discovery was invigorating. They decided to refrain from climbing for coconuts and instead collected those that had fallen to the ground, managing to gather 8 ripe coconuts. While the water from these may not be particularly palatable, the flesh within was far more delectable. For a refreshing drink, they would need to seek out green coconuts. Lu Zhe placed the coconuts into his backpack and plastic bags. In addition to coconuts, they also stumbled upon several plastic bottles washed ashore on a deserted island. Such items were invaluable resources, and the more, the better. Ning Shu and Lu Zhe diligently picked up the clean ones. Suddenly, Ning Shu discovered a bottle and picked it up for inspection. How curious. How did our message in a bottle find its way here? Lu Zhe took it from her to examine. The bottle had a red cap and was remarkably clean, the label having been torn off. Indeed, one of the 3 drift bottles they had prepared resembled this one. Could it be that Lin Qianqian tossed her drift bottle during low tide, and it made its way around the island to this side? Lu Zhe mumbled, that seems improbable. Ning Shu confidently replied, I was the one who tore off the label. Lu Zhe nodded, let us take it back, and perhaps at another time we can cast another one. Agreed. The 2 of them, laden with a bounty of coconuts and the bottle, hurried back to the camp, finally returning before darkness fell. Lin Qianqian, Tang Xiaohua, and Jiang Yao were frantic with worry. Upon their return, they nearly leapt towards them. You were gone for so long. We were almost frantic. Indeed, we thought perhaps sea monsters had taken you away. Wow, how did you manage to gather so many coconuts? Lu Zhe removed his vest and showed everyone the drawn map of the island. Ning Shu then recounted their experiences along the way, primarily about that small island. Naturally, she kept silent about her bathroom adventures, her minor injuries, and her day of pretending to be Lu Zhe's girlfriend. Next, Ning Shu revealed the drift bottle. What a coincidence. We found one of the bottles you tossed. Lin Qianqian was momentarily taken aback. How is that possible? We tossed it several times, but it always washed back. What? You didn't manage to throw it out? Tang Xiaohua shrugged. That's right. Jiang Yao produced 3 drift bottles. We aren't deceiving you. All 3 of our bottles are right here. Is this the 4th? What is going on? 2 of them are identical. Suddenly, a chilling realization struck them all. One of the drift bottles did not belong to them. Could it be from another castaway? Let us open it and see. Lu Zhe twisted off the cap and carefully inserted a twig into the bottle, gingerly retrieving the tissue inside. As it unfolded, an electric shock of anticipation coursed through them. The paper was filled to the brim with writing in both Chinese and English. SOS. I am a survivor of flight CZ-125 from Australia to China. I am currently stranded on a small island in the Pacific. The island is located roughly between the Philippines and Indonesia, though I'm not entirely certain. It is quite large, featuring a volcano, bamboo groves, and banana trees. I am the sole survivor, and the remaining food is scarce. I am uncertain how much longer I can endure. I implore the kind soul who finds this message to promptly deliver it to the Chinese embassy or to send help. I will be immensely grateful. Signed, Flight Attendant Ruan Bing of CZ-125. Ning Shu lamented. It seems we have indeed encountered another victim, much like ourselves. Alas, Lu Zhe, did you not say that only the first-class cabin was compromised? Indeed, Lu Zhe pondered. But besides us, who else is in the first-class cabin? The girls exchanged glances. And then Qian suddenly had a revelation. That beautiful flight attendant in black stockings. Chapter 48. The relocation plan. Jiang Yao proposed a hypothesis. Could it be that the flight attendant is on the same island as us? Ning Shu shook her head. That shouldn't be the case. We have searched the area and found no signs of human habitation. Lu Zhe gazed at the information on the tissue. Did not mention that there is a volcano on the island, but our small island has no volcano. Ning Shu nodded in agreement. True. Lu Zhe contemplated deeply. Do you remember? The coconuts here likely drifted from that small island. Hence, the message in the bottle probably came from there as well. The girls exchanged glances. It's surprising to discover that there are others who have survived besides us. One person stranded on an uninhabited island, in a plight even worse than ours. Yet she has food. Her situation is far better than ours. We can only survive by eating snakes. Ning Shu pondered. Lu Zhe, what are your thoughts on this matter? Lu Zhe had been contemplating one issue all along, relocation. After all, the resources on their current island were exceedingly limited, while the island described by the flight attendant appeared to be much more abundant. Lu Zhe stated solemnly, Today, the class monitor and I ascended to the highest point of the small island to survey our surroundings, and we discovered that fresh water is alarmingly scarce. There's barely enough for daily consumption, let alone cultivation. Tang Xiaohua remarked. But didn't they say there are several coconut trees on this island? The coconuts from those trees would only sustain us for 2 weeks. What then after those 2 weeks? Rely solely on distilled water? That is far from realistic. The 4 girls shared their concerns. They understood that although they were managing well for the time being, once the fresh water ran out, they would all be at risk of dying from thirst. Jiang Yao inquired. So you mean we should go to that small island? although it may pose some challenges. For the sake of survival, it is imperative to consider relocating to a place with a sustainable freshwater supply. Tang Xiaohua expressed skepticism. Are you sure it's not because you find the flight attendant attractive? Lin Qian hurriedly clarified. No, that is not it. Tang Xiaohua frowned. I'm talking to you, Lu Zhe. Ning Shu interjected. All right, from a survival perspective, Lu Zhe's assessment is indeed valid. It is not feasible to continue living here long term. We should certainly consider moving. That island is significantly larger than this one, and perhaps it harbors lakes or small rivers. Jiang Yao gently scratched her neck, expressing her eagerness to find a place abundant in fresh water where she could bathe, lamenting her growing discomfort. But what if we leave this small island and the rescue team is unable to locate us? Lu Zhe pondered for a moment, suggesting they leave a message at their camp to aid any rescuers in finding them. Tang Xiaohua blinked, inquiring whether they should set off that night or the following day. Lin Qian sighed, reminding them that they lacked a boat. Jiang Yao echoed her sentiment, lamenting that they didn't even have a flotation device. Ultimately, Ning Shu turned to Lu Zhe, asking if he had a plan. After a lengthy contemplation, he articulated his strategy. Within the next 5 days, he intended to construct a sturdy raft, prepare paddles, gather fresh water and food, and equip themselves with essential supplies to navigate against the current to the volcanic island within a week. Is it possible to paddle such a distance? Lu Zhe sighed, conceding that if they couldn't make it, they would have to return and await their fate. After a brief exploration, he noted that this was the only nearby island, representing their sole opportunity for survival. What do you think? I would like to hear everyone's opinions. Ning Shu raised her hand first, affirming her support for Lu Zhe. Lin Qian followed suit, voicing her agreement, reminiscing fondly about the kind flight attendant who had prepared them coffee, albeit somewhat clumsily. Jiang Yao also raised her hand, yearning for the days with fresh water, remarking that relying on seawater for cleanliness would inevitably lead to dire consequences. Finally, they turned to Tang Xiaohua, who appeared bewildered. I have no objections. I'll go wherever everyone decides. Just don't leave me behind. Qian reassured her, with how adorable you are, how could anyone possibly abandon you? With their future plans established, the group soon felt the pangs of hunger. Jiang Yao roasted some coconut meat. Tang Xiaohua prepared a crab and kelp soup, while Lin Qian scavenged for mussels and clams along the shore. Though insufficient to satiate their hunger, it managed to alleviate their discomfort. Tang Xiaohua sighed. Eating roasted coconut meat for every meal was bearable at first, but now the smell makes me nauseous. We can't possibly subsist solely on this. Lu Zhe shook his head, reassuring that won't be the case. With the cantaloupe seeds we obtained today, if we reach the volcanic island and find suitable ground for planting, we could enjoy cantaloupes in 2 to 3 months. Jiang Yao queried, squad leader. Have you completed that task? Ning Shu smiled sheepishly, confessing that although there had been minor setbacks, everything was progressing well. They now possessed seeds for cantaloupes, watermelons, and strawberries. Speaking of which, Tang Xiaohua remarked, it seems you're the only one who hasn't accomplished anything, Qian. Indeed, it appeared that since being stranded on the deserted island, Lin Qian had yet to relieve herself. Surely, you're not constipated? No, not at all, Lin Qian retorted, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Ning Shu chuckled, well then, our only concern is merely the passion fruit seeds. As they calculated, it was already the evening of their 3rd day, stranded on the island, and, astonishingly, Qian still hadn't managed to go. It is possible that the discomfort stems from constipation or perhaps the ordeal of being stranded on a deserted island. Yet tomorrow may bring relief, a sentiment that seems to weigh lightly on everyone's minds. As night descended, the group retreated to their makeshift shelter early. Lu Zhe set his alarm clock for 11:55 and closed his eyes, determined to ascertain the precise method of check-in. The soft beeping of the alarm, though not loud, roused Lu Zhe from his slumber. Rubbing the remnants of sleep from his eyes, he noticed in the darkness the indistinct forms of several girls. He felt a delicate foot resting upon his abdomen, its touch tender and slender. Cautiously, he grasped the ankle and gently moved it aside, as if to avoid disrupting her dreams. He then slipped out to relieve himself. Emerging from the shelter, the flickering flames danced in the night, casting light upon the surrounding trees and shadows on the ground. The flames seemed to breathe life into the desolate island. The sky was a tapestry of stars, a sight that Lu Zhe had never witnessed amidst the city Shu's glow. Hey, what are you doing? Ning Shu's languid voice broke the stillness. Just going to the restroom. Wait for me. Let us go together. Lu Zhe chuckled, realizing this was the first time in his life a girl had invited him to accompany her to the restroom. Really? He noticed how soundly the others slept and felt disinclined to wake them. Though he was a bit apprehensive about venturing alone, he thought it prudent to have Ning Shu as company. As they spoke, Ning Shu had already stepped out of the shelter, bathed in moonlight. Her tousled hair and languorous eyes rendered her already charming visage even more enchanting. In that fleeting moment, Lu Zhe's heart stirred. Hey, what are you staring at? Looking at you. Don't. I must look dreadful right now. Not at all. You look quite lovely. Lu Zhe's sincerity shone through. He genuinely believed it. Ning Shu smiled brightly and playfully tapped Lu Zhe's arm. Let us go. They made their way to the edge of the jungle, approximately 20 meters from a camp, maintaining an unspoken distance of about 3 meters. Lu Zhe approached a small tree while Ning Shu crouched down nearby. Chapter 49. The group gets busy embracing the tranquility of the late hour. The gentle sound of flowing water filled the air. There was no conscious effort to avoid awkwardness or shyness. Their interaction bore the ease of longtime companions. Hey, Lu Zhe, the stars tonight are truly magnificent. I've only seen such a sight back in my rural hometown. Indeed, with the stars, one can navigate without a compass. Honestly, can't you think of something more elegant or romantic at a time like this? Going to the restroom with the class leader isn't romantic enough? If I told my dorm mates, they'd be envious. Haha, it's my first time going with a guy too. By the way, is it still itchy there? Occasionally. Yes, but it has improved significantly. Next time, please refrain from using anything of dubious origin. Rest assured, I shall never allow even a single leaf to approach my backside. With that, Ning Shu rose to her feet, while Lu Zhe adjusted his shorts. Glancing at his watch, Lu Zhe noted it was already 12:03 a.m. On the 4th day of their isolation on the deserted island, there had been no sign-in information received. What event could possibly trigger the sign-in notification? The two of them strolled slowly back to their camp. Lu Zhe remarked, Today we must part ways. To be honest, I feel a bit reluctant. While Lu Zhe continued walking, Ning Shu had already halted. Lu Zhe stopped as well, turning back to face her. Beneath the moonlight, Ning Shu's eyes appeared slightly reddened. If, one day, you marry Yao Yao or Gua'er, please do not forget me. Lu Zhe smiled gently, a 1T. Ning Shu nodded and, suddenly quickening her pace, leaped into Lu Zhe's embrace. He felt her hold him tightly. Yet, he did not struggle, instead gently returning her embrace and planting a soft kiss on her forehead. Just then, the system's voice echoed in Lu Zhe's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed the sign-in. Power 1, you have now signed in for 4 consecutive days. Looking at the system panel, Power, 11, Stamina, 11, Physique, 10, Agility, 11, Perception, 11. A moment of contemplation revealed a notable increase in his strength. This sensation reminded him of the state of his body after a month of intense training in the gym following the college entrance examination last year. Lu Zhe felt a bit bewildered. What had I done? Yet, in a vague way, he seemed to recall something. On the first day of sign-in, he performed mouth-to-mouth resuscitation for Qian, which granted him 1 stamina when their lips met. On the second day, he kept vigil with Jiang Yao at midnight. In the early hours, as Jiang Yao leaned against him, he kissed her forehead in the moonlight, earning 1 agility. The third day sign-in occurred while he held Gua'er's small feet as they slept, inexplicably granting him 1 perception. Now, on the 4th day, as Ning Shu embraced him, he had kissed her forehead, resulting in 1 power. Could it be that interactions with companions trigger sign-ins? Lu Zhe resolved to pay attention to this matter tomorrow. Thank you. Lu Zhe, Ning Shu said as she pushed him away, sniffing slightly. It's quite cold outside. Let us head back and get some sleep. Lu Zhe nodded, all right. They fell asleep until the alarm rang. Lu Zhe stretched lazily, rousing everyone, then hurried to the ocean to wash his face. The sky began to lighten with dawn, but the air still held a chill. Once again, there was no sign of the rescue team. Today marked June 13th, the 4th day of their ordeal on the deserted island. Several girls had also risen. Students, without sufficient physical strength, one cannot work efficiently. Hence, the first task is to prepare a meal. Upon checking the traps, it was discovered that none had caught any mice, and the snake innards had long since rotted and emitted a foul stench. Fortunately, What air stockings had ensnared more than 20 small fish. These fish, accompanied by roasted coconut meat and coconut water, along with the last 5 spicy strips, constituted a rather meager breakfast for everyone. Subsequently, Lu Zhe began to assign tasks. As Tang Xiaohua and Jiang Yao both had injuries and were unable to walk long distances, Lu Zhe entrusted them with the camp duties. Air, you will continue to distill fresh water. Tang Xiaohua sighed in exasperation. This tedious task again? Air, fresh water is an indispensable resource on a deserted island, and distilled water has unmatched benefits compared to coconut water. Thus, your task is crucial. Understanding the importance, Tang Xiaohua nodded. I see, then fine. Yao Yao. Shortly, I will gather banana fibers and tree bark. I will need your assistance in crafting ropes to bind the raft. Additionally, lunch will be your responsibility, along with Air. Jiang Yao pondered. Crafting ropes is no issue, but it seems we have nothing for lunch aside from coconuts. Indeed. Lu Zhe continued. Class Monitor Qian, the two of you need to carry backpacks and plastic bags to the coconut grove on the west coast to continue gathering supplies. Collect whatever you can, be it bottles, torn clothing, flip-flops, coconuts, or seafood. However, remember not to take unnecessary risks with tall coconuts to avoid injury. Also, don't carry too much at once. Multiple trips are advisable. Once food is acquired, it should be given to Air and Yao Yao for lunch preparation. Ning Shu gestured an affirmative. Lin Qian inquired, no problem, but Lu Zhe, won't you accompany us? Lu Zhe shook his head. I must fell as many trees as possible. The bark will be used for ropes, and the trunks will form the main structure of the raft, so I cannot join you. Ning Shu looked at Lu Zhe with concern. Hey, you'll be going into the forest alone. Lu Zhe nodded. It cannot be helped. However, I have observed a patch of woodland to the southwest of the camp that contains some suitably thick trunks, and it is not too far. Lin Qian nodded and advised. Lu Zhe, please be careful. Lu Zhe handed his watch to Ning Shu. Everyone, stay safe. At noon, Yao Yao will sound the spoon, and we will gather here. Ning Shu accepted Lu Zhe's watch and fastened it to her wrist. All right, at noon, everyone must return safely. Okay, with that, they dispersed to commence their tasks. Lu Zhe searched around, but found no herbs. Thus, he made his way to the banana fiber plants. To be precise, it was a cluster of trees. Each long leaf could yield hundreds of fibers, enough to twist into dozens of fine ropes. By removing the tissue and drying them, they could be twisted together to create rope comparable to nylon. Lu Zhe expended little effort to cut down the entire cluster of banana fiber plants. He then extracted several fibers, binding the cluster securely in 3 places. He carried it back to the camp and handed it over to Jiang Yao. When handling it, he wore a plastic bag over his hands to avoid direct contact. Understood. Then Lu Zhe ventured into the forest, embracing the task of felling trees. Chapter 50. Are you a little lily? Lu Zhe arrived in the jungle, tasked with locating trees with thick trunks akin to a girl's calves, which he would then chop down with a stone axe, removing the branches to transform them into logs. This was a tedious and laborious endeavor. Fortunately, his physical stamina and strength had significantly improved. This task was not suitable for the girls. They might not even be able to wield the stone axe. With the system's enhancement, Lu Zhe took breaks as he worked. He was cautious not to chop too forcefully, fearing he might damage the stone axe, which was their most crucial survival tool at this stage. Consequently, his efficiency in logging was not particularly high. After a morning's toil, he had managed to secure 13 5-meter-long tree sections, which he then carried one by one back to the camp. Jiang Yao and Tang Xiaohua looked on in astonishment. Wow, classmate, what do you eat to grow so strong? Tang Xiaohua nodded. Must be from the elephant family, haha. Lu Zhe dropped the last log onto the ground, wiping the sweat from his brow. Hee, I must be from Tang Xiaohua's family. They're complimenting you, yet you jest about them. Whether I jest or not is a separate matter. Could you please refrain from standing with your legs apart while working? What's wrong? Sister, you're wearing my shorts. Don't you realize you might be exposing yourself? Tang Xiaohua looked down. Oh dear, how annoying. She quickly shifted to a more ladylike posture. Jiang Yao sighed softly. I've reminded you several times, but who knows if you were paying attention? She shook her head and continued to untie the ropes. Lu Zhe had no time to dwell on Tang Xiaohua's little thoughts. By the way, has the class monitor and Qian returned? Jiang Yao responded. They've come back 3 times this morning, each time bringing quite a bit of stuff. They should be back soon. Or what time is it? Tang Xiaohua glanced at her watch. It's just noon. As Lu Zhe worried about any mishaps, he spotted Ning Shu and Lin Qianqian returning, dragging a large tarp behind them. It turned out they had found a sizable piece of tarp somewhere and used it as a stretcher laden with over a dozen coconuts, bottles of mineral water, and some bits of debris that had washed ashore. Lu Zhe smiled appreciatively. Not bad. Whose idea was this? Ning Shu proudly hugged Qianqian. I found the tarp, and Qianqian came up with the idea. Qianqian blushed, appearing somewhat dazed. Ning Shu urged, "Oh, stop talking and hurry up and open a coconut. It's scorching." The two girls, exhausted, plopped down in the shade, fanning their necks incessantly. Their faces were flushed, drenched in sweat, with hair sticking to their foreheads, gasping for air. A picturesque scene indeed. Lu Zhe used his axe to chop open several coconuts, then fashioned a straw from a long blade of grass, inserting it into the coconuts and distributing one to each person. He then reported on the progress of their work. "I felled a banana tree and 13 logs." Jiang Yao shook the rope in her hand, 45 strands of hemp rope. Tang Xiaowu waved a bottle, a jar of hot distilled water, along with half a bottle of naturally sun-dried distilled water. "We are currently preparing a seafood soup." Ning Su, with her hands on her hips, surveyed the ground. "We gathered 35 mineral water bottles, 2 tattered garments, 3 flip-flops, and a tattered tarp the size of a bedsheet." Lin Qianqian added, "As for food, we have 21 coconuts, 37 mussels, 1 conch, and 2 sea urchins along with some seaweed. Quite a satisfactory haul, everyone." Lu Zhe nodded and glanced at the blazing sun. "The afternoon rays are too intense. Collecting will deplete our water reserves unnecessarily. Let us rest after our meal, engage in some light tasks at the camp, and resume heavier work once the sun is less fierce." Qianqian wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, the first return didn't feel too exhausting. "But by the last trip, I felt as though I might perish from the heat. The last time I felt this drained was during military training." Ning Shu chuckled lightly. "Compared to military training, this is merely childish play. Drink plenty of water." Lu Zhe then used a stone axe to split open a few coconuts, distributing one to each person. After enjoying their lunch, they all sought refuge beneath the shelter to escape the heat, engaging in idle chatter. After resting for a while, Lu Zhe felt his strength returning significantly. Still, he thought it prudent to find more tasks to occupy himself. The wood was still insufficient. The raft constructed from 13 logs could only support one person. To ensure the raft was sturdy and stable enough to safely carry 5 individuals, more timber was required. Most of the suitable small trees near the camp had already been felled. Thus, he contemplated venturing deeper into the forest in search of additional trees or bamboo groves. "I will explore the jungle while you all remain at the camp." Another solo expedition? Lu Zhe glanced around. There were no suitable logs remaining nearby. To construct a bamboo raft, he would need to locate another woodland. "No, it is too perilous to venture into the jungle alone. If you insist on going, I shall accompany you." As Ning Shu spoke, she stood up, only to be beset once more by that irritating itch. She hurried behind a tree, tissues in hand, to relieve herself. Lin Qianqian chimed in. "Lu Zhe, it seems the monitor isn't very mobile. I will accompany you." Lu Zhe waved his hand. "There's no need. I can manage on my own." "No, one cannot venture deep into the woods alone." From behind a large tree, Ning Shu's voice chimed in. "And here is your watch." Lin Qianqian picked up a notebook. "Lu Zhe, rest assured I won't hinder your progress. Moreover, I wish to learn survival skills from you to contribute more to our companions." Lu Zhe considered this and found it reasonable. The female classmates were evidently eager to accompany him, indicating a strong trust in him. How could he betray their faith? "Very well, but on one condition." "What condition?" "In the jungle, everything must adhere to my guidance. One should never recklessly touch unfamiliar plants, nor should one use unknown leaves as makeshift tissues. Do you understand?" Lin Qianqian blushed and replied, "Who would do such a thing?" Lu Zhe chuckled nonchalantly. "No one, just a friendly reminder." He emptied his backpack, having thoughtfully packed 2 tissues, and ventured deeper into the forest with Lin Qianqian. "Lu Zhe, are we primarily seeking suitable tree trunks this time?" He nodded, acknowledging the significance of tree trunks while emphasizing that other resources were equally vital. "Remember these types of leaves?" he instructed, taking out his notebook and sketching several varieties based on the manual in his mind. "What kind of leaves are these?" she inquired. "This is sweet potato leaf. This one is cassava leaf, and this is potato leaf. These tubers not only provide an abundance of carbohydrates, but also offer a sense of fullness. making them suitable for transplanting near the campsite. Make sure to inform Lin Qianqian to jot this down promptly. I never imagined I could learn so much in the wild. Rest assured, I will be cautious. Is there anything else? Yes, there are also fish, mint, purslane, and other wild vegetables, as well as brambles, raspberries, and nightshades, each of which serves as significant food sources. It appears that there are quite a few edible items in the wilderness, she noted. However, finding them is no easy task. 99 of the plants in the jungle are inedible for humans. Understood. As they walked and conversed, Lin Qianqian, a diligent student with a strong desire for knowledge, listened intently to everything Lu Zhe said, eagerly jotting down notes. This gave Lu Zhe a sense of accomplishment, and he mused inwardly, what a wonderful girl, if only she were not straight. He pondered about Lin Qianqian's orientation and thought to seize the opportunity to inquire. Chapter 51. The embarrassment of lacking tissue. Hey, Qianqian, may I ask you something? It might be a bit abrupt, so I hope you don't mind. Sure. Lin Qianqian pursed her lips, smiling. It's not every day that a survival expert seeks my opinion. I feel quite honored. However, my knowledge in survival is rather limited, and I may not have all the answers. This isn't about survival. Then what is it? Do you have a crush on anyone? Why do you suddenly ask me this? Lin Qianqian replied, intrigued. Just a casual inquiry. You could choose not to answer. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Qianqian glanced at Lu Zhe and nodded. I suppose I do. Does this mean you aren't straight? Lin Qianqian flushed, hesitating before finally admitting, I also like girls. Is that bisexuality? Please don't use such terminology. It makes me feel abnormal, she retorted. Lu Zhe chuckled wryly. Well, it is somewhat unconventional. Nevertheless, everyone harbors their own little secrets. If someone feels comfortable enough to share, it reflects trust, and there's no need to cast judgment. Lu Zhe acknowledged her perspective. At that moment, a delightful fragrance wafted through the air, drawing their attention to the enchanting scent of flowers. Following the scent, clusters of small flowers in white, pink, and purple emerged from the bushes. They bore a resemblance to dandelions, yet their fragrance was far more potent. Lu Zhe, uncertain of the flower's identity, quickly cautioned, be careful. Lin Qianqian, startled, remained motionless. Lu Zhe, lacking knowledge about the species, could only ascertain its nature through direct contact. He cautiously extended his hand to touch a petal, and information about the flower flooded his mind. It was an aster flower, belonging to the Asteraceae family, followed by an array of related details. He bypassed most of it and focused on the essential information. Toxicity, non-toxic. Pharmacology. 1. Can prevent colds and alleviate coughs. 2. Possesses anti-itch and antibacterial properties. Lu Zhe felt relieved. Clearly, this flower was not only aromatic, but also a commendable herbal remedy that could aid Ning in alleviating her symptoms. Since his hand was already extended, retracting it would seem peculiar, so he casually plucked the flower. After inhaling its fragrance, he offered it to Lin Qianqian, reassuring her. Rest assured, this is an aster flower. It smells delightful and serves as an excellent antibacterial and anti-itch herbal remedy. His intention was for her to record the flower in her notebook. However, this time she did not. Lin Qianqian blinked her large eyes at Lu Zhe and timidly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Lu Zhe. Then, blushing, she accepted the flower, inhaled its scent, and unexpectedly tucked it into her bosom. Lu Zhe was taken aback. Could this be a misunderstanding? But at that moment, being entirely forthright would likely embarrass her. After a moment's contemplation, he decided against providing clarification. He retrieved a plastic bag, saying, let us gather some to take back. Lin Qianqian nodded. Her lips pursed in delight as she suggested, we can use them to make our home fragrant. Our home. Lu Zhe felt an unexpected warmth in his heart. Yes, that's a splendid idea. The two gathered aster flowers and continued walking until they stumbled upon some wild mint, which also possessed mosquito-repelling and anti-itch properties. They collected a few leaves and placed them in the bag. After walking a few more 100 meters, Lin Qianqian finally spotted the vital resource Lu Zhe had been seeking. A few sweet potato seedlings. Hidden among an inconspicuous bush, the plant struggled for sunlight and nutrients, hindering its growth. This discovery sent Lu Zhe into a state of elation. Lin Qianqian chimed in, let us dig it up quickly. But be careful, hand me a card. I'm entrusting you with the economic power. With a beaming smile, she handed Lu Zhe a black bank card. Lu Zhe knew that Qianqian's family was affluent. He imagined that this single card could hold millions. Yet now, It seemed ironic to use it for digging. He meticulously cut away the surrounding weeds, then began to excavate with the bank card. Lu Zhe, you need not be so cautious. Even if it gets damaged slightly, it won't affect our food supply. I'm not concerned about damaging the sweet potatoes, but rather the stems and leaves. Do you intend to take the entire plant back? Indeed. The sunlight here is obstructed by other plants. We must relocate it to a more suitable spot to yield larger sweet potatoes. Lu Zhe devoted several hours and finally unearthed an entire vine. The roots bore 7 small tubers, the largest the size of a fist, while the smallest was smaller than an egg. He procured a larger plastic bag, enveloping the entire vine while leaving some soil intact to prevent moisture loss and subsequent wilting. However, despite Lu Zhe's utmost care, a few leaves were still dislodged. Was it oozing sap? A white liquid? Lu Zhe picked up a leaf. Many plants release a milky sap when damaged, some of which can be toxic. Sweet potatoes also exude such sap. Their roots, stems, and leaves are rich in this substance. Yet it possesses no toxicity and is abundant in vitamins, even aiding in the treatment of constipation. Upon hearing the word constipation, Lin Qianqian flushed and exclaimed softly. Lu Zhe chewed on a sweet potato leaf, swallowed it, and then offered another to Lin Qianqian. What do you think? Would you like to try a piece? Lin Qianqian hesitated, then accepted it and took a small bite. It wasn't particularly palatable. We lack seasoning. If we had some, a cold dish of sweet potato leaves would be delightful. Lin Qianqian hurriedly noted this down, although they had not located a water source. This single sweet potato vine proved to be an exceptional resource. During the Ming Dynasty, one individual had salvaged countless lives by smuggling a sweet potato vine from Southeast Asia. The harvest was undoubtedly commendable. As Lu Zhe glanced at his watch, it was nearly 5 o'clock. If they did not return to camp soon, darkness would envelop them. He quickly led Lin Qianqian back. By 5:30, they returned to the campsite. Tang Xiaohua and Jiang Yao were still busy twisting ropes and distilling fresh water. Yet Ning Shu was nowhere to be found. Where had the class leader gone? Jiang Yao shrugged. Not quite sure. She has ventured into the woods several times today. Tang Xiaohua added. She won't say if you ask her. Lu Zhe nodded. Lin Qianqian, please organize the supplies while I investigate. All right. Following the survival manual's guidance, Lu Zhe split open a coconut, crushed some purple yarrow and mint leaves, and mixed them with coconut water to create an anti-itch herbal remedy, intending to assist Ning Shu with her discomfort. Turning through the woods, he indeed spotted Ning Shu scratching herself, though her demeanor appeared quite disheveled. Upon noticing Lu Zhe's arrival, she quickly composed herself, frowning. Hey, you could have announced your presence. All right, next time I'll whistle, he replied. Forget the whistle, but why are you here? To see how you are faring. Ning Shu, embarrassed at being caught in such a vulnerable state, felt a twinge of displeasure. Do you take pleasure in witnessing my misfortunes? Do not say that. I am here to help you. Help me? Ning Shu instantly conjured a mental image of Lu Zhe assisting her with scratching. Logically, having someone else help should be more comfortable than doing it oneself, yet for an utterly innocent young woman, it felt rather forward. Isn't that inappropriate? Delivering medicine. What would be wrong with that? As he spoke, Lu Zhe placed the prepared medicine beside Ning Shu. Applying this will alleviate inflammation and itching. Ning Shu offered a shy smile, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Observing the herbal paste, she inquired curiously, how did you come to know how to make this? Where did you learn it? Lu Zhe replied nonchalantly, I read 100,000 Whys as a child. It mentioned this. I'll teach you later. Are you sure this remedy is effective? Its efficacy may not match that of pharmacy-bought medicine, but it will certainly provide relief. All right, I trust you. Chapter 52. A toilet suitable for women. A day without toilet paper is nothing short of a catastrophe. As Ning Shu applied the ointment to herself, Lu Zhe, ever the gentleman, gazed into the distance at the crashing waves. Lu Zhe, what if we run out of toilet paper? Well, we do. You needn't worry. Even without wiping, it won't endanger our lives. It might just be a bit smelly. Ning Shu frowned. That sounds quite dreadful. Lu Zhe calmly nodded. There are alternatives. As Ning Shu finished applying the ointment, she lifted her skirt. What alternatives? In the wild, there are various substitutes for toilet paper. Clean wild mint leaves, bamboo leaves, leftover coconut meat, and slices of fish can all suffice. You understand all this? Don't forget, I'm a man who has read 100,000 Whys. I read it too when I was young, but I don't recall encountering such peculiar information. Different editions, I suppose. Once we return, you must show me your version. That sounds agreeable. Lu Zhe smiled faintly, subtly shifting the topic. By the way, I'm starving. The food should be ready by now. We got small fish, crabs, seaweed, and mussels. Today, there is something extra. Wild sweet potatoes. The delight on the girls' faces upon seeing the sweet potatoes was indescribable. Though wild sweet potatoes are considerably firmer and less sweet than those sold in supermarkets, they were regarded as the finest food available to them at that moment. Tang Xiaoguo remarked, after days of eating roasted coconut and running out of chili oil, I'm utterly sick of it. Sweet potatoes are simply delightful. Jiang Yao added, this is the first time in my life I've found sweet potatoes to be so scrumptious. Lin Qianqian suggested, let us eat half today. I'll prepare sweet potato porridge for everyone tomorrow. Tang Xiaoguo expressed her surprise. Porridge? Isn't that a delicacy only for deities? Lu Zhe suddenly recalled something. Hasn't Lin Qianqian gone to the bathroom yet? Qianqian nodded, looking slightly aggrieved. Ning Shu asked with concern, has it been 3 days? Yes. Was this normal before? It used to be quite regular. Lin Qianqian blushed. It was her first time discussing such a personal matter so openly with her classmates, especially in the presence of boys. What could be the reason? Lin Qianqian murmured shyly, perhaps it's because I'm not accustomed to using the ground. The other 3 girls exchanged knowing glances, all in agreement. Lu Zhe did not think that digging a deeper pit would solve everything, but it seemed that the girls were not so fortunate. Suddenly, an idea struck him to create a rudimentary toilet device. However, it was rather peculiar. While others on a deserted island were preoccupied with finding fresh water and food, here he was constructing a simple latrine. It seemed rather abstract. Upon further reflection, he realized that the 4 girls were quite different from him. They all experienced some discomfort and were not suited for prolonged squatting. Indeed, a temporary toilet facility was necessary for them. Most importantly, this construction would require minimal effort and be remarkably simple. As night fell, the 4 girls gradually drifted into slumber. Lu Zhe, unable to sleep while trying to figure out the sign-in method, ventured out of the shelter. He first gathered some broken tree branches and discarded segments, then bound them together with banana fiber rope. He took 2 thicker logs, each about 40 centimeters long, and secured them horizontally, while attaching a dozen thinner sticks, approximately 20 centimeters in length, vertically at each end, leaving a space of around 15 centimeters in the middle unbound. Thus, a makeshift seat with a hollow center was created. Lu Zhe tested its sturdiness. It was quite robust. Next, he twisted several lengths of thick rope from banana fiber and extended them using sailor's knots, crafting 2 equal-length ropes. Climbing up a bent coconut tree, he secured one end of each rope to the trunk, then jumped down and tied the other ends to the seat. Lastly, he wrapped the seat with a piece of discarded clothing, leaving a square hole of 15 centimeters in the center. By midnight, the simple toilet device was completed. Lu Zhe sat on it to test its stability, and the result was quite satisfactory. The structure was indeed very solid. For now, he decided to surprise the girls. When the clock struck 12, Lu Zhe did not receive the anticipated successful sign-in notification, leaving him somewhat perplexed. He entered the shelter and gently touched Ning Shu, Jiang Yao, Tang Xiaoguo, and Lin Qianqian, but none responded. What had happened to the sign-in? Why was it not functioning? Perhaps a brief sleep would provide clarity. June 14th marked the 5th day of their ordeal on the deserted island. The sea remained as tranquil as ever, without a trace of a rescue team in sight. Lu Zhe worried that perhaps the search and rescue team had indeed overlooked this island. What troubled him further was the inability to complete the 5th sign-in. Where was the issue? At that moment, Tang Xiaoguo and Ning Shu, who had gone to the toilet together, stumbled upon something strange, and they screamed in unison, waking the other 2 girls. What is going on? Has the rescue team arrived? Tang Xiaoguo exclaimed. A swing. It's a swing. Ning Shu remarked in astonishment. Lu Zhe, did you make this? Lu Zhe stretched lazily and replied, indeed, it is I who crafted it. I must ask, why would you occupy yourself with such a thing? Tang Xiaoguo remarked. Don't mention Xiao Zhe. Of course, he set this up for our enjoyment. It certainly won't be dull at the camp this time. Oh, but why is there a large hole in the middle? Lu Zhe emerged from the shelter, stating, although this object appears somewhat like a swing, it is in fact not. Jiang Yao rubbed her eyes, curious. Then what is it? A nuclear reactor or a particle collider? Ning Shu pondered seriously. Perhaps it is a rocket launcher. Laughter erupted among the girls. Ladies, let us refrain from wild guesses. Allow me to enlighten you. This is a toilet. Toilet. In an instant, the 4 girls were left dumbfounded, rendered speechless. Upon glancing at the swing, an unsettling realization washed over them. Lin Qianqian murmured, "But this thing undeniably looks like a swing." Lu Zhe felt compelled to clarify its usage. He approached the swing, stating, though it resembles a swing, it possesses all the functionalities of a toilet. Sitting upon it alleviates the pressure on your legs, regardless of whether you've been bitten by a snake on your toes, suffered a sprained ankle, experienced constipation, or used unfamiliar leaves. Before Lu Zhe could finish, Ning Shu covered his mouth, saying, "If you must speak, then speak. Please refrain from bringing up embarrassing pasts. It's quite awkward for everyone." Guru sighed. Our class monitor is considerate and mindful of our dignity, unlike Lu Zhe, who doesn't understand the concept of cherishing delicate sentiments. Qianqian blushed, adding, "It seems only the monitor has no embarrassing past." Jiang Yao furrowed her brows, pondering. Didn't Lu Zhe just mention something about leaves? What's the situation? There is no situation. Ning Shu chuckled awkwardly, whispering in Lu Zhe's ear, "Let the matter of the leaves remain buried in silence." She then released him. It was at this moment that Lu Zhe, in astonishment, realized that when Ning Shu covered his mouth, the notification for his sign-in finally chimed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have completed the sign-in, gaining 1 strength. You have signed in for 5 consecutive days. Chapter 53. Final preparations before setting sail. Lu Zhe seemed to comprehend. Could it be that only lips could lead to sign-ins? To summarize, the first day was for saving Qianqian. The second day involved a gentle kiss on Jiang Yao's hair. The fourth day marked his first kiss with Ning Shu. The fifth day had Ning Shu covering her own mouth. Wait, what about the third day? He had merely held Tang Xiao's foot, doing nothing else. Who dared to violate him while he was asleep? Surely not. Lu Zhe remained perplexed. However, he was relieved that he had completed the sign-in on the 5th day. His system data now read as follows: Strength, 12, Stamina, 11, Physique, 10, Agility, 11, Perception, 11. Compared to before, he could distinctly feel a significant enhancement in his strength. The girls also noted that this peculiar swing toilet, while absurd in appearance, indeed possessed most of the functionalities of a proper toilet. First and foremost, the ability to sit comfortably provides a remarkable alleviation of pressure on the legs, transforming the act of relieving oneself into an almost epic experience. Additionally, it boasts a commendable level of hygiene. By excavating a sandpit, the natural ebb and flow of the tide effortlessly carries waste away into the ocean, benefiting the marine life. Furthermore, it embodies an enchanting element sought after by women, as one envisions the delightful sensation of swinging on a beautiful beach while attending to nature's call. Indeed, this epitomizes the ideal posture for a whimsical fairy. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingers in the air. The 4 young women gazed at this contraption with expressions of mixed emotions. Jiang Yao remarked, "But Lu Zhe, if we truly utilize this for our needs, won't that strip away our privacy?" Ning Shu concurred, saying, "That is indeed a concern. With such an open arrangement, it is rather hard to maintain discretion. I assent it." Lin Qianqian added, "Moreover, it does seem rather close to our campsite. The odor could be rather unpleasant." Tang Xiao will pose a pressing question. "What if it lands on our feet?" Lu Zhe, exasperated, replied, "Come on, we are stranded on a deserted island. Do we really need to fret over trivialities? These concerns are hardly significant." He proceeded to address each issue. "As for privacy, when you are using it, I shall simply avert my gaze. Regarding the odor, the sea breeze will mitigate that, and we won't be here for long, just a few days before we set sail for the volcanic island. Let's not forget, if we delay, the flight attendants may very well have their meals served to them in a rather unfortunate manner." Ning Shu nodded in agreement, acknowledging Lu Zhe's reasoning. Jiang Yao recalled her previous awkward experience sitting directly on the ground and also nodded, though it feels peculiar to relieve oneself while swinging. It is certainly preferable to the risk of accidentally sitting in excrement. I applaud this creative idea. Tang Xiao chimed in, "I find it quite cool as well." Lin Qianqian, won't have to worry about constipation from squatting for too long. By the way, Xiaozhe, you still haven't addressed my question. Lin Qianqian blushed and added, "As long as you refrain from swinging while using it, there shouldn't be any mess to clean up." Despite these reassurances, the notion of such matters being left to the boys felt rather peculiar. Though the young women expressed their doubts, they understood that this could indeed resolve some of their significant issues. Lu Zhe stretched lazily. After we have some food, we shall embark on a new day of work. I will continue to gather resources in the woods. For those eager to try out the new restroom, you may queue up after your meal. The four young women collectively responded, "You need not concern yourself with that." Lin Xianxian prepared sweet and warm sweet potato porridge in a tin can, complemented by dried fish, instilling a sense of comfort and happiness. Unbeknownst to them, their diet on the deserted island had improved significantly since their arrival. After their meal, Lu Zhe sought out a patch of soft earth near the campsite to plant the sweet potato vines. He then marked the area with a splash of urine to deter rodents. With a stone axe in hand, he ventured into the forest to fell trees. Throughout the morning, Lu Zhe managed to chop down over 20 trunks, neatly stacking them close to the campsite. Just as he contemplated fetching a couple of coconuts for hydration, he spotted Tang Xiaowu leisurely strolling by. "You're able to walk now, Guo." Tang Xiaowu shrugged. "Not too bad. Where are you off to?" "I'm parched and a bit dazed. I'm going to chop a couple of coconuts for a drink." "Oh dear, you can't go over there right now." Tang Xiaowu clung to Lu Zhe's arm and produced half a bottle of distilled water, saying, "You should drink this first." Lu Zhe took it and sipped. "What's going on?" Guo whispered. "Lin Xianxian is in the restroom. You need to steer clear." Lu Zhe proudly remarked, "Am I to be used as a swing?" "Indeed." "Ha, the fourth type of seed is finally coming into play. I suppose I could hold on for a bit longer." After a while, Lin Xianxian returned with Ning Shu's assistance. Before Lu Zhe could speak, Tang Xiaowu eagerly interjected, "Is it a boy or a girl?" "Oh, has it come out yet?" Lin Xianxian weakly shook her head. "My stomach feels quite uncomfortable, but just one T come out." One glance at her feeble state revealed that she had undoubtedly been trying for quite some time. Lu Zhe comforted her. "Don't rush. Take your time." Lin Xianxian nodded, her face flushed. After a morning spent chopping wood, Lu Zhe felt a bit sore and numb in his arms and decided to engage in other activities to gather supplies. As evening approached, Lu Zhe stumbled upon a treasure, a dilapidated plastic oil barrel. Regrettably, it had a hole at the bottom, rendering it useless for storing fresh water. Beneath some rocks, he discovered a beehive. After scaring off the bees, he managed to procure a chunk of honey. It was dark and rough, akin to a broken brick. One lick left a scratchy sensation in his throat, but upon savoring it, it revealed delightful flavor. Such treasures must be preserved well. Additionally, he found a piece of rotten wood embedded with nails, 20 or so of varying sizes. The degree of decay indicated it had been around for quite some time. It likely came from a fishing vessel's hull or mast, having fallen during a storm, while the wood itself was of little use. The nails were invaluable resources for survival. They could be fashioned into useful tools, perhaps even a fishing spear, enabling him to catch fish when he ventured into the sea, thus improving his meals. Using a stone axe, Lu Zhe split the wood and extracted the nails. He selected 2 nails, each 10 centimeters long, straightened them with a stone, and filed down the iron shavings. Leaving 7 centimeters protruding, he hammered one end into a slender stick and secured it with a rag. A double-pronged spear was thus completed. Lu Zhe tested it. Though simple in design, it felt quite satisfactory in hand. As for the oil barrel, despite its leak, it still held potential. He cut the top off with a circular blade, filled it with soil, and carefully transplanted sweet potato vines into it. After a day of diligent work, Lu Zhe retired early. In the dead of night, he felt a sudden suffocation and awoke to find an unknown leg draped over his neck. Looking at the clock, he noted it was 2:30 in the morning. He had failed to complete his check-in. With a flutter of anxiousness, Lu Zhe gently kissed the unfamiliar leg. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed your check-in, gaining 1 strength. You have checked in for 6 consecutive days. Strength, 13, stamina, 11, physique, 10, agility, 11, perception, 11. Lu Zhe resides in Bengbu. It is determined that this is indeed the essence of signing in. What a nonsensical setting. Fortunately, I have a decent social circle. Otherwise, I would still be perplexed about how to sign in. However, now that I am aware, I feel at ease. Yet, the thought of stealthily kissing a classmate's calf in the dead of night feels rather perverse. Just then, a foot gently descended and playfully nudged Lu Zhe's abdominal muscles. He swallowed audibly, seemingly discovered. Yet, no one made a fuss. Surely, it wouldn't tarnish my image as a heartthrob. It is now June 15th, the 6th day adrift on a deserted island, with no sign of a rescue team. Lu Zhe and 4 girls toiled throughout the day. The raft has been constructed, and with a few more paddles, they can test the waters. The island's coconuts have been nearly depleted, leaving only 20 or so after the consumption of the past few days. They have gathered 5 bottles of distilled water and prepared dried fish, sun-dried conch slices, boiled clams and mussels, and roasted seaweed. Some purslane and fish mint have also been set aside for replenishing fresh water and energy at sea. Lu Zhe scheduled their departure for 4 p.m., aiming to set sail when the sun is less scorching, striving to reach the volcanic island before nightfall. Chapter 54. Departure. Destination: Volcanic Island. Everything is ready, yet one matter remains unresolved. Lin Qianqian has yet to relieve herself, which has become a significant concern for everyone. Her girlfriends anxiously attempted to assist her through swinging, utilizing centrifugal force, but ultimately failed. Tang Xiaohua ended up soaked, screaming throughout the morning. While Lin Qianqian wished she could vanish in a thin air, Lu Zhe glanced at his watch. It was already 4:30 p.m., half an hour later than anticipated. There could be no further delay. They must set forth. What if Lin Qianqian needs to use the restroom? They would have to manage it on the raft. Well, as long as she can do it, it matters not where. After deliberation, the group decided to depart immediately. Due to the class monitor and Yao Yao's mobility issues, they would board the raft here and paddle around to the side of Egg Yolk Island before heading directly to the volcanic island. All right, everyone checked for any supplies that may have been overlooked. Don't forget to disassemble the swing. What about the fishnet and mouse traps? The fishnet has long been taken apart, and the trap's casing has been removed. Wait, why is there one less sweet potato leaf? We ran out of tissues. I used one this morning to clean Lin Qianqian. Didn't you say the sweet potato leaves were safe? What on earth? You spendthrifts. Cleaning? By the way, have a seed sprouted? No, they're still in the nursery stage. Alas, it is what it is. Let us count how many bottles we have brought along. 36. Which should suffice. As for the source of fire, we can store the burning charcoal in a can, compressing it with splinters to sustain a flame for 2 hours. Yao Yao gazed into the fire, contemplating the grim prospect of extinguishment, which would lead to our collective demise. Everything is prepared. The 5 companions settled onto the raft, casting wistful glances at their former campsite, a tinge of melancholy evident in their eyes. Regardless of the circumstances, this modest encampment had fortified their camaraderie and instilled a glimmer of hope for survival. Farewell, our campsite. Farewell, Egg Yolk Island. Farewell, swing and latrine. Lu Zhe and Yao Yao occupied opposite sides of the bamboo raft, propelling it forward with wooden paddles as it began to drift slowly. Half an hour later, they navigated to the opposite side of the isle. There, remnants of the distress signal left by Lu Zhe and Ning Shu still lingered. In the distance, the silhouette of a volcanic island was faintly discernible. Look over there, Ning Shu exclaimed excitedly. There must be an endless supply of coconut water, a river, a stream, and a chance for freshwater baths. What a delightful prospect. The girls gazed ahead, their faces illuminated with curiosity and anticipation. Engaged in conversation, they joyfully paddled against the current towards the volcanic island. Let us set our paddles in motion as the little boat cleaves through the waves. The surface of the sea reflecting the exquisite white tower, encircled by verdant trees and crimson walls. The girls sang in harmonious unison, their sweet melodies filling the air. Unbeknownst to them, they had already departed from the coastal area. The raft drifted in the vast ocean, solitary and diminutive, surrounded by an expanse of azure waters that evoked a profound sense of isolation. Singing offered a modicum of relief from the trepidation that lingered in their hearts. Eventually, fatigue set in. Jiang Yao gazed into the distance. At this rate, we might not reach the volcanic island before nightfall. Lin Qianqian nodded in agreement. Without a clear view of its entirety or knowing its peak's elevation, we cannot accurately gauge the distance. Lu Zhe added, indeed, islands of this nature rarely exceed an elevation of 200 meters. Estimating at that height, we should reach our destination in a maximum of 4 hours, possibly as little as 2. Though he voiced reassurance, uncertainty gnawed at his mind. Should the island's highest point surpass 200 meters, their journey would inevitably prolong. Tang Xiaohua interjected, but it will be dark by then. Lu Zhe reassured her, arriving at night has its advantages. At least the heat will be less oppressive. Suddenly, a shadow glided beneath the raft, causing Lu Zhe's heart to tighten with unease. Meanwhile, the girls remained oblivious to the presence of this enigmatic visitor, engrossed in their idle chatter. A shark, perhaps, he mused silently, refraining from alarming the others. merely advising them to avoid splashing in the water and to paddle in unison. He understood that the sensory perception of sharks was extraordinarily acute. Any hint of panic would be detected, instantly igniting their predatory instincts. However, maintaining a consistent paddling speed and rhythm generally would not disturb these hunters. Gradually, he observed an increasing number of shadowy figures gliding beneath the water surface. No fewer than 30 to 50 in this particular stretch of ocean. It was difficult to fathom what the outcome would be if these dozens were to launch a coordinated attack on the raft. Just then, an unexpected event transpired. Lin Qianqian furrowed her brow. "It's coming." Tang Xiao paused, asking what's coming. Jiang Yao replied, "You silly, it's obviously time to use the restroom." Ning Shu mischievously remarked, "Perfect. We can offer it to the sea, a gift to the creatures of the ocean." Lu Zhe decisively stated, "No way." "Why not?" Jiang Yao questioned. "It's obvious. We must collect the seeds." This was no longer merely about seeds. Lu Zhe recognized that concealing certain truths could lead to significant trouble. So he said, "There are sharks in the water. Human waste will pique their curiosity towards our raft, inciting an attack. They might eat us." This was a concern, but he reassured, "We need not worry too much. We are not on their menu. They typically do not consume humans." The girls exhaled, relieved, but Lu Zhe added ominously, "They might bite us out of curiosity." "What?" The young women turned pale, glancing into the water, where they indeed spotted dark shapes swimming. Jiang Yao exclaimed, "Goodness, this is a shark den." Tang Xiao expressed her concern. "They're waiting to devour us, aren't they?" "No need to fret. Aside from great whites, bull sharks, tiger sharks, and hammerheads, other sharks generally do not attack humans." Ning Shu inquired, "But what if one of those four types is among them?" Lu Zhe shook his head. "Don't worry. Judging by their swimming patterns, they seem to be resting. As long as we remain calm and paddle slowly, they usually won't attack impulsively." Despite his reassurances, he discerned through enhanced vision that the sharks' heads were protruding sideways, resembling the description of hammerheads. Yet, among the four types that posed a threat to humans, hammerheads were the least dangerous. Qianqian frowned. I can't hold it any longer, can I?" Lin Qianqian nodded. Ning Shu suggested, "Use a plastic bag." "But that would be mortifying." "Yet, it's the safest option." Lin Qianqian's face showed clear rejection, but it was futile. Tang Xiao and Ning Shu exchanged glances. "Qianqian, it's an emergency. We must prioritize practicality. Indeed, we've all had our embarrassing moments. This is nothing." "All right, fine." The two young women procured a plastic bag and secured it around Qianqian's legs. Guo encouraged, "Come on, Qianqian." Ning Shu reassured her, "Don't worry. Lu Zhe can't see." Lin Qianqian looked at the makeshift plastic bag, her toes silently crafting a 3-bedroom suite. Chapter 55. Dancing with Sharks, encouraged by everyone around her. Lin Qianqian hesitantly crouched down. It is difficult to imagine that the most beautiful campus flower from Jiaodong University would one day find herself in such a predicament. However, there was no alternative. This was certainly preferable to being devoured by a shark. More importantly, she could not let her companions down. Qianqian steeled herself. But before she could exert any effort, the boat was jolted by a small wave, causing her to tumble to the ground. This was untenable. She could not maintain her balance while squatting. Indeed, squatting on a raft in the water may seem simple, yet the swaying motion rendered the task significantly more challenging. Grasping the pole, everyone rallied to support Qianqian. "I'll shield you with my clothes." That seems unnecessary at this point. "No, there's a boy present. The girls shouldn't look. It's too embarrassing." Lin Qianqian clung to the framework of the makeshift shelter and finally managed to squat down. 10 minutes later, everything was resolved. The constipation that had troubled them for days was finally alleviated. She placed the contents into a plastic bag and set it aside. As fate would have it, the raft was jostled by something, causing the bag, which had been resting on the edge, to slide perilously towards the water. No, it cannot fall into the ocean. Can you imagine the sight of several young women desperately lunging towards the edge of the raft to save a bag of excrement? Partly for the seeds inside, and partly out of fear of attracting sharks. Yet, they were still a fraction too late. Just as Ning Shu's fingers were a mere 3 centimeters away from the bag, it ultimately plummeted into the water. The girls stared in disbelief. At a loss for what to do, Lu Zhe extended a paddle towards Ning Shu, saying, "Class leader, help me stabilize the raft." He then picked up a harpoon, preparing to retrieve the plastic bag with its iron tip. However, just as the harpoon was about to reach it, A large mouth suddenly emerged from the water and swallowed the bag whole. The creature swam a short distance, seemingly dissatisfied, and spat it out, scattering its contents throughout the ocean. The other sharks were quickly drawn to the scent. Lu Zhe, startled, shuddered. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, observing the sharks, which had developed an interest in the floating debris. Their movements quickened. Hurry, paddle away from here. What about the passion fruit seeds? What seeds? Isn't our lives more important? The girls hurriedly paddled together, and another shark surfaced, with its flat head, bulging eyes, and an appearance devoid of sharp teeth. It seemed harmless, even somewhat endearingly foolish. But at that moment, beads of cold sweat formed on Lu Zhe's brow. He recognized the species. It was a hammerhead shark. Lu Zhe did not wish to provoke the bothersome sharks, so he gently poked the blunt end of a harpoon against one shark's face. The creature, startled by the contact, swiftly turned and swam away. Almost immediately, a third shark appeared, followed by the one that had been previously driven off, which circled back. Soon, a fourth and fifth shark joined the fray, all exhibiting a keen interest in the object floating on the water surface. Lu Zhe continued to prod the approaching sharks, yet their numbers only increased. A few girls became alarmed and began to strike at the sharks with their paddles. In a frantic moment, Guerrero found her paddle seized by one of the sharks, refusing to let go. As the shark yanked, she felt herself being pulled into the water. Angered, the young girl grabbed a stick and struck at the shark's eye. Lu Zhe quickly wrapped his arms around her waist, urging her to release her grip. Only then did Guerrero relent. The shark, having successfully yanked the wooden paddle into the water, chewed it vigorously before snapping it in two and swimming away. However, the other sharks did not lose interest in the raft. Guerrero, shaken by her previous impulsiveness, was soon overwhelmed with fear and began to cry. Meanwhile, Ning Shu, Lin Qianqian, and Jiang Yao were also using their paddles to fend off the circling sharks. Before long, Ning Shu's paddle was snatched away, followed closely by Jiang Yao's, which also fell into the water. More alarmingly, one shark bit down on the raft itself, causing several logs on one side to become dislodged and scatter. Other sections began to loosen as well. If this continued, it would not be long before the raft disintegrated, leaving none of them with a chance of survival. Suddenly, Lu Zhe devised a plan. He picked up a coconut and struck it against the head of an approaching shark. The shark, momentarily dazed, soon noticed the round object and angrily bit down on it. However, it quickly realized the coconut was unpalatable, chewed for a moment, then spat it out and swam away, flicking its tail in disdain. Lu Zhe understood. These sharks had never encountered a raft before, so their collisions were merely acts of curiosity and exploration, not predatory behavior. Yet, they were familiar with coconuts. Once they recognized the raft contained nothing but unappetizing coconuts, their interest would wane. In a chorus of agreement, the girls joined him in tossing coconuts into the sea. 30 coconuts were hurled into the ocean, creating a diversion around the raft. The sharks, intrigued by the floating coconuts, chased after them, biting a few before losing interest and abandoning the pursuit. As the scent dissipated, the sharks resumed their peaceful movements, and the waters finally returned to tranquility. The group sat on the raft, catching their breath. "I'm so sorry. It's all my fault," Lin Qianqian lamented, tears streaming down her face. Ning Shu reassured her. "Who hasn't had to use the restroom? You cannot be blamed for this. If blame is to be assigned, let fall upon my failure to secure the plastic bag," lamented Tang Xiaogua. "It was my fault for placing it incorrectly." Jiang Yao sighed. "We are all companions. There is no need for blame. Fortunately, we are all still alive." Lu Zhe nodded in agreement. Yao Yao is correct. There is no need for self-reproach. The fact that we are alive is what truly matters. Ning Shu sighed, but the coconuts are gone, and we have lost the wooden paddles. How shall we navigate to the volcanic island? Lin Qianqian gazed at the sky, exclaiming, "Nightfall approaches. What shall we do?" Tang Xiaowu cried out. Lu Zhe pondered for a moment before responding gravely. "Friends, our situation is indeed dire, yet it is not devoid of hope. We still possess several bottles of distilled water, and we can fashion new paddles from branches. As long as we draw breath, we must remain resilient." His words seemed to possess a certain enchantment, rekindling a flicker of hope within the hearts of the young women. "Let's take stock of our supplies," Jiang Yao proposed. "The coconuts are gone, but we have 5 bottles of distilled fresh water left, although we have lost a few empty bottles. The remaining supplies are intact." Lin Qianqian added, Of the 4 wooden paddles, only one remains. A quarter of the raft has scattered, and some firewood has been lost, though there is still a bit left. Lu Zhe nodded, analyzing their current predicament. Although we have lost the coconuts, it has lightened the raft's burden. Thus, even with somewhat scattered, it can still support our weight. Chapter 56. A Night at Sea, what shall we do next? Ningshu inquired. Lu Zhe contemplated before suggesting, class monitor, gather our supplies together. Pack everything that can fit into backpacks, and for what cannot, bundle it all together, and I shall carry it. Ningshu signaled her agreement with an okay gesture, understood. Yao Yao, tend to the ember in the jar, do your utmost to keep it alive. If the night turns cold, we shall rely on it. Jiang Yao nodded, got it. Tang Xiaohua, who had been frightened earlier, still bore a tear-streaked face, trembling slightly. Lu Zhe reached out and wiped her tears away, asking, are you scared? Tang Xiaohua nodded, still sobbing. Lu Zhe recognized that the once delicate young lady, who could wield a stick against sharks, had shown remarkable courage. Your actions just now were very brave. Tang Xiaohua lifted her dirty little face. Really? I drove away several sharks and even dared to snatch something from their jaws, though I ultimately failed. She continued, it was just a hair's breadth away. At that moment, I thought if it comes to it, I shall fight it, but somehow fear gripped me. Lu Zhe reassured her, that is normal. In times of crisis, one's body releases more adrenaline, allowing us to overlook pain and danger. However, next time, we must remain steady. If we lose the paddles, we can make new ones. But if we lose you, who will help us distill fresh water? Upon hearing Lu Zhe's words, Tang Xiaohua pursed her lips and nodded proudly. She shifted her body, asking, is there anything else you need me to do? Join Qianqian in inspecting the raft. Identify any loose areas and inform me, so I can secure them tightly once more. Tang Xiaohua and Lin Qianqian exchanged glances, responding in unison, rest assured. The 4 young ladies were deeply focused as Lu Zhe diligently repaired the loose sections of the raft. After 2 hours of labor, the raft was finally mended. Although it was now a size smaller than before, it could still barely support the weight of 5 individuals. Tang Xiaohua assisted Lu Zhe with the repairs and cheerfully exclaimed, all right, we can set off again. However, Lu Zhe shook his head in resignation. Can't we leave? Lin Qianqian sighed. Do we even know where to go? How can we not know? It's towards. Tang Xiaohua intended to point towards the direction of the volcanic island, but suddenly realized a pressing issue. The sun had long since set, and the vast, boundless ocean was enveloped in darkness, obscuring any sight of islands. The volcanic island ahead and the egg yolk island behind were now shrouded in the deep night. Lu Zhe furrowed his brow, gazing at the sky in an attempt to identify 1 or 2 constellations to ascertain their position. However, the faint mist rising from the water concealed the entire sky. He produced the compass he had crafted, only to find it spinning erratically, unable to provide any accurate direction. Was there a magnetic field nearby? Or was the instability of the waves to blame? This situation was completely unforeseen for any survivor. However, the most critical issue was their lack of reference points. They could not determine whether they were stationary or adrift with the currents. It was possible that by the time the sun rose tomorrow, they could find themselves hundreds of miles away in the Pacific, which would be disastrous. They needed to devise a method to secure the raft and prevent it from drifting away with the current. Yet, while it sounded simple, how could they achieve this? Even if the most seasoned experts were present, they would likely be at a loss. At that moment, Lu Zhe's keen eyesight caught a glimpse of something floating on the water surface, roughly the size of a sunflower seed, dark and unidentifiable. Curiously, he reached out to retrieve it, and an instant later, information flooded his mind. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a passion fruit seed. Passion fruit seed? Wasn't that from Qianqian's belongings? How wonderful. He had thought it lost forever, only to unexpectedly regain it. Shortly thereafter, he discovered another passion fruit seed. After a while, he came across an empty bottle. Ningshu recognized the bottle as the one they had lost not long ago. Remarkably, in such circumstances, they had managed to recover it. One must understand that such a small object, like the bottle, should not have been found amidst the raft in the water, given the various factors of resistance and buoyancy. Unless, in an instant, Lu Zhe realized something significant. The presence of fog indicated a lack of wind. The raft's ability to encounter items like the passion fruit seeds suggested they were not too far from the site of the shark attack. Surrounding the small island, there were usually hidden reefs and tiny islets within a few dozen miles. If they could locate one, It would serve to secure the bamboo raft, allowing them to wait until the mist cleared in the morning and continue their journey towards the volcanic island. Suddenly, Lu Zhe conceived a plan. He promptly began to twist 3 strands of rope together, rendering them thick and sturdy, before connecting and extending them. Lu Zhe, what are you doing? An anchor. We shall use it to secure the vessel. As he spoke, he tied one end to the handle of the stone axe and then cast the axe into the water. I intend to use this to touch the submerged reefs. If the raft encounters a reef while in motion, the stone axe will become lodged, serving as an anchor. Jiang Yao expressed her concern. What if we encounter a shark? Sharks tend to avoid hard objects. Even if it brushes against the axe, it is unlikely to provoke them, as they would perceive it as a natural occurrence. With a sigh, Lu Zhe added, regrettably, the anchor rope is insufficiently long to reach the seabed directly. We can only hope for the presence of submerged reefs. Ning Shu inquired, are there such reefs nearby? I cannot say for certain, but nature is capricious. Any formation may arise. If they exist, we must not overlook them. With that, Lu Zhe secured the other end of the rope to the rear of the raft and submerged the stone axe. Everything was prepared. Everyone was quite fatigued. I'm so tired, Tang Xiaowu exclaimed, stretching languidly. Lin Xianxian and Jiang Yao leaned weakly against one another. Ning Shu opened a bottle of distilled water and shared some dried fish and coconut with everyone. There are no strenuous tasks left, right? No more tiring tasks. But there are still some light ones, Ning Shu replied. What kind of light tasks? Simply observing with your eyes. Lu Zhe pondered for a moment before assigning tasks. Class monitor, you can lie down and closely monitor the underwater situation. Underwater? Ning Shu peered into the pitch-black depths through the gaps in the bamboo raft. I can't see anything. Even if you cannot see anything, you must keep watch and report any occurrences at once. Jiang Yao asked, what about us? Yao Yao, you can recline and observe the sky. The moment you spot a star or the moon, inform me immediately. That sounds simple enough. Lu Zhe handed the harpoon to Lin Xianxian and Tang Xiaowu. Xianxian, you two can lie on your sides and watch the water surface. If you see a drifting bottle or coconut, use the harpoon to retrieve it. What if I fall asleep? If you doze off, then so be it. Rest is equally important. I will keep watch. No, that would be too taxing. Let's take turns keeping watch. I agree. Chapter 57. We found the airplane. Lu Zhe and his companions floated upon the sea. The girls engaged in light conversation before gradually succumbing to slumber. Fortunately, the deep night upon the ocean was not as frigid as that on Egg Yolk Island. Huddled closely, they managed to endure the long night. After 3 hours of watch, Lu Zhe had gathered 3 drifting coconuts, 2 bottles, and 15 passion fruit seeds. It seemed that the final type of plant seeds had been secured. At that moment, Ning Shu rubbed her eyes and sat up. Yawning, Lu Zhe, quickly catch some sleep. I will take over the night watch. Lu Zhe, feeling somewhat drowsy himself, nodded in agreement. All right. Thank you for your efforts. Oh, you're the one who has worked hard. Go to sleep, she urged. Lu Zhe lay down in the spot where Ning Shu had just been resting and soon fell into slumber. However, he was abruptly awakened by Ning Shu's astonished voice. Lu Zhe, there is something beneath the water. He opened his eyes and gazed at the surface, instantly shaking off his drowsiness. What he beheld was an image that would haunt him for a lifetime. The depths of the ocean, shimmering neon lights, and a familiar silhouette. It was a commercial airliner resting at the bottom of the sea. Heavens, Ning Shu gasped, covering her mouth with tears in her eyes. The other girls were also awakened. Upon witnessing the scene before them, they erupted into tears. We have found our plane, yet it now lies submerged in the ocean. Indeed, in the serene and profound depths. A massive outline of an aircraft was visible. The navigation lights on the wings flickered intermittently. Lu Zhe had not anticipated encountering their plane here, and he felt momentarily disoriented. Lin Xianxian bit her lip. The lights are still on. Could there be survivors? Lu Zhe shook his head. It's highly improbable, even with the cabin's airtightness. It cannot provide sufficient oxygen for a week's breathing. Moreover, given the state of the aircraft submerged underwater, it is likely that the fuselage has already taken on water. Tang Xiaowu wept. How pitiful. Lu Zhe deemed it necessary to assess the condition of the aircraft. After pondering, he declared, I need to dive down and take a look. Ning Shu cautioned, are you planning to rescue anyone? It's too dangerous. Lu Zhe replied, shaking his head, I lack the capability to save anyone. I merely wish to check if I can reach the hole in first class. Perhaps I can find some usable supplies there. Even if I don't, I can tie a rope to the plane to prevent the raft from drifting too far. Jiang Yao suddenly grasped Lu Zhe's arm. No, it's too dangerous. Tang Xiao would clutch his other arm. I won't allow you to go down. Lin Qianqian added, there are sharks. Lu Zhe surveyed the surroundings. Rest assured, this area doesn't appear to be shark-infested. Moreover, should I encounter a shark, as long as I don't provoke it, it typically won't attack without cause. I'm aware of that, but it's still too perilous, they protested. Yet, if I don't investigate the situation below, I will remain uneasy. Trust me, if anything goes awry, I will tug the anchor line 3 times, and you must pull me up with all your might. With that, Lu Zhe made a flamboyant salute and gracefully flipped into the water. The 4 girls gasped in unison. Lu Zhe was quite adept in the water. His enhanced physique endowed him with stamina, allowing him to remain submerged for an extended period. He grasped the rope and swam downward, the gurgling sounds of water echoing in his ears. The underwater world was shrouded in darkness. He was certain that had it not been for the intensely luminous navigation lights on the aircraft, he would have never spotted it amidst the darkness of night. The airplane was submerged approximately 30 meters beneath the surface. As he descended to around 20 meters, Lu Zhe felt an immense pressure pressing against his chest, and the seawater stung his eyes, inducing a sensation of faintness. Should he cease his descent? Perhaps he should pause. Although he felt somewhat breathless, he was still capable of continuing his plunge. Lu Zhe recalled that the record for unassisted human free diving was 113 meters. While he could not hope to match that feat, he believed he could endure. As the tether began to run short, Lu Zhe finally reached the location of the aircraft. He peered through the cockpit glass. A murky scene greeted him, and suddenly, a ghastly pale face pressed against the glass, startling Lu Zhe into releasing a flurry of bubbles. He struggled to maintain his composure. The man appeared to be in his 40s, clad in a uniform, his mouth agape, as if attempting to convey something. This must be the captain. He could only imagine the anguish his parents, wife, and children would feel upon witnessing him in this state. Behind the captain floated another individual. Long deceased, their features obscured. Indeed, his initial conjecture was confirmed. It was highly likely that the other passengers had not survived. Subsequently, Lu Zhe began to swim further back. There was a cargo door at the rear of the aircraft. He attempted to open it from the outside, but was unsuccessful, as the survival manual did not provide methods for prying open the door unaided. Presently, there was but one means to enter the plane. The forward section of the cabin was where he had previously occupied. Lu Zhe discovered a damaged opening there. It was through this very breach that he and his companions had exited the aircraft. Now, with the angle of the navigation lights failing to penetrate the interior, Lu Zhe had no choice but to feel his way inside. However, during the emergency landing, most of the items in the cabin had been expelled into the void due to the immense negative pressure, leaving little behind in their compartment. Most remaining items were fixed to the fuselage, and even if he could retrieve them, they were incapable of being disassembled. For instance, the onboard television and lamps, among others. As Lu Zhe groped for usable supplies, he fortuitously came across something valuable, a dinner knife. This was the type used for cutting steak, designed for first-class service. It lacked a pointed tip and featured a serrated edge, measuring approximately 15 centimeters in length, with a moderate sharpness. Yet, the material was of excellent quality, exhibiting strong corrosion resistance, as its surface remained smooth even after 7 days submerged in seawater. With a bit of sharpening, it would prove far superior to a small round knife. Lu Zhe tucked into his pocket. Next, he encountered a remote control, originally intended for an LED screen. Of high quality, upon pressing a button, the small red dot on the front illuminated, indicating that the battery still functioned. He decided to take it with him. Following that, he stumbled upon a plastic bowl, attached to which was a slender plastic tube and a fine line. Moreover, there was not just one, there were others nearby. Lu Zhe immediately recognized this as the oxygen masks found on commercial aircraft, which are deployed when the cabin pressure drops too low. As he tugged at the fine string, bubbles unexpectedly began to rise from the plastic bowl. It was still usable. This was oxygen. He had not anticipated that he would find it here. Hastily, he secured it to his mouth and inhaled a few bubbles, instantly feeling rejuvenated. Although he could not detach the oxygen tank, several plastic tubes, a bowl, and some cotton string might prove useful, so he swiftly cut them with a small knife and kept them with him. Next, he discovered a thick curtain. As he lifted it to remove it for later use, he was astonished by the sight beyond. Through the glass, he glimpsed a vast compartment. Beams of navigation lights illuminated the scene, revealing pale faces in the seats. Some individuals floated within the cabin, while most remained seated. It appeared that, apart from their small group, all other passengers on this flight had perished at sea. Lu Zhe did not tear down the curtain. Instead, he covered it back, preserving the last shred of dignity for these passengers. Once again, the suffocating feeling of despair washed over him. He could no longer delay. It was time to depart. Lu Zhe silently paid his respects for 3 seconds to his fellow countrymen, then swam out through the damaged cabin entrance. He tugged the rope thrice, immediately feeling a force pulling him upward. Chapter 58. A fortunate encounter with the reef. Upon boarding the raft, he found several young girls weeping bitterly. What was the matter? Did they also comprehend that the passengers had met their end beneath the waves? Why the tears? Ning Shu wiped her tears from her wrist and exclaimed in exasperation. Lu Zhe, you truly astound me. You managed to remain underwater for 5 minutes. It turned out that he had indeed spent a full 5 minutes 30 meters beneath the surface. Although he had always been a proficient swimmer, he had not anticipated his endurance to be so formidable. Lu Zhe wiped his face, attempting to appear as relaxed as possible. By the way, ISNT the world record 22 minutes? I still have room for improvement. You nearly frightened us to death. I thought you would never return. Tang Xiaowu wailed. Embracing Lu Zhe, a warmth spread through his heart as he patted Tang Xiaowu's head. Don't cry. Lu Zhe, you must not take such risks again. You must understand that we are all counting on you, Ning Shu said earnestly, wiping her nose again while looking at him with sincerity. Lu Zhe understood the significance of his presence in the hearts of the girls. His prolonged absence had genuinely terrified them. All right, I promise not to engage in such dangerous endeavors again, seeing how upset you all are. Besides, with 4 exquisite young ladies waiting for me, how could I ever consider leaving? Humph, it's good that you understand. Well then, did you find anything? Lu Zhe produced the plastic hose, remote control, and dining knife. These are all I could retrieve. The dining knife could be sharpened into a weapon, while the hose and remote control remained enigmatically useless. Jiang Yao picked them up and exclaimed, Good heavens, you truly managed to board the plane? Lu Zhe nodded solemnly. Upon mentioning the other passengers, Lu Zhe's expression grew grave yet serene, and he shook his head. Several girls displayed sorrow in their eyes. It was Ning Shu who exhaled deeply. It seems we are still fortunate. Indeed. Suddenly, Jiang Yao recalled, by the way, since the plane has crashed here, the rescue team should be able to locate this place swiftly using the black box, right? Lu Zhe shook his head. The black box does have a locator, but this area is affected by a magnetic interference field, which may obscure the signals from the black box. Otherwise, the rescue team would have found us by now. Just then, the aircraft's electrical system finally succumbed to the corrosive sea water, and with a flicker, all lights extinguished. The remnants of the plane disappeared into the profound depths of the ocean, never to be seen again. In an instant, they lost their point of reference, which caused further anxiety among the girls. Fortunately, this state of uncertainty did not persist for long. After aimlessly drifting for 20 minutes, Lu Zhe's stone axe anchor proved effective. Suddenly, the raft lurched violently to the side, the rope tautening instantly. The next moment, the raft shook violently under the strain. Lu Zhe felt a surge of joy. They had encountered a submerged reef. He quickly secured the fire jar. Oh no, we've hit a reef. Don't be absurd. This is good news. Hold on tight. However, Ning Shu fell overboard with a splash, and, just as Lu Zhe intended to rescue her, he was astonished to see her standing upright. What was going on? The water was quite shallow. Lu Zhe hastily warned, Class Monitor, don't move. Ning Shu replied nervously, If you tell me to move, I wouldn't dare. Lu Zhe observed that the water barely covered Ning Shu's ankles, with small, luminous fish darting about. This indicated that the reef beneath was only about 15 to 20 centimeters from the surface. He felt elated, cautiously jumping down from the raft. He felt the uneven ground beneath his feet, noting the sharp coral and slippery seaweed. Indeed, it was a coral reef, albeit submerged. Nevertheless, this was a fortunate discovery. Lu Zhe first stabilized the raft, then took a spear before disembarking. Ning Shu inquired, Lu Zhe, what exactly is happening? We've struck lucky. This is a coral reef, and we can secure the raft here. That's wonderful. We truly found it. And it's shallow here, so we need not risk diving. Let me stand here for a moment. The raft is about to spill our overnight meal. You all wait a moment. I will check for any dangers nearby. Lu Zhe secured the raft, with a bundle of twigs in his left hand and a harpoon in his right, cautiously probing the water beneath him as he waded forward. Beneath his feet, he could see glowing algae and small fish, along with the enchanting sea god nudibranch. These tiny creatures swam about without a hint of fear. There were also flounders hidden on the seabed, which suddenly darted away several meters before lying still again. After traversing more than 10 meters, the depth abruptly increased. He withdrew a branch and anchored it into the coral reef. Further probing to the sides revealed similar depths, and he inserted another branch as a marker. It appeared that this submerged reef was not particularly extensive, covering only about 100 square meters near the water surface. However, this was ample space for them. Everyone could come down to stretch their legs, but they were reminded to wear sandals or flip-flops to avoid cutting their feet on the sharp stones. The area for activities was confined within the markers he had placed. Ah, the familiar sight of reaching a scenic spot. Understood, Master Lu. The girls had donned the salvaged flip-flops and stepped into the water. The cool sea water caressed their calves and feet, providing an indescribable sense of comfort. Tonight, they would have to spend the night here. At dawn, upon sighting the volcanic island, they could set off. Tang Xiaohua and Lin Qianqian played in the water for a while, collecting a few scallops and sea snails, while Ning Shu and Jiang Yao further secured the raft before sitting at its edge to rest. At that moment, Lu Zhe's foot brushed against something. He then noticed not far ahead, a sizable fish, resembling a large insole, floundered a couple of times before swimming a few meters forward. Nearby, another fish was startled and swam 2 meters away. It was a flounder. Lu Zhe felt a surge of joy. It seemed they might feast on some decent fish tonight. He grasped the harpoon and quietly waded through the water, aiming to strike. However, the fish was exceedingly nimble, twisting its body to evade his thrust. After 2 more attempts, he still failed to catch it. Lu Zhe sensed that his reflexes and speed had improved somewhat since earlier, yet he still could not spear the flounder. Reflecting on the series of encounters since boarding the vessel left him feeling somewhat despondent. He questioned whether he had acted impulsively, choosing to lead everyone away from Eggshell Island, potentially endangering them all at sea. Even if they managed to reach the other side, what if there was no fresh water? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, his frustration was evident on his face. At that moment, Jiang Yao, feeling a pang of sympathy, approached him with a handkerchief to wipe the seawater accumulating on his face. Unintentionally, her hand brushed against Lu Zhe's lips. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed the sign-in, Agility 1. You have signed in for 7 consecutive days. Congratulations, host. Having completed the weekly sign-in, you receive an important tip. The volcanic island possesses sustainable freshwater resources. The system's message invigorated Lu Zhe. Indeed, his judgment was sound. Remaining on Eggshell Island leads only to a dead end. Daring to venture to Volcano Island is the sole path to survival. Agility has been further enhanced, and his will to survive has intensified. Simultaneously, his sight and steadiness of hand have become more refined. Lu Zhe stealthily approached, swiftly casting a harpoon that accurately pierced a flounder. Hooray, 1 point. The cheers and applause of the girls resonated behind him. She'll keep it down. Don't scare away the other fish. Oh, Chapter 59. Jiang Yao's ant flow has arrived. After removing the entrails and poison sac of the flounder, its flesh remained delectably savory. Lu Zhe filleted and cleaned the fish, handing it to Lin Qianqian to roast over the fire pot. Although the can was small, 3 could be placed together, allowing them to continuously add twigs. A tiny flame could easily cook a fish through. With enhanced agility, Lu Zhe's reflexes quickened, and soon he had caught 5 flounders. Though they could only roast one at a time, the fish was thin and cooked through with ease. The small fish beneath them emitted a dim blue glow, vibrant and colorful, as his companions indulged in a roasted flounder. Their fears of being adrift in the vast ocean began to subside. Lu Zhe, finish your fish, then sleep a bit, Ning Shu said with concern. Yes, you must be exhausted, added Tang Xiaohua. While savoring the fish, Lu Zhe meticulously calibrated his homemade compass, which still pointed erratically atop the reef. He understood that the area was influenced by an unknown magnetic field. He responded nonchalantly, I'm fine. You may be fine, but we can't have you overworking yourself. You're the only boy in the group. If you tire out, who will we rely on? Jiang Yao's complaints were laced with care. Lin Qianqian chimed in, rest assured. You can sleep, we got this. Lu Zhe, feeling fatigue after a night of little sleep, conceded. All right, I'll leave it to you all. He climbed onto the raft, using his backpack as a pillow, but Tang Xiaowu took it away, saying I still need it. Lu Zhe was momentarily taken aback, and she playfully extended her legs, saying, without a pillow, I suppose I could reluctantly let you rest on my leg. Is this a benefit? Of course, a remarkable benefit. Lu Zhe felt that declining would be impolite, sighed, and awkwardly lay down. Before long, he felt Tang Xiaowu's hands gently kneading his forehead, an indescribable comfort. I didn't know you had this talent, he remarked. Stop talking, just sleep, she replied. Lu Zhe closed his eyes and gradually drifted off. A few hours later, the sun rose from the sea, and the sea breeze dispelled the thin mist. Lu Zhe felt well-rested, stretched his limbs, and sat up. The three girls beside him were also stirred awake. You're up, Jiang Yao yawned, indicating she had kept watch during the latter half of the night. You've had enough rest. Take a moment for yourself. Lu Zhe, look over there. Following Jiang Yao's pointed finger, Lu Zhe beheld an island in the distance. Though the orientation had shifted, Lu Zhe could ascertain that it was indeed the volcanic island, larger than he had anticipated. He nodded, recalling their journey towards the island yesterday, noting that they had drifted further during the night with the ocean current, altering their course. Fortunately, they had not strayed beyond sight. Lin Xianxian observed the direction of the water flow and remarked, Lu Zhe, the distance remains considerable, and we are now completely against the current. Lu Zhe nodded, acutely aware that the challenge of paddling over was greater than they had imagined. Yet, there was no alternative. Relying solely on one paddle was futile. They needed to craft several more. But for what materials? They would have to dismantle some of the wood from a raft. Just then, Ning Shu gasped, Hey, look in the water. Lu Zhe noticed a shark fin breaking the surface nearby, seemingly lurking for something. Upon closer inspection, he realized there was not just one, but a dozen sharks circling the submerged reef, swimming restlessly. They appeared agitated, eager to reach the shallows. Yet the water was too shallow for them to ascend. Their intentions were unmistakable. They had marked the 5 of them as prey. What is happening? There weren't any sharks here yesterday, Yao Yao said, bewildered. What's wrong with you, Jiang Yao? Jiang Yao blinked. What do you mean? You're bleeding. Jiang Yao looked down to see a crimson line trickling down her pale leg, dissipating into the sea. Oh no, my period started? It dawned on them why the sharks had gathered around the reef. Jiang Yao's menstrual blood had mingled with the ocean water, attracting the nearby predators. Lu Zhe understood that sharks possess an acute sense of smell, capable of detecting even the faintest trace of blood. Jiang Yao had likely been bleeding for hours, most of which had flowed through the gaps in the raft into the sea, akin to famished wild dogs catching a whiff of delectable meat. Jiang Yao lamented, Oh my God, why did it have to come now of all times? Lin Xianxian interjected, Stop talking, class leader. Don't you have some supplies? Ning Shu hurriedly opened a small package to assist Jiang Yao, applying it to the wound while washing away the blood from her leg. Meanwhile, the sharks, now invigorated by the scent of blood, began thrashing the water, attempting to surge towards the shallows. The girls were paralyzed with fear. At that moment, a more dire situation arose. Lu Zhe noticed that the water level had risen significantly since last night. Previously, it barely reached their ankles, but now was already at their calves. At this rate, it would likely reach their waists within half a day. By then, the sharks would undoubtedly rush in, tearing them to shreds. Lu Zhe recognized that in moments of crisis, maintaining a calm demeanor was paramount for devising a rational strategy. Everyone, do not panic. Allow me a moment to think of a solution. Upon hearing Lu Zhe's words, the group of girls fell silent, huddling together, all eyes fixed on him. Lu Zhe exhaled deeply, urging, Now, let's maintain utmost silence. We must not allow any blood or bodily fluids to seep into the water. Tang Xiaowu interjected, What if I need to use the restroom? Hold it in. If it's absolutely necessary, use a bottle. Not a drop should escape. In short, we must not let them sense our presence in any way, he replied. The girls nodded in agreement. The water level was rising. It would take some time before the sharks could reach them. I must devise a strategy to deal with the sharks. So the task of crafting paddles must be entrusted to you all. We aim to leave this place within 2 hours. The 4 girls exchanged glances, ready to pool their ideas. While they discussed the paddle making on the raft, Lu Zhe was lost in thought, pondering how to repel the sharks. At that moment, the ash in the pot was fully burned, prompting Lu Zhe to pour out some to add more wood. Just as he tipped it slightly, A cloud of black ash wafted across the water's surface, causing the small fish beneath to scatter in fright. Suddenly, an idea struck Lu Zhe. Indeed, fish are extremely sensitive to black water vapor, which is why smaller species like cuttlefish and squids use ink to escape in the ocean. He quickly emptied most of the ash into a container to cool, preparing it for use. Then he replaced it with fresh branches and debris to burn. Chapter 60. The swimwear party. Lu Zhe and the girls dismantled the shelter to fashion makeshift paddles from branches, torn clothes, and tarpaulin. He tested one. Although it paled in comparison to his own craftsmanship, it was functional enough for paddling. Meanwhile, the sun had risen higher and the temperature began to rise again. The four of them shared a bottle of water, leaving only one bottle of fresh water and a coconut. Conservation was essential. Friends, though the heat is intense, we must set off, Lu Zhe declared. The journey will be arduous, but I believe that if we persevere, we shall survive. The girls nodded in agreement. Lin Qianqian voiced her concern, but what if the sharks come after us? I already have a plan to deal with them, Lu Zhe replied confidently. Now, it was the 7th day since they had been stranded on the deserted island. The wrecked plane lay not far away. Lu Zhe and the four girls found themselves trapped on a reef in the Pacific Ocean, needing to navigate through shark territory and row against the current to reach a place they named Volcano Island, several nautical miles away. At that moment, the girls sat nervously in the center of the raft, gripping it tightly, fearful that a careless move might provoke the sharks and send them plunging into the sea. Lu Zhe grasped his stone axe, using the harpoon to stabilize the bamboo raft as they departed from the reef. Just then, a shark swam into view. Lu Zhe had long been prepared. He gently prodded the shark's forehead with a harpoon, causing the creature to instantly turn away. This action served as a warning to the other sharks, who hesitated to launch any further attacks. Nevertheless, they did not abandon their pursuit of the raft, attempting to ram it with their bodies. Lu Zhe swiftly waved the paddle, tipping a row of bags at the rear of the raft into the water. These bags, filled with wood ash, immediately darkened the surrounding sea. The sharks, taken by surprise, scattered in a frenzy to escape. Realizing that his tactic had proven effective, Lu Zhe urged, "Now's our chance, hurry." The four girls promptly grasped their handmade paddles and began to row. Together, the 5 of them paddled with remarkable speed, even against the current. However, although they had departed from the treacherous reefs, they had not yet escaped the sharks' territory. As the first wave of ash settled, the sharks prepared to probe once more. After a while, it seemed they had forgotten the scent of blood that had lingered moments before and began to roam aimlessly again. Lu Zhe finally exhaled, taking a seat. "Are we safe?" Ning Shu inquired. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lu Zhe nodded. "For now, we are safe." Lin Qianqian sighed in relief. That was close. Jiang Yao placed a hand on her chest. My heart nearly leaped from my chest. Tang Xiaowu wiped away her tears. I thought we all might perish here. They could not afford to be complacent. They needed to maintain a steady pace, avoiding any further provocation of the sharks. The girls all nodded in agreement, understood. Having temporarily evaded the sharks' attacks, their sole focus now was to paddle steadily towards the volcanic island until they reached their destination. However, they soon confronted another grave issue: the scorching heat, relentless sunlight, and lack of fresh water. After paddling for half an hour, the girls were drenched in sweat, their lips chapped, and their foreheads beaded with perspiration. Lu Zhe recognized the necessity of constructing a sunshade to mitigate sun exposure and fluid loss. But did they have any materials at hand? The canopy that could have served as shelter had been dismantled, and the wooden sticks were repurposed for paddles. The tarpaulin that could have been used for a sunshade had also been taken apart by the girls to create paddles. Consequently, he found himself with nearly nothing to shield them from the sun. If they endured another half hour under the blazing sun, dehydration was inevitable. Even if they avoided dehydration, it would not be appealing for the delicate girls to turn into sunburned figures. He searched for items that could serve as a sunshade, a few tattered garments he had salvaged. Using nails, he punctured holes and tied them together with thin cords, propping the worn clothes open with wooden sticks. But it was insufficient. To provide adequate shade, they would need to utilize everyone's clothing. Tang Xiao's dress and Lu Zhe's t-shirt were also bound together, yet it still fell short. They needed to paddle simultaneously on both sides of the raft. But the canopy was clearly too small to accommodate everyone. What should we do? Lu Zhe pondered. Everything that can be removed, let us take off. Huh? Several girls exhibited a hint of reluctance, yet the expression on Lu Zhe's face indicated he was not jesting. Lu Zhe was the first to remove his long pants, exposing his bare torso, clad only in a pair of shorts. The four girls shyly covered their eyes. After a while, they cautiously glanced over, and indeed, Lu Zhe had propped up the makeshift shelter with his clothing, confirming his assertion that even with his contribution, it was still insufficient. At that moment, a patch of shade was more precious to them than gold. Tang Xiaoguo remarked, "I shall contribute my delicate tank top. I trust you won't mind, Qian." "Not at all," came Jiang Yao's indifferent reply. "I have a pair of shorts too. A bra and panties will suffice." "Well then, let us consider it a swimwear party," they decided after some discussion, shedding all but their innermost garments. This effectively sealed the last gap in the sunshade. Thus, it felt as though they were indeed partaking in a swimwear gathering. Despite the embarrassment, there was a tinge of novelty, curiosity, and a hint of thrill shared among both the boys and girls. "I suppose we have reached a level of candidness," Lu Zhe quipped. "Could you refrain from staring? It feels rather impolite." He made an effort to lighten the mood. "Honestly, with how adorable you all are, it would be quite rude of me not to glance at least once." "That's true," they replied. Look. With the shade overhead and the occasional wash of seawater over their bodies, everyone felt considerably cooler. Yet this only alleviated the surface heat. Other issues began to surface gradually. The continuous paddling had significantly drained everyone's stamina. Although they were drawing closer to the volcanic island, signs of dehydration were becoming evident. Lu Zhe cracked open a coconut, but after a sip each, it was gone. The last bottle of water yielded merely 100 milliliters per person, barely quenching their thirst. They needed to devise alternative means to replenish their fluids. Chapter 61. De Ji's hydration method. He paddled on one side alone while the four girls paddled on the other, the small raft steadily making its way toward the volcanic island. They encouraged one another, affirming, "We can still hold on." After half an hour of paddling, fatigue began to set in. "I really can't go on," one confessed. "Me neither," another echoed. Lu Zhe glanced at the volcanic island, now only 200 meters away. "We mustn't stop. Let us give it our all. Just a bit further, and I'll open coconuts for everyone." "Hold on. Push harder," they urged. "For survival. For the coconuts, I cannot let anyone down." Just then, an unexpected wave crashed upon them. However, the repercussions were far more severe than mere embarrassment. Jiang Yao's crimson blood mingled with the ocean, attracting the attention of the nearby bull sharks. This sparked a frenzy among them, as they once again became curious about the raft. The bull shark is fierce and voracious, capable of consuming nearly any marine creature, exhibiting a profound hostility and aggressive disposition towards organisms outside its aquatic domain. Debris, including humans and even its own kind, falls prey to its insatiable appetite. Lu Zhe recognized that there was no alternative but to hasten their departure. "Row swiftly, we must leave this treacherous sea," he urged. Victory was within reach, the shore almost visible. With their remaining strength, they paddled with desperate fervor. However, they were soon besieged by the sharks. Trailing behind them was a sea snake, prompting the sharks to launch attacks from both flanks. The raft, hastily repaired the previous day, was structurally weak, with many planks threatening to splinter off. If this continued, they would not reach land before the raft succumbed to the depths, leaving none of them alive. As the number of attacking sharks increased, Lu Zhe understood that a direct confrontation was futile, and his gaze darted about in search of an alternative. Suddenly, he spotted a minuscule island barely emerging from the water's surface ahead. Though it was merely a small mound of land, measuring no more than 15 to 16 square meters, it offered a temporary refuge from the relentless sharks. "Do not stop. Paddle towards that direction," he called out. "There are too many sharks. It's going to bite me." The raft is sinking. Turning back, Lu Zhe was taken aback by the sight of 7 or 8 sharks assailing the raft. Half of the raft's timbers had been torn away, and several girls were already submerged up to their legs in the water. In such dire circumstances, even the most seasoned individuals would be bewildered, let alone the frightened girls. With no options left, Lu Zhe swung the paddle, dislodging a fire jar that fell into the sea. The charcoal within the jar ignited upon contact with the seawater, creating a plume of mist, and the blackened ash scattered, sending the sharks into a frenzy of retreat. "Now's our chance," Lu Zhe urged, vigorously paddling as the girls followed suit. Within half a minute, as the sharks regained their composure and sought to strike again, they successfully landed on the tiny island. The girls huddled together in the center of the diminutive isle, their faces pale with fear sobbing uncontrollably. Fortunately, no one was injured. Lu Zhe dragged the remaining portion of the raft ashore. Despite the loss of much of its structure, they were fortunate to find that over 20 bottles, secured in plastic bags, remained intact. The backpack containing essential supplies had not been lost, and the makeshift sunshade, tethered to its poles, had stayed together. He pulled the clothing onto the shore, re-establishing the sunshade. The girls, still crying, were allowed to express their fears for a moment. Lu Zhe splashed seawater on his face, striving to regain his composure as he began to assess their situation and contemplate their next steps. Chapter 62. Give me your sanitary napkin. They were merely 50 meters away from the sandy beach of the volcanic island. Beneath their feet lay shallow waters and sandy beaches. Lu Zhe could clearly see numerous coconut trees on the volcanic island, nearly 2/3 of which bore plump coconuts. If they could reach that place, they would be able to indulge in the sweet nectar of the coconuts. However, traversing the 50-meter stretch of sea proved to be exceptionally challenging. At present, a multitude of sharks lurked beneath the surface. Their raft had been completely destroyed, and the remaining timber was insufficient to support the weight of 5 individuals. To venture across recklessly could result in being torn to shreds by the sharks. Staying put was not a viable option either. Glancing at his watch, he noted that low tide was at 4 o'clock. It was currently 2 in the afternoon, and high tide was still in effect. In mere moments, this area would be submerged, leading to a similar fate of being devoured by fish. Relying on the system was no longer feasible. He had to devise a plan himself. Taking a deep breath, he approached the group of girls. Do not despair. We still have a chance. Ningshu appeared somewhat indifferent as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Stop comforting us. If there is a way, you should go alone. Lin Xianqian nodded in agreement. You must have a way to escape, but we are merely burdens. Tang Xiao was sobbing quietly. Jiang Yao was trembling as she wrote something. Yao Yao, what are you writing? A farewell letter, she replied, casting a faint smile at Lu Zhe. Unfortunately, I remain a virgin until death. Lu Zhe sighed. I must emphasize this is not the time to dwell on such matters. We cannot simply concede defeat. Lin Xianqian sighed. But one TB long before the sea engulfs us. Tang Xiao remarked. Then the sharks will devour us. Therefore, they needed to devise a plan before the waters rose. I promise not to abandon you. If you perish, what meaning would my survival hold? Lu Zhe's heartfelt declaration lifted the spirits of the 4 girls. Indeed, you are all so beautiful and charming. I have always dreamed of marrying one of you. Ningshu blushed. Is that truly what you think? Of course. I would even wish to marry each of you, he declared. That's a bit greedy. One of them replied. Irrelevant. Lu Zhe said with grave seriousness. Listen to me. You have all shown remarkable strength in the face of danger. Cooking, tending the fire, gathering supplies, and fending off sharks. Now, I need you to continue cooperating with me. Dry your tears, and together we will land on that island. Then we shall survive together. Upon hearing Lu Zhe's words, hope rekindled in the eyes of the 4 girls. Lu Zhe, you have a plan, don't you? I wouldn't call a plan, but at least it's worth a try. Ningshu wiped her tears and stood up. Tell us what to do. First, let us check our supplies and see if there is anything useful. The group began to rummage around. Fortunately, the essential supplies were still intact. Jiang Yao remarked. A pencil case, a slingshot, a novel wrapped tightly in a plastic bag, a whistle, and 3 non-functional mobile phones. Mobile phones? Suddenly, Lu Zhe seemed to have an epiphany, and Lin Xianqian appeared to have a similar revelation, both exclaiming in unison, sharks are sensitive to electric currents. Yet, is there any power left? Ningshu shook her head. Mine is definitely dead. Lin Xianqian sighed. After being submerged in seawater for so long, even if there was a bit of charge, it would have short-circuited and burned out. Jiang Yao added, mine too. Although the mobile phone batteries are unusable, they provide a spark of inspiration. We have alternatives. Lu Zhe produced a remote control. Speaking of first-class items, they are indeed high-end. Even the remote control is waterproof. I nearly overlooked this. He opened the remote and removed 2 AA batteries, then bound them to the 2 iron nails of a harpoon in opposite directions. Lin Xianqian stated, while seawater is not highly conductive, shark skin possesses remarkable conductivity. Lu Zhe nodded. Precisely, and sharks are most terrified of electric currents. Even a small current can make them flee in panic. Look, another shark-repelling device has been completed. Jiang Yao lamented, but I have my period. Let us consider this from another perspective, Lu Zhe said, his eyes brimming with calmness and composure. Could we use this menstrual blood to divert the sharks? Is that feasible? Just watch. Lu Zhe dismantled several pieces of wood and fashioned a small raft. He then removed a sunshade, prompting everyone to don their clothing, using branches and discarded fabric to create a sail. He extended his hand. Now, please hand me your sanitary pad. Jiang Yao bit her lip, her face flushed with embarrassment, as she turned away and passed her sanitary pad to the boy. For any girl, this was an exceedingly awkward experience. Yet, there was no alternative. This item was their only hope for salvation. After a moment of hesitation, she handed a neatly folded package to Lu Zhe. Here. Lu Zhe unfurled the sanitary pad, revealing its unmistakable odor. I suppose this requires no further explanation. Jiang Yao's face burned with shame. Lu Zhe placed the sanitary pad at the rear edge of the makeshift raft. In a moment, I will push this decoy raft in the opposite direction of the island. The current is blowing from the southwest, which will carry the decoy away from the island. The scent of blood will attract the sharks, and we will seize this opportunity to swim over from the opposite side. Ning Shu nodded. That is indeed a plan. Tang Xiaowu exclaimed anxiously, but I can't swim. Lin Qianqian shook her head. Neither can I. Jiang Yao, blushing and crossing her legs, said, I can swim, but if I enter the water, it will attract the sharks. Right? Among the 4 girls, 3 were unable to swim. However, this was not a significant issue. Lu Zhe grasped a bottle in one hand and the anchor rope in the other, proposing, let us separate the rope, bind the remaining empty bottles together, and fashion them into makeshift life jackets for our arms and chests. This way, we shall not sink. All we need to do is to paddle vigorously forward. Ning Shu inquired, but what about Yao Yao? After a moment's contemplation, Lu Zhe replied, that is easily remedied. He began to tie the leftover wood together, explaining, although this would may not support the weight of all 5 of us, it should suffice for Yao Yao alone. Lin Qianqian pondered for a moment before realizing yes. As long as Yao Yao lies atop it, using a new sanitary pad for cushioning, the blood will not flow. Exactly, Lu Zhe affirmed, as he bound the bottles with rope to create life jackets for Ning Shu and the others. All right, Yao Yao, you lie on this bundle of wood. We entrust our clothing and essential supplies to you. Jiang Yao nodded in understanding. Remember, we must paddle evenly and try to remain calm. I estimate that after swimming approximately 20 meters, our feet should reach the shore. At that point, we shall join hands and walk onto the beach. Understood, Lu Zhe nodded. Rising to his feet, he seized a makeshift boat, gathering his strength to push it, sending it gliding 10 meters away into the distance. Once the boat drifted far enough, Lu Zhe retrieved the roundest pebble he could find, pulled back the slingshot, and aimed at the boat's stern. With a sharp crack, he struck true, causing the sanitary pad to plummet into the water. Indeed, several sharks were drawn to it. Now's our chance. Lu Zhe propelled the wooden bundle, holding Jiang Yao towards the volcanic island's direction. The other 3 girls entered the water alongside him. Tang Xiaowu and Lin Qianqian, who could not swim, led the way, while Lu Zhe and Ning Shu paddled behind. Although Jiang Yao lay on the raft, she too was exerting herself to paddle. The 5 of them gradually advanced towards the beach. As they neared the shallows, a shark spotted them. One shark swam towards them, but Lu Zhe was prepared. He turned and thrust the harpoon, which was attached to a battery, towards it. The shark quivered and swiftly swam away. That worked well. 1 is manageable, but more would pose a challenge. Hurry! Shortly after, another shark charged at them. Lu Zhe executed a counterattack, as before. However, this time he thrust with more force, the harpoon piercing the shark's skin. The creature flicked its tail and retreated into the depths. At that moment, a dreadful occurrence unfolded. The wounded shark left a trail of blood in the ocean, and the other sharks, drawn by the scent, rushed towards it without hesitation. Their gaping jaws mercilessly tore into their injured companion, shredding it to pieces in an instant. Tang Xiaowu was petrified, but Lu Zhe urged, we have reached the sand. He clenched the harpoon in his teeth, planted his feet on the beach, and pushed forward with all his might, sending the wooden section gliding over 10 meters with the 4 girls. Turning back, he saw a shark charging towards him. In the blink of an eye, Lu Zhe swiftly dodged and thrust a harpoon into the eye of the shark. The creature thrashed in pain, splashing the surface of the water and attracting other sharks. Lu Zhe submerged, vanishing from sight. The girls were utterly terrified. Lu Zhe, come back. I'll go rescue Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe, I want to help too. In the next moment, Lu Zhe erupted from the water before them. Do you need my help? Hurry. By this time, the water was no longer deep, and the four girls pushed Jiang Yao towards the shallow area. Jiang Yao jumped in as well, abandoning the raft, grabbing her belongings and running alongside her companions, pulling anyone who stumbled back to their feet. Finally, after a series of tumbles, they reached the shore, utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the sand, gasping for breath. At that moment, the water around them was stained crimson with the shark's blood. Are we dead? No, we survived. Is everyone here? If not, speak up. We are all here. Wonderful. The girls closed their eyes, seemingly devoid of even the strength to blink. Surviving such a harrowing ordeal stirred emotions that brought tears to their eyes. Lu Zhe let out a sigh of relief. He attempted to sit up, only then realizing how utterly drained he was. His escape had demanded immense strength and stamina. Rising to his feet, he looked at the four girls, panting and fatigued, and felt a sense of relief wash over him. The tide will rise soon, and this place will be submerged. What? Let us rest a bit, then head towards the forest. I can't move anymore. Not just walking. I fear I can't even crawl. Lu Zhe decided to carry the supplies first. After resting for about 10 minutes, as the tide lapped at their toes, he helped them all to their feet, and the five of them leaned on each other as they made their way to the edge of the forest. This location was far from the rising tide, providing a semblance of safety. Fortunately, there were plenty of coconuts here. Lu Zhe gathered a dozen or so, cracked them open with a stone axe, and shared them among the group. Each person drank 3 coconuts, barely quenching their thirst, and devoured the coconut meat hungrily. After half an hour, their spirits and energy began to revive. Jiang Yao sighed, "What a narrow escape." Tang Xiaowu remarked, "This shouldn't be called Volcano Island. It should be Shark Island." Ning Shu glanced around. "Hey, where's that flight attendant?" Lin Qianqian replied, "We deviated from our course to land on the island. She must be on the other side." Jiang Yao said, "Are we going over there now? I can't move at all." Tang Xiaowu weakly added, "Neither can I." Lu Zhe shook his head. "Everyone is too exhausted. We need some time to recover." Checking his watch, which read 4:30 in the afternoon, he announced, "We will spend the night here, rest well, and gather our strength. Tomorrow, we shall explore this volcanic island together." Chapter 64. An unexpected discovery. Lu Zhe's proposal garnered unanimous agreement. Indeed, everyone was utterly fatigued. Even taking a few steps was a challenge, let alone traversing half an island to search for others. In retrospect, the most sensible course of action would be to procure some nourishment, ensuring a safe passage through the night, and perhaps contemplate further endeavors once their strength was restored in the morning. Fortunately, they had a supply of coconuts, and fresh water and carbohydrates were not in short supply. Securing some protein was the only remaining task. With this thought in mind, he declared, "I shall venture to the seaside to gather some supplies. You all should take stock of what we have left. Lu Zhe, can you manage to walk? Do not concern yourself with me. Rather, you all must remain vigilant for snakes. Take care, then." As Lu Zhe strolled along the beach, contemplation filled his mind. Previously, in an attempt to scare away the sharks, he had discarded the can used for sustaining the fire, thus losing both his pot and his source of flame. The spear he had wielded to fend off the sharks had also been abandoned, necessitating the crafting of another. Otherwise, he could attempt to ignite a fire using batteries. If fortune favored him, he might even stumble upon a lighter. A stroke of luck would be finding a box of instant noodles. After ambling along the shoreline for 300 or 400 meters, he had yet to discover a can, but he did come across some litter, plastic bags. A pair of broken flip-flops, packets from foreign brands of instant noodles, chip bags, aluminum cans, water bottles, and plastic twine from cardboard boxes. Upon squeezing one of the noodle packets, he discerned that it contained something. Peering inside, he spotted a small blue square bag. It appeared to be full. Perhaps it was seasoning? A surge of joy welled within him, and without further inspection, he tucked it into his pocket. Continuing his search, he pried off several barnacles from the rocks. These creatures were abundant, though removing them proved somewhat laborious. He also collected a piece of seaweed and a crab the size of a fingernail. Weighing his finds in his mind, he concluded that these could sufficiently provide the necessary protein for their bodies. Returning to camp, Ning Shulin and Lin Qianqian had nearly concluded their inventory. Their books were sealed in plastic bags, thus remaining dry. The original contents of their backpacks had not been lost, but the spicy strips had been consumed 3 days prior, with only a dozen pieces of gum remaining and a few sheets of tissue that had become too wet to use. Lu Zhe nodded. "It is fortunate that nothing was lost. What of other food supplies? My stone axe is still here, albeit significantly worn. The slingshot and pocket knife are intact. And I have also acquired a Western-style knife, Lin Qianqian replied. The dried fish is gone, but there is half a block of honey left in the bottle. And the sweet potato vines have snapped, she continued. Upon hearing about the broken vines, Lu Zhe felt a chill in his heart. However, several sweet potatoes could be consumed today. Generally, broken vines would not perish. They could be replanted gradually. Ningshu inquired, Lu Zhe, did you find anything? Just some household waste, bottles, plastic bags, and the like. I also collected a few barnacles, a small crab, and along with the sweet potatoes, it will suffice for the protein we require tonight. Raw then? Without fire, we must consume them raw. Lin Qianqian remarked, I find the taste of raw barnacles somewhat unpalatable. Ningshu lazily responded, if only there were aged vinegar and horseradish, I wouldn't mind eating them raw. Lu Zhe recalled the seasoning packet he had found and shook in his hand, exclaiming, look what I've discovered. He felt a sense of pride, for with this packet of seasoning, at least this evening's meal would not be monotonous. However, the reaction from the girls took him by surprise. What is this? Ningshu repeated the word twice, suddenly recalling something, and her expression changed instantly. Yet, she quickly cleared her throat. Lu Zhe, did you find this? Indeed surprising. Isn't it? We'll be able to use it shortly, he replied. Use it? Ningshu glanced at her friends and then at herself, incredulously asking, are you sure you still have the strength? Lu Zhe casually nodded, I'm fine. Nonetheless, she pondered for a moment, realizing the situation was somewhat understandable. After all, being surrounded by 4 alluring young ladies, it was natural for any young man to entertain peculiar thoughts. So, with whom did Lu Zhe intend to share it? Or did he wish to use it with all 4? She mused silently, too shy to inquire further. At that moment, seabirds appeared along the shore, igniting Lu Zhe's desire to catch one. Yet his precision had not improved, and he had yet to catch a single bird. Without delay, he decided to seize the opportunity to recover his strength and hurried to the beach to catch a seabird. Chapter 65. The Duty of a Girlfriend. Hearing Ningshu's words, Tang Xiao felt a bit embarrassed and shifted her position. She sacrificing herself for the greater good. Jiang Yao nodded, rising to add, or may not be able to control herself. If anyone should take on the role of Lu Zhe's girlfriend, I believe no one is more suitable than I am. After all, we were classmates in high school and partners in the figure skating club. I object, Tang Xiao was scoffed. Pointing at Jiang Yao, everyone look at Yao Yao. The 3 turned to glance at Jiang Yao, who sat like a little duck, her strap hanging to the side. Lips pursed, disheveled hair framing her face, and a look of distress in her eyes, exuding an air of undeniable charm. Lin Qianqian sighed, Yao Yao. I can't even tolerate you like this, let alone Lu Zhe. Tang Xiao declared, in any case, Yao Yao cannot be the one. Ningshu nodded in agreement. Yao Yao one ti do. It seems only I, as the class monitor, shall take on the responsibility. You? Jiang Yao and Tang Xiao exclaimed in unison. The class monitor is even less suitable. Ningshu, perplexed, asked, why am I less suitable? Jiang Yao replied in a low tone. When it comes to such matters, isn't it the class monitor who knows the most? Tang Xiao nodded, indeed. Constantly reading inappropriate books must lead to unseemly thoughts. Ningshu retorted, what makes you think I'm unseemly? I'm merely knowledgeable. Jiang Yao sighed deeply in that case. I fear you might lead Xiao Zhe astray. Tang Xiao shook her head vigorously. Wouldn't he do? Yao Yao wouldn't he do? And even Ningshu wouldn't he do? At that moment, Lin Qianqian weakly suggested, since no one else can do it, I shall take on the task. After a brief pause, she added, it's a good opportunity to attempt to amend some of my peculiar mindsets. What? Do you wish for Lu Zhe to help you overcome your affinity for lilies? Only then will you be safe. In any case, Qianqian is also not an option. Just then, Ningshu suddenly conceived a plan. How about this? We can take turns. Take turns for what? Starting today, each of us will rotate as Lu Zhe's duty girlfriend for a day, responsible for supervising and restraining him. The others will oversee the duty girlfriend, ensuring there are no violations, and it's imperative to keep him in check regarding his inappropriate emotions. A duty girlfriend sounds feasible. Tang Xiao snapped her fingers. Wait, what constitutes a violation? The most one can do is hold hands. Any actions beyond holding hands are deemed a violation. Holding hands? Jiang Yao recalled the previous night when she had fallen asleep resting on Lu Zhe's shoulder. Those prior incidents, were they not violations? Matters concerning survival do not count. Jiang Yao nodded. Then I believe this is a workable plan. What do you think, Qianqian? Lin Qianqian, blushing, pursed her lips. I have no objections. Ning Shu nodded, gazing into the distance with a solemn expression. Ladies, I hereby declare the second operation to rescue Lu Zhe officially initiated. Why are you all lying down again? The three girls lazily responded, we're too tired. Ning Shu shrugged. Since you are all exhausted, I, as the class monitor, shall serve as the first duty girlfriend, setting an example for you all to understand the specific workflow for future endeavors. Any objections? Tang Xiao were reminded, remember what you said, monitor, no violations. Do you not trust me? Jiang Yao sighed. As a professor-level seasoned lecher, it is indeed a cause for concern. What are you saying? Lin Qianqian weakly waved her hand. Monitor, I'm rooting for you. Meanwhile, on Lu Zhe's side, he attempted to shoot a frigate bird with a slingshot, but struggled to find perfectly round stones, causing his shots to veer off course. Fortunately, stones were abundant. After more than 20 attempts, he finally struck a frigate bird. To be precise, he aimed at one, but ended up hitting another nearby. If one disregards the process, the outcome was rather satisfactory. He quickly pulled a piece of grass rope from his pocket and bound the wings and legs of the unfortunate bird together. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new source of protein, the red-footed booby. So this creature is called a red-footed booby. No wonder its webbed feet are so vivid. Subsequently, information about the red-footed booby flooded his mind. It is a species of seabird that thrives abundantly in the Pacific and Indian Oceans. Due to its delectable meat, low intelligence, and ease of capture, it has been extensively hunted by islanders, becoming a protected species in some countries. Edible and delicious, that suffices. Who cares if it's a protected species? Teacher Luo once remarked that when survival in the wilderness becomes untenable, one might wish to consume a golden monkey or even a Siberian tiger. Of course, this presupposes one's ability to catch and overpower such creatures. In any case, the acquisition of the skipjack tuna is indeed a cause for celebration. Though the method of consumption presents a dilemma. There is no fire. Alas, we shall discuss it later. Lu Zhe returned to the camp, carrying the skipjack tuna. As several girls widened their eyes in astonishment, Ning Shu exclaimed, Lu Zhe, you truly managed to catch one. Lu Zhe, in a moment of modest boastfulness, replied, for me, it was merely a rudimentary task, exceedingly simple. As he spoke, he hung the skipjack tuna from a tree branch. Lu Zhe, what is it? We wish to discuss something with you. Noticing that the four girls appeared somewhat troubled, Lu Zhe felt a flicker of curiosity. What is it? Please take a seat. Lu Zhe, slightly bewildered, sat down, noting the formal atmosphere. It is indeed quite formal. Ning Shu cleared her throat a couple of times and said, it concerns you. What is it? In the interest of ensuring harmony and stability on this deserted island, as well as the cohesion and unity of our survival team, I have decided that, effective immediately, we shall initiate a mutual support activity among classmates. Lu Zhe looked utterly perplexed. What on earth is that? In essence, I will act as your designated girlfriend for today. Wait, what? Designated girlfriend? What nonsense is this? My role is to supervise you while also ensuring your protection. Why must there be a designated role? Each person will take turns for a day. Lu Zhe's imagination began to race, his eyes brightening. What exactly does this entail? Can you clarify? Starting today, each of us will serve as your temporary girlfriend for a day, limited to caring for you, understanding you, and providing mutual assistance to overcome various emotional challenges and peculiar thoughts that hinder our survival. Lu Zhe pondered this arrangement, realizing that having the four class beauties as temporary girlfriends each day would indeed be advantageous. However, he interjected, but since our survival began, I have approached every issue from a survival perspective. Surely, it is you all who possess the peculiar thoughts. We do not. Then enlighten me. What is your purpose in picking up this item? As she spoke, Ning Shu produced a small blue package, waving it triumphantly before Lu Zhe. Chapter 66. Igniting fire with unusual items. Lu Zhe was about to comment that it resembled a seasoning packet when he suddenly sensed something amiss. Upon closer inspection, a wave of realization struck him. Wait, this is not a seasoning packet. It is a condom. How could this happen? But could I be blamed? Who would expect someone to dispose of such an item in a seasoning packet? Moreover, it remained unopened. Reflecting on this, it became clear why the girls were compelled to converse. They had misunderstood my intentions regarding the use of this item. At that moment, Lu Zhe seemed to have an epiphany. He gazed skyward, his excitement palpable. Quick, hand it to me. What do you intend to do? Ning Shu concealed the item behind her. There's no time for explanations. Just give it to me quickly. Oh, despite her confusion, Ning Shu handed the items to Lu Zhe. Holding them in his hands, Lu Zhe consulted the survival manual stored in his mind. In the wilderness, there are several primary methods for starting a fire. The bow drill, flint, and steel, utilizing natural fire sources such as lightning or lava, and using a convex lens to concentrate sunlight. Among these, the most time-efficient, labor-saving, and safe method is undoubtedly the use of a magnifying glass. The challenge lies in obtaining a convex lens or a suitable substitute, but now, filling a bottle with seawater serves as a perfect lens. Glancing at the time, he noted it was already 5 o'clock. Soon the sun would set. Although the evening sun was no longer scorching, the light remained ample. If he hurried, he might just ignite a fire. He quickly tore open the small pouch and indeed retrieved a new bottle. The 4 girls, upon seeing the object, huddled together in fright. What was Lu Zhe planning? Calm down. Was he preparing to use it on us? Lu Zhe, don't put others in a difficult position. If you must, come to me alone. Ignoring their concerns, Lu Zhe gathered some branches and shredded dry grass. Lu Zhe, are you even listening to us? No time for that. He swiftly ran to the shore with the bottle in hand and returned shortly after. In his grasp was a large water sphere, adorned with a charming little creature. He then placed the branches and dry grass on the ground, positioning the water sphere to catch the last rays of sunlight. A bright spot coalesced on the grass. At that moment, the 4 girls finally comprehended Lu Zhe's intentions. I think I understand. P.S. using the bottle to start a fire. Oh my goodness, how embarrassing. They exchanged glances, feeling utterly foolish. Indeed, he was merely using the bottle to ignite a flame. It was they who had conjured up a multitude of inappropriate scenarios and absurd notions like a duty girlfriend. The 4 girls sat there awkwardly, watching as the bright spot transformed into a dark, which in turn morphed into a black hole, eventually emitting smoke. Lu Zhe blew gently, and a flame leapt forth from the black void. What are you still standing there for? Quickly, go find some more branches. Recognizing their folly, the girls murmured in acknowledgement and, though exhausted, dispersed to gather a small pile of twigs. These branches were sufficient for Lu Zhe to ignite the fire, yet not enough to sustain it for long. By this time, the sun had dipped below the horizon. It was too late to venture into the forest for more wood, so they gathered whatever sticks they could find. As night fell, the fire crackled and sparked, providing warmth and comfort to all. Lu Zhe prepared the fish he had caught, plucking its feathers and skewering it over the flames. So you used the bottle to start a fire? Ning Shu said, her face flushed with embarrassment. What else would it be for? Lu Zhe let out a cold laugh and said, Go on, who is it that constantly thinks of bizarre things? The 3 girls pointed in unison at Ning Shu. Blushing, Ning Shu replied, We thought, well, never mind. It was all the class monitor's fault for leading our thoughts astray. Suddenly, Lu Zhe inquired with a probing look. I vaguely recall one of you saying something directed at me. Who was it? Jiang Yao shrugged. Not me. Tang Xiaohua shook her head. Neither was it me. Lin Qianqian sighed. It's not me either. With a flushed face, Ning Shu waved her hand dismissively. Oh, I just thought you might be overwhelmed by your primal instincts. After all, we are classmates. I couldn't bear to see you harm other girls or go astray. So, I was prepared to sacrifice myself for your sake, at worst. I would only bring misfortune upon myself. Lu Zhe chuckled. Aren't you afraid I might actually come for you? Ning Shu, blushing further, retorted, Who is afraid of whom? Tang Xiaohua pointed at Ning Shu and exclaimed with disdain, It sounds like you have a great sense of righteousness, but in reality, class monitor, you're the most scheming of us all. Jiang Yao nodded in agreement. Now I'm actually worried about Xiao Zhe. Misunderstandings, all misunderstandings. Ning Shu nudged Lu Zhe with her elbow and added, Lu Zhe, let us just consider it a joke. Please don't be angry, okay? Angry? Lu Zhe smiled and playfully wrapped an arm around Ning Shu's shoulders. Why would I be upset if you were giving me such a beautiful girlfriend for free? He then asked, By the way, who will be on duty tomorrow since you're with me today? Ning Shu looked bewildered. The 3 girls gasped, No way. What is wrong? We are worried you might not behave properly. That's why we decided to take turns as supervisors. Supervisors? Zhang Yao explained, yes. As duty supervisors in the name of being a girlfriend. Lu Zhe nodded. You're afraid I might misbehave, so you want me to be monitored by my girlfriend? I just can't comprehend your thought process. If you don't understand, then just don't, they replied. In any case, this is something only the best of friends would do for you. So please don't take it seriously, all right? I can't. Although Lu Zhe didn't take it seriously, he pondered that sneaking around to sign in was rather inappropriate. Wouldn't it be much more convenient if there was a fixed person to sign in with each day? Yet he feigned a hurt expression. Twice I've tried to ignite a spark, and twice I've been misunderstood by you all. Is this what best friends do? I'm so sad. The girls panicked. An intense sense of guilt left them somewhat at a loss. Tang Xiao pouted. Then what do you suggest we do? I don't know. I'm sorry, Xiao Zhe. I need effective emotional comfort. Lin Qianqian suggested. Shall I sing you a song? Lu Zhe shook his head. Jiang Yao offered. How about I give you a back massage? Lu Zhe shook his head again. Tang Xiaohua extended her little foot. Can I let you touch my foot instead? Lu Zhe frowned. Tang Xiaohua. Can you be normal for once? That's hardly emotional support. Tang Xiaohua shrugged. Then what do you suggest we do? Of course. One must take responsibility for what has been said. Ning Shu pondered for a moment. Are you suggesting that we continue our duty as your girlfriend? Lu Zhe snapped his fingers. Exactly. You all discuss a duty roster and present it to me shortly. I shall check if the bone mackerel is ready. With that, Lu Zhe cheerfully rose to tend to the grilled mackerel, leaving the four girls exchanging bewildered glances. Class monitor, you've ensnared everyone. Chapter 67, The Eighth Day. Searching for new islands, the grilled mackerel, smeared with honey and oyster sauce, emanated an enticing aroma, albeit a tad too hot to handle. Accompanied by fragrant sweet potatoes, Lu Zhe boasted as he carved into the thigh, breast, and carcass. To indulge in such a delightful feast amidst exhaustion felt like an extraordinary blessing. The meal was divided into 5 portions, served on broad leaves, with one reserved for himself and the remainder apportioned to the 4 girls. Ning Shu handed her notebook to Lu Zhe, saying, Here, Monday is Yao Yao's, Tuesday is mine, Wednesday is Qianqian's, Thursday is Gu's, and Friday through Sunday are equal for all. Isn't today your day? Why is it still you on Tuesday? Today merely counts as an internship. Lu Zhe nodded. Oh, how is the schedule arranged? In order of age. Oh. Lu Zhe glanced at the girls' chests, registering a moment of realization. Suddenly, Ning Shu seemed to grasp something. You mischievous Lu Zhe, what are you thinking? She reached out to pinch him, leaving Lu Zhe bewildered. Hey, what are you doing? Oomph. Let us see if you dare to make such jokes again. Lu Zhe feigned innocence. What jokes? Ning Shu articulated clearly. I was referring to age. Lu Zhe blinked. What else could it mean? Ning Shu, exasperated, found herself devoid of temper. Let me reiterate, being a girlfriend is permissible, but hand-holding is the limit. What about kissing? Certainly not. Then last time at. Ning Shu shot him a glare. All right, only light touches are allowed. No French kisses. Hee. You certainly know quite a bit. The grilled mackerel continued to waft its delectable aroma. Tang Xiaohua inhaled deeply. Wow. It's hard to imagine that we could enjoy such delicious seagull on a deserted island. This is mackerel. Look, this drumstick is so plump. Once more, this is mackerel. Why are its feet red? This is the red-footed mackerel, a seabird found across the islands of the Pacific. Lin Qianqian contemplated. I know, in the South China Sea, there exists the even rarer blue-footed mackerel, which is a nationally protected species. Tang Xiaohua replied. Whether it's a protected species or not, it looks easy to catch. That flight attendant shouldn't starve, right? Lu Zhe shook his head. You think it's easy to catch because I caught it. Why not give it a try yourself? As the companions chatted, they devoured an entire mackerel, 5 sweet potatoes, and, still unsatisfied, indulged in some coconut for dessert. After feasting, they reclined beside the bonfire, resting. Exhausted, they could muster no energy to construct a shelter. That night, the 5 of them lay closely together on the sandy grass, drifting into a deep slumber. As dawn broke, sunlight filtered through the leaves of the trees, illuminating Lu Zhe's face. He stretched languidly and sat up, glancing at his watch. It was 6:30 a.m. on June 17th, marking the 8th day of their castaway existence. The ocean waves lapped at the shore, leaving behind frothy remnants. The distant coastline stretched endlessly, monotonous to the point of despair, with no sign of a rescue team in sight. The group had somewhat recuperated overnight, though their limbs were sore from the excessive exertion of the previous day. Ning Shu and Lin Qianqian prepared breakfast, once again serving roasted coconut and seaweed crab soup. The 5 shared a simple meal to satiate their hunger. Lu Zhe contemplated the need for further exploration of the island in search of sustainable freshwater sources and perhaps a chance encounter with the flight attendants, and inquired whether they could set out. Yao, how is your ankle? It's nearly healed. I can manage as long as I don't run or jump, she replied. Lu Zhe nodded. Guo, what about you? What about me? Weren't you bitten by a snake? Tang Xiaowu wiggled her toes. I'm fine now, extremely agile. And our leader, Qian? I'm doing splendidly, she responded. Me too, added another. Then we can all go together, Lu Zhe concluded. Jiang Yao cheerfully approached Lu Zhe. Hi, darling. Yes. Don't forget. I am your duty girlfriend today, she reminded him. Ning Shu interjected. Hey. Rule number 3 for girlfriends. No overly affectionate terms. Jiang Yao smiled. Got it, leader. What plans do you have for today, Xiaozhe? Lu Zhe pondered. This time we will explore the eastern coastline together, seeking both the flight attendants and sustainable freshwater resources. After breakfast, we will set off. With the mention of an outing, the 4 girls were filled with enthusiasm. Once the plan was established, Lu Zhe packed their supplies into backpacks. He then chopped open coconuts, fashioning a small bottle into a funnel so the girls could pour coconut water into it for easier transport. The coconut water needed to be consumed that day, lest it spoil. As Jiang Yao assisted Lu Zhe with the larger items, she noticed a campfire and asked, What about the campfire? Should we take it with us? Lu Zhe shook his now empty water bottle. This journey may be quite extensive, and carrying the fire would be cumbersome. As long as we have sunlight and seawater, we can use this bottle to start a fire. Jiang Yao nodded. If not for being stranded on this island, I would never have realized this little item had such utility. You might be surprised, Lu Zhe explained. In the wilderness, its uses extend beyond that. It can serve as a tourniquet, a life jacket, a water reservoir, a cooling bag, a trap, an oxygen bottle, and even be fashioned into a slingshot. Jiang Yao acknowledged. I was indeed unaware. It seems that in the wilderness, the least suitable task is to engage in one's professional duties. Yao inquired, does this count as driving? Jiang Yao pouted, of course not. Can it be considered driving if a girl does it? Within half an hour, all preparations were complete. Lu Zhe donned his backpack, grasped the newly crafted harpoon and stone axe, extinguished the campfire, and set off with the 4 girls along the beach heading southwest. They joked and gathered supplies, resembling a delightful picnic. Jiang Yao held Lu Zhe's hand against the sea breeze, feeling as though she possessed the entire world in that moment. I find this far more enjoyable than a picnic. One cannot discover such fascinating items while picnicking. Tang Xiao was stumbled upon a children's water gun. Though somewhat rudimentary, once filled with water, it surprisingly squirted. The little girl was overjoyed, gleefully shooting it around. Lin Qian discovered a complete glass jar, washed it, and cheerfully placed it in her bag, thinking it could be used for pickling vegetables. Scavenging can indeed be quite amusing. It's just that in the original city, one would feel embarrassed to do so. Look at this, Jiang Yao exclaimed upon spotting a black cloth, which she shook out to reveal a pair of men's athletic shorts. Although a bit worn, they were intact. Normally, she would have sneered and avoided such an item, but at that moment, she joyfully approached. Lu Zhe, why don't you try them on? Lu Zhe chuckled wryly. How can I try them on at this moment? True, Jiang Yao nodded. These have been soaked in seawater for quite some time and are covered in seaweed. They're rather dirty. I'll wash them for you later, and after drying, you can wear them. All right. Jiang Yao folded the shorts neatly and placed them in a plastic bag. Tang Xiao pouted in mock jealousy. Look at this, she's already concerned. Ning Shu sighed indeed. Then she shifted the conversation. Once we return, I shall open a recycling station, and everyone can work there. We will reminisce about our hardships as we scavenge daily on the streets. Tang Xiao declared, Class monitor, if you dare to open it, I will certainly come. Jiang Yao gave a thumbs up, graduating and collecting recyclables. Class monitor, you are truly talented. Chapter 68. Discovering the flight attendant's campsite, Lin Qian cheerfully remarked. Only on this deserted island can we happily gather treasures. Upon returning to the city, it simply loses its charm. Tang Xiao nodded in agreement. Lin Qian was filled with aspirations for the future. We must study diligently, then take the graduate entrance examination together and secure good jobs. Jiang Yao hesitated for a moment. Lu Zhe, do you intend to pursue further studies? As the group chatted idly, they noticed Lu Zhe had ventured ahead among a cluster of rocks, peering intently. What is it? Something good. Come and see. The girls gathered around him. Each rock was adorned with peculiar shellfish, densely clustered, enough to discomfort anyone with a fear of crowds. Yet, Lu Zhe's eyes sparkled with excitement. Jiang Yao twisted her body and furrowed her brow, exclaiming, Why are there so many oysters? My fear of crowded spaces is flaring up. These creatures naturally grow in clusters upon the reefs, and the coastal dwellers often disdained them. Previously, we had failed to locate a significant gathering of oysters, but now, fortune has smiled upon us. This is splendid. It should suffice for quite some time. Lu Zhe nodded in agreement. With these oysters, we shall not lack for protein. Once we have a pot, we can even concoct oyster sauce from them. This entire expanse is filled with them. Alas, if only we had garlic, vermicelli, and small chili peppers. I could feast on them daily without growing weary. Should we gather some to eat? Lu Zhe shook his head. Today's primary objective is to locate a water source and survivors. Later, we can establish a temporary camp not far from here, and then we can indulge as we please. He proposed, how about naming this place Oyster Cove? Sounds splendid. Lin Xianqian noted as she recorded the location of Oyster Cove in her notebook before continuing forward. After traversing approximately 2 more kilometers, they finally stumbled upon signs of human activity. Look, coconuts. On the beach, spotting a few coconuts is not unusual. But witnessing over 30 coconuts arranged to form an SOS signal is indeed noteworthy. Ning Shu couldn't help but exclaim, wow, look at them. Such resourcefulness to use coconuts for a distress signal. The group hastily rushed over. Lu Zhe observed that the SOS was not the only message crafted from coconuts. Near a protruding rock, several coconuts lay scattered about. Upon closer inspection, nearly all bore signs of having been struck, yet only a third had been successfully broken open. It was evident how much effort the survivors had expended to access the contents of these coconuts. However, these coconuts alone did not suffice to confirm the presence of the flight attendant here. Shortly thereafter, Tang Xiao would discover a snack bag, exclaiming, look at this. Lu Zhe took it, inspecting its contents. Lay's potato chips, tomato flavor. The faint aroma of chips lingered, yet there were no remnants to be found. Lu Zhe remarked, if this had drifted in from the ocean, the scent would have dissipated completely. The presence of the aroma indicates it was consumed quite recently. Jiang Yao pointed out, look, the bag has even been turned inside out, every crumb licked clean. Ning Shu pondered for a moment. It must have been that flight attendant. She then called out, is anyone there? Is anyone there? The other girls joined in, calling out as well. Lu Zhe remained silent, continuing his search, but no response echoed back. Then, he discovered something even more compelling, a blue rolling luggage bag designated for flight attendants. Upon opening it, he found empty bread bags, beef jerky packets, sausage wrappers, chocolate wrappers, a 2L bottle of aviation mineral water, and an empty 2L orange juice bottle. The quantity left behind was uncertain. Lu Zhe distinctly recalled that on the plane, the flight attendant had filled Ning Shu's space cup with water from such a bottle. Moreover, the orange juice was served from standardized bottle containers. Lu Zhe felt a slight sense of relief. It appeared that her survival prospects were far superior to his own initial circumstances. However, these provisions would soon be depleted. What would happen next? Could they endure for 8 days? Then, he discovered her wallet in the backpack, causing a sudden tightening in his chest. At that moment, Lin Xianqian exclaimed, everyone, come take a look at this. A few individuals gathered around to see traces of fire among several stones, with a large shell resting atop, containing some unidentified objects that had been cooked. The fire had long since extinguished. The contents of a shell attracted a multitude of large ants. Lu Zhe deduced that the wisp of smoke he had seen earlier might have emanated from this fire pit. Observing this, Ning Shu exclaimed in amazement, how remarkable! They managed to start a fire. Lu Zhe picked up a nearby broken phone battery and a half of a chocolate wrapper. Feeling fortunate that the young lady's phone still had power and had not been submerged in seawater, though he wondered if it had ever made a call. Tang Xiao pondered, where has the flight attendant gone? Lin Xianqian considered, could she have gone to the shore or ventured into the woods in search of food? She touched the now-cold fire pit and expressed her concerns, but this fire seems to have been extinguished for quite some time. If she wanted to find food, there would be no need to put out the campfire. Jiang Yao contemplated, could it be that she discovered a better location for survival and relocated the campsite? Tang Xiao responded, that is indeed a possibility. After all, we have relocated our campsite as well. Lu Zhe pulled out Ruan Bing's backpack, asking, if we were to change our campsite, would we discard this backpack? The girls gasped, oh my, this is indeed the flight attendant's suitcase. Lin Xianqian asserted, this is an essential survival resource. We cannot afford to discard it under any circumstances. Jiang Yao speculated, could it be that a rescue team arrived and took her away? Perhaps she deemed the backpack useless and left it here. Lu Zhe shook his head and revealed Ruan Bing's wallet, stating, what about this? The others fell silent. Upon opening it, they found her identification card, work permit, and bank card. While other items might be dispensable, these were irreplaceable. Ning Shu suggested, "Is it possible that when the rescue team arrived, she fainted and they overlooked this bag?" Lu Zhe scanned the beach and shook his head. "I see no signs of foreign vessels or footprints of others." Just then, Lu Zhe noticed the items being cooked in a shell. They were mushrooms. Lin Xianxian also recognized the food, saying, "I know this. It's a Pleurotus ostreatus, I senti it." The appearance of the mushrooms did resemble ordinary oyster mushrooms, though they had warped and distorted from cooking. Lu Zhe reached out with 2 fingers to extract one of the now moldy specimens. Information about this substance flooded his mind. Ding! Hazardous item. Naked cap mushroom. Contains neurotoxins, hallucinogenic properties. Lu Zhe immediately discarded the mushroom he was holding, as thoughts inundated his mind regarding this particular fungus. He recalled its toxic and hallucinogenic properties. In various locales, unscrupulous individuals cultivated this mushroom as a substitute for narcotics. The fact that the flight attendant had prepared it in a shell suggested that she may have ingested this fungus. Surely, she hadn't met a dire fate. Chapter 69. The flight attendant's peculiar approach. What happened? This is a Galerina marginata, a toxic mushroom capable of inducing hallucinations. In the medical field, it has been utilized as an antidepressant. However, excessive consumption poses a grave threat to life. Criminals have been known to manufacture it into narcotics. Jiang Yao exclaimed in horror. "Are you implying that she consumed a toxic mushroom?" Lu Zhe nodded solemnly. "Indeed, it is highly likely. Isn't that perilous? Given the current circumstances, she must have ingested it, though the quantity remains uncertain. What shall we do? At this juncture, our only course of action is to locate her swiftly and then contemplate inducing vomiting to expel the toxins." Lu Zhe understood that this was merely a stopgap measure. If too much time had elapsed, most toxins would have already been absorbed, rendering the efficacy of vomiting significantly diminished. However, there existed another possibility that Lu Zhe refrained from voicing. The flight attendant might have experienced hallucinations after consuming the toxic mushroom. Imagining a rescue team had arrived from the sea, leading her to the water to feed the sharks. Alternatively, she could have wandered into the jungle, becoming lost and ultimately perishing within its depths. Yet, Lu Zhe reminded himself to remain psychologically prepared. To speak candidly, while the flight attendant was a decent person, the connection between them was tenuous at best. Their journey to the volcanic island was not solely for her sake, but rather in pursuit of a better environment and more valuable resources. As for her, it would be splendid if she could be saved. Yet if not, one must accept that perhaps fate had not favored her. To be even more pragmatic, were she a man, Lu Zhe might even wish for his demise. It sounded harsh, but there was no alternative. Resources were limited, and 4 exquisite young women remained. In the absence of legal and moral constraints, it would be peculiar not to entertain such thoughts. On this deserted island, the foremost consideration was the safety of oneself and one's companions. Yet now, Lu Zhe yearned to ascertain her whereabouts. Even if she had succumbed, he wished to comprehend the circumstances of her demise. Such knowledge would greatly enhance his understanding of this island. With no means to search the sea, Lu Zhe resolved to delve into the jungle, hoping to uncover any traces. This location could serve as a makeshift camp, so he instructed everyone to remain while he ventured into the woods to determine whether she had entered there. "Let us accompany you," came the response. Lu Zhe pondered. The tropical jungle is fraught with danger, teeming with venomous insects, snakes, and ants. "I worry I may not be able to attend to everyone. How about this? One person should accompany me, and if I need assistance carrying anything, they may help." Jiang Yao interjected, "I shall be your dedicated companion. I'll go with you." Lu Zhe shook his head, stating, "This is not an adventure. It is a matter of survival and rescue. Moreover, your injuries and GWRs are not yet fully healed, and your footwear is unsuitable for jungle exploration. You need to be able to run when necessary." Jiang Yao nodded regretfully. "Then I shall stay here. Please give me TT. I will attempt to use it to start a fire." Lu Zhe handed TT to Jiang Yao. Tang Xiao interjected, "So, does this mean I cannot go either?" "Indeed," came a reply. Lin Xianxian suggested, "Xiao Zhe, I will accompany you." Ning Shu added, "In case we encounter that flight attendant and she faints, Lu Zhe, you will have to carry her while Qianqian gathers supplies. Someone must look after you, so I will join as well." Lu Zhe contemplated for a moment. "You two are capable, But when entering the jungle, you must not wear flip-flops or sandals to avoid stepping on venomous insects. Change back into your proper shoes. Understood, they replied. Furthermore, once we enter the forest, keep close to my footsteps. In the jungle, you must heed my instructions. Got it. Yao Yao Guo. Should you encounter a snake, use a stick to strike the ground to scare it away. Do not attempt to pick it up, as it may climb the stick and bite. Above all, exercise caution. Jiang Yao nodded. Rest assured. Lu Zhe prepared 2 bottles of coconut water, then led Ning Shu and Qianqian into the woods. They soon discovered that the vegetation on the volcanic island was far more diverse than that on Egg Yolk Island. They found traces of the same plants previously discovered, such as junkianzi, fish mint, raspberries, purslane, thorny brambles, and banana hemp. Additionally, they encountered true bananas, ripe fruits that were edible. Even if the fruits were unripe, the heart, flowers, and roots of the banana plant were also consumable. Should someone knowledgeable about these wild vegetables find themselves here, they would never risk foraging for mushrooms due to a lack of carbohydrate sources. At present, Lu Zhe was not inclined to gather these wild vegetables and fruits. He held a spear in one hand and a stone axe in the other, cautiously venturing deeper into the forest. Lin Qianqian, having never seen such a dense rainforest, clutched Lu Zhe's clothing, feeling a tinge of fear. Hey Xiao Zhe, do you think there are tigers, lions, or wolves in here? Lu Zhe shook his head. You need not worry about that. The food chain on islands generally does not permit the presence of large obligate carnivores. Lin Qianqian sighed in relief. Oh, but while there may be no lions, tigers, or wolves, I cannot guarantee the absence of smaller felines like servals or leopard cats, nor omnivorous creatures like wild boars and bears, which may pose a greater threat than tigers. Ning Shu shivered slightly. This is indeed not a simple challenge. Lin Qianqian inquired further. Are there creatures more dangerous than them? Yes, Lu Zhe answered. In tropical jungles, venomous snakes, parasites, spiders, centipedes, and various insects pose a far greater danger than carnivorous mammals. However, there's one more thing that Lu Zhe did not disclose, fearing it might frighten the 2 girls. That is the presence of pythons. In the islands of Southeast Asia, enormous pythons frequently emerge. Their immense constricting power capable of effortlessly crushing a human chest and subsequently devouring the unconscious victim whole. However, every situation possesses dualities. The presence of pythons typically indicates the availability of freshwater resources. 3 individuals cautiously traversed over 100 meters and stumbled upon a bamboo grove. Thereafter, they discovered small clusters of bamboo at intervals, which was a delightful revelation. Bamboo is an invaluable survival resource, not only useful for crafting various tools, but also for storing fresh water. Bamboo leaves can serve as a substitute for toilet paper. In the heart of the bamboo shoot is a highly nutritious wild vegetable. It appeared that they had indeed made the right choice. Is bamboo truly so useful? Its utility is immense. Had they constructed a bamboo raft on Egg Yolk Island, the hollow bamboo would have provided greater buoyancy, allowing them to arrive here 2 days earlier. Another lesson learned. Lin Qianqian diligently noted down the information. Ning Shu chuckled. I thought you were akin to a panda, encountering bamboo as if greeting a long-lost relative. Just then, an unusual sound reached their ears. Mommy, Daddy, help me. A child's voice, tinged with tears, echoed from deep within the bamboo thicket. Lu Zhe, Lin Qianqian, and Ning Shu were simultaneously alarmed, then exclaimed in unison, the flight attendant. Something felt amiss. Ning Shu furrowed her brow. What is she calling for her parents at this hour? Lin Qianqian shivered. Her tone resembles that of a child. Lu Zhe gripped his stone axe tightly, regardless. We must investigate. Chapter 70. When did you 2 gain a daughter? The trio hurriedly followed the sound, running for approximately 20 meters. They beheld a woman clad in a dirty flight attendant uniform, helplessly sprawled on the bamboo forest floor. One of her high-heeled shoes lay discarded nearby, and she whimpered, muttering to herself. It was indeed the flight attendant named Ruan Bing. Mere 5 meters away, a 7 to 8 meter long python was slowly slithering toward her. The scene caused Lu Zhe to break into a cold sweat. Goodness, had they delayed even a few seconds longer, this young lady would have met her demise. The 3 shouted urgently, "There's danger, run!" The python, however, was deaf to their cries and remained unperturbed. Surprisingly, Ruan Bing, too, exhibited no reaction. The once graceful and elegant flight attendant, standing at 1.7 meters tall, now resembled a bewildered child, helplessly calling for her parents. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Zhe thrust the harpoon into Lin Qianqian's hands and charged at the python with his stone axe. "Lu Zhe, what are you doing?" she cried. "Don't mind me. Find an opportunity to drag her away." "What?" He rushed directly to the python, raising his axe to strike at its neck. He understood that if he landed this blow, all would be well. Yet, failing to strike could lead to dire consequences. Should this creature ensnare him, constricting his chest, even the mightiest strength would be rendered futile. Fortuitously, the axe struck the python's neck with precision. Yet, it was somewhat regrettable that the stone axe had dulled from excessive use, rendering its blade far less sharp than it once was. Even thrice the strength could not sever the serpent's head in one fell swoop. The python, in agony, quickly coiled itself, retracting its head into its sinuous body. Resembling a grotesque mass, Lu Zhe found it impossible to land another blow with lethal intent. Thankfully, the python was preoccupied, allowing Ning Shu and Lin Qianqian to seize the moment and drag Ruan Bing to safety. "What shall we do, Lu Zhe?" Lu Zhe, unwilling to remain entangled with the serpent, declared, "Let us return to the camp." Handing the axe to Ning Shu, he turned and hoisted Ruan Bing onto his shoulder, retracing their steps. "Lu Zhe, slow down. We cannot keep up. Hurry, you must move faster." Lin Qianqian and Ning Shu closely followed Lu Zhe, not daring to lag behind. After 10 minutes of running, the trio reached a rocky clearing, all panting heavily. It was then that Lu Zhe noticed Ning Shu and Lin Qianqian's legs and shoes were soaked. They had soiled themselves out of sheer terror. At that moment, who cared about wetting their pants? As long as their legs remained strong, they deserved commendation. Did it pursue us? No, it did not. Lu Zhe caught his breath. It has sustained grave injuries. It should not follow us for the time being. Still anxious, Ning Shu and Lin Qianqian leaned against each other, vigilantly watching different directions. How could such a creature exist in the jungle? It terrified me to my core. Had we been a moment later, Bing Jie might have become the python's meal. By the way, how is she? Lu Zhe gently laid Ruan Bing on the rock, only to discover her pallid, weakened complexion. In terms of looks and physique, she was undeniably a stunning woman, distinct from the other 4 girls. Not only was she beautiful, but she also exuded a sense of maturity and intellect. Yet, at that moment, her eyes reflected a childlike innocence. Lu Zhe noticed she still wore her name tag. Reading Huaxia Southern Airlines, Ruan Bing. He softly patted her cheek. "Bing Jie, it's us. Wake up." Ruan Bing opened her large, watery eyes, gazing at them, and suddenly burst into tears, exclaiming, "Daddy, Mommy, Sister, you finally came? The big snake wanted to eat me. I was so scared." She then threw herself into Lu Zhe's embrace. This left the 3 of them utterly bewildered. The former flight attendant now behaved with the demeanor of a young child. Lu Zhe scratched his head in disbelief. "What on earth is happening? She doesn't recognize us. I think this is more serious than mere unrecognition. She must be at least 25 or 26. Why does she see us as her parents?" Lu Zhe, his expression grave, mused, "It must be the toxin from the naked cat mushroom inducing hallucinations. We need to find a way to make her vomit." However, at that moment, she clung tightly to Lu Zhe and Ning Shu, crying like a small child. The jungle is fraught with peril and is hardly a suitable place for inducing vomiting. First, one must ensure safety before addressing such matters. Lu Zhe lifted Ruan Bing into his arms, reassuring her, "Bing Bing, don't worry. Your parents are here to protect you." This scene was so striking that Ning Shu momentarily forgot her earlier fright and burst into laughter. "Lu Zhe, could you please refrain from teasing me?" Lu Zhe maintained a serious demeanor and whispered, "I'm trying to cultivate a sincere atmosphere. Please be serious." Ning Shu waved her hand dismissively. "I apologize. I simply couldn't help it." After a while, seeing no sign of the python pursuing them, the trio returned to the campsite with Ruan Bing. At this moment, Jiang Yao and Tang Xiao had successfully ignited a fire using a water balloon, gathering branches to add fuel. "Quickly, the flight attendant has been found," exclaimed one of them. "Oh my goodness, it is truly a miracle. Thank heavens. Wow, you all are remarkable." The 2 girls hastily set aside their tasks, using their clothes to create a designated area. Lu Zhe gently laid Ruan Bing down, attempting to rise, only to discover Ruan Bing clinging to his fingers. "Bing Bing wants daddy," she declared. Tang Xiaohua and Jiang Yao were taken aback, nearly dropping their jaws to the ground. "What is happening here?" Tang Xiaohua feigned annoyance. "When did you have a daughter?" Lu Zhe pointed at Ning Shu. You should inquire with the class monitor. She is the child's mother. Jiang Yao placed her hands on her hips. Humph. What have you two been up to behind my back? Ning Shu frowned. Don't speak nonsense. Lu Zhe said it was the poisonous mushroom that caused this. Her mind is a bit distorted now. Besides, even if one were to have a child, it wouldn't be one significantly older than oneself. The age gap is rather considerable. We must hasten to induce her vomiting. Lin Qianqian asked, how do we induce vomiting? Lu Zhe supported Ruan Bing's shoulders, his expression grave. Little Bing Bing, you have consumed something harmful, and now you must throw it up, all right? Ruan Bing obediently nodded, attempting to retch, but pitifully shook her head. Bing Bing cannot vomit. Allow me, Ning Shu said, extending her finger toward Ruan Bing's throat, eliciting a loud cry from the child. That is not working either. Jiang Yao sighed. Why is this happening? Lu Zhe pondered. Having been alone on a deserted island for 7 or 8 days, facing hunger, thirst, cold, fear, and even death, one is most likely to recall those they can depend upon. She consumed a poisonous mushroom and, overwhelmed by longing for her family, has hallucinated that we are her kin. Ning Shu, in a state of urgency, asked, what do we do now? Lu Zhe consulted the survival manual. Using foul-smelling substances to stimulate a companion can induce vomiting. Foul-smelling substances? Perhaps fish or shrimp that have been left out overnight could suffice. What about feces? Hey, who among you wishes to use the restroom? The 4 girls simultaneously shook their heads vigorously. Lu Zhe sighed in exasperation. It seems we're devoid of options when in dire need. Lu Zhe, don't you think this is rather inhumane? Chapter 71. Peculiar yet effective first aid methods. Lu Zhe did not resort to using actual feces. He noticed a sea urchin stranded on the nearby beach. He pried open the sea urchin with a dining knife. Fortunately, there was still a considerable amount of roe inside. Suddenly, an unbearable stench wafted up, reminiscent of something long deceased. It was inedible, but certainly served well as an emetic. Tang Xiaowu approached with a teasing remark. Xiao Zhe, what are you preparing? Your daughter is causing a ruckus again. Lu Zhe retorted. Who could be more troublesome than you? You are far worse. He scraped the roe off the sea urchin with his fingers, declaring, humph, watch me handle her. Nearby, Lin Qianqian and Jiang Yao were patiently coaxing Ruan Bing to vomit. While she whimpered, Bing Bing can't throw up. Please don't make Bing Bing vomit anymore. Lu Zhe nodded. All right, come on. Bing Bing, listen to Daddy. Hold this in your mouth, and you have to throw up. Ruan Bing obediently opened her mouth and took Lu Zhe's finger inside. What a foul odor. Lu Zhe nodded, gently explaining, that's the feces of your Aunt Gua. How disgusting. Tang Xiaowu widened her eyes and playfully bit Lu Zhe's arm, leaving a shallow imprint of her teeth. Ouch. Ruan Bing, with a face contorted in distress, suddenly retched and expelled a chaotic mess onto the ground. Jiang Yao couldn't help but exclaim, Xiao Zhe is truly talented. He can even fabricate feces. After the episode, Ruan Bing began to wail, Daddy is being mean. He fed Bing Bing something dirty, bad daddy. Ning Shu offered a wry smile, patiently comforting her, Bing Bing, don't cry. Daddy loves you. He just wants you to expel the unclean things. Ruan Bing, understand, and nodded. As she cried, fatigue took over, and she buried her face in Ning Shu's embrace. Perhaps overwhelmed by exhaustion, she soon fell asleep. Ning Shu leaned against a tree, cradling her, while the other 3 girls changed her soiled clothes. Lu Zhe glanced at the contents Ruan Bing had expelled, which emitted a foul odor. He needed to ascertain what she had consumed. Given her current state, everything appeared to be nearly digested, rendering it difficult to identify anything. However, he possessed a unique ability. His fingers lightly skimmed over the pile of vomit, triggering notifications from whatever he touched. Ding! Digestive remnants of grass roots, wild chrysanthemum, raw banana, remnants of naked cat mushrooms, and Hawaiian volcanic bamboo, fungus remnants. It seemed the flight attendant had consumed a variety of peculiar items to stave off hunger, including hallucinogenic naked cat mushrooms. What was the Hawaiian volcanic bamboo fungus doing here? He investigated further. Could it indeed be an aphrodisiac? He wondered if the expelled contents would alleviate the toxins affecting her body. Next, he detected traces of chocolate and potato chip remnants. Presumably, Bing Bing had rationed some snacks to last longer. At that moment, Lin Qianqian suddenly exclaimed, Oh no, why is there such a large bump on the older sister's arm? Hearing this, Lu Zhe quickly rose to inspect. In the depths of the jungle, it is not uncommon to find oneself with a small, itchy bump from mosquito bites. However, this particular bump was unusually large, with a tiny white speck at its apex. Faintly writhing, the young women felt a chill run down their spines. "What on earth is that?" Lu Zhe inquired, placing his finger upon the bump. Information surged into his mind, and he felt a sudden jolt of realization. It was a horsefly. What exactly is a horsefly? Does it bite humans? Lu Zhe shook his head. This is a type of parasitic fly that does not bite humans directly, but lays its eggs on mosquitoes. When a mosquito feeds on a mammal, the larvae fall onto the host's skin, burrowing into the body. Once they mature, they emerge in their second form. Jiang Yao pondered aloud. When it lays its eggs, does the mosquito feel violated? Is that really the point? Ningshu interjected. Just the thought of having a creature beneath one's skin is enough to make one's scalp tingle. Hurry, we must remove it. Not just yet. Lu Zhe delved into his survival manual, which contained the most scientifically sound methods for dealing with horsefly larvae. Suddenly, he recalled something. By the way, class monitor, do you have a bottle of Vaseline hand cream? Just a moment. Ningshu rummaged through her bag and produced a 100 milliliters bottle of Vaseline hand cream, the maximum amount of skincare product permitted on an aircraft. What do we need that for? Lu Zhe scooped some out with his finger and evenly applied it to the bump. Tang Xiaohua, bewildered, asked, "Are you giving it a beauty treatment?" As he continued to apply the cream, Lu Zhe explained, "While it is possible to remove the horsefly larvae directly, doing so might provoke it to struggle, potentially rupturing its body and releasing biological acids into the bloodstream, causing even greater suffering. Applying Vaseline can suffocate the larvae, leading to its demise, making extraction much safer afterward." Tang Xiaohua nodded. "So it needs to breathe, does it?" "Indeed." At that moment, Lin Qianshan exclaimed, "Lu Zhe, she's bleeding. Is it her time of the month?" "No, it's her calf." Lu Zhe glanced over and saw that indeed, the stocking on her calf was torn and blood was still flowing. It appeared to be a fresh wound, likely acquired in the jungle. "Quickly, we need to dress it. The wound was lengthy. It requires stitches, but we need tools for that." Using Qianshan's long hair and Guer's earrings, wait. He suddenly had a better idea. "Don't bandage it yet. Yao Yao, hold the wound for me. I'll find something. What are you looking for?" Lu Zhe had already dashed off. He searched meticulously around the area where they had boiled shells and found what he sought. Ants. He picked one up. Bite. He obtained the host's two-segment army ant. Below was an introduction to this species of ant. Aggressiveness, moderate. Bite strength, high. Mouthpart size, medium. The efficacy is inferior to that of the African driver ant. It can be utilized with some effort. He placed this ant into a bottle and proceeded to capture over 10 more. All set. Lu Zhe, where have you been? Catching some ants. What is the purpose of catching ants at this moment? You will soon find out. Pour some coconut water to cleanse the wound. Jiang Yao remarked. I will pour the water. The fresh coconut water cleansed the injury. Then she squeezed the skin tightly. Help me hold it. I will take care of this. Lin Qianshan quickly extended her hand to hold it. Lu Zhe picked up an ant and placed it on the wound. The ant, detecting the scent of blood, opened its mouth parts and bit down. At the instant of the bite, Lu Zhe swiftly severed the ant's neck. The head and mandibles remained firmly affixed to the wound, which thereby closed tightly. Chapter 72. It is imperative that everyone takes a bath. Lu Zhe discarded the ant's severed body, retaining only the head and mouth parts that clamped onto the wound. Subsequently, he used a second, then a third ant. By the seventh ant, the wound was securely fastened together. Lin Qianshan inquired, "What does this mean?" This is a method of suturing wounds using ants, an indigenous technique from Africa. This method creates minimal scarring and can sometimes be more reliable than needles and threads. Take notes. Jiang Yao, looking bewildered, exclaimed, "Vaseline suffocates horseflies, and ants can suture wounds. Oh my, what strange knowledge have I acquired?" Tang Xiao mused. Surely, the horsefly never imagined it would perish from asphyxiation. Ningshu also reflected. The ants would never dream they possessed tailoring attributes. Lin Qianshan sighed in relief. Is it all right now? Not quite yet. Lu Zhe shook his head. I am uncertain if there are parasitic larvae elsewhere on her body. To eliminate any potential risks, a thorough inspection is necessary. Every inch of skin must be examined. Ningshu pondered, so this means we need to remove every piece of clothing from the young lady for inspection? Lu Zhe nodded. Exactly. Thus, this task must be entrusted to you all. Qianshan became excited. I shall not disappoint. The other three girls, envisioning the sensation of larvae crawling beneath the skin, nodded in agreement. Let us begin while she is asleep. The girls hastily assisted Ruan Bing in removing her garments. Jiang Yao suddenly expressed concern. Do you think she might wake up and assume we are starving and wish to consume her? Ning Shu frowned. Yao Yao, could you please think more rationally? Ahem. The girls commenced a meticulous examination, and fortunately, they discovered that Ruan Bing only had the single parasitic spot on her arm. Jiang Yao sighed. I never expected her to be an F. Tang Xiaohua pouted. How enviable. Ning Shu, exasperated. Can you two focus on something sensible? Look at Qianqian. Hey Qianqian, where are you looking? Lin Qianqian stared intently at Ruan Bing's thigh, murmuring, I've spotted a suspicious little red dot. The three girls glanced over and instantly flushed crimson. Shallow, your focus is rather peculiar, but here you are indeed observant. Lu Zhe mentioned the necessity to examine every inch of skin, and upon closer inspection, I must admit, there appears to be something suspicious here. If this is indeed the case, it would spell disaster. Yet is it truly so? It is quite difficult to discern. This is my first time observing from this perspective. Could be the eggs of a horsefly? I wonder if we should consult Lu Zhe about this matter. It seems prudent to have Lu Zhe confirm, as this location is rather ambiguous. The several girls found themselves in a quandary, but ultimately, Ning Shu made the decision. I believe it is best to let Lu Zhe discern this, as saving a life outweighs all else. Lin Qianqian nodded in agreement. I share the same sentiment. After all, Lu Zhe is a doctor. Patients ought not to conceal anything from their physician. Jiang Yao and Tang Xiaohua also cast approving glances. Lu Zhe, could you come here for a moment? What is the situation? Please take a look here. Lu Zhe turned around, following the direction Lin Qianqian indicated, only to feel a sudden buzzing in his head, nearly causing a nosebleed. Though still a virgin, he found himself compelled to confront such a gruesome sight. You are all rather heartless. Forgive me, Lu Zhe. This is all for the sake of saving a life. Consider this a test. Passing it will affirm your status as a true gentleman. Do refrain from that. I am no gentleman. I am merely a normal young man. And I am capable of feeling shy, you know. Shy? Ning Shu laughed heartily. Do not speak so innocently. Lu Zhe's face flushed, appearing rather endearing. Oh dear. Enough of the teasing. What exactly is going on? There's a small red dot. We cannot ascertain its nature. Wait a moment. Lu Zhe took a moment to compose himself, reciting an ancient text to distract himself. The late emperor's endeavors were cut short mid-journey. Now, stranded on a deserted island. What must be examined? Forget it, forget it. Uncertain whether it was indeed a horsefly larva, he extended his finger to touch the red dot. Ding! He discovered a cinnabar mole. A sigh of relief escaped him. This is not a horsefly larva. It is merely a cinnabar mole. How did you only realize it upon touching it? Feel if it's moving like a horsefly larva. The girls collectively exhaled. After all that, it is simply a cinnabar mole? Lu Zhe nodded. Indeed, however, I commend your meticulous attitude. Tang Xiaohua scoffed. By the way, you must have had quite the visual feast. My eyes were solely fixated on that small red. I did not observe anything else. Jiang Yao smirked. I believe you. Enough. No need for explanations. We all understand. Ning Shu shifted the topic. Let us dress her. Not quite yet. Why is that? Lu Zhe elaborated. Her clothing may still harbor insect eggs. It must be cleaned and sun-dried, or baked for 6 to 7 hours before it can be worn. Ah, I see. Ning Shu pondered. Then let her wear Qianqian's outer garment? That will not suffice either. Now, I'm uncertain whether there are any latent eggs on her skin. We must cleanse her thoroughly first. The girls exchanged glances, realizing that Lu Zhe's concerns were not without merit. What should we do? I suggested we wash her from head to toe, being careful not to touch the surgical area, while also ensuring her clothing is washed thoroughly. Lu Zhe pondered for a moment before adding, moreover, since we have all come into contact with her, theoretically, we too could be harboring fly larvae. Thus, we must also wash our clothes and bathe to ensure we are free of any eggs. Ning Shu gasped. Does that mean we must be completely honest with one another? Jiang Yao mused, feeling an inexplicable sense of anticipation. What are you thinking? With so many banana leaves available, we can fashion temporary skirts and shorts to manage for the night. By evening, we can dry our clothes and wear them again tomorrow. The 4 girls exchanged glances, then it is settled. Lin Qianqian and Tang Xiaohua set off to collect clean seawater for washing. Jiang Yao and Ning Shu carried Ruan Bing as clothes to the seaside rocks to wash them. Jiang Yao called out, Hey Xiaozhe, take off your clothes and let us wash them for you. Lu Zhe felt a warmth in his heart, but declined. Not necessary. I will first gather some wild vegetables for dinner and wash them afterward. Lin Xianxian and Tang Xiaohua finished cleaning Bing Jie and wrapped her in banana leaves. Lin Xianxian said to Tang Xiaohua, "Let's go to the oyster beds and gather some fresh meat for everyone to enjoy together. After we shower and wash our clothes, it will be inconvenient to venture far." Tang Xiaohua readily agreed. "I was just thinking of that. Let the class leader and Yao Yao keep an eye on Bing Jie." The two girls took their plastic bags and headed to the oyster beds. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe prepared to venture into the woods to forage for wild vegetables. However, just a few steps into the grass, he halted. Cold sweat began to trickle down his forehead. Approximately 15 meters ahead, a giant python, grievously wounded on its neck, was glaring at him menacingly. Chapter 73. The giant spicy stick indeed. It was the very python he had injured, now seeking him out. Blood flowed from the gash on its neck, exposing raw flesh in a gruesome display. The python regarded Lu Zhe with a mix of caution and malice. Its head fixed on him, eyes filled with venomous hatred. Now, man and serpent faced each other, neither daring to advance. What to do? Lu Zhe understood that. Although he might have the strength to defeat the python, there was a considerable risk of injury. If he fled with the class leader and Gore, who could say whether the creature might return in the dead of night? He gripped the harpoon tightly, contemplating his strategy. Soon, a plan formed in his mind. He bit down on the harpoon with his teeth, unfastened his pants, and began to remove them. Throughout this, his gaze remained fixed on the python, for he knew that should he avert his eyes, the beast would likely seize the opportunity to attack, ensnaring him with no chance of escape. The python was oblivious to Lu Zhe's intentions. All it could see was the stick horizontally lodged in his mouth, and it was at a loss as to how to proceed, fixating intently on its adversary. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Zhe safely removed his trousers, swinging the pant legs in wide arcs. This peculiar behavior left the python utterly bewildered, its gaze transfixed on the garment. Suddenly, Lu Zhe hurled the trousers toward the serpent's face. Instinctively, the python clamped down on the fabric, immediately beginning to constrict it, a reflexive action ingrained in its nature. At that moment, its vulnerability was laid bare. The cloaca, the python's most delicate area. With a swift and precise thrust of his spear, Lu Zhe targeted that sensitive spot. The python convulsed violently, its body writhing and straightening out, rendered incapable of launching a second attack. Discarding the spear, Lu Zhe hefted a stone weighing over 100 pounds, raising it above his head and bringing it crashing down upon the serpent's skull. The impact echoed, blood and viscera splattering everywhere as a crater was formed in the earth. The serpent's head reduced to a pulpy mass, while its body continued to tremble in spasms. With a sigh of relief, Lu Zhe settled onto the ground. After a brief respite, he pushed aside the stone. The python's head was utterly destroyed, devoid of any chance of survival, yet its body still twitched uncontrollably. He retrieved his trousers, now stained with serpent blood and dirt, an unsightly sight, but they were destined for washing anyway, so he draped them over his shoulder. What to do with the giant python? Lu Zhe pondered, troubled. If left to rot here, it would soon emit a foul odor. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have discovered a new source of protein, python meat. Ah, he had almost forgotten that this creature was edible. Dragging it back for further examination seemed prudent. With that thought, he grasped the python's tail and towed it back to the camp. At that moment, Ningshu and Jiang Yao were washing clothes, while Ruan Bing lay behind them, covered by banana leaves, soundly asleep. They looked up to see Lu Zhe approaching, trousers slung over his shoulder, clad in boxer shorts. Legs bare, straining as he dragged something behind him. Hey, what is Lu Zhe pulling? They wondered, noting its colorful appearance, which was oddly captivating. Let's go take a look. As they got closer, the two girls beheld the full length of the python, nearly taking flight from shock. Their screams echoed for a full 3 minutes before subsiding. Ningshu, irate, exclaimed, "Hey Lu Zhe, why did you bring it back?" Jiang Yao echoed, "Quick, throw it away." Lu Zhe tossed the massive serpent onto the beach and stretched his back. Don't be alarmed. This creature was making its way toward the camp, likely seeking revenge. But I managed to turn the tables on it. What? Jiang Yao shrieked. What do you mean turn the tables? Look, it's still moving. Lu Zhe glanced back, noticing the python intermittently shaking its neck, its severed head dangling limply, blood splattering everywhere. Indeed, it may appear to be moving, but that is merely muscle spasms. Its head is crushed and poses no threat whatsoever. Ning Xian pondered, Lu Zhe, what on earth do you intend to do with such a creature at the camp? What purpose does it serve? To eat, of course. A specimen this large should suffice for quite some time, he replied. The two young women gazed at him in disbelief. Consuming a small snake is one thing, but can one truly eat such a massive python? It could very well be a legendary creature, one remarked. Jiang Yao asked timidly, Darling, please tell me you're jesting? Not in the least. I speak in earnest. Is this creature edible? It is a Burmese python, also known as the southern snake or the two-banded python, a subspecies of the Asian rock python and one of the 6 largest snake species in the world. Its skin is ideal for crafting eru, and its meat is certainly fit for culinary preparation. It can even be transformed into cured products and sausages. The two women were at a loss for words. Good heavens, how do you possess such knowledge about this creature? Do not forget, I am a man well versed in the wonders of the world, Lu Zhe declared. With that, he shed his shirt, grasped an axe, and began to strike at the serpent's head with determined precision. Blood splattered across his fair, delicate face, creating a striking contrast. Before long, he severed the snake's head and proceeded to dissect its body. The python's skin was tough and resilient. Lu Zhe struggled to cut through it with a small knife or a dinner knife and resorted to chopping with the stone axe. Even then, it proved stubbornly resistant. Eventually, after much effort sharpening the axe on a rock by the sea, he succeeded in splitting the python open. The two women stared in astonishment, questioning if this was still the same Lu Zhe they knew. The handsome youth from school seemed a world away from this rugged figure. Yet, despite the brutality of the scene, there was an underlying sense of security in his actions. They believed that only by surviving alongside such a man could they hope to remain safe. Had they been with someone more feeble, they might have perished many times over. Lu Zhe labored diligently to slice the python meat into manageable pieces, laying them out on the rocky beach to dry. The segments of python flesh still twitched slightly, the patterned skin undulating in a way that sent shivers down their spines. Jiang Yao gasped. It's been dismembered. Yet why does it still move? It's merely muscle spasms, a form of memory response. Rest assured, it is thoroughly dead. Moreover, the term dismemberment feels rather inappropriate here. It makes me sound like a deranged serial killer, Ning Shuyan exclaimed, pointing at his blood-splattered visage. At this moment, you certainly appear quite akin to that, don't you? Really? Lu Zhe questioned, while Jiang Yao observed, indeed, it bears resemblance. But more importantly, when will these pieces cease their movements? I'm concerned they might just scamper away. They will stop soon enough. Freshly slaughtered beef exhibits similar behavior. It merely indicates its freshness. It is said that across the ocean in the beautiful country, chefs place roasted Burmese python meat on pizzas, and the flavor is reputedly delightful. Ningshu instantly conjured an image of writhing pieces of meat atop a pizza. Alas, the pizza has been tainted. Burmese pythons, in fact, possess more nutritional value than rat meat and are far more suitable for consumption. Once prepared, you shall grow fond of it. The two young girls shook their heads in unison. Absolutely not. Chapter 74. The true identity of the flight attendant Lu Zhe had acquired approximately 40 pounds of python meat, which represented merely the tenderest portions, as there was no necessity to store excessive amounts. The remaining flesh and scraps, along with the snake's blood, were discarded in a shallow waterhole, serving as bait for catching sea fish. However, without a refrigerator, consuming all 40 pounds of python meat would be impossible. But the remaining meat could be smoked over an open flame to extend its shelf life. Smoked meat can be preserved for a week to a fortnight, and if stored in a dry, ventilated area, it may last even longer. To ensure the longevity of their provisions, Lu Zhe threaded the meat with bark twine and hung it over a pile of firewood to smoke, leaving a piece on a stone to roast. At that moment, Lin Xianxian and Tang Xiao were returned, bringing back half a pound of oyster meat, reportedly procured after an hour of laborious clanging against rocks. Eagerly presenting their hard-earned bounty to Lu Zhe, they were met with the sight of 2 entire rows of peculiar meats hanging at the campsite. Upon glancing at the half-bag of raw oyster meat in their hands, the girls felt a twinge of insecurity. Yet, upon learning that this array of meat was sourced from the massive python that nearly devoured the flight attendant, they trembled in fear. Soon after, they gathered some seaweed by the shore and dried it, using the crystalline residue to season the python meat. This white crystal, composed of mannitol and a hint of salt, not only replenishes the body's sodium levels, but also serves as a natural seasoning, a veritable boon for the eyes. At this juncture, the flight attendant awakened. Let's eat first. We can wash afterward. Lu Zhe presented her with a generously cooked piece of python meat, fragrant and glistening. She cautiously took a small bite, then began devouring it heartily, burning her mouth in the process. It had been days since she last had a meal. Initially, the four girls were reluctant to partake in the python meat, but witnessing her relish it so, they hesitated and ultimately tore off a piece to taste. To their surprise, the texture was remarkably tender and springy. Aside from its unappealing appearance, it bore a striking resemblance to the taste of sole fish. In that moment, a new world unfolded before them. Their survival menu had gained a robust new dish, roasted python meat. Sated, they realized it was already past 3 in the afternoon. After another half hour, their clothes were nearly washed, signaling it was time for a bath. Ningxu pondered, surely, the boys and girls cannot bathe together. I have no objections, but in the spirit of chivalry, I shall venture to a more distant spot, Lu Zhe replied. No way, Jiang Yao retorted, her face flushed. There are sharks in the water. If you distance yourself from us, we shall feel unsafe. Tang Xiaowa added, yet it remains rather awkward for boys and girls to be so candidly exposed to one another. Thus, we shall remain near the shore, keeping a distance of 10 meters between us. Half submerged in the sea, little could be discerned. Moreover, Yao Yao, you must not enter the water. I was washing by the shore. A few girls exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Several of them waded into the water, submerging all but their heads, and began to remove their garments one by one. At this moment, Lu Zhe realized he had underestimated the situation. The seawater was exceedingly clear, allowing glimpses of the girls' figures through the shimmering depths. Fearing a nosebleed might attract sharks, he quickly turned away and silently recited his thoughts. Just then, he spotted Jiang Yao standing bare on the shore. At that moment, Tang Xiaowa mischievously splashed water onto Lu Zhe. He adopted a mischievous expression and declared, "Humph! You stir my beastly heart. None shall escape." Tang Xiaowa feigned terror, exclaiming, "Ah, Brother Zhe wants to eat people. How frightening." She hid behind Ningxu. Peeking out curiously, Ningxu chuckled and playfully tickled her under the arm, causing her to erupt in laughter. She then dashed toward Lin Qianqian, who swiftly embraced her, grinning. "Brother Zhe, I've captured Guo'er for you." Lu Zhe nodded approvingly. "Good, help me tease her a bit." "Received," came the response, just as Tang Xiaowa's shriek echoed over the water. After more than an hour, everyone had finished washing, scraped the seawater off with cards, and fashioned makeshift garments from banana leaves. They hung their wet clothes over the fire to dry. Surprisingly, once the girls were clean and wrapped in banana leaves, they appeared quite charming, reminiscent of ethereal flower fairies. Having feasted and bathed, Lu Zhe adorned himself with banana leaves, crafting a grass skirt reminiscent of a traditional attire. Once satisfied, he inspected the maggot on Ruan Bing's arm, his mind registering that the maggot had perished. It turned out that within 6 to 7 hours, it could indeed die, though typically one would wait 24 hours to ascertain its fate. How fortuitous. It's time for surgery. Pass me your earring. Sure. Lu Zhe skillfully used Tang Xiaowa's earring to extract the maggot, pinching it gently until it came free. The creature, about an inch long, resembled a maggot. Though it had ceased moving, its white body adorned with tiny black specks was enough to elicit squeals from the girls. Yet, Lu Zhe remarked, "There's no time to craft fishing gear. Otherwise, this could serve as bait." He crushed it underfoot and began contemplating the construction of a campsite. He gathered long branches nearby to serve as the framework for a shelter. With prior experience in building shelters, the task was significantly easier this time. Working in unison, his companions erected the frame, tied it with grass ropes, and laid down banana leaves. Before darkness fell, a rudimentary shelter was completed. Although it was less sturdy than the previous one, it would suffice for the night, with plans to reinforce the campsite come morning. On this day, Lu Zhe encountered the sixth survivor, hunted a python, and successfully performed a surgical procedure. Ultimately, he also experienced a few exhilarating moments. However, there remained one significant task left unfulfilled: signing in. He contemplated testing the newcomers, but, out of respect, chose to forego it. "Yao Yao, what is the matter, Lu Zhe? Lend me your hand. What are you doing?" Jiang Yao blushed, yet extended her hand to Lu Zhe. He took her hand and gently kissed the back of it. "Ding! Congratulations, host. Sign-in completed. Agility 1. You have signed in for 8 consecutive days. Strength, 13. Stamina, 11. Physique, 10. Agility, 13. Perception. 11. Indeed, it was confirmed. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe discovered a pattern. Touching Ning Shu for sign-in increased strength. Touching Jiang Yao for sign-in increased agility. Touching Qian Qian for sign-in increased stamina. Touching Gui Er for sign-in increased perception. Was it mere coincidence or deliberate design? Lu Zhe remained uncertain. However, what to do about the lack of increase in physique? He had no answer. Regardless, the tasks for today were accomplished, and his abilities had further improved. Lu Zhe prepared to rest. Hey, is that all? Jiang Yao tilted her head, gazing at him affectionately. Suddenly, she leaned forward and planted a soft kiss on Lu Zhe's lips. I can't be at a disadvantage. Lu Zhe chuckled. I'll sleep first. Jiang Yao nodded. Good night. Lu Zhe entered the shelter early and lay down on the banana leaves in the camp, quickly falling asleep. At that moment, Ruan Bing still exhibited the emotional disposition of a child. Ning Shu had finally managed to lull her to sleep. The four girls carefully placed her beside Lu Zhe, and upon seeing him peacefully slumbering, a wave of tenderness washed over them. He had done so much for his companions today. He must be utterly exhausted. They gently positioned Bing Jie on Lu Zhe's other side, and then inspected the camp for potential dangers. Finding none, they returned to the fire. At this moment, darkness enveloped the sky, and the temperature gradually dropped. The girls gathered around the fire, its light and warmth dispelling the cold and darkness, offering solace to their spirits. Jiang Yao sighed. Oh, after such a busy day, Little Zhe has truly worked hard. Lin Qian lamented. I feel we are able to contribute so little in return. At that instant, Ning Shu had a thought. Is everyone tired? A bit, but certainly not as much as Lu Zhe, came the responses. I feel the same. I'm doing all right. Since they temporarily lacked for fresh water and food, Ning Shu suggested. How about we take the time tonight to properly arrange the camp and surprise Lu Zhe tomorrow? That is a splendid idea. I second that. I also support it. This time, let me take the lead. As several young women busied themselves outside the shelter, the woman within drifted into a reverie, recalling distant memories. Let us rewind the clock to 10 days prior. Shen Bing, police badge number 105-385-8646, was assigned the alias Ruan Bing and codename Skipjack. Her mission entailed masquerading as a flight attendant, collaborating with the captain and other comrades to escort Sun aboard flight CZ-125 from China to Australia, where he was to be handed over to the Australian authorities. It was imperative that the operation proceeded without alarming the other passengers or causing societal unrest. Given that Sun possessed substantial incriminating evidence against his criminal organization, the team anticipated potential interference from his associates. To ensure the mission's success, arrangements were made with the airline to cancel the tickets of 5 passengers from the previous flight, creating the illusion that they had already arrived. All escorting personnel were urged to exercise utmost caution and prioritize safety. Chapter 75. A woman surviving alone in the wilderness. Shen Bing initially believed this would be a straightforward task. After all, no matter how reckless criminals might be, they would not resort to bombing an aircraft. The Australian police awaited their arrival at the airport, and once they disembarked, the mission would largely be accomplished. Perhaps she could even take advantage of the return journey to explore nearby outlet stores and procure some luxury items for her colleagues. However, unforeseen circumstances unfolded, surpassing her expectations of chaos. An incident occurred mid-flight, resulting in her being ejected from the aircraft and marooned on a deserted island. Fortunately, she was ensnared by branches, escaping death, and serendipitously, some supplies from the cabin had descended with her, beverages, snacks, and a mobile phone. Yet, her attempts to make a call were futile. Initially, she believed that with the scattered provisions and the survival skills learned at the police academy, she could endure until rescue arrived. However, facing the harsh reality proved far more challenging than anticipated. The first night was spent enveloped in solitude and fear. As the second night approached, and her phone's battery dwindled, she resolved to engage in something purposeful. Using her phone's battery and chocolate wrappers, she kindled a fire and constructed a rudimentary campsite. This action meant severing her last connection to the outside world. That night, her thoughts spiraled. She pondered her sister, her father, whose fate remained uncertain, the innocent souls aboard the flight, and her fellow operatives who had embarked on this mission with her. Tears streamed down her face for an extended period until she resolved to fight for survival. By the third day, her fresh water supply had been depleted, and food was nearly exhausted. She dispatched several message bottles into the sea and began the arduous task of cracking open coconuts. After 4 grueling hours, she succeeded in opening a single coconut, yielding only a few sips of water. This despair was a sensation only those who have lived through it could comprehend. With her food supply exhausted, she ventured into the jungle in search of sustenance, only to realize that the survival theories she once studied were utterly ineffectual in this dire situation. The genuine flora and the images within books often bear striking similarities, yet they also exhibit notable differences. She could only rely on her impressions to seek them out, ultimately resorting to cooking them for sustenance. On the 5th day, beset by loneliness, fear, thirst, and hunger, despair began to engulf her, true despair. Do not assume that authentic wilderness survival is an amusing endeavor. Certainly, if one embarks on it as a challenge, envisioning a future where they can recline in bed, savoring roast duck and sipping red wine while counting their rewards. The sight of a video where someone weeps like a child from prolonged hunger may inspire perseverance. However, if one is truly alone, with the world believing them to be deceased, no one will come searching. The ensuing decade, 2 decades, or perhaps even a lifetime may be spent in this interminable solitude and despair. In such a state, one truly comprehends the agony of existence. She yearned for companionship, even from a murderer, yet all she had was solitude and fear. Thoughts of suicide crossed her mind, but among the few executing the mission, her role was to maintain communication with the crew, unlike her colleagues who were armed. She tied her belt to a branch and looped it around her neck, yet ultimately relinquished the idea upon discovering a type of mushroom. A mushroom she recognized, poisonous, hallucinogenic, and illicit. Perhaps consuming it might allow her to forget her current troubles. Perhaps it would grant her a joyful demise. Or perhaps, in her final moments, she could envision her family and friends. Thus, she consumed the mushroom. Then, it seemed as if she entered a dream where she returned to her childhood, innocent, naive, and carefree. She wandered through the woods. In her last venture into the jungle, she encountered a massive python. Injured and unable to flee, she could only cry out for her parents. In her utmost despair, a miracle unfolded. Her father descended from the heavens, wielding an axe, driving the serpent away, while her mother and sister joined forces to rescue her. Awakening in a daze, she found herself lying on a grand bed, its sheets adorned with bright red characters of joy. Could it be that all that had transpired was merely a dream? Or was it possible that she remained ensnared in a dream? Then, she noticed a man sleeping beside her, his face obscured, yet she sensed he was strikingly handsome. Who was he? Her husband? She could not recall ever being married. Suddenly, her breath quickened, and an urge to embrace the man surged within her. Since it was but a dream, and he was her husband, why should she be concerned? Meanwhile, Lu Zhe was also lost in a dream. Indeed, he was a normal young man, and after such a day filled with turmoil, it would be truly strange if he exhibited no reaction. He dreamt of Jiang Yao. After he moved to his foster parents' home, he encountered his first female acquaintance. His foster parents treated him kindly, yet they were often preoccupied and enrolled him in a local kindergarten. There, he met Jiang Yao. He was apprehensive in the unfamiliar surroundings and reluctant to engage in conversation. However, this little girl incessantly chattered, urging him to wash his hands, regaling him with stories, and even applying fragrant lotion on him. Later, he discovered that their families resided in the same neighborhood. As fate would have it, they both attended the same primary school and were placed in the same class. They progressed to the same junior high school, where they even became desk mates for a while. They continued on to the same high school, sharing class. And due to their frequent homecomings together, classmates mistakenly assumed they were involved in a romantic relationship, resulting in no one daring to pursue Jiang Yao throughout high school. Remarkably, they ended up at the same university, again in the same class, joining the dance society and becoming dance partners. This serendipity gave Lu Zhe the impression that he might be bound to her for the rest of his life. He occasionally pondered that marrying Jiang Yao would indeed be a delightful prospect. However, at that time, Jiang Yao seemed to have no such intentions. They interacted as close friends, yet neither dared to take a step forward, until they found themselves stranded on a deserted island, where she became his duty-bound companion, reigniting Lu Zhe's feelings for Jiang Yao. In a moment of hazy consciousness, it felt as if a girl had leapt towards him. Yao Yao, stop messing around. As dawn broke, Lu Zhe opened his eyes. His first thought was, oh no, did I sleep with Yao Yao? Then, he discerned the identity of the person before him, and his scalp tingled with shock. At that moment, Shun Bing was also roused, and they both froze, instinctively pushing each other away. Shin Bing surveyed her surroundings, confusion evident in her gaze. Lu Zhe rubbed his head, bewildered. No way. Shin Bing glanced down, realizing the banana leaves wrapped around her had come undone, and she hurriedly readjusted them, clutching her chest. What on earth happened? She felt a pounding headache, unable to distinguish between dreams and reality. She vigorously patted her face, feeling the stinging pain. What to do? Grasping her head, she felt as if it might explode. Lu Zhe, equally perplexed, murmured, "What is going on? I wanted to ask you the same. I saved you. Didn't I? You're that university student? Oh my, finally you remember." Just then a voice from outside called out, "Wow, how beautiful. Little Zhe will surely like this. After working all night, if he doesn't like me, I'll make him." Both were curious and parted the leaves to peer outside. The campsite had been meticulously cleaned, the clothes dried, and the salt stains removed, while Jiang Yao was neatly folding each item. Surrounding them were stone and branch barriers adorned with colorful asters. Even the firewood beside the fire was stacked in an orderly fashion. The once humble campsite, now adorned, possesses a certain enchanting quality reminiscent of a fairy tale. Shin Bing stepped outside in confusion. Upon hearing her words, several girls set aside their tasks and gazed curiously in her direction. Has she awakened? Surely, she will no longer call me mother. Shin Bing rubbed her forehead as fragmented images from earlier moments danced before her eyes. Ning Shu approached. Hey, do you still remember us? Jiang Yao remarked. We are indeed first-class passengers. Lin Xianqian added, we ought to thank you for upgrading us. Tang Xiao chimed in. However, we also saved your life. You are those 5 university students who were switched to another flight. Indeed. Good heavens, allow me a moment to collect myself. Shun Bing squatted down, gently massaging her temples. In an instant, countless scattered pieces of information connected within her mind, finally forming a coherent and continuous narrative. You saved me, Tang Xiao declared proudly. Yes, we did. Ning Shu explained. We originally found ourselves stranded on another island, but resources were scarce there. Upon receiving your message in a bottle, we hurried to this island and witnessed you nearly being devoured by a giant snake, so we rescued you. Shin Bing exhaled deeply. An indescribable complexity of emotions surged within her. At that moment, she longed to weep uncontrollably. Chapter 76. Welcoming new friends at last. She grasped that the world before her was the true reality. She had been saved by a boy and 4 girls. Shun Bing gathered her emotions. So, did you not encounter any rescue teams? Tang Xiao shrugged. No, we didn't see a trace of them. Shun Bing glanced at the banana leaves draped over her. Why are we wearing this? It's a long story. At that moment, Jiang Yao reminded, oh, by the way, the clothes are dry now. Let everyone change into their own. Ning Shu added, breakfast is also ready. You should share your story with us while we eat. The dried clothes, although slightly rough from the salt, were warm and comfortable compared to before, providing Shun Bing with immense reassurance and solace. Indeed, a week of terrifying isolation on the desolate island had brought her to the brink of despair. The nights, with the howling winds resembling the mournful cries of famished beasts, intensified her longing for companionship to face the darkness, even if it were an elderly and unattractive individual. Gazing at the 4 lively and charming girls, alongside a boy who appeared somewhat melancholic and aloof, an overwhelming sense of relief washed over her, and she could not help but cry softly. As for Lu Zhe, he was far from melancholic and indifferent. He was troubled, having inexplicably given his first time to a woman 7 or 8 years his senior. Wouldn't that drive you to despair? Initially, I mistook her for Jiang Yao, as she was my childhood companion, and thus did not refuse her too vehemently. At that moment, why did I not compare the most evident characteristics? Moreover, would the few young ladies remain oblivious? Once they become aware of this matter, the consequences would surely be grave. Additionally, this woman is weeping. Why is she crying? Is it due to the events of last night? Dear sister, you were soundly sleeping. Yet it was you who approached me first. By the way, I distinctly recall there being no one beside me while I slept. How did she end up next to me in the middle of the night? It is indeed peculiar. So very peculiar. The check-in is complete. My physique attribute has finally increased to 11. Xiao Zhe, the new shorts are dried. Give them a try. Jiang Yao smiled as she handed over the shorts. Oh, Lu Zhe put them on. They are warm and fit perfectly. Lin Qianqian beamed as she showcased the campsite. "Aren't we all well-behaved?" Lu Zhe glanced at the refreshed campsite. "Well-behaved indeed." Tang Xiaohua exclaimed joyfully. "Xiao Zhe, you have new shorts. This pair shall belong to me permanently, right? Can I keep them for changing?" "Hurry up, hee no way." Ning Shu linked her arm with Lu Zhe's, frowning as she asserted her claim. "Mind your boundaries." Xiao Zhe's girlfriend for today is still present. Jiang Yao quietly reminded. "There are outsiders. Let us not make a spectacle of the girlfriend on duty." Indeed, that is a valid point. After changing, it was time for breakfast. Ning Shu grilled python meat, dried coconut, and prepared oyster meat along with skewered fish. "Here, sister, try a skewer." Shen Bing, holding a fish skewer, wiped her tears, overwhelmed by emotions. "How did you manage to procure so much food?" Tang Xiaohua proudly declared. "This is nothing. We have even feasted on roasted chicken." Ning Shu corrected her. "That was a bonito." "Bonito?" Shen Bing recalled her mission codename, feeling a mix of amusement and bewilderment. "How did you catch it?" "It was captured by Lu Zhe." Lu Zhe. Shen Bing was momentarily stunned. "Is it the name of that boy?" She discreetly glanced at him again, feeling a strange sensation within. "Handsome. He is indeed quite handsome. However, alas, I never imagined that I would relinquish my youthful innocence, safeguarded for over 20 years, in such a manner. But can I blame anyone for this? Last night, it was my own inexplicable whim that led to this. Speaking of which, I should not have consumed that wretched poisonous mushroom. What would others think of me? A promiscuous woman? Oh heavens, I cannot bear this. Why is your face so flushed, sister?" Lin Qianqian inquired with curiosity. "It's nothing." Ning Shu handed her wallet over. "Flight attendant, sister. Is your name Ruanbing?" Shen Bing pulled out her ID and examined it. After a long moment of contemplation, she lifted her head and suddenly smiled faintly. "No, I am Shen Bing. You may call me Bing Jie from now on." Saying this, she tossed the ID into the fire. The girls exchanged glances. "Why did you do that?" Shen Bing smiled serenely. "I have taken my family name." Lu Zhe sensed that this woman harbored a story within her. "Your name is Lu Zhe, correct?" "Yes." "How old are you this year?" 18. Shen Bing exhaled, feeling a weight lift from her heart. Adulthood had arrived, alleviating some of her pressures. "Thank you for saving me." Lu Zhe, distracted, replied, "We are all compatriots. It is only natural." Shen Bing glanced around. Remarkable, 5 individuals managing to acquire such resources. "I would appreciate your guidance when you have the time. I would never dispose of my ID, even if it were useless. It has many applications in the wild." Shen Bing felt a bit embarrassed. "Is that so?" "Indeed." Lu Zhe took a bite of python meat and continued, "Sister Bing, I have a question for you." "Please, go ahead." "You must have made phone calls after being stranded on the island. What was the situation?" Shen Bing shook her head, her tone turning serious. "I dialed no less than 60 or 70 times. 110, 119, as well as calls to colleagues, aviation, and emergency rescue services. All to no avail. There was absolutely no signal, regardless of the number." Lu Zhe nodded. "We are indeed too far from the mainland. The signal cannot reach us." Shen Bing inquired, "Where was your original island?" Lu Zhe pointed in a direction, over there. The island was too small and resource poor. It was not visible. "What are your plans moving forward?" "I wish to gather all available information about this island to enhance our chances of survival here." Shen Bing chuckled wryly. "This island is not particularly resource-rich." Jiang Yao and Tang Xiaohua exchanged glances, arriving at the same conclusion. Is this truly considered scarce? Compared to Egg Yolk Island, this place resembles a bustling market, with resources aplenty. Lu Zhe pressed further. "Have you discovered any freshwater sources?" Shen Bing shook her head. "I have searched continuously, but have yet to find any." "Could there be freshwater here?" "Where there are pythons, there should be freshwater. It may lie hidden or exist as underground water." Shen Bing looked puzzled. "How do you possess such extensive survival knowledge?" "I have a keen interest in it." Ning Shu corrected. "No, he has read 100,000 Ys." Shen Bing regarded Lu Zhe, whose handsome yet delicate appearance belied any such knowledge, and chuckled. "You don't seem the type. There are many things that do not appear as they are. For instance, you currently do not resemble a flight attendant." Shen Bing tilted her head and laughed. "Is that so?" A few girls exchanged looks and nodded in agreement. "Your demeanor is somewhat different." After a moment of contemplation, Shen Bing sighed. "To speak frankly, I am a police officer. Disguising as a flight attendant was part of a mission. Ruanbing is my alias." The girls gasped in unison. Lu Zhe felt a stirring within him. So that was the case. Ning Shu exclaimed, I thought such information was not meant for us. While discussing the mission was undoubtedly inappropriate, regarding her personal matters, Shen Bing pondered before a faint smile graced her lips. I do not wish to conceal anything. Chapter 77. Do not despair. You are not at a loss after 8 days of solitude. Faced with loneliness and fear, one longs for a companion to converse with. Now, she has found 5 youthful and charming university students. She truly wishes to reveal everything. It turns out she is not only a flight attendant, but also a police officer. Ning Shu expresses her astonishment. Regardless, the mission has concluded, and I have perished. Jiang Yao surveys her. Miss, you seem to be thriving. I suspect that. Back in the mainland, a memorial service for me and my colleagues from this mission has already been held. Personally, I am indifferent. I wonder if they will be honored as martyrs. Indeed, the plane has met with an accident, lost in the ocean, and after 10 days. Is there anyone who still believes the passengers and crew are alive? Rationally speaking, it is highly unlikely. Shen Bing purses her lips and exhales deeply. I apologize. Being alone these days has been rather stifling. Speaking my mind would surely lighten my mood. I hope you do not mind. Lin Qianqian sweetly replies, of course not. Tang Xiaowen nods in agreement. I can relate deeply. Jiang Yao remarks leisurely. Having been stranded on this deserted island, I fail to see how you are feeling repressed. You appear even more exuberant than usual. Or pouts. Who said that? I cried several times when I first arrived on this island. Meanwhile, Shen Bing has learned from Lu Zhe and Ning Shu that all aboard the plane have perished at sea, including her colleagues who had disguised themselves as ordinary passengers. Each of them was an elite member of the police force. She sniffles. I knew it, then exhales a sigh of relief. However, this knowledge brings me peace. I no longer have to remain in suspense. After finishing their meal, the girls, utterly fatigued, retreat into the shelter for a nap. Lin Qianqian cautiously tugs at Shen Bing's arm. Sister Bing, do you not wish to sleep a little longer? I have slept enough, Shen Bing replies. Ning Shu yawns. I will wait a bit longer. Very well, Lin Qianqian responds, slightly disappointed, as she enters the shelter. Lu Zhe, what are your plans for today? I will accompany you. Lu Zhe glances at her dark circles and pinches her cheek. You look like this. You should really get some rest. Yes, you. I'm fine, she insists. Ning Shu pats Lu Zhe's arm, chuckling. Come on, what shall we do today? Shen Bing observes the charming duo before her. Akin to a perfect match, a pang of envy strikes her, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of loss. Are you two a couple? Lu Zhe chuckles. Just a joke. Ning Shu wraps her arm around Lu Zhe. Exactly. The notion of being a couple is merely playful. In reality, we're just close friends. I see. Shen Bing nods. Sister understands. Stranded on a deserted island, one must find some amusement. Otherwise, one might suffocate from boredom. Ning Shu shakes her head. Indeed. Shen Bing smiles. By the way, do we have any plans for today? I wonder if I could be of assistance. Yes. Having saved a life. It is time to contemplate the subsequent arrangements. Lu Zhe pondered. Now we have food and coconut water, as well as shelter and a campfire. The next step may involve exploring the jungle in search of sustainable freshwater sources and arable land. However, venturing into the jungle necessitates confronting unknown dangers, thereby requiring an update of our tools. Ning Shu inquired, where shall we begin? Lu Zhe handed her the steak knife. Class leader, please sharpen this knife with care, aiming to refine the tip and the blade. Ning Shu took it, glancing at it. This is a simple task, leave it to me. And what about me? Lu Zhe then offered her the stone axe. If possible, please help me sharpen this as well, making it a bit sharper, yet not overly so. Shen Bing weighed in her hand, exclaiming, my goodness, you actually made a stone axe? How did you accomplish that? This is a rudimentary version, not very durable. I can teach you step by step later, but time is of the essence, and I have other matters to attend to. His next task was to create a stone pestle. What purpose would this serve? Considering the multitude of mosquitoes and the potential threat of horseflies in the jungle, he needed to seek out some insect-repelling herbs to crush and apply to his skin. This stone pestle would be used for grinding herbs. He first located an oval-shaped river stone, approximately 20 centimeters in diameter. Using a pencil, he drew a bowl-sized circle on one side of the stone. Then with a nail, he tapped small indentations along this circle. With a swift strike, a small portion broke off, leaving a relatively smooth surface. Next, he polished the stone to achieve greater flatness and proceeded to excavate a pit within the semi-oval stone, creating a pestle bowl. This task proved somewhat laborious. He needed to secure the half-round stone between several others, using a rough stone to rub back and forth within the circle. While grinding, he poured seawater to wash away the stone shavings, gradually forming a shallow pit on the flat surface. At that moment, Shen Bing approached. "Hey, what's the matter? Your little girlfriend has fallen asleep." Lu Zhe turned around to find Ning Shu, with a half-sharpened knife, resting her head on the stone, drooling in slumber. Indeed, after a long night of exertion, she must have been exhausted. Seeing her in such a state, Lu Zhe felt a pang of tenderness. He realized that the presence of these girls had become increasingly significant in his life, yet his emotions towards each of them were becoming more convoluted. He acknowledged that his feelings for each individual were deepening. Setting the knife aside, he gently lifted her and placed her by Jiang Yao in the shelter. The sight of the girls sleeping peacefully was particularly endearing. Observing them in slumber, a subtle smile crept across Lu Zhe's lips. An idea suddenly struck him. Perhaps continuing to live here indefinitely would not be so bad after all. He returned to his task of crafting tools. Shen Bing leaned closer. "Do you mind?" "Not at all." Lu Zhe smiled, recognizing that Shen Bing seemed eager to engage in conversation. "I find the four young girls rather intriguing." Lu Zhe, while polishing, nonchalantly remarked, "It's merely a matter of mutual dependence and assistance in dire circumstances. If the relationship becomes stagnant, it will only lead to scheming and rivalry." "So, who is the official girlfriend?" Lu Zhe shook his head. "There is none." Shen Bing hesitated before asking, "Has there ever been such behavior?" "What kind of behavior?" Shen Bing carefully selected her words. "Like last night between us." Lu Zhe paused his work, shaking his head. "In truth, our relationship is quite pure." "So this is your first time?" "Indeed." "Ah, what a twist of fate." Shen Bing looked at the slightly bashful young man and patted his shoulder. "But you aren't at a disadvantage. It's my first time as well." Lu Zhe understood that she might have been influenced by the yellow skirt and bamboo fungus. Otherwise, a rational girl would never act so recklessly. Yet, how should this matter conclude? What do you want to do about it? "Of course, you must take responsibility. Just so you know, I might not be able to marry after returning." "Huh?" Shen Bing chuckled. All right, I was just joking. Actually, I owe you an apology." "Why is that?" "I must have eaten some poisonous mushrooms. I just want you to believe me. I am quite conservative and not that kind of person." Lu Zhe nodded. "MHM. Can you forgive me?" This time, Lu Zhe did not pause his work. "This cannot all be blamed on you." Shen Bing nodded, genuinely finding the boy before her quite admirable. She believed he was not intentionally at fault. "So, let us agree that this matter stays between us, and we shall not mention it again. All right?" "All right." Lu Zhe still wore a pained expression. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, he felt remarkably pleased within. Why? He feared the repercussions of this incident. Whether it led to entanglements or became known to several girls, it would be troublesome. As a man, to simply disregard the situation after the fact would appear rather despicable. Yet, her proactive request to keep it under wraps was simply too kind. Nevertheless, Lu Zhe continued to feign a melancholic demeanor. He nodded, murmuring thoughtfully. This weighed heavily on Shen Bing's heart. It seems he cannot readily accept this reality. Perhaps, in the future, I shall guide him properly. Chapter 78. Entering the Stone Age. Fortunately, all that needed to be said had been expressed. There was no need to linger on this issue any longer. In Shen Bing's view, although she had lost her first time, she had gained 5 partners who could share both joys and sorrows in dire times. It was truly worthwhile. The key was that the other party was also a pure-hearted young man, making her feel she had not been at a loss. Some conversations, when laid bare, bring about a sense of relief. Overthinking serves no purpose. It is far more genuine to muster one's spirit and bravely continue living. She picked up the stone axe and began to grind it vigorously, stroke by stroke. Lu Zhe continued to create a stone pestle, his strength now considerable, as he gradually deepened the shallow pit on the round stone. Next, he placed some sharp stones within the pit, using one end of a wooden stick to press down while twisting it side to side. The intense friction produced more stone shavings, and the pit grew deeper. After 2 hours of relentless grinding, Lu Zhe had carved out a small depression about the size of a bowl's opening, approximately 10 centimeters deep. Then, he polished the interior with a handful of sand, cleaning it thoroughly. The pestle bowl was complete. The remaining steps were simple. He found a piece of wood and fashioned a pestle with a small round blade, smoothing it with sand, thus creating a perfect set of stone tools. Meanwhile, Shun Bing sharpened the stone axe and honed a kitchen knife to a fine point, leaving her shoulders sore from the exertion. "Let me see," Lu Zhe said, inspecting his work. "Not bad." He handed her the pestle bowl. Shun Bing was astonished. "My goodness, how much strength does one need to carve such a deep pit in stone? What did you study before?" "Finance," he replied, "and I also enjoyed playing football, swimming, and figure skating." "Wow, I would never have guessed. Just looking at this bowl, I think you were into weightlifting." Shun Bing suddenly had an idea. "Hey, Lu Zhe, would you be interested in learning combat skills? I could teach you." "Not interested," he said, for in his view, with fresh water still uncertain and farmland not yet established, he simply lacked the inclination to pursue such endeavors. "Let's discuss it when things stabilize." He set the pestle bowl aside, grabbed 2 plastic bags, and headed towards the woods. "Hey, where are you going?" "I'm just going to gather some mosquito-repelling herbs nearby. Otherwise, I'll be covered in bites." Shun Bing thought for a moment. "Well, I have nothing else to do. I'll go with you." "Great. The more we gather, the better." Once in the woods, Lu Zhe discovered several wild mint plants. This herb was edible and effective for repelling mosquitoes and alleviating itching. He picked several leaves. At that moment, Shun Bing caught a whiff of a peculiar scent. It was neither particularly pleasant nor unpleasant, just distinctly odd. Following the aroma, she stumbled upon a cluster of small white flowers. "Hey, little Lu Zhe." "Yes? Do you know what kind of flower this is?" Lu Zhe reached out and touched it. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have discovered wild heather. This is heather, known for its mosquito-repellent properties." As he spoke, Lu Zhe began to collect the blossoms into the plastic bag. Shun Bing pondered for a moment. "I've heard this flower is quite pungent. Isn't it? Could it be?" She suddenly covered her nose. "This doesn't smell like something from a guy, does it?" Lu Zhe sniffed and nodded. "Indeed, the scent is quite similar, perhaps even stronger." Shun Bing burst into laughter. "What? Have you smelled it yourself?" Lu Zhe responded nonchalantly. "Everyone is curious, aren't they?" Shun Bing stifled her laughter. "Are you really sure you want to apply flowers with such a scent on a few young ladies? In comparison to the discomfort of being bitten by mosquitoes or allowing horseflies to establish their abode beneath one's skin, I firmly believe that applying a concoction onto the body is the prudent choice. Moreover, a dash of wild mint could serve to neutralize the odor, making our human presence considerably more pleasant. As for the notion of insects nesting beneath the skin, I find it hard to believe." Shun Bing assisted Lu Zhe in gathering materials, recognizing that this young man possessed not only a remarkable focus and capability, but also an intriguing spirit. Upon returning to the campsite, Lu Zhe placed the heather blossoms and wild mint into a mortar, adding a splash of coconut water before diligently pounding the mixture with a pestle. Shun Bing watched him intently, understanding why he could survive on this desolate island with 4 girls for such an extended period. Clearly, he exhibited formidable survival skills. How wonderful it would be if he were a few years older, or if she were a few years younger. She sighed softly. Before long, the heather and wild mint transformed into a light green paste. Lu Zhe applied the herbal mixture to various parts of his clothing, asking, "Would you like some as well?" Without hesitation, Shun Bing replied, "Of course." She scooped a portion and evenly spread it across her skin. "Sister Bing, could you help apply some to the others? Also, please prepare more mosquito repellent. I still need to craft other tools." "What else do you need?" she inquired. "A stone knife," he replied. "But don't we already have an axe?" The focus of their survival had to remain on finding a stable water source, which necessitated venturing into the jungle. Traversing through the undergrowth, they would inevitably encounter thick weeds and entangling vines. Thus, a blade capable of cutting through such obstacles was essential. An axe may suffice for chopping wood, yet it is not adept at clearing the path. With clarity of direction and thought, Shun Bing nodded, feeling an innate sense of confidence. Even the most skilled survivalist from the police station would likely fare no better than this young man on the island. It appeared that showcasing her own rudimentary survival skills would be of little use. Collaborating with him was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. "Very well. I shall continue to prepare more mosquito repellent," she declared. Lu Zhe then focused intently on sourcing materials for the knife. He needed to select flat stone shards from the myriad of rocks, the optimal method being to find layered stones, break them apart, and uncover sturdy layers to be fashioned into a blade. This task proved to be the most challenging. Lu Zhe spent over 2 hours scouring the shoreline before finally discovering a suitable stone. It was a slab measuring 2 feet wide and half a meter long. resembling a split rock layer, with one side thin and the other approximately 3 centimeters thick, ideal for crafting a stone knife. He dragged the slab ashore, using a pencil and ruler to sketch the shape of the blade onto the solid part of the stone. With a nail, he forcefully traced along the lines, creating deep grooves. Then, every 3 to 4 centimeters, he hammered small pits using a wooden stick and a nail. This laborious endeavor demanded considerable time and effort. If he were to misjudge the pressure, the entire stone could be ruined. Merely carving those small pits took Lu Zhe nearly an hour. After chipping around the edges, he gently struck with a stone axe, and before long, the excess material was removed. Thus, Lu Zhe procured a stone shard measuring 30 centimeters in length, approximately 10 centimeters in width, and 25 centimeters at its thickest point with a slight curvature. The next step was polishing. He poured seawater onto the rock and meticulously ground the thinner side. After 3 hours, one side was honed to a sharp edge. Considering the strength of the stone knife, he refrained from sharpening it too finely. The final step involved crafting the handle. He selected a half-meter-long sapling, roughly the girth of a woman's wrist, trimmed off the branches, stripped the bark, and then split it on one side to insert the small stone shard. He compressed it tightly and secured it with hemp rope. In this manner, a primitive stone knife was fashioned. Chapter 79. Searching for cleaning supplies regardless of the challenges faced. Lu Zhe had transformed from having nothing to possessing a complete set of primitive tools: a sharp dining knife, small round blade, harpoon, stone axe, slingshot, stone pestle, and stone knife. Although the crafting process was arduous, these tools would prove invaluable in his future survival endeavors. Observing the sky, he noted it was afternoon, and he roasted some banana hearts and coconut for sustenance. For the time being, food was not in short supply. It was time to contemplate enhancing his standard of living. Bamboo leaves could serve as toilet paper, he mused, and with plenty of bamboo around, he could gather some. Shinbing was still busy concocting mosquito repellent, so he decided to venture into the bamboo grove to collect leaves and perhaps gather some bamboo to improve the campsite. Lu Zhe cut 7 or 8 segments of bamboo and a bundle of leaves, binding them together to carry back to the camp. Just then, he noticed a small creature crouching not far away. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a bamboo rat, an excellent source of game, providing a substantial amount of protein and fat. He quietly removed his slingshot and loaded it with a projectile. At that moment, the small creature sensed danger and swiftly darted away. Reluctant to give up, Lu Zhe hurried after it, chasing for over 30 meters until the bamboo rat swiftly disappeared into a burrow. Though he felt a twinge of regret, he was mostly pleased. His meat supplies were sufficient for now, and if he didn't catch it today, there would be other opportunities. Although it had escaped, as long as this species existed on the island, it would eventually find its way onto his menu. As he prepared to return, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Important resource detected. Neem tree. Looking up, he spotted a large red-barked tree not far away. Curiosity piqued, he approached it. As his fingers brushed against the neem tree's bark, information about it flooded his mind. Lu Zhe was elated. This tree was the legendary toothbrush tree. This species is widely distributed across the globe, and many indigenous peoples in Africa and India use its branches for dental hygiene. The resin contains fluoride, and chewing the bark can strengthen and whiten teeth. This is also a significant reason behind the whiteness of many black people's teeth. Lu Zhe broke off a few bamboo stalks, shouldered the bamboo, and carried the bamboo leaves along with the neem tree branches back to the campsite. At that moment, several girls at the campsite had awakened, and upon seeing Lu Zhe return with a large collection of items, they hurried over to investigate. Wow, Lu Zhe, what treasures have you found this time? Lu Zhe set down his belongings and replied, "These are substitutes for commonly used items in daily life." Shinbing picked up a bamboo leaf and remarked, "I see. Bamboo leaves can be infused to make tea, which cools the body and has diuretic properties, beneficial for kidney health." Then Shinbing smiled knowingly, "But why gather so much? Are you looking to replenish?" Lu Zhe chuckled wryly, "You make a valid point, but the reason I collected so much is that they serve an even more crucial function." "What function?" "We have run out of toilet paper, and dried bamboo leaves are a relatively safe alternative. They're less irritating to the skin, though somewhat narrow and of slightly inferior quality. Until we find a more suitable substitute, we can use them as toilet paper." Lu Zhe paused before adding, "Of course. You can also use them to brew tea if you wish." Shinbing was taken aback. "Sorry, but I have no inclination for that at the moment." Tang Xiaowu picked up a leaf to examine it. It's quite narrow. It might leave residue on your hands. Lin Qianqian nodded. At this point, let us not be picky. Having something is better than nothing. Ning Shu gave a thumbs up. Specifics, I commend it. Jiang Yao picked it up for a closer look. I wonder if the bamboo ever anticipated its leaves would be used for this purpose. By the way, what is this branch? It looks rather appealing. Lu Zhe revealed a neem branch. This is our toothbrush. A toothbrush? The girls exchanged glances, and Tang Xiaowu blinked. It doesn't resemble a toothbrush at all. This is a neem branch. People in Africa and India use it for brushing their teeth. As he spoke, Lu Zhe chewed on one end, transforming it into a brush-like form. And the toothpaste? Lu Zhe picked up a piece of bamboo charcoal from the fire, crushed it with a stone, and then applied the powder to his teeth. Bamboo charcoal is a natural teeth-cleaning agent, you know. Watching the dark foam form in Lu Zhe's mouth, Xin Bing and the other girls gasped in astonishment. Xin Bing questioned, even if bamboo charcoal has absorptive properties, is this method truly hygienic? Indeed, it appears quite unsanitary. I'm having psychological reservations. If you continue like this, I won't want to share a water bottle with you in the future. It merely looks a bit dirty. Charcoal that has been burned in the fire contains no microorganisms or bacteria. It is the most sanitary cleaning agent. Just be careful not to brush for too long, as it may damage the gums. After 3 minutes, Lu Zhe had brushed every corner of his teeth with the neem branch and felt it was sufficient. He took a sip of coconut water, puffed out his cheeks vigorously, allowing the water to wash away the charcoal residue from his teeth, and then spat it out. Upon inspection, his teeth were remarkably clean and white. Lin Qianqian exclaimed, "Wow, this actually works." "Of course. Would you like to give it a try?" As he spoke, Lu Zhe handed a branch of the China bear tree to a few individuals, causing several girls to instinctively retreat. "What, do you not wish to brush your teeth?" Ning Shu remarked. The effect is indeed commendable, yet the bamboo charcoal is somewhat difficult to accept. Of course, you may choose not to try it. Even without brushing, survival remains unaffected. However, a few weeks later, your teeth will turn yellow, and eventually, tartar will form. In a few months, you shall possess a set of coffee-colored teeth. Ah, the girls gasped in astonishment. Oh no, we cannot face coffee. It was Shun Bing who took the lead, accepting the branch. I believe it is essential to give it a try. With that, she chewed a section of the China bear branch, and then took a piece of bamboo charcoal from the fire, crushing it to apply on her teeth. Imitating Lu Zhe, she rinsed her mouth and spit it out. Like a magic trick, her teeth transformed into an immaculate white, proving to be even more effective than a conventional toothbrush and toothpaste. The other girls watched in envy. Indeed, during the 9 days of survival, they had been preoccupied with the scarcity of fresh water and food, leaving little room for dental hygiene. Chewing gum could only temporarily alleviate remnants between the teeth, addressing symptoms rather than the root cause, and there were hardly any pieces left. It appeared that maintaining a bright smile was imperative. Seeing the elegant and beautiful police officer adopting this method, the girls pondered why they hesitated. They followed suit, chewing on the branch, applying the bamboo charcoal, and then taking a sip of water. Finally, they chewed a mint leaf, and their teeth indeed became bright and white, with their breath refreshing significantly. Look, this is the correct approach for young ladies. At that moment, Lu Zhe noticed that the stone mortar he had just prepared was placed on the fire, filled with water. What is the situation here? Tang Xiaowu smiled mischievously, cooking something, of course. This is a stone mortar. I see. Experimenting with a new technique to see if it can serve as a pot, Lu Zhe replied. However, Tang Xiaowu squatted down after so long. Why is the water not boiling? Ning Shu also glanced over. I told you it wouldn't work. It seems to maintain a constant temperature. Lu Zhe sighed. The idea is sound, but the mouth of the bowl is too small, preventing the use of a larger flame. The stone walls are too thick, causing heat to dissipate before it can transfer inside. It appears we shall not be drinking any soup. Shenbing smiled slightly. Not necessarily. I have a solution. Just like this. She picked up a small stone from the fire with a branch and tossed it into the water. Instantly, the water began to boil. Chapter 80. What to do when sanitary pads are about to run out. Although it seems a bit unsanitary, we could use clean stones next time. Wow, thank you, Miss Shanbing, for developing a new use for the stone mortar. Impressive, right? I learned this at the police academy, she said, glancing at Lu Zhe as if awaiting praise. Who would have thought it could be utilized in such a way? Lu Zhe nodded in astonishment. Shenbing was somewhat taken aback. This hardly constituted a sophisticated survival tactic, did it? His surprise was fleeting, Yet did his astonishment not seem a tad excessive? Lu Zhe was indeed astonished, not by Shen Bing's actions, but rather by the sudden realization of a third method to open this stone mortar. Regardless, it meant that they could once again enjoy some seafood in the evening. Indeed, ever since the iron pot had gone missing, he and T savored a steaming bowl of seafood soup. Lu Zhe rose to his feet. Even the delicacy of python meat cannot sustain us indefinitely. I shall check whether anything substantial is trapped in the stone crevice where we discarded the python bones. You all prepare some clean stones to roast over the fire. We shall use them to make fish soup upon our return. Ning Shu said, I will accompany you. You all can keep Sister Bing company. Lin Qian smiled brightly. Sound good. Lu Zhe nodded. All right, bring along the fish spear, a small knife, and a plastic bag. Understood. The two of them arrived at the sea crevice, a cluster of rocky formations, with a sizable pool approximately 2 meters deep and over 30 square meters wide, exactly where Lu Zhe had disposed of the python carcass yesterday. Remnants of the python still floated within, and after a night of tidal cleansing, the previously bloodied water had returned to crystal clarity. A few bones from the python floated in the transparent water, with remnants of flesh between the bones turning pale, creating an eerie spectacle. I don't see any fish down there, Lu Zhe remarked. The water was too clear. The fish were likely hiding among the rocks. Wait here while I dive down. With that, Lu Zhe removed his vest and shorts, donning only a pair of swim trunks, and plunged into the water with the spear in hand. Ning Shu bit her lip, anxiously peering below. Lu Zhe held his breath and submerged, carefully gliding the spear beneath the rocks. Before long, a large fish emerged. The fish darted around, realizing it could not find its way back to the ocean, and attempted to wedge itself into a crevice. Lu Zhe, with remarkable agility, had already anticipated its course of escape and thrust the spear into its body. The iron tip pierced through the fish. Ding! Acquired new protein, cloud pattern grouper, 18 kilograms. What catch? Lu Zhe surfaced and flung the fish onto the shore. Here it is. The large fish flopped and wriggled on the sand, causing Ning Shu to gasp in excitement as she hurriedly grabbed a plastic bag to contain it. Oh no, I can't hold it down. Secure it. There might be more below. Be careful. Lu Zhe submerged again and soon emerged with a fish weighing over a pound, along with 3 others weighing half a pound each. And an eel. Ning Shu beamed with delight. It seems we could indeed start a TikTok account. This bounty was a reward for the entire python carcass. Typically, such fish would not venture into these waters. Lu Zhe pointed to the python remains. In reality, the protein we have expended far exceeds what we have gained. We merely exchanged flavors. That's still quite a haul. Shall we head back? There are more intriguing finds down below. Let me retrieve them before we return. What could it be? Beneath the water, there were several sea urchins. As Lu Zhe dove back in, he noticed clusters of khaki-colored objects on the stone wall. A spark of realization lit up his eyes as he touched one. A sound echoed, revealing it to be sponge silk, a type of sanitary product. Below is some information about sponge silk. It is a simple, multicellular marine organism, the very prototype of SpongeBob. The household sponges made from foamed plastic polymers are crafted based on the principles of this sponge. This is the genuine natural sponge. The finest sponge silk in the world originates from the Mediterranean, exhibiting a pure yellow hue. In truth, the sponge silk from Southeast Asia is of equally commendable quality. It merely lacks the aesthetic appeal of its Mediterranean counterpart, thus drawing less attention. Nevertheless, it serves various purposes: bathing, dishwashing, caring for oneself, and even bathing infants. It is the most natural, cleanest, and safest material for bathing. However, this specimen, directly harvested from the sea, may still harbor some bacteria and microorganisms. It can be pried off with a small knife. He collected a dozen sea urchins and several pieces of sponge silk before surfacing. Ning Shu, intrigued, asked, I recognize the sea urchin, but what is this fellow? Lu Zhe, catching his breath, responded, What? You've never seen SpongeBob? Ning Shu picked one up, feeling as if countless tiny creatures were writhing in her palm. Startled, she tossed it back, exclaiming, My goodness, it's alive. Yes, it's alive now. It won TB for long, and then we can utilize it, he said, squeezing a piece of sponge silk, causing a rush of seawater to be expelled. Upon releasing it, the sponge silk transformed into a soft, fluffy mass. Indeed, it is, he encouraged. Shall we try again? Ning Shu cautiously accepted it. My palms still tingle, but it's quite amusing. Once familiarized, her fear dissipated. She even began to enjoy the sensation of holding the sponge silk, describing it as a veritable stress relief artifact. Together, Ning Shu and Lu Zhe thoroughly squeezed the water from all the seaweed they had gathered and returned to camp with their bounty. Upon arrival, Ning Shu could not contain her excitement, exclaiming, "Ha! Look what we've caught!" However, the absence of cheers from their companions puzzled her. Jiang Yao and Tang Xiaoguo wore sulky expressions, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. "What is wrong with you?" Ning Shu inquired. "Did you have a quarrel?" Both girls remained silent. Lu Zhe was equally bewildered. "What is troubling you, young ladies?" Tang Xiaoguo spoke up. "Lu Zhe, this doesn't concern you. Class monitor, please mediate." Shen Bing shrugged helplessly and pulled him aside, explaining, "It's like this. Guo has her monthly visitor, but Yao Yao used all the sanitary pads, leaving only the last one. The last one? Guo was unable to use it, which left her quite upset." Qian Qian asked, "Lu Zhe, can you make sanitary pads?" Lu Zhe was left speechless. Is there such a guideline in the survival manual? And what about making sanitary pads? Would Yi be capable of that? Would Bai? Surely, Josh and Matt would be bewildered upon their arrival. From a male perspective, air drying seems to be the most pragmatic solution. However, that would attract insects, and such places are not meant for their visitation. It is imperative to find a protective measure. Wait, it seems Lu Zhe has thought of someone, Sparrow's sister. She is quite the formidable woman. As I recall, she has indeed crafted sanitary pads before. Yet, those wilderness versions made from hay moss and bark, would they truly be safe for the delicate skin of young women? Chapter 81. Island version of sanitary pads. Naturally, such materials would not suffice. Compared to Sparrow's sister, he presently possesses superior materials, sponge. Utilizing it as the primary component, alongside bamboo charcoal and cotton fabric, could be worth a try. However, it must be processed after the sponge has completely perished. The living ones would wriggle, and the sensation of tiny insects crawling beneath would surely be overwhelming for the girls. Even if they could endure it, Lu Zhe would never permit it. That is a sacred and inviolable area, and no living creature should be allowed to approach it, except for himself. I digress. In truth, the retrieved sponge would soon die, subsequently drying out and becoming rigid. Once soaked, it would regain its softness. Thus, its properties are contrary to certain sponge-like substances. If it maintains a certain level of humidity, it would remain pleasantly soft and elastic, until a better alternative is found. This could certainly be utilized. Yet, using it directly poses a risk of bacteria and microorganisms, which could disrupt the delicate pH balance in a girl's intimate area. Once the stable acidity is compromised, the youthful fragrance may vanish, replaced by an odor reminiscent of middle-aged women. The mere thought of such enchanting young ladies exuding the scent of matronly women unsettles Lu Zhe immensely. No, it is essential to eliminate the microorganisms and bacteria. But how exactly should this be accomplished? The simplest method would be boiling it in water? That won't do. While high temperatures would indeed eradicate bacteria and microorganisms, they would simultaneously destroy the internal structure of the sponge, rendering it mushy. Lu Zhe has devised a method, the renowned pasteurization technique. It sounds sophisticated, yet its principle is rather straightforward. The approach involves maintaining a temperature between 50 to 60 degrees Celsius for 30 minutes, effectively killing 99% of bacteria in food while preserving its original nutrition and flavor. This method is commonly employed for sterilizing eggs and milk. The results are quite commendable. So, what should be used to maintain this consistent temperature? Yes, a stone mortar. This is the third innovative application of the stone mortar that Lu Zhe has envisioned for pasteurization. He begins to set about the task of creation. First, a small fire rack was constructed, with careful control over the flame's intensity. The stone mortar was then filled with coconut water and placed over the fire. Although the gentle heat was insufficient to penetrate the thick walls of the mortar completely, it maintained a consistent temperature in the water for an extended period. After some time, Lu Zhe tested the water temperature with his hand. It felt slightly warm, yet not hot enough to burn his mouth. Indeed, it hovered around 60 degrees Celsius. After waiting a while longer and confirming the temperature remained stable, he deemed it suitable. Next, several pieces of sponge were placed into the mortar, and he set a timer for 30 minutes. Meanwhile, he busied himself searching for additional materials. His backpack contained a few discarded garments, among which was a cartoon vest made of pure cotton, albeit with a small tear. Judging by its size, it appeared to be a vest for a young girl. likely discarded by her mother due to the damage. This vest could be repurposed to encase the sponge and bamboo charcoal. The small garment was resilient to high temperatures, so after a thorough cleaning, he boiled it in a tin can and left it out to dry in the sun. After 30 minutes, he retrieved the sponge, which had effectively been sanitized, with most bacteria and microorganisms eradicated. Although rapid cooling post-sanitization is more effective, circumstances did not allow for that, necessitating a compromise. Upon squeezing it, he noted it still retained its elasticity. However, placing overly soft sponges between his legs would not provide comfort. Thus, to ensure a more perfect experience for the girls, he aimed to make them thinner. Cutting them into thin slices would compromise their absorbency, but he devised a solution. Lu Zhe procured some bamboo charcoal and sandwiched it between two pieces of sponge to enhance its absorbent properties. He then cut the girl's vest into strips approximately 20 centimeters long, tightly wrapping the sponges and charcoal within. This method would ensure adequate absorbency without excessive thickness, making it comfortable to wear. He crafted 5 such sets, which should suffice for the time being. Meanwhile, Jiang Yao and Tang Xiaohua had yet to utilize the last sanitary pad. The group had transitioned from initial disputes to later concessions, and now to collaborative brainstorming, all revolving around a singular question: how to manage without sanitary pads in the future. Suggestions range from using hay to fabric, washing with seawater after each use, or simply air drying without washing, though upon reflection, none seemed reliable. At that moment, Lu Zhe returned to the camp. Upon his arrival, the girls lowered their heads in silence, aware that revealing their troubles to a boy felt rather embarrassing. However, they underestimated Lu Zhe's straightforwardness. What's wrong? Running low on sanitary pads? Both girls flushed crimson. Jiang Yao sighed, acknowledging that even if it was true, being directly questioned by a boy felt somewhat peculiar. Not to worry, the problem has been resolved, Lu Zhe declared, revealing his ingenious creation. With this, Ningshu blinked in confusion. What is this? It's an exclusive creation by Zhe, an island version of sanitary pads. Qian exclaimed in astonishment. Oh my goodness, you really made this. Ningshu was rendered speechless, and then loudly questioned, why would you create something like this? The other girls also widened their eyes in disbelief. Indeed, it's rather strange. It's all for you, Lu Zhe replied with a sense of pride. After all, dealing with feminine hygiene can be quite troublesome. As the only male on the team, I thought you would appreciate my effort to solve this issue. The 4 girls exchanged glances, feeling anything but pleased. What is there to be happy about? This is just unsettling, one of them remarked. Shun Bing awkwardly took the item, giving a squeeze. Well, it does resemble something functional. What materials did you use? Sterilized sponge and bamboo charcoal, both materials with strong absorptive properties. Coupled with sterilized pure cotton lining, it effectively absorbs moisture without causing any irritation to delicate skin. More importantly, this fabric can be disinfected and reused. You only need to replace the inner sponge and bamboo charcoal. It's clean, hygienic, and comfortable, allowing you to move freely during the day and preventing leaks at night. Truly a considerate and caring solution. After his explanation, the girls were left speechless, their mouths agape. Tang Xiaohua asked, Zhe, are you serious? Of course. Ningshu was astonished. Lu Zhe, please don't tell me you learned this from 100,000 Wise. Lu Zhe wanted to fabricate another excuse, but found himself at a loss, merely nodding, yes. Which version of 100,000 Wise teaches such things? That is not important. The key is that it indeed addresses the challenges you will face moving forward. Even if we have 10 packages, they will be used up quickly. His reasoning was sound. Yet it felt unsettling to be educated on such matters by a boy. Nonetheless, Lu Zhe was not a stranger to them, although Shun Bing felt a bit exasperated. She understood that if they remained on the deserted island for an extended period, they would inevitably confront these issues. She squeezed the item again, noting its softness and comfort. A thought crossed her mind. Despite its unassuming appearance, it might indeed solve the significant problem they were about to encounter. On the 10th day, while exploring the jungle, Shun Bing remarked, I think we should give it a try. Why not test it out? Are we really going to try it? We can't let it just sit there. Jiang Yao and Tang Xiaohua exchanged glances. Since it's made by Lu Zhe, we might as well be guinea pigs. Jiang Yao and Tang Xiaohua each took one, moved behind the shelter, and fumbled for a while before preparing it. They emerged, both blushing. Lin Qianqian curiously inquired, how does it feel? Jiang Yao tilted her head, Pondering, to be honest, it's not as hard to accept as I imagined. Tang Xiao pursed her lips. After all, it's Lu Zhe's creation. It's actually quite comfortable. Ning Shu nodded, acknowledging that, regardless of circumstances, this was the best alternative to sanitary pads available at present. Lu Zhe, you truly are a remarkable talent, I remarked, impressed by his ability to craft such items. Lu Zhe replied nonchalantly, one must always grow through experience. Like my elder brother, one should be earnest, studious, and observant to attain a more comfortable existence amidst harsh conditions. Was he boasting? It certainly sounded like it. Curious, Xin Bing approached the stone mill and noticed the tools Lu Zhe used for crafting these items, suddenly grasping the principles of sterilization. In truth, he was quite impressive. Hey, how are we going to prepare all these fish? Lin Qianqian's voice chimed in from a distance. We'll kill a couple for fish soup, and the rest we can turn into dried fish slices for longer preservation, which can also serve as snacks. Wow, dried fish slices. That sounds exhilarating. Can you teach us how to make them? It's quite simple. I'll show you. Is this also part of the 100,000 wise teachings? Enough chatter. Focus on learning. The survival manual clearly outlined the preparation method. Lu Zhe picked up a dining knife and began the process, killing the fish, gutting them, removing bones and skin, then laying the flesh on stones while simultaneously using a bamboo tube to extract moisture and roasting the stones. The sea fish already possessed a salty flavor, so a touch of honey was added, and he pressed continuously to dry out all the moisture while roasting. By evening, everyone finally enjoyed fish soup and had harvested over 2 pounds of dried fish slices. Reflecting on the 9th day's achievements, they had crafted 2 essential stone tools, marking their official entry into the Stone Age. Additionally, they utilized resources such as bamboo leaves, neem branches, and sponges to enhance their quality of life. Although the rescue team had yet to arrive, life was gradually falling into a routine. However, the most significant issue remained unresolved. They had not yet located a sustainable water source. On a deserted island, the lack of continuous fresh water meant they could never escape the threat of death. On June 19th, Sunday, under clear skies at 6:30 a.m., they entered the 10th day of being marooned. Lu Zhe began his day with a portion of python meat, 2 stalks of fish meat, and 2 pieces of roasted coconut flesh, replenishing his carbohydrates, vitamins, proteins, and fats. He prepared to delve deep into the jungle, traversing horizontally along the mountainous terrain, with a singular goal: to discover a spring, stream, or lake and relocate the camp closer to the water source. He gathered some tools, a stone knife for clearing paths and a slingshot for hunting. He fashioned small, round projectiles by encasing pebbles in clay and hardening them over fire. These projectiles offered far superior accuracy compared to ordinary pebbles. He also crafted a simple compass from a magnetic card. After applying mosquito-repellent herbs to his skin, he packed Ning Shu's backpack with 2 bottles of coconut water and some jerky. Although Lu Zhe intended to venture alone, everyone disagreed with his decision. Xin Bing expressed her concerns, stating, Lu Zhe, while I may not possess your level of understanding, it is undeniably perilous to venture into the wilderness alone. Previously, circumstances did not permit, but now that we are equipped, it would be prudent to bring someone along. Lu Zhe considered the idea of having a female companion, appreciating the prospect of sharing the burden of equipment and engaging in pleasant conversation. Most importantly, it afforded an opportunity to complete the required check-in. However, he concluded that one companion would suffice. Initially, Xin Bing seemed the most suitable partner due to her familiarity with the terrain, making her an ideal guide. Yet her leg, still healing from stitches, rendered her unfit for a long trek. Gua Er was indisposed due to her menstrual cycle, and Yao Yao was similarly afflicted. This left Ning Shu and Lin Qianqian as the most capable candidates for the expedition, leading to a choice between the two. Ultimately, it was decided that Qianqian would accompany him into the jungle, as it was Wednesday, and she was designated as the duty girlfriend. Ning Shu earnestly advised Qianqian, "You are the one I trust the most. Remember, as the duty girlfriend, you must safeguard him from any untoward advances." Qianqian nodded with a smile, reassuring, "Rest assured, class leader." Lu Zhe then applied mosquito repellent to Lin Qianqian, and at 8 in the morning, the two ventured into the jungle together. As they entered the thicket, they ascended a slope, reaching a point approximately 300 meters from the coastline, where they began to traverse horizontally along the mountain. The path was treacherous, but it was a most promising route for discovering fresh water. Beneath the shade of the trees, the incessant calls of unknown insects stirred a sense of irritation within them. Faintly, the sounds of birds and beasts echoed from the depths of the forest, their species indiscernible, which caused Lin Qianqian to feel a touch of fear. Lu Zhe led the way, wielding a stone knife to clear the thorns ahead, while Lin Qianqian steadfastly followed, engaging in conversation to alleviate her anxiety. Initially, Lu Zhe assumed that Qianqian would only focus on botanical and geological observations. However, mid-conversation, Lin Qianqian abruptly inquired, "Lu Zhe, do you have feeling for Sister Bing?" Lu Zhe was taken aback by such a sudden question. "Why do you ask?" he replied. Lin Qianqian furrowed her brow. "It just seems like your interactions with her convey something more than mere friendship." "That is absurd. Don't speak nonsensically," he thought, pondering whether women were truly endowed with a sixth sense, or if Lin Qianqian had observed something during that particular evening. In a feigned jest, he asked, "What? Are you jealous?" With a light laugh, Lin Qianqian responded, "Not at all. In fact, I can somewhat relate to your feelings." "How so?" Lu Zhe inquired. "Well, I too appreciate charming and beautiful girls. Sometimes I think that if I were a boy, I would undoubtedly be as much of a flirt as you are." How refreshing to hear such honesty. To speak candidly, in terms of beauty, Lin Qianqian is undoubtedly the most striking among the girls. Yet, who would have imagined that such an adorable girl could possess such an unusual perspective? If you are indeed fond of girls, would having you as my duty girlfriend make you feel uncomfortable? Lin Qianqian shook her head, stating, "Being your duty girlfriend brings me immense joy. It at least makes me feel like a normal girl." "And what else?" Lin Qianqian blushed and pursed her lips. "You're the only boy I do not despise." "Should I take pride in that?" "Of course." Lin Qianqian playfully tossed her hair. "I understand that Xiaozhe likes beautiful girls, and I truly appreciate you just the way you are." Lu Zhe sensed an underlying discord. "You like me?" "Yes." Lin Qianqian earnestly followed Lu Zhe. "I think I would feel jealous. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, seeing the boy I like being affectionate with a girl he likes fills me with unaccountable happiness." "Qianqian, something feels off." Lu Zhe maintained a calm facade, though his heart was astonished. It was the first time he realized there existed such a girl in the world. Should he provide her with some counsel? Wait, why should he? From his perspective, there seemed to be nothing wrong. At least she wasn't like Tang Xiaogua, who would sulk over trivial matters. Thus, the question arose, if you encountered such a girl in life, would you counsel her? Chapter 83. The unforeseen scorpion. As they walked and chatted, the two had unknowingly traversed over 4 hours without discovering a water source. Not even a stream or a puddle was in sight. Didn't the sign indicate that this island possessed freshwater resources? "Where is it?" Lin Qianqian expressed fatigue and concern. "Lu Zhe, have we ventured too far?" Lu Zhe surveyed their surroundings. Through the gaps in the trees, he could faintly see the ocean in the distance. Had they circled around to the other side of the island? Observing the direction of the sun through the foliage, he sensed something was amiss. He retrieved a half-empty bottle, poured in some water, placed it on the ground, and then set a magnetic compass atop it. As the water settled, the magnetic strip ultimately pointed in a specific direction. To confirm, Lu Zhe tested it from various positions 3 times, and each time yielded the same result. He furrowed his brow. "What is it?" Lin Qianqian inquired. "Like the campsite, the opposite side still points to the ocean. Isn't that rather peculiar?" "Peculiar." Lu Zhe shook his head. "Having walked this far, we should have reached the side or back of the island, yet we remain aligned with the campsite on the same side of the island. This suggests that this island is rather vast." Lin Qianqian glanced around. It does seem quite large. Initially, she had felt the island was larger than anticipated, and now it appeared to span at least several square kilometers, nearly akin to a medium-sized town. Such a large island should surely have fresh water. Perhaps the prolonged drought had taken its toll, Lu Zhe remarked as he crouched down to meticulously examine the geological structure beneath his feet. He noticed some desiccated moss, typically thriving in humid environments, while other mosses flourished abundantly. "Look here," he pointed to some verdant moss. "If I'm not mistaken, there was once a small stream flowing through this area, but it has long run dry, allowing vegetation to take root." Lin Qianqian, initially oblivious, scrutinized the surroundings upon Lu Zhe's prompt. Indeed, the vegetation descending from the mountain bore distinct differences from that of other locales, revealing the traces of water that had once cascaded down. "It truly is unfortunate that it has dried up," Lin Qianqian contemplated. The temperature fluctuations here are quite pronounced. Theoretically, there should be ample rainfall. Lu Zhe pondered this issue as well. Under normal circumstances, that would be the case. Perhaps this island possesses some undisclosed climatic peculiarities. So what shall we do? Lin Qianqian inquired. Lu Zhe contemplated further. Continuing our search in this manner is futile. Even if we search until nightfall, we may not find what we seek. We must devise a plan to ascend to the highest point of the island, allowing us a vantage view to locate a water source. However, Lin Qianqian expressed her fatigue. Shall we forego the summit for today? Certainly, Lu Zhe replied, scanning the surroundings. Reaching the peak requires thorough preparation. Considering the mountain size and re-entering the jungle, we are not adequately equipped. What else do we need? A hammock, more fresh water, and arrangements for an overnight stay in the forest. Overnight in the forest? That seems perilous. Yet if the rescue team does not arrive, these are experiences we must endure. Let us rest a while and have something to eat. We shall conclude our efforts for today. With that, Lu Zhe unloaded his backpack and retrieved coconut water and jerky. Lin Qianqian sighed and found a stone to sit upon. At that moment, she remained unaware of an unwelcome guest lurking on the rock. Suddenly, a sharp pain radiated from below. Ouch! What happened? Lin Qianqian's face was etched with fear. I've been stung. What? Lu Zhe hurried over, gently helping Lin Qianqian to her feet. To his astonishment, he discovered a flattened scorpion where she had just sat. Stunned, he noted the creature was a formidable 10 centimeters long, its body a deep black with a crimson tail. A sense of alarm surged within Lu Zhe. This was not a creature to be trifled with. Lin Qianqian burst into tears, exclaiming, "It's over, I've been stung." He quickly grasped the lifeless scorpion and recalled information regarding its species. The Malaysian red-tailed rainforest scorpion is known for its medicinal properties. As a pet, its venom is generally non-lethal, though it can induce swelling, pain, and mild muscle discomfort. While its appearance is fearsome, it is, in fact, not particularly toxic. Interestingly, scorpions differ from other venomous creatures. Those from cold regions and deserts are often the most toxic, while the majority found in tropical rainforests possess comparatively mild venom. Although this fellow may appear rather fierce, his prowess in navigating the world relies not on his stinger, but rather on his formidable pincers. Lu Zhe sighed as he carried the scorpion. The elder brother was basking in the sun when a petite beauty inadvertently sat upon him. Noticing that the venom was not particularly potent, Lu Zhe felt a sense of relief. What should I do? What should I do? It is best to remain still. There is no cause for alarm, as the scorpion's venom should not be severe. Despite Lu Zhe's self-reassurance, a lingering worry gnawed at him. What if Xiaoqian were to be harmed? That would spell trouble indeed. Chapter 84. Carrying Lin Xiaoqian back to the camp. Xiaoqian, do not move. Lu Zhe, what are you planning to do? Consider me a doctor. I shall assess your injury. Xiaoqian turned her little face away, shyly nodding in acquiescence. Lu Zhe closed his eyes briefly as information flooded his mind. The diagnostic results came through. Normal, 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 normal. A slight scorpion venom injury, itching for 3 days, self-healing is anticipated. Lu Zhe's anxiety dissipated. It's nothing serious, just a minor toxin. The itching will subside in a few days. Can you remove your hand now? All right. In the jungle, Lu Zhe stood while Xiaoqian remained seated, both hesitant to meet each other's gaze, enveloped in an awkward silence. Eventually, it was Lu Zhe who broke the stillness. How are you feeling? Can you walk? I still feel a bit uncomfortable, but it is manageable. Her words suggested resilience, yet the slight furrow of her brow betrayed her lingering discomfort. Let us eat something, then we shall return to the camp. Lu Zhe retrieved some grilled fish slices, python jerky, and coconut water, and the two shared a modest meal. Lu Zhe surveyed the surroundings from atop a stone. Retracing our steps is neither convenient nor meaningful. Let us proceed to the beach first, then return along the shore. We might even find some treasures. Lin Xiaoqian nodded. I have no objections. We shall follow your lead. However, despite her words, the lingering swelling made the trek to the beach arduous and uncomfortable. You're still in discomfort, aren't you? Yes, it hurts a bit with any friction. Then allow me to carry you. Lin Xiaoqian hesitated for a few moments before nodding. Lu Zhe secured his stone knife behind him and effortlessly lifted Lin Xiaoqian in a graceful princess carry. She nestled against him like a delicate bird, murmuring, I'm sorry for causing you trouble again. Lu Zhe smiled nonchalantly. If it were a man, it would indeed be troublesome, but with a lady, It is quite all right. Now, Lu Zhe's strength and stamina had markedly improved compared to before, making Lin Xiaoqian feel as light as a kitten in his embrace. Is carrying a cat bothersome? Not at all. Lu Zhe? Yes? Could you refrain from informing our companions about my scorpion's sting? I do not wish for them to worry. Not a problem. Then, once we near the camp, could you allow me to walk on my own? Lu Zhe understood that Lin Xiaoqian was the type of girl who preferred not to trouble others, unless it was truly inconvenient for her to walk. She would never ask to be carried. This request was not unreasonable. Very well. Carrying Lin Xiaoqian meant that he would be unable to pick up anything along the way. However, completing the check-in became a simple task. As Lu Zhe lowered his head slightly, his lips brushed against Xiaoqian's hair. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed the check-in. Stamina 1. You have checked in for 10 consecutive days. Data panel. Strength, 13 stamina, 13 physique, 11 agility, 12 perception, 11 indeed. The system's so-called randomness was not truly random. Perhaps it was random at the beginning, but once determined, a person would become bound to a specific ability. In an instant, Lu Zhe's stamina was fully replenished. Embracing Xiaoqian, he strode purposefully back along the beach. 2 hours later, they were nearing the campsite. He was certain that with his original stamina, he would never have been able to carry a girl for 2 hours. Nevertheless, even so, Lu Zhe found himself slightly out of breath, with a faint flush on his cheeks. Lu Zhe gently set Lin Xiaoqian down. We are almost at the campsite. Can you walk back? Xiaoqian bit her lip. Yes, thank you for your hard work. At that moment, in the campsite, Shenbing was learning to weave ropes with Ning Shu, while Tang Xiaohua and Jiang Yao were preparing food. In less than 2 days, Shenbing had already bonded with several girls, becoming their confidant. Noticing that the sun was setting and that Lu Zhe and Xiaoqian had yet to return, Ning Shu expressed her concern. Didn't Lu Zhe say he would be back by 2 o'clock? Why is it so late and they're still not back? Jiang Yao replied. Perhaps the path is difficult to traverse. I know Lu Zhe. He is very good at managing time. Ning Shu pondered. Do you think something might have happened to them? Tang Xiaohua worriedly asked. Could they be in danger? Ning Shu shook her head. I trust Lu Zhe's ability to handle crises. I am referring to a different situation. Jiang Yao quickly understood and shrugged. What could happen? Xiaoqian doesn't even like boys. Not quite. Tang Xiaohua reflected. I remember in school, more boys pursued Xiaoqian than pursued me. Yet she always politely declined and kept them at arm's length. However, since arriving on the island, I have not seen Xiaoqian exhibit that attitude toward Lu Zhe, not even a little. Ning Shu contemplated. Indeed, when she is with Lu Zhe, she seems to transform into a typical girl. Hearing the girl's conversation, Shenbing chuckled. Let me clarify. From a psychological perspective, this is known as bisexual orientation. Most syndromes manifest in overt attraction to the opposite sex and a covert attraction to the same sex, behaving like a normal person most of the time, with specific moments triggering their true inclinations. Unlike Xiaoqian, who exhibits an overt attraction to the same sex and a covert attraction to the opposite sex. She found herself increasingly drawn to Lu Zhe during their time stranded on the deserted island. Recognizing his exceptional qualities, thus her latent inclinations naturally surfaced. Ning Shu expressed her astonishment. My goodness, Bing Jie, you possess such profound understanding? As a guardian of the people, I delve into psychology during my time at the police academy, acquiring a modicum of knowledge on the subject. Tang Xiaohua furrowed her brow. So, does this imply that Xiaoqian poses the greatest danger? Jiang Yao pondered. Do you recall her mentioning a desire for Lu Zhe to assist her in abandoning certain peculiar hobbies? Ning Shu voiced her concerns. Could it be possible that they have engaged in unspeakable acts? What are you thinking? Shenbing chuckled. I believe both Xiaozhu and Xiaoqian are not the type to act frivolously. As their friends, you ought to know them better. Nodding in agreement, Ning Shu remarked. That is indeed a valid point. After some contemplation, Tang Xiaohua inquired, if, hypothetically, something were to occur between them, could we discern it through certain details? Certainly. Shenbing replied confidently, a smile gracing her lips. I am quite the expert. Ning Shu asked, could you enlighten us, Bing Jie? Well, since you're no longer children, it would be harmless to share. Shenbing thought it beneficial to teach the young ladies the art of observation, thereby guiding them away from potential missteps in life. You can attempt to observe from several perspectives. The three girls leaned in closer. First, such matters tend to exhaust boys more than girls. Observe whether the boy appears sweaty or slightly breathless. Typically, Occurrences within 20 minutes will manifest in some manner, difficult to conceal completely. For instance, a tank top clinging to the skin, tousled hair, and so forth. Second, are either of them displaying shyness or flushing? Even if the event has passed, upon close observation, you will notice them blushing while exchanging glances, and even when alone, one may exhibit a flushed demeanor, coupled with a heavy-hearted air. A straightforward girl, like Qian, will be particularly easy to discern. Third, pay attention to their gait. This aspect is evident among girls. Typically, those who have not experienced such things before will feel discomfort post-event, resulting in a somewhat awkward stride. At this, Shen Bing unconsciously adjusted her sitting posture, stating, if her walking differs from her usual demeanor, for instance, if she walks slowly with her legs tightly together, then she certainly cannot escape. Upon hearing this discourse, the three girls were left astounded. Bing Jie, you are truly remarkable. You comprehend all of this. Shen Bing, with an air of nonchalance, smiled, do not forget. I spend my days interacting with criminals. Reading people is my forte. Ah, look, they are returning. With that, she pointed out Lu Zhe and Lin Qian approaching from a distance. Chapter 85. Shen Bing's Insights Coconut. Hurry and chop one open. Under the gaze of the girls, Lu Zhe, upon returning to the camp, seized a coconut and swiftly cracked it open. His shirt was drenched in sweat, clearly indicating he had engaged in physically demanding activities not long prior. Upon glancing at Lin Qian, her cheeks were flushed as if she harbored some unspoken thoughts. In contrast, Lu Zhe, who possessed greater stamina, appeared more fatigued, while the delicate Lin Qian seemed less weary. After chopping a coconut, Lu Zhe handed it to Lin Qian, saying, here, have some coconut water. With a rosy face, Lin Qian shyly shook her head and murmured, you've worked hard. You should drink first. Once you're satisfied, you can share with me. The three girls widened their eyes in astonishment. Even Shen Bing was momentarily taken aback. The juxtaposition of a sweating man and a blushing woman, their mutual concern, albeit somewhat awkwardly expressed, perfectly aligned with every detail Sister Bing had mentioned. Ladies, is there any more overt evidence than this? Ning Shu's voice quivered slightly. Lu Zhe approached. Hey, what are you all talking about? Ning Shu adjusted her tone. Lu Zhe, what were you and Qian up to? Of course. We were searching for fresh water, he replied. Did you find any? Lu Zhe wiped his brow and shook his head. No, believe it or not. We didn't even reach the other side of the island. Jiang Yao, with red-rimmed eyes, lamented, of course not. All our energy was spent on other activities. What do you mean? Tang Xiao, blushing fiercely, pressed. Let us be honest. Lu Zhe and Qian, what did you do? Lin Qian immediately recalled the moment Lu Zhe checked the scorpion's venom, her face turning even redder, her legs squeezing together tighter, and her expression growing more flustered. And no, she stammered. Then why does Lu Zhe look a bit tired? What a silly question. Lu Zhe retorted. Walking such a long distance, wouldn't you be exhausted? And why does Qian seem less fatigued? Lu Zhe remembered Lin Qian's desire to keep that matter private and casually dismissed. She's simply more physically fit. All right? Qian is fitter than you? Why not? Tang Xiao exclaimed incredulously. If I recall correctly, you're on the school football team. Jiang Yao interjected with irritation. A member of the dance club, a second-level swimmer, and you even participated in the city marathon during your graduation year, completing the whole course in 3 hours. You say Qian is fitter than you? Shen Bing, blushing, chimed in, this guy's quite impressive. All right, let's not dwell on that. Ning Shu gathered her emotions. I saw you all return from the beach. Didn't you collect anything? In truth, they had encountered some usable supplies along the way, but holding Lin Qian, Lu Zhe had refrained from picking anything up. Resolutely, he thought, since he had promised Qian not to disclose anything, he would adhere to that. We didn't see anything useful. Something feels too off. Tang Xiao will burst into tears. You two really snuck into the thicket, didn't you? What? Sneak into the thicket? Qian's face turned crimson. And no, it must be so. Look, Qian's face is even redder. Finally, Lu Zhe comprehended their insinuations. Ladies, your imaginations are rather expansive, aren't they? How could you possibly think of me and Qian in that context? As Shen Bing approached, she mused that exceptions existed in every circumstance. Even if Lu Zhe and Qian seemed to fit every criterion, there could still be anomalies. Suddenly, she paused, exclaiming, wait, What is this? She delicately extended her slender fingers to pluck a long strand of hair from Lu Zhe's neck. Among all the girls, only Qian possessed such lengthy tresses. Well, it appears you truly need to clarify, she remarked. Indeed, they ventured into the thicket. He does not accompany me there. Jiang Yao, her eyes reddened, began to sob. What a dreadful idea, this notion of a duty-bound girlfriend. Lu Zhe offered a wry smile. It seems this misunderstanding has escalated. At that moment, Lin Qian felt compelled to unveil the truth, recognizing that Lu Zhe was unjustly bearing the brunt of a falsehood. Gritting her teeth, she admitted, "You are mistaken. It was Lu Zhe who carried me back." "Carried you back? Why?" Lin Qian stammered. "I was stung." Tang Xiaohua, bewildered, inquired, "Stung by whom?" "Lu Zhe? No, it was a scorpion." Upon hearing this, the girls instantly grew anxious. In times of crisis, their concern for one another was palpable. Qian, you're not deceiving us, are you?" "No, I speak the truth." Qian was not one to frequently lie, and her resolute demeanor made it difficult for anyone to doubt her. "Were you stung?" came a chorus of inquiries. Lin Qian's voice was barely audible, akin to that of a mosquito. "What's there to be shy about? We are all girls here. Come on, speak up," Shen Bing urged. "Oh, she already mentioned where it is," she added. "Let's see. If it's a true venomous sting, it could be perilous." Their concern for their friend was genuine, but they also sought to ascertain whether Qian was indeed fabricating a tale. Faced with their insistence, Lin Qian relented. Nodding reluctantly, Lu Zhe, keen to observe the unfolding drama, received a squirt gun from Ning Shu, who said, "Go play over there by yourself. Don't you dare look this way." She then added with a piercing gaze, "If this turns out to be a fabrication, you're in for it." On the other side, Qian experienced yet another social embarrassment. With tears painted upon her cheeks, she gazed at the azure skies and the ocean, allowing her friends to scrutinize her predicament. This sensation would remain etched in her memory for a lifetime. "Oh dear, you truly were stung. Qian, does it hurt? Have you treated it?" "Don't worry, it seems to be rather mild." Shen Bing exhaled a sigh of relief. "Lu Zhe and Qian have not engaged in anything inappropriate." "How do you know that?" someone queried. Shen Bing lowered her voice, whispering, "Qian is a virgin." "How can you tell?" "Look here." A 2-minute academic discourse ensued, elevating the girl's knowledge. "Bing Jie, you understand this too?" "Hee. Bing Jie must be quite the expert." "Not at all. Actually, it's due to work." "Work?" The girls exchanged puzzled glances, their curiosity piqued. Shen Bing let out a wry smile and shrugged. "You would never guess where female drug traffickers conceal their narcotics. They're places unsuitable for male inspections, which necessitates the involvement of female officers like us. The more we encounter such situations, the more we come to understand them. Initially, we were utterly baffled. Curious, Shen Bing asked, "Whose have you encountered?" Reflecting on the scene when Shen Bing was unconscious and everyone was searching for the maggots, the girls exchanged awkward smiles. "Ours. Of course. In the mirror, we looked in the mirror." "You've even gazed into a mirror?" Jiang Yao chuckled shyly. "Well, curiosity is a natural human trait." Upon hearing that Lin Qian and Lu Zhe had not engaged in anything, the girls felt somewhat relieved, yet remained concerned about Qian's condition. "Qian, where were you stung?" "In the jungle." "What color was the scorpion?" "Black, with a red stinger on its tail." Shen Bing sighed with relief. "Do not worry. That is a Malaysian rainforest scorpion. Although venomous, its toxicity is not particularly potent." Shen Bing examined the sting site closely. "It's nothing serious. Just refrain from strenuous activity for the next couple of days, and you will recover swiftly. Can we proceed with our tasks?" "Yes." Lin Qian blushed with embarrassment, feeling as if her life was nearing its end. "I'm sorry. Lu Zhe, Qian, we misjudged you. It's just that your behavior at that moment resembled what Shen Bing described." "Indeed, Shen Bing. Aren't you the expert?" Shen Bing awkwardly rubbed her forehead. Truth be told, even seasoned hunters can misinterpret situations. Lu Zhe feigned displeasure. "Class leader, while it's one thing for others to misjudge, you should have known better." All right, this time it's entirely my fault. Punish me however you wish, but please refrain from bringing up past indiscretions." "All right, let us not dwell on guilt. From now on, let us discern carefully in the face of challenges and refrain from hastily doubting our companions. Shall we face difficulties together with unity?" The words from the personnel carried an air of positivity, and the girls nodded in agreement. "By the way, Lu Zhe, What discoveries have been made during this jungle exploration? Lu Zhe responded earnestly. We traversed quite a distance along the mountain slope, but still have not reached the other side of the island. Along the way, we encountered several dried-up streams, yet we found no usable water sources. All the streams have dried up. Xin Bing speculated. Could it be that this island has not seen rain for several months? Lu Zhe considered, observing the growth of the moss. It appears the streams have been dry for nearly 2 months. Chapter 86. A new survival plan, an island devoid of rain for 2 months, starkly illustrates the scarcity of freshwater resources. Lu Zhe inquired, by the way, how many coconuts have we consumed in the past few days? Ning Shu replied, we have nearly exhausted the coconuts we previously harvested. The later ones have about a third remaining, while the rest are out of our reach. Lu Zhe nodded. At this rate of consumption, we will deplete the nearby coconuts within a week. Ning Shu asked, where else can we find coconut trees? Lu Zhe shook his head. Relying solely on coconuts is not a viable solution. Even if we utilized all the coconuts on the island, it would last us but a few months. Xin Bing nodded. The water inside each coconut is too scarce. Some contain none at all, or are rotten and utterly undrinkable. Ning Shu remarked. Moreover, relying solely on coconut water could lead to health issues. Tang Xiaohua wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, I've been consuming coconut water for the past few days, and now my stomach feels uneasy. The mere scent of coconut makes me nauseous. Jiang Yao added, I feel the same. I'm nearly turning into a coconut spirit. Lu Zhe empathized with the sentiments of the girls, as he too recognized that coconut water could never wholly substitute fresh water at any time. Additionally, we must cultivate and expand our fields. It is imperative to locate a sustainable source of fresh water. Xin Bing turned to Lu Zhe. What are your plans moving forward? To venture deeper into the jungle. To ascend to the highest point of the island, in search of water sources. Ning Shu inquired. So, does today not count as truly entering the jungle? It does not. Lu Zhe shook his head. Today, Qian and I traversed along the mountainside merely to seek out a mountain stream, but given the current situation, it appears the streams have run dry. If we continue searching in this manner, we are unlikely to find fresh water. Xin Bing asked, will entering the jungle guarantee a find? Lu Zhe pondered. I cannot assert that we will certainly find water, but at the very least, we will have more options. We can devise a way to climb to the highest point of the island and survey it from above. If there are lakes or rivers, they should be visible. Furthermore, we might discover underground water deeper within the island. Underground water? Jiang Yao questioned, perplexed. Even if there is underground water on an island, would it be fresh? It would be. Lu Zhe affirmed confidently. Have you ever heard of a term called freshwater lens? Xin Bing reflected. I believe I have heard it somewhere. The freshwater lens, or lens of Geiben-Herzberg, is a unique geological formation found on coral islands. Qian chimed in. I think it was mentioned in high school geography, but I forgot much of that after entering university. Ning Shu nodded. I too, please elaborate. On coral islands, there are areas that are thick in the center and thin around the edges. Tiny cavities in the coral create a filtering layer that collects rainwater, allowing fresh water to float above seawater without mixing. This geological phenomenon resembles an underground convex lens, hence the name freshwater lens. Lin Qian's eyes brightened. I recall now. Our nation's artificial island, Yongshu Island, during its development, drilled numerous wells, and more than a third of them yielded fresh water. Scientists discovered that this was a result of the lens phenomenon. Yes, exactly. Lu Zhe nodded. This volcanic island is even larger than Yongshu Island. While it is not a coral island in the strictest sense, certain areas possess coral island characteristics, suggesting the presence of similar geological formations. Ning Shu marveled. I never expected you to have such a strong grasp of geography, Lu Zhe. However, Jiang Yao expressed concern. But I just heard Qian mention that despite drilling so many wells on Yongshu Island, only a third yielded fresh water. Thus, such matters are indeed subject to chance. Of course, due to the prolonged dry season or the geological structure of the volcano, it is also possible to dig a deep pit and yield nothing. This is quite normal. Lu Zhe candidly remarked. However, if one does nothing, the opportunity is zero. Xin Bing pondered for a moment. It seems imperative to venture into the jungle. When do you think we should set off? Lu Zhe considered. We must at least wait until your leg injury and Qian's sting are healed. Ning Shu inquired. So, should we all enter the jungle together? Shouldn't someone guard the camp? Lu Zhe nodded. Yes, within a week, the coconuts here will be exhausted and we'll need to relocate. Rather than that, It would be better to enter the jungle together, establish a camp where we encounter a continuous freshwater source, thus sparing the need to return to inform those left behind. Ning Shu glanced at Jiang Yao beside her. Exploring the primitive jungle together sounds exhilarating. Lin Qianqian added, if we camp in the jungle, it will be inconvenient for us to visit the seaside. Tang Xiaohua also remarked, we won't be able to gather treasures from the sea or pry off barnacles. There must be trade-offs. For us at present, a steady supply of fresh water is far more crucial than the resources by the seaside. The girls exchanged glances, and although a hint of regret lingered in their hearts, they understood that Lu Zhe's judgment was indeed the most prudent. After contemplating further, Lu Zhe added, however, there is no need for excessive worry. Perhaps once we locate fresh water, we might discover it is not far from the seaside, and we can still collect treasures daily. Shen Bing asked, if all 6 of us enter the jungle, we will need to prepare many supplies, won't we? Lu Zhe mused for a moment and nodded. Let me outline a few points. First, to enter the jungle, each of us must prepare at least 5 bottles of fresh water. We also need to stockpile ample food, so that in the initial phase of our jungle expedition, we do not expend too much energy searching for sustenance. Second, we must ensure proper protection. The number of mosquitoes in the jungle far exceeds that of the seaside. Each pair should have a bottle of mosquito repellent. Third, sleeping directly on the ground in a tropical jungle is perilous. Thus, we need to gather more ropes to create hammocks while camping. Shen Bing nodded. We can substitute fresh water with coconut water. Regarding food, our current supplies are sufficient. It seems we mainly need ropes. During these days of recovery, Ning Shu and the others can teach me how to weave ropes using banana fibers and tree bark. The girls all expressed their agreement. Though it was regrettable to abandon the cozy camp they had painstakingly arranged. All right, let's finalize the plan for now. During this time, we should not expend energy maintaining shelter. Instead, let us enrich the variety of our freshwater and food supplies in preparation for exploring the jungle. Lu Zhe glanced at his watch. It is getting late. Let us have something to eat and retire early. Tomorrow we will begin preparations for our journey into the mountains. That night, they retired early, and the next morning, as Lu Zhe opened his eyes, he found Tang Xiaohua gazing at him with an adorable expression. Sister, what are you doing? Tang Xiaohua pouted her small lips and said, isn't it written in the book that the first sight a boy hopes to see upon waking is his lovely girlfriend gazing at him tenderly? Today, I shall be your devoted girlfriend. Lu Zhe raked his tousled hair and replied with a wry smile, but you can't scare me. That lacks romance. Tang Xiaohua initially felt inclined to protest, but hesitated and relented, saying, I've resolved to be the most obedient and considerate girlfriend today, so no matter what you say, I will not get angry. As she spoke, she presented a carefully prepared breakfast before him. Chapter 87. Do not disturb the innate perfection of the lovely bunny. It was indeed a rare moment of thoughtfulness from her, and Lu Zhe found himself pleasantly surprised. Unwrapping the leaves, he discovered 2 sea snails, several sprigs of fish mint, half a bottle of coconut kelp fish soup, and a piece of grilled fish. Though the quantity was modest, the preparation was impeccable. There's protein, carbohydrates, and vitamins, he noted, picking up a sea snail. Even the shell and liver have been removed? Thoughtful indeed. Tang Xiaohua beamed with delight. Aren't you going to praise me? Did you make this morning? Yes. He tossed a piece in his mouth, chewed thoughtfully, and remarked, not bad. Tang Xiaohua's expression fell. Is that all? Lu Zhe considered that it was no small feat for the young girl to prepare breakfast early in the morning, and the flavors were commendable. A little praise would not hurt. He promptly furrowed his brow, adopting a serious demeanor. Well, I must say, at first taste it seemed average, but after a few chews, the flavor truly emerged. Upon savoring it again, I must admit, it is delicious, exceedingly so. The cooking is just perfect. He tossed another piece in his mouth. Tang Xiaohua smiled sweetly. Humph, you should appreciate who made it. Lu Zhe waved his fingers, glancing around. Where are the others? You mentioned needing a lot of ropes. The class monitor and Bingjia went to collect bark and jute. As your devoted girlfriend today, I'm here waiting for you to rise. I see. Still no news from the rescue team? Humph, what news could there be? They've likely forgotten us. Lu Zhe nodded. It seems they are indeed seriously preparing for the next stage. Then, with a gentle smile, he said, Grr, thank you. Seeing Lu Zhe's sincere demeanor, Tang Xiaohua felt satisfied. Since you were so well-behaved, I've decided to follow you wherever you go today. Really? I assure you I will be obedient and not cause any trouble. Lu Zhe pointed to her toes. Are you sure? Absolutely. As long as we don't go into the water, I'm fine with any destination. Lu Zhe pondered. We should first gather some fresh water supplies. Still coconut? Coconuts are easy. We need to find other sources of fresh water. In Lu Zhe's view, not only would this diversify their fresh water supply, but it could also yield potential points. Where do we go? Bring a bottle and follow me. All right. Lu Zhe led her to the bamboo grove. Aside from coconuts, certain species of bamboo also contain fresh water. We must identify these bamboos and extract the bamboo sap. I recall seeing on Douyin that some can even produce red wine, but that is merely a deception, as it is pre-filled. What a bore. Merely a ploy for traffic. Lu Zhe took a stick and gently tapped on the bamboo joints, producing a rhythmic sound. Listen to this sound. Tang Xiao was squinted and listened for a while, unable to discern anything significant. This one is hollow. Oh, he replied, tapping another joint. This one is also empty. Perhaps the dry season has lingered too long. After striking about 30 joints at last, one bamboo emitted a distinct sound. This is the one. Grr, prepare the bottle. All right. Lu Zhe produced a nail, punctured a hole in the upper joint of the bamboo, and then another in the lower joint, allowing a stream of clear bamboo sap to flow forth. Wow, this truly is bamboo water. Try it, he urged. Tang Xiao took a sip. It tasted like pure water, yet upon further savoring, it revealed a subtly glutinous fragrance, more delightful than coconut water. They collected half a bottle of bamboo sap and continued their search. The two scoured an entire bamboo grove, but managed to gather only 5 bottles of bamboo sap, which was still commendable. Just then, as Lu Zhe leaned against a somewhat withered bamboo, a revelation struck him. A new protein source had been discovered: bamboo worms. Potential point 1. It turned out that these bamboos harbored bamboo worms, the larvae of bamboo wasps, plump and white, rich in protein and amino acids, 5 times more nutritious than beef. Although consuming insects may be somewhat unpalatable, their scarcity makes them highly sought after. I've heard they are considered a delicacy in certain regions and must be procured. Lu Zhe seized an axe and swiftly carved an opening in the bamboo. With a crack, the bamboo snapped and tumbled onto another stalk with a crash. Despite the jagged break, that was not their goal, was it? Tang Xiao gaped in astonishment. Wow, Lu Zhe, do you have a vendetta against this bamboo? There are treasures within. Upon hearing treasures, Tang Xiao hurried over to inspect, only to scream in fright. What treasures? Those are clearly maggots. Technically, calling them maggots is not incorrect. Some people refer to them as bamboo maggots. Do you know their purpose? Tang Xiao suddenly thought. For fishing, they must be for fishing. How could such a prime delicacy be used as bait? As Lu Zhe collected the bamboo worms one by one, he candidly remarked, to be honest, we shall consume these. They can be fried or grilled, and if conditions are dire, they can even be eaten raw. Care for one? Tang Xiao turned pale. Xiao Zhe, we are not lacking food, are we? Indeed, they currently had ample provisions. Then why would we resort to consuming such things? In a deserted island, maintaining a diverse diet ensures comprehensive nutrition for the body, making it easier to fend off illness. Tang Xiao covered her mouth in disbelief. No way. Rest assured, although this creature can be consumed raw, it is far preferable to savor it cooked over an open flame. Lu Zhe had gathered over 30 bamboo worms and placed them into a bottle. At that moment, the snapping of bamboo seemed to rouse the local inhabitants. A bamboo rat cautiously peeked out. Lu Zhe felt a surge of determination. Having lost one previously, he was resolute not to let this opportunity slip away. With the bamboo rats so close, elaborate hunting methods were unnecessary. Holding the bottle of bamboo worms, Lu Zhe delivered a swift kick to the small creature. It soared through the air like a football, accompanied by a pitiful squeak, crashing into a tree and falling motionless to the ground. Tang Xiao exclaimed in astonishment, Lu Zhe, did you just kill a rabbit? Is that a bamboo rat? You actually killed a rabbit? She added, let me reiterate, while in the wilderness, one should strive to ensure a diverse food supply. Tang Xiao stared blankly. I've longed to eat rabbit for quite some time. Lu Zhe nearly twisted his back. Could you perhaps think a bit more rationally? And by the way, this creature is called a bamboo rat. The one with long ears is a rabbit. Are you certain? Lu Zhe approached, lifting it for closer inspection. Absolutely. In the wild, its value far exceeds that of a rabbit. A rabbit contains merely 3 fat, whereas a bamboo rat can boast a fat content of up to 20. While living in the city, low-fat, high-protein options are healthiest. On a deserted island, high-fat, high-protein choices reign supreme. Tang Xiao amused. Indeed, ever since we found ourselves stranded on this island, I've been particularly nostalgic for the dompa pork at our family's restaurant. I used to avoid overly greasy foods. She continued, today we gathered bamboo water and caught some wild game. Next, I must procure some salt. It seems we are not particularly lacking in salt, Lu Zhe replied. Eating fish, shrimp, crabs, and seaweed by the seaside typically replenishes the body's salt requirements. But once we venture into the jungle, replenishing salt will become challenging. Therefore, before entering the jungle, we must prepare a sufficient supply of edible salt.